The story begins with a baby, his face filled with confusion, reincarnated into a fantasy world. He gazes up at the ceiling, seeing candles flickering instead of light bulbs. This world is less advanced in civilization compared to Earth, and judging by the spacious room and the maid standing beside his mother, it's clear the family is quite wealthy. The baby looks around, amazed, as the soul within him reflects on how fortunate it is to be reborn into such a comfortable life, especially after being an orphan who died from overwork in his previous life. The baby gazes at his mother with rosy cheeks as she calls to him with an angelic smile. She is an incredibly beautiful woman, and the baby is convinced he will inherit her looks. 3 years later, the boy is balancing on his toes atop a wooden stool, seeing the outside world for the first time. The fresh breeze tousles his hair, and he is mesmerized by the vast world outside. Even though he's just a child, he cannot describe the otherworldly feeling it gives him. His little adventure, however, is cut short when the maid spots him teetering on the edge of the stool. She hurriedly scoops him up, chastising herself for the potential consequences if anything were to happen. This incident hints at the family's high social standing. Now a 3-year-old boy, he already knows his family belongs to the prominent Dragonia family, well known across the kingdom. He is the son of Grand Duke Dragonia in the kingdom of Lionheart, born into a noble family. At the age of 8, we see him holding a magnificent sword. Though not overly decorated, the sword feels precious to him, and he is thrilled to begin swordsmanship training as a future knight of the kingdom. He wonders if he will be able to wield powers like KY or Aura as well. His instructor is a knight dispatched from the royal palace, the Holy Knight Sir Gothic. The Holy Knight, a stout man with permed hair and a warm smile, greets the boy kindly. The boy responds with excitement and curiosity, eager to learn what it means to be a holy knight. However, by the time he turns 14, that excitement turns into frustration. The boy curses the Holy Knight as he drags a large rock behind him, earning extra laps as punishment for his complaints. Holy Knights in this world are nearly like monsters in human form. To become one must undergo rigorous training, complete quests, and be chosen by the Holy Grail to drink its sacred water. As the son of the Grand Duke, he must also learn everything necessary to eventually take on his father's position. These constant pressures leave him exhausted. If there is a god, the boy sincerely wishes for divine mercy. At 16, the boy is trudging through the rain, wearing his leather boots, and eating dried meat while searching for something. He has started roaming the world to gain the goddess's recognition and become a holy knight. While on his journey, he spots yellow light and smoke in the distance. A small village is on fire, under attack by orcs. Villagers are crying out for help, presenting an opportunity for him to prove his worth. After all, performing heroic deeds and gaining fame is exactly what he needs to earn the goddess's favor. In the village, some soldiers and a group of Marvel, possibly named in a different context, are battling orcs. The soldiers are overwhelmed, many of them already fallen, while the orcs are numerous and enjoying the fight. Seizing the chance, the boy calls out to the orcs, taunting them. He is soon engaged in battle, wondering if fighting so easily means there are too many enemies in the kingdom. With a single swing of his sword, he slices an orc warrior in half. At 20, the boy has finally encountered a living miracle, the goddess herself. She is as divine and beautiful as one would expect. She addresses him as Leon Dragonia, the son of Wulk Dragonia. When Leon kneels before the goddess, he fully realizes that her presence is real, and she is as divine as rumored. The goddess gives him a quest to prove his honor and faith. After years of hardship, Leon finally becomes a holy knight, wearing shiny armor and wielding a long sword that reflects his newfound power. He slays countless enemies, orcs, goblins, and cultists. Eventually, he becomes a war knight of the kingdom, given the authority to lead other knights. By this point, he has killed 700,000 orcs, regardless of age or gender. Standing atop their green-skinned corpses, he feels both refreshed and accomplished. When he turns 35, the kingdom mourns the passing of the living saint and demigod, Argent Majesty Lionheart, who dies while battling an archdemon summoned by the Empire. Leon leads the funeral procession, feeling frustrated with the state of the kingdom. The orcs were already a major threat, and now demons are causing havoc. He believes that mankind should turn to the gods for guidance and live faithfully, unlike the lazy magicians of the Empire. Leon is certain that a holy knight should succeed King Lionheart, who died honorably. Amidst the chaos, the goddess descends and declares Leon as the next king, choosing him as a symbol of honor and faith. Leon accepts this heavy responsibility, knowing the weight of the task. He vows to protect the Holy Grail and the sacred treasure, the Lionheart, which he transplants from the goddess. As he places the crown on his head, Leon becomes not just the Grand Duke of Dragonia but also the king of the Lionheart Kingdom. He faces numerous challenges, including 3 major wars against the orcs and a strange, hunchbacked goblin who transforms into an archdemon. Meanwhile, the Empire continues to create chaos. On a blood-stained battlefield, Leon stands, his armor soaked in crimson. A knight arrives with a report, informing him that the Empire's school of dark magicians is once again conducting forbidden experiments. Leon knew deep down that everything had unfolded because the Empire had allowed the northern cult scoundrels into their lands. Leon had encountered the goddess many times throughout his life and could never accept those who sought to abandon their faith, trying to recruit others into their cults. This was the outcome of granting human rights to those who didn't even deserve to be slaves. Leon, in his heart, longed to conquer the Empire and topple them all. At 96 years old, the Empire had committed the unforgivable. They had desecrated the goddess's statues, and the emperor himself was busy offering the lives of 3 million to demonic deities. He, who had once vowed to resist death, took his own life, taking 3 million citizens from the capital with him. From their sacrifice, he summoned the Lord of Chaos into the capital, a terrifying creature that instilled fear across the entire land with a single screech. Leon gathered his knights and unsheathed the holy sword, still stained with the blood and grease of the orcs he had slain the year before. Together, they marched toward the Empire's capital. At 121 years old, the world was already consumed by darkness. Leon fought with all he had, but like his hopes and dreams, the world was crumbling. He held a tattered doll, one he had found in the ruins. He had sought to defeat evil with the continent's last remnants of holiness, but in the end, he had failed. Amidst a sea of corpses, Leon sat alone with a single knight beside him. He told his knight to be proud because his father had died honorably, joining the feast of the gods. Though sorrowful, the knight had already accepted his father's fate. Leon stood and told his troops to face forward. He asked if they could hear the sounds of the villains throughout the land, demons surrounding their castle, women hiding their tears as they comforted their children, youths grasping the dying embers of resistance, and knights trying to plant seeds of hope in a blood-soaked wasteland. He asked if they could hear the cries of those who had lost everything. Leon, now the bearer of the holy sword, spear, and Grail, called upon his men to summon their rage and fight with everything they had. He urged them to remember that as long as they had honor, they would not lose. Thus, King Leon raised the holy sword, a magnificent weapon crafted by the gods, and mounted his white steed. He fought for the goddess, for honor, and for his kingdom. With the youth granted to him by the goddess, he led his army into battle against the billions of demons who had invaded the earth. The barbarian slaves acted as shields while the knights fought valiantly to the death. Leon, the chosen agent of the gods, battled in every holy temple, defeating countless demon lords and archdemons, showcasing the absolute power of a true holy knight. Even at 217 years old, his fight was far from over. Years passed, and at 256 years of age, Leon destroyed the final demon gate, leaving the demons nowhere to escape. He taunted the remaining demons, knowing they were trapped. Alone, Leon, the Night King, had eradicated the entire demon race from his land. At 300 years of age, Leon stood before the neck of a colossal archdemon, decapitating it with a single strike. A blue portal appeared beside the creature's decapitated body, and a group of people emerged, stunned by the scene. They wondered how a single strike could fell such a monstrous foe, and when their eyes fell on Leon, they saw his golden radiance and commanding presence. The red-haired girl, injured, and the man who had aided her were both in awe, wondering who this powerful figure was. Leon, glowing in yellow like a Super Saiyan 3, stood there in full exposure, his identity revealed as King Leonhardt, Knight of the Holy Order, and the agent carrying out the will of the Holy Temples, Leon Dragonia Lionheart. His name resonated in the air as he turned to face them, entirely naked. Though stunned, the red-haired girl remained silent, either in disbelief or overwhelmed by his commanding presence. At this point, Leon was 300 years old, and he encountered the Earthlings for the first time. Alone, he had defeated every demon that had ever invaded his world. Meanwhile, a dungeon gate of an unknown rank appeared in Seoul, Korea, and the Korean Hunter Association, along with the World Hunter Association, requested the nation's largest guilds to raid it. However, their requests were denied due to the unknown difficulty of the gate. In the end, the red-haired girl and her companion, part of the Korean Hunter Association's raid team, were forced by the government to enter the gate first, an almost certain death sentence. What the girl witnessed inside was beyond belief, a naked man with blonde hair and blue eyes, standing amidst a field of demonic corpses he had slain. Back in the real world, the girl, Hanhari, found herself unable to focus on anything else, even as her name was called by her colleague. She was entranced by what she had seen. Han Hari, the associate manager of the Korean Hunter Association, was in her office when Kim Jin-soo, the head manager, offered her coffee. He asked how things were going, and Hari replied that no one was believing her. They had survived a black-rank demon gate, defeating an archdemon without any assistance from other guilds. Not only had they survived, but they had also cleared the gate, all thanks to the naked man with the sword. Now, Leon sat in an interrogation room, arms crossed, as Hari asked Jin-soo if he was one of the survivors from the gate. Jin-soo confirmed this, explaining that occasionally, survivors from other worlds linked through the gates made their way to Earth. These survivors often carried the immense strength they had earned in the demon realms, and Leon was no exception. That's why the world's governments have always done their best to meet the needs of these survivors and create plans to scout them. Right now, both Hari and Jin-soo agree completely that they must scout Leon no matter what. His strength is something they've never witnessed before. Jin-soo points out that even high-ranking hunters risk their lives when fighting a top-tier demon, and Leon killed one with a single, effortless swipe of his sword. This demon was so powerful that even the most skilled S-rank hunters would be afraid to face it. Leon didn't just defeat it, he decapitated it, overpowering it so greatly that he had time to stand there, looking like a goddamn ballerina, all while exuding an aura of badassery. But right now, Jin-soo is more concerned that Leon might be royalty, given how he spoke about himself, and he might struggle to adapt to Earth's culture. Hari comments that it should be fine, blushing as she recalls Leon in all his naked glory, noting he seemed like a really nice person. It looks like the first waifu has already been secured. However, her fantasy is quickly interrupted by an enraged shout from Leon inside his interrogation room. His roar is so powerful that it shatters the demon-proof glass, marking yet another unprecedented event for Hari and Jin-soo. Leon looks furious, standing next to a broken table, lecturing the interrogator for mocking the glorious name of the Lionhearts, while the bald interrogator apologizes profusely. Jin-soo asks Hari if she still thinks Leon's a nice person, and the sweating girl nervously replies that it's probably just a cultural difference. We're taken back 15 minutes earlier when Leon sat in front of the interrogator, cameras recording their every movement. Leon felt out of place, understandably, given this was his first life on Earth. He had been an orphan, working hard in his 20s before eventually dying of exhaustion. Afterward, he reincarnated into another world, becoming a night king who ruled for over a century. For more than 200 years, he relentlessly hunted demons. That's 300 years in total, and Leon considers it a miracle that he still remembers his past life. While thinking about it, the balding glasses-wearing man calls his attention. He greets Leon by his full name, nervously addressing him. Leon decides it's best not to reveal that he was once an earthling. After all, a night king who lived for 300 years in another world sounds far more impressive than a man in his 20s who died from overwork. Leon then puts on his signature superior expression, commanding the peasant Baldy to address him as Your Majesty. Clearly, Leon is above this Baldy's pay grade, and the man begins sweating bullets. He nervously agrees to call him Your Majesty while scratching his head. Leon wonders if the man is doing it because he's simply a nice person or if the government is being extra cautious around survivors like him. The Baldy proceeds with the conversation, mentioning that the world Leon came from has now come into contact with theirs. The hunters reported that Leon was the one who killed all the demons without hesitation. Leon confirms this, but then intimidates the Baldy again, making it clear that he alone defeated all the evil species, protecting the honor of the knights. He even goes as far as to tell the Baldy to become his personal secretary, offering him the privilege of recording his glorious history. In the end, the Baldy nervously agrees and attributes it all to cultural differences. While the Baldy writes his report, Leon comments in an annoyed tone that the man lacks the proper etiquette to treat royalty. In truth, he's just expressing that he's hungry, and the Baldy quickly catches on, rushing to arrange food. With that request out of the way, Leon asks the man to tell him more about the world, specifically what happened to Earth during his absence. The Baldy happily begins explaining that the nightmare on Earth began 30 years ago when gates started opening all over the world, much like in Solo Leveling, with monsters and demons pouring out. Since then, the world has been in a constant state of emergency. After suffering heavy losses, humanity realized that each gate had a theme and a clear condition, and if left unchecked, it could lead to a dungeon break, where monsters would invade Earth. While the Baldy explains, there's a knock at the door, and he gets up to fetch the food. Meanwhile, Leon puts his finger on his chin, noticing the differences between their worlds. In his world, demons invaded like mushrooms after rain, but here there are gates with distinct conditions and quests. It feels as though the universe is testing humanity through these trials, as if crafted by the gods. Just then, the door opens again, and the Baldy enters with piping hot food. He places it in front of Leon, who stares at it in wonder. His eye twitches as he looks at the glittering Korean cuisine, bone broth boiled for hours, topped with salt, pepper, and crunchy kimchi. In his previous life as a laborer, this dish was like soul food to him. People tend to enjoy the foods they know, but Leon forces himself to swallow his saliva. He was essentially served peasant food, and as a king, his pride wouldn't allow him to eat it in front of others. Leon slams the desk in fury, shouting why a royal like him was served food meant for commoners. The Baldy trembles in fear, unable to open his mouth to apologize. Leon, the great Dragonheart lion, royal from another world, proxy of the gods, guardian of the Holy Grail, owner of the Holy Blade and Spear, and nemesis of the demons who has slain millions of their kind, is the incarnation of the 300-year war's history. And he's a returner who used to be an Earthling. This is what Leon thinks as he returns to Earth after 300 years. It's an absolute mess. Leon, a firm believer in his goddess, thinks Earth's troubles are a result of the people's lack of proper faith. Enlightening the foolish peasants is the royal family's duty. Despite returning to Earth, he remains a Night King at heart. Not liking that his previous meal reminded him of his peasant past, the Baldy arranges for a delectable steak. This meal satisfies Leon, and he eats quietly, no longer causing a ruckus. While he enjoys the food, Jinsu wonders how Leon recognizes their common dishes. Meanwhile, Hari is just relieved he's enjoying the T-bone steak and expensive wine. However, Jinsu's cowardice takes over, and he tells Hari to go speak with Leon first. The thought of it frightens her, and she makes an excuse, saying she doesn't know how to speak historically. Jinsu reassures her, saying he seems more interested in talking to her since he called her brave. She might not be kicked out of the room entirely. Hari is stunned, unsure of how that's relevant. The interrogation room door opens, and Hari walks in, referring to Leon as Your Majesty. She apologizes for interrupting his meal, and Leon wipes his mouth with a napkin. He notices she's the swordswoman from earlier and tells her to sit. She's overjoyed, finally feeling useful in her oddly underdressed professional attire. She gives a thumbs up to her team on the cameras, sits down, and asks Leon if he liked the meal. He replies that it wasn't bad and that he could feel the chef's passion in the food. He tells her his attitude wasn't about the food being for peasants, but because of the sour attitude toward royalty. He explains that royalty from foreign nations should be treated with the utmost respect and asks if that's not the case in their country. Hari is dumbfounded, unsure how to respond, so she simply says their lack of knowledge led to the improper treatment. In any case, Lion forgives her and asks her name, remembering only her hand. She tells him her full name, Han Hari. Lion mentions that he has heard about this world from Baldy, referring to the demons as wicked, and asks if they have truly appeared in Hari's realm. She confirms this, and we get a brief look at Hari's mission. Her goal is to get him into the Hunter Association by any means necessary. After all, her outfit was suggestive enough to try that approach. Hari wants him to join Korea's strategy against the demons and asks if he'd like to be supported by the South Korean government. The intelligence war of the 21st century focuses on scouting survivors, and she needed to ensure that Leon wouldn't align with another country. Leon thinks for a moment, making direct eye contact with the nervous agent, and tells her that since he's in this world, he must live here. His duty as an honorable knight is to keep fighting. This excites Hari, as she believes she's got him under her control and asks him to join the Hunter Association. However, things do not go as she expects. Leon tells her that a king would never serve as a soldier in another nation's army and that he would create a new order on Earth. Hari is understandably left in confusion. Through the camera, the higher-ups watch the conversation and understand that they can do nothing as this incredibly powerful man lays out his plan. After the conversation, Hari comes out and asks Jinsu what the higher-ups think about the situation. He tells her there's not much to say, they need all the support. Fortunately, Leon isn't joining another country or large guild, so they are in the clear. Hari is frustrated that the association is bowing to Leon's wishes, feeling anger toward the large guilds that flaunt their wealth and power while taking most of the survivors. This reminds Jinsu of something related to the Phoenix Guild, but before he can speak, an alarm goes off. We see Hari in her full outfit again, which still doesn't seem professional to me. The notification reveals that a dungeon gate has appeared at Hanam Plains, which sounds like something straight out of Zelda. Jinsu is anxious because this location is near a granary, and a dungeon break could disrupt food production, threatening the economy. Hari mentions that the Phoenix Guild has an S-rank hunter, Li Gung, who could easily stop the orange-colored gate. Jinsu grows angry and suspicious, thinking the Phoenix Guild has a hidden agenda. He's yelling at them out of rage, and Leon hears everything through the door. He knows they are in trouble. Leon senses the holy energy within him and recalls how dungeon breaks can infect the land, making crops unyielding. But this wasn't the case in his world. As he looks at the energy in his hand, he thinks of someone and wonders if she's well. He's thinking of Demra, from his beautiful kingdom. We see a hooded woman walking with her hair swaying in the wind. She stops and gives us a glimpse of her beautiful smile but not her face. The crops in the field are corrupted as an orange tint spreads over them. The orange gate swirls menacingly above the land. The Phoenix Guild arrives, and one member asks Hunter Li Gung, the guild master of the Phoenix Guild, what's going on. Li Gung looks at the person asking and asks if they are from the Hunter Association. It's section chief Jinsu, along with the red-haired rookie, Hari. Jinsu notices that Li Gung allowed the dungeon break to occur on purpose because the Hunter Association didn't accept their request. Essentially, the Phoenix Guild had asked for a tax exemption on the profits from the gates, as they were making significant earnings from magic crystals and materials from the dungeons. The government couldn't allow this since they had trillions in taxes to pay. The Phoenix Guild already had enough benefits due to their size, but this crossed the line. Hari insists they need to close the gate immediately. If they delay, the authority over the gate could be handed to someone else. Li Gung pretends that his guild members are gravely injured and that they can't handle a raid like this, even though his members are behind him, smirking. He tells them he'll try to handle it tomorrow, but he's not sure. Hari grows irritated, shouting that the Hanam Plains could get infected, causing starvation in a whole region. Li Gung laughs at her patriotism, calling it childish. He tells her that in this world, money and power are the only justice. Suddenly, a voice calls out to Li Gung, calling him shallow and old-fashioned. Hari and Li Gung turn to see Leon walking toward them. Leon enters and tells Hari to address him only by his title, never by his name. Li Gung asks who Leon is, but Leon tells him to shut up. Leon, enraged, accuses the hunter of being lowly. Li Gung starts to wonder who Leon even is, calling one of the lowest-ranked hunters in the world lowly. Li Gung begins to power up and asks if Leon wants to die, while Hari tries to calm things down. She explains to Li Gung that Leon is a survivor, which leaves the guild master sweating. He bows his head, apologizing, and introduces himself as the guild master of the Phoenix Guild. He asks Leon if he's from the gray-colored guild, but Leon tells him he won't repeat himself. Leon ignores Li Gung and asks Jinsu to summarize the situation, as he doesn't know the details of the gate. Jinsu and Hari are excited to see Leon's involvement. Hari explains that a dungeon break is imminent, which will release a large amount of demonic energy, infecting the land. If it's not stopped, the crops will die, leading to widespread starvation. She tells him how important Hanam Plains is for grain production and explains that the demonic energy is spreading through the soil. Leon asks her what the solution is. She tells him the only way to handle it is to clear the dungeon completely. Leon understands the situation and walks toward it, telling Hari to gather their forces tomorrow when the Phoenix Guild's rights over the dungeon are over. He, the King of Knights, will step into this portal. Hari is relieved by his decision, but Leon has one condition. As a king from a foreign land, he cannot engage in military activities in another country without permission from South Korea's king. Hari assures him it's probably fine, but Leon insists things must be done according to the rule of law and scolds her for being a bad knight. Li Gung watches from afar, thinking Leon is worse than him. They contact the president, who is on a plane, and get the necessary permissions. Later that night, Hari approaches Leon, informing him that she made the necessary preparations. She shows him a doll and asks how he plans to use it. He explains that the land is contaminated, and he has a plan to purify it. Hari is confused, wondering how a straw doll can help in this situation. Leon had requested two things, one of which was a straw doll specifically made by women who had given birth. She shows him a room where women are holding straw dolls. Leon asks them to show him their creations one by one. He observed the first doll but wasn't impressed. He stared at it in disbelief, and the woman who made it grew anxious over his reaction. He thought the doll was poorly made and considered it a failure before destroying it. The second doll was a strange chicken-like figure, which was also deemed a failure. The third doll looked foolish, and in frustration, he threw it aside. After so many dolls failed and so much straw went to waste, Leon had found nothing worthwhile. However, an elderly married woman caught his attention with her creation. It was a beautifully crafted doll dressed in green with bows in its hair. He took the woman's hand and asked how many children she had. She replied, 12, and he applauded her. He kissed her hand and apologized, saying that normally he would have awarded her a medal and a gift, but due to his current situation, he couldn't. Now, with the doll he had wanted, the purification could begin. Leon placed the doll on a small table in the field, lighting a candle to illuminate the area. With everything in place, he raised his hand, and a blue energy circle revolved around his wrist. He summoned a beautiful chalice from a portal created by the circle. Holding the chalice, he called out to the goddess of the land. The Phoenix Guild watched as Leon offered the doll to the goddess on behalf of the Earthlings. The chalice began to glow with holy energy as the sun rose behind him. Slowly, it filled with water until it was completely full. Hari observed this, shocked by how the chalice filled by itself. As the sun rose, the chalice overflowed, and water spilled onto the table, moving on its own toward the doll. Leon reflected internally, believing this day would be special for Earth. The water flowed toward the doll, entering it. Leon and his companions were stunned as they watched something incredible. One of them noticed something shocking: the doll stood up on its own. The doll began to speak, addressing Leon as Lionheart. It bowed and greeted him. It was Mother Earth, the goddess of life and abundance, named Dima. She welcomed Leon and expressed gladness to see him. Leon, bowing his head, called her the divine being ruling over life and fertility. Dima smiled at him and remarked that the land was tainted by evil. Leon confirmed that the evil had arrived but without divinity. He warned her not to judge the greedy men behind him, as they might tarnish her opinion of Earth. Dima, a wise goddess, explained that ignorance and greed were not always sins, but rather instincts for mortals. She asked Leon what his plan was. Leon, with authority and determination, said that, though blending with swordsmen, he held the power of a divine conqueror. He vowed to ensure that duty and authority would be balanced on Earth, guiding the ignorant toward the right path. He would do this until a new pantheon of heroes emerged on Earth. Dima smiled at his answer and extended her arm, asking if he had any requests. She said that she and the other goddesses were ready to help. Leon bowed again, feeling her divine presence surrounding him. He asked for her help, requesting that she heal and purify the land, as the citizens of Earth suffered from evil energies. Despite it possibly being something she didn't wish to do, he pleaded for her intervention. Dima held out her hand, telling him that he was their champion, and she would grant his favor. A drop of water emerged from her fingerless doll arm, and she promised to spread her divinity over the land. As the drop fell, an explosion of holy energy erupted, and the plants around them began to flourish and grow. The members of the Phoenix Guild, including Hari and Jinsu, stood in shock, unable to process what was unfolding. Leon turned to them, urging them to abandon their ignorance. The field became healthy, shining like gold, and the most extraordinary rice grains they had ever seen appeared before them. Leon had shown them a world blessed with divinity. Hari, stunned by the sight, noted that this fertile land was proof of Leon's eternal promise. Dima and Leon stood proudly as they looked at the mortals. But then, Lee, nervous about the situation, shouted at everyone, claiming that the magically grown crops were poisonous. Leon, annoyed, told Lee to keep quiet, glaring at him. Lee, desperate to ruin Leon's plan, tried to frame him as a fraud. He argued that they needed to prove the crops were safe, to protect those who would consume them. He had one of his men, an appraiser, inspect the crops. The appraiser was stunned as he examined the rice, his face lit by blue light and drenched in sweat. He could barely speak, so shocked by the discovery. The rice was a rare rank item capable of curing Tier 3 diseases, even cancer, with repeated consumption. Hari rejoiced, and Jinsu was shocked, while Leon and Dima exchanged knowing smiles. Jinsu asked his team to get a pot to cook the rice and see its effects. They placed the pot in the field, and after cooking and tasting the rice, Jinsu was astonished. The rice boosted his stamina recovery by 100 per minute and mana recovery by 50 per minute. This rice was a better reinforcer than a costly potion worth 3 million. However, their lunch was interrupted when Hari rushed in with news. She had eaten a bug, and after the bug's effect, she received a buff. Jinsu, curious, wondered if all living creatures on the land were also blessed, so he ordered his squad to collect as many critters as they could before entering the gate. As this unfolded, Z looked at Leon, who turned to face her. Dima, announcing that her job was complete, prepared to leave. Leon bowed to her, promising never to forget her divine love. Before departing, Dima offered one last piece of advice: make sure he stays well fed. As she spoke, Leon caught a glimpse of her true ethereal form and divine face. She releases the doll's body, and it collapses, lifeless, onto the table, becoming a mere object. Hari walks over to Leon, who is lost in thought about Dem's departure. She asks him what just happened, and he tells her it was divine power. Leon inquires if there is a god in their world, but Hari isn't sure. Leon shares a belief he holds strongly, that the world is created with divine power, the source of all life. He tells her that now that the soldiers are fully nourished, they are ready to head to the gate. Hunter Lee, observing this, looks at the situation with disdain. One of his associates warns him that their plan might face complications. Lee, already frustrated with Leon, is struggling to keep his temper in check. He reflects on how, if Leon hadn't interfered, the government would have heard their requests, and he secretly wishes Leon would die inside the gate. An idea forms in Lee's mind, a villainous thought that spreads a smirk across his face as he decides to kill Leon within the gate. His companion asks what he's planning, but Lee brushes him off, mentioning that the gate has already been partially raided, and it was a tough battle. Then, he recalls that there is only one high ranker among them, Hari. Lee suspects Leon is some kind of support-type fighter, assuming Leon will be ineffective in combat. He grins maniacally, convinced that both Leon and the Hunter Association will fail. Inside the gate, a massive, terrifying demon awaits, one that can't be defeated by conventional means. An alert sounds, signaling that the dungeon break has begun, which means all life within the gate is now on a countdown. This also means that Lee from the Phoenix Guild will likely face defeat at Leon's hands in the next chapter. The gate opens to a freezing landscape, where biting winds turn drops of water into sharp icicles. The sound of footsteps fills the air as Leon and the rest of the Hunter Association arrive, including Hari and Jinsu, ready for the battle. Their attire makes them look like characters from Attack on Titan, decked out in leather jackets, dual swords, and heavy equipment. Leon is briefed on how to close the dungeon gates, realizing that he must clear the quest or defeat the boss to do so. He's excited at the prospect of facing the boss. Meanwhile, Hari, walking ahead, thinks about how the Hunter Association typically gangs up on a boss. As they move deeper into the dungeon, corpses begin to rise from the thick fog. Leon notices this but isn't fazed. He's seen enough corpses as the Night King. He speculates that the dungeon likely contains many monsters, especially with so many dead bodies. Hari cuts in, explaining that this is a dungeon characteristic. Normally, when monsters are slain, they stay dead. But here, the monsters are reawakened as skeletons or zombies as long as the boss remains alive. Leon finds this interesting and understands that his primary target is the boss. He resolves to kill the boss quickly to clear the dungeon. As they continue through the icy terrain, Leon suggests that this must be a boss dungeon, and Hari agrees, speculating that the boss is a necromancer controlling the skeletons. Just then, a red alert flashes, signaling the dungeon break's start. The dungeon's death sentence has begun, and everything alive in the gate now has a time limit. The Commander Knight, Dullahan, with his army of skeletons, will be coming for them, and they only have 3 hours to defeat him. The pain in their heads intensifies, signaling the imminent arrival of the commander. The group tries to steel themselves, but the agony is overwhelming, and they scream in pain. Jinsu worries that Lee didn't inform them about this and wonders if they're already in too deep. Hari, trembling, can see the danger approaching. Leon stands beside her, unfazed, watching as a terrifying figure appears. The Commander Knight Dullahan rides a fearsome steed, commanding an army of hundreds of skeletons, and leads the charge toward the group. He's a sight to behold, resembling a dark king from a nightmare, and the group has only 2 hours and 58 minutes to defeat him. The skeletons march forward, wearing armor and wielding weapons. Their glowing blue eyes strike fear into the hunters. The hunters, seeing the overwhelming number of enemies, discuss distributing potions and preparing for the fight. Jinsu orders his team to focus on the upper ranks, and the battle begins. Jinsu asks an archer, Mashik, how many archers and mages are in the enemy legion. As Mashik shoots arrows, they estimate that there are 30 archers and 2 mages among the skeletons. Jinsu instructs the snipers to focus on the long-range enemies, while those with shields form a barrier to stop the skeletons from advancing. The enemy charges forward, their undead army marching relentlessly. Jinsu leads the charge, blocking the skeleton's strikes with his shield, but he soon realizes these aren't ordinary skeletons. They're stronger than he expected, and the situation is tricky. But Jinsu is a skilled tank and quickly bashes the skeletons aside with his hammer. These enemies won't be a problem for him. Suddenly, Jinsu notices a blue light shining across the battlefield. The mages are casting advanced spells, causing trouble for the hunters. To protect his team, Jinsu distracts the mages by calling out to them, drawing their attention. The mages begin casting spells in his direction, and while the attacks hurt, they also take down some of the skeletons. Jinsu orders his team to hold their ground and keep blocking with their expensive gear. Before he can finish, the terrifying figure of Commander Dullahan appears through the smoke, riding a shadowy, celestial steed. He's come for Jinsu and his group, and the battle is only just beginning. The chief stared, terrified, at the creature before him, knowing the battle had come to him. Bahan, a horrifying sight, held his head in his hands, clad in brutalist spiky black armor, with flames emanating from the place where his head should be. In an instant, Dean's massive broadsword crashed into the chief's shield, sending a wave of dark energy through it. Jinsu could only watch, helpless. The speed of the attack was unmatched, and the force of it sent Jinsu flying backward like a bullet from a revolver. His body slid across the icy dungeon floor until it smashed into a wall, breaking his fall. His expensive gear and shield provided no protection from the blast, and he lay there, coughing, in a tiny corner of the wall now made for him. Hari was overwhelmed with concern when she saw this, but Leon stood beside her, unaffected. A soldier approached Hari and urged her to save him. She looked to Har, the assistant manager, to send in the reserves. Hari struggled with the decision. She fully understood the gravity of the situation but didn't want to act rashly. The commander knight swung his broadsword with incredible speed, and they realized they needed to help the shield bearers or face certain defeat. The reserve forces now depended on King Leon. Hari wasn't sure what to expect from him, but she decided to ask. Looking at him, she put her hand to her chest and pleaded for his help. There was desperation in her eyes, and he could sense it too. Leon paused for a moment, unsure of what to say, then refused to fight the skeletons, stating that the battle was too insignificant for a king like him. Hari was confused as Leon chastised her for even asking, telling her to build her own honor. He looked at her with disdain and said it would be disrespectful to the goddess if they didn't try to fight after receiving their blessings. Hari was puzzled by his words, but the troops were waiting for her decision. With no intention of Leon helping, she decided to stop wasting time. Leon was only interested in Dullahan and was curious about how such an undead could move. It was time for Hari to step in and face Dullahan herself. She drew her sword, ready for battle, and ordered the others to support the chief and their allies while she engaged the headless horseman. Hari rushed forward, sword in hand, a sight to behold. She aimed straight for Dullahan, ignoring the smaller skeletons. She used them as stepping stones, leaping on their faces and executing acrobatic moves to gain momentum. She soared into the air, spinning like a yo-yo, her sword blazing. She had the perfect opportunity for a killing blow, but when her sword collided with Dullahan's armor, a loud clang rang out. A shockwave pushed back the undead legion, but it wasn't Dullahan. He had blocked her attack with his broadsword, having anticipated her move. Hari couldn't believe how quickly her attack had been stopped, but she had a plan. She needed to isolate Dullahan from the rest, and when he appeared before her, she realized he was preparing for a surprise counterattack. His head fell, and before she knew it, he threw his head to block her view, launching a punch with his free hand. Hari blocked the punch with her sword, but the impact still sent her flying backward, crashing into a wall. She had suffered the same fate as Jinsu. After catching her breath, she noticed that Dullahan had already moved toward her. However, she had successfully separated him from the crowd, and now she could fight him one-on-one. The demonic commander knight prepared for another attack as Hari's sword flared with fiery embers. She was ready to demonstrate the full extent of her skill. With a powerful slash, a fiery explosion erupted from her sword, a wave of energy destroying everything in front of her. Dullahan's frantic movement seemed to signal Hari's opportunity to strike. She raised her sword for one final slash, aiming for his head, but things didn't go as planned. Dullahan blocked the strike with the blunt end of his sword, leaving Hari in a difficult spot. She tried to duck under his new stance, hoping to avoid an incoming attack, but Dullahan responded with a quick slash. Just as the sword was about to land on her, she closed her eyes, bracing for the worst. Then, a strange clapping sound stopped Dullahan in his tracks. From a distance, Leon was applauding, impressed by Dullahan's swordsmanship despite wielding only one hand. Leon, apologizing for underestimating him, recognized that Dullahan must have once been a noble knight. He declared that he now wanted to fight him, giving Dullahan the right to challenge him. Hari, Jinsu, and the undead were all confused by this unexpected move. Leon walked up to Dullahan, stating that no more soldiers needed to be injured and that the battle would be resolved in a duel between knights. A noble duel for the lives of those they protected. Hari thought Dullahan would never accept such a challenge, but to her surprise, Dullahan turned toward Leon and nodded in agreement. The duel was set. The undead army halted their advance at their commander's call and gathered around him as Dullahan dismounted his horse, ready for battle. Leon, seeing the honor in the knight before him, drew his sword, glowing with divine power, and instructed Dullahan to lower his head. Dullahan wondered why he would be asked to do so, but Leon explained that a knight should never fight with only one hand. As Leon drew his radiant sword, he told Dullahan about his inability to die unless decapitated, hinting at his plan. Hari, still concerned, wondered what Leon's true intentions were by asking Dullahan to lower his head and allow him to wield both swords. Leon simply told her it wasn't important. Hari was confused, thinking it definitely was. How could Leon possibly defeat a boss that needed to be beheaded if the head wasn't even on it? Dullahan handed his head to his undead squire and stood tall, ready for battle. Leon, on the other hand, assured Hari that the winner would be determined by the knight's honor. The two knights stood facing each other, prepared for a duel that would determine their fate. Leon was confident, both in his skill as a knight and a king, believing that Dullahan still had some honor left in him. Leon sanctioned the challenge, seeing Dullahan as an honorable knight. As Dullahan gripped his sword with both hands, the duel began. He rushed toward Leon, his massive body towering over the smaller knight. The weight behind his attack could easily crush anyone in his path. When the strike landed, only a faint flicker of blue energy from Dullahan's sword and the divine light could be seen. Leon remained unfazed, blocking the attack with one hand, leaving Dullahan stunned by his opponent's strength. Leon swiftly maneuvered his sword, trapping Dullahan's blade beneath his handle. The Dark Knight's sword slammed into the ground, and Dullahan was left confused as to how this had happened. Leon pressed his sword to the spot where Dullahan's neck should have been, signaling that he had been bested. Dullahan stepped back, readying himself for another attack. This time, he swung his sword sideways, aiming for Leon's head. As Dullahan swung his massive sword, it began to glow gold with divine power. Hari was sure that this attack would be unblockable and that if Leon managed to block it, he would be the greatest swordsman alive. Leon, however, paid no attention to anyone else, focusing only on Dullahan. He told Dullahan that his steps were too light, and somehow, he blocked the attack, sending shockwaves through the ground. The hunters were dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Most of them were confused, but Hari gasped in awe, the only one who understood the exchange. She explained that Leon had changed the weight balance with a sword guard just before the attack touched his blade, and then performed a crosscut on top of it. Hari mentioned that such a technique was risky, but if executed correctly, it would pay off. Dullahan had once again been bested by Leon, and the king informed him of this. Leon placed his sword at the spot where Dullahan's neck should have been. This time, Leon stood tall above Dullahan, who kneeled before him. Leon looked into his eyes and told him to rise. Hari realized that Leon was simply far too powerful, and nothing Dullahan could do would even come close to harming him. The perspective then shifted to Dullahan's mind. He thought it had been a long time since he had encountered a knight who treated him with such mutual respect. Dullahan tried to strike at Leon's leg again, but once more, his attack was blocked by Leon's quick reflexes and immense strength. Dullahan felt that people might think this was a way for the hunters to escape a difficult situation, but to him, that was nonsense. He realized Leon wasn't ordinary. He saw him as a true knight. Leon's confident stance and the spark in his eyes revealed a veteran knight who had endured countless battles. Dullahan could see that Leon was driven by honor and greatness. Leon told him he would try to take Dullahan's sword, but the attack came again and was blocked by Leon's sword's piercing edge. Dullahan felt it, he was out of his league. Leon's respect for him was evident, and it had reminded him of his past. Dullahan had been bested 3 times now. Leon tapped his sword on his armor, signaling that it was over. Dullahan, now understanding that Leon was the pinnacle of honor in a knight, asked if Leon would continue the duel. Dullahan wanted to keep fighting, to earn the respect he felt he deserved. He picked up his sword and dashed toward Leon, eager to continue the fight as a knight should. The two exchanged a flurry of attacks, but each of Dullahan's strikes was blocked. Dullahan was enjoying the challenge, reminded of the days when he would duel against famed knights and roam the world in honor. But no matter how many attacks he launched, none of them reached Leon. Dullahan's grip on his sword began to slip, and he realized he had forgotten what it meant to be a true knight. Eventually, his sword flew from his hands, spinning away until it was out of reach. It stuck in the rocky ground, marking the 10th time Dullahan had been bested. Leon noted that Dullahan's swordsmanship had become more precise, and asked if he was recalling memories of his past life. Dullahan stood in front of Leon, a light glowing around him. He felt like he was back in the days of his prime. He wished to tell Leon about the gift he had received, but all he could manage were grunts. Leon asked once more if Dullahan wanted to continue the duel, but it seemed Dullahan had reached his limit. The skeletons holding his head gestured for him to come closer. One of the skeletons began to approach with Dullahan's head in hand. The skeletal figure held the head as Dullahan prepared for his fate. He thought about how much he had lost his way. For so long, he had been a killer, causing massacres and ending lives. His heart broke as he remembered how many lives he had taken without honor. He wanted to end his cursed journey and kneel before Leon, holding his head out in surrender. Dullahan felt peace as he gestured for Leon to end his life and bring him eternal rest. Leon smiled, proud that Dullahan had regained his honor. He placed his hand on Dullahan's head, promising to pray for him. Leon's touch enveloped Dullahan's head in divine light. He whispered that he hoped to meet Dullahan again, someday in the banquet hall of the gods. "Let there be light," Leon said, and with that, the light overtook the entire dungeon. Dullahan's head began to dissipate, turning from dark mist into pure light energy. The metal of his body dissolved, revealing the skin of a man underneath. Leon saw Dullahan's face, smiling and overjoyed at this moment of eternal rest. With Dullahan's death, the Hunter Association and Leon exited the dungeon, packing up the crates of equipment. Jinsu and Hari discussed the events, with Hari surprised that Leon had kept his promise to end it with a duel. Jinsu, on the other hand, was simply amazed that the entire situation had ended in such a way. Hari wondered what the light was, and Jinsu assumed it was the divine power Leon had mentioned. He thought it was likely the reason the undead had disappeared when the light took over. Hari notes that Leon should have used it earlier, but Leon interrupts her. He explains that if he had, Dullahan wouldn't have had an honorable death. He didn't want the noble knight to die as a necromancer and wished him to regain his honor. Hari understood and acknowledged his reasoning. Leon talked about how a knight lives for honor, which can only come from the knight's will to be honorable. In his eyes, Dullahan ended as a noble knight, just as he deserved. Leon then said he was going to collect his loot from clearing the dungeon, which confused Hari. He told her that where there's a battle, there's loot, and the finders always keep it. It seemed odd that she needed to be told this, considering she had been doing this for a while. They found several items, including Dullahan's broadsword, his cape, and a glowing purple orb. But despite its appearance, the orb was the pearl of necromancy. Jinsu stared at it in disbelief, having never seen one before, and sensed its massive mana. Meanwhile, Hari, a swordswoman herself, focused on the sword, noticing an ominous aura around the pearl that could tempt anyone. Leon didn't like the feeling he got from it. Jinsu, recognizing its potential value, was cut off by Leon, who punched the pearl and destroyed it. Both Hari and Jinsu were shocked, not understanding why he would do that. Leon looked at them and explained that an item like that would only lead to chaos, so it was better destroyed. Though, personally, he would have preferred to sell it for a lot of cash. With the dungeon cleared, they had Dullahan's cape and great sword, along with smaller rewards. The expedition was a massive success, and it left us eager to see what more Leon encounters in the future. If you made it this far, please subscribe and give it a thumbs up. After Dullahan's death, Leon had solidified his name as a formidable force among those returning from other worlds. We then find ourselves in a luxury hotel in Korea, where Hari, the petite girl, stands in the lobby with a trolley of food and fine wine bottles. Despite the luxury, her face shows signs of exhaustion, as something seems to weigh on her. She reflects on how much has happened in just 4 days since Leon resurfaced to Earth. Hari, feeling overwhelmed, has grown weary of being his personal assistant after spending so much time with him. And, as we know, Leon can be insufferable. What's recently gotten to her, though, is the issue of taxes. Leon, who would be raiding dungeons and earning a lot, had to pay taxes. This was something he hated. Despite Hari telling him that he could pay with mana stones, as a king, Leon insisted that the money issues be handled by those working for him. He declared that dealing with coins was not his responsibility. That really got to Hari. Moreover, there were new followers who had joined him after he introduced divine power into the land. These followers wondered how to pay tithes, a concept unfamiliar to them. Though tithe generally means 10% of one's yield, Leon demanded 90 trillion in payment. While Leon considered this generous, the villagers were not happy with the high cost of living, compounded by the existing taxes. Leon reassured them that as followers of the goddess, they would never go hungry. The guild would cover welfare and living costs. However, their faith in him grew when they learned that the rice had an incredibly high appraisal value. Every 80 kilograms of rice was worth 150 million won. It turned out that this rice had divine power flowing through it. Leon felt a sense of accomplishment, knowing that even with the 90 trillion tithe, they would still have plenty to sustain themselves. Another issue weighing on Hari was finding a proper living space for Leon. As a king, he demanded luxurious beds, servants always on standby, and artwork for his admiration. His high standards made it impossible to find a suitable place, as Hari searched for hours and hours until she finally found a fitting suite. Eventually, she secured a room worthy of a king, and the hotel owner agreed to add artwork as a display to satisfy Leon's whims. This was why Hari was so tired. As we return to the present, she knocks on Leon's door to deliver his food. He tells her to come in, and she finds him sitting in a chair, looking out the window. Concerned, she asks if he's okay, and he replies that he's fine. She hands him his breakfast, and seeing his mood shift, he asks if she's eaten. Seeing how exhausted she looks, he tells her not to skip meals. She's puzzled because Leon, who doesn't believe in such things, wouldn't normally say this. His food looks incredibly delicious, like something fit for royalty, unlike the usual fare. Hari, who is clearly hungry, thinks about grabbing a sandwich after she finishes here. But Leon tells her to have a seat, which only makes her more nervous. She wonders if he's going to share the meal with her, and when she sits down at the table, she's overjoyed. However, Leon asks what she's doing, sitting and smiling, giving her a stern look. He clarifies that she was to sit down so she could help him with the ribs, which embarrasses her. To make it worse, Leon reminds her of her place, calling her a peasant and saying that kings do not dine with peasants. Outside the luxurious hotel, on a bright, sunny day, Leon and Hari prepare to leave. A sleek black car is ready to take them. Hari tells Leon that the Hunter Association will provide support, funding, and resettlement aid. Although he won't be moved to a palace, they will ensure that he's comfortable. Leon expresses his appreciation, acknowledging it's considerate of them, and says he'll trust that Hari will make sure the place is to his liking. Hari brings up distributing the loot, but Leon shrugs it off, reminding her that he had already told her to take care of it. He only wants the cape, so she's to leave that for him. Hari, a little stunned, agrees. They arrive at a grand building with many floors and elegant furnishings. Hari tells Leon that this will be his new home, conveniently close to the Hunter Association headquarters. It even has a helicopter pad, making it worthy of someone like him. She asks if he likes it, and while Leon doesn't express dislike, he's confused by a strange decorative structure outside. The place looks luxurious yet homely, and it seems like Leon could finally feel at ease on Earth. As they enter the building, a man is already waiting for them. He asks if Hari is indeed the assistant manager of the Hunter Association. Hari, confused, asks who he is and how he knows about their arrival, which was supposed to be a secret. The man introduces himself as the director of the Du Jiang Group, specifically the director of Du Jiang's Food of the Future. His name is Park Junction, but for simplicity, we'll call him the Suit. The Suit claims their meeting is a coincidence, but Hari doesn't believe it. She's puzzled why someone of his rank in a multinational food corporation would be waiting for them. She senses he has hidden motives. The Suit walks up to Leon, extending his hand for a handshake. Hari immediately realizes he knew they were coming. The man smiles and says it's nice to meet Leon, but Leon doesn't respond or shake his hand. Instead, he grows angry, offended that a mere merchant would dare ask for a handshake with a king. The scene shifts to Leon's new residence. Hari explains that the Hunter Association will take care of all bills, including utilities and rent. The place also offers room service and cleaning, which Leon can use if he wishes. Leon acknowledges this, feeling a sense of relief wash over Hari, as they've avoided a potential disaster. Information about survivors is top secret, and if the Suit's strange behavior hadn't been ignored, it could have caused serious trouble. Hari, still confused, asks Leon why the Suit wanted to meet him. Leon knows the answer. The Suit, like all merchants, seeks profit. Hari is baffled, wondering what profit the Suit could gain from a survivor. Leon explains that it must be the blessed rice from the Hanam Plains. The Suit must have recognized its value, which is why he wanted to meet Leon. The situation in the Hanam Plains had gone viral, thanks to a scandalous streamer who managed to record it. Although the Hunter Association asked the streamer to take the video down, it reappeared online soon after. A man named Mr. Park was behind the video, and it gained so much traction that even the Suit saw it. After watching it, he was furious, calling Leon an arrogant savage. Realizing the potential value of the rice, the Suit summoned one of his scientists to confirm whether the rice really had divine effects. The scientist confirmed it did. The Suit, however, remained skeptical, noting that human testing hadn't been done yet. The scientist remained silent, too frightened to speak further. The Suit continued to investigate, speaking with the owner of the rice field in the Hanam Plains. They discovered that a dying dog recovered after eating the rice, and people with chronic illnesses felt better too. The rice was proven to have miraculous effects, making Leon a miracle worker. The Suit grinned, knowing the rice was valuable and could be exploited. Though the Suit hated Leon and resented being called a mere merchant, he couldn't ignore the rice's potential. He was determined to meet Leon again, filled with anger and a bruised ego. As he stood, swearing vengeance, he plotted how he would overpower Leon. He felt humiliated by Leon's rejection and was determined to make him pay. Now, let's shift to Leon. After returning to Earth, he set 3 goals. The first was to spread faith in the power of divinity. While many gods existed on Earth, none wielded the divine power he had introduced through the blessed rice. Leon believed that a new faith was needed to harness this power and heal the world. His second goal was to reform the Knights Templar. Earth was a world driven by organizations and corporations, where divine power was non-existent. Leon envisioned the Knights Templar as saints who would wield divine power to fight evil. Lastly, Leon aimed to eradicate evil from Earth using divine power and the newly reformed Knights Templar. In his room, Leon stands by the window, contemplating how to spread faith and maintain balance in the pantheon. He dreams of the Knights Templar rising from humble beginnings, but he is determined to make it happen, no matter the obstacles. His thoughts are interrupted when Hari enters, telling him someone has requested to meet him. Her expression shows she's not pleased with who it is. Leon, however, is willing to hear them out, provided they've followed the proper procedures. A group of 3 people, including the suit and his 2 lackeys, arrives for the meeting. Leon is disappointed, realizing it's just the suit and his entourage. The suit thanks Leon for permitting the meeting. Leon didn't speak, simply looking at him, unimpressed. Suddenly, a flicker of annoyance crossed his face, signaling that his time was being wasted by this merchant. The merchant, sensing the tension, didn't like the look Leon gave him, but knew he had to keep his composure for the sake of business. He told Leon that he had a small gift for him this time, something that would surely catch his attention. A large silver box was brought forward by his assistant, appearing to hold something incredibly expensive and important. The merchant presented it to Leon, urging him to accept it on behalf of himself and his company. Inside, the merchant knew the gift was so high-end that someone like Leon could never even dream of owning such an item. He was confident that once Leon saw it, he would beg him to become his manager. Leon nodded, acknowledging the effort the merchant had put into bringing the gift all the way to him. He agreed to take it, but in a commanding tone that irked the merchant. Though the merchant was seething inside, he wanted to display the gift before Leon accepted it. Leon's patience was wearing thin, so he told Hari that he wasn't about to explain etiquette to the merchant. He then pointed to the box, telling his assistant to open it. Without hesitation, she approached the box, feeling as though she was about to touch something highly valuable. As her fingers brushed the surface, the box's contents began to spring open, almost as though it was designed for her touch. Hari's jaw dropped as she gazed upon the contents, the merchant certain he had Leon's attention now. The box held some of the finest weapons, the merchant's pride, including swords, claymores, and even a halberd. He offered Leon the chance to pick whatever he desired. Hari was genuinely amazed by the weapons. They were one of a kind, crafted by the finest artisans from the Dujuan group. The merchant knew these weapons were priceless and would surely sway Leon into compliance. He claimed that as Leon would soon start working as a hunter, these weapons would be of great use to him. But Hari knew there was an underlying motive, just as there had been when the merchant first came to meet Leon. Despite this, she struggled to believe that these top-tier weapons were right in front of her. She had only seen them in videos when she was a student, so seeing them in person was extraordinary. However, the funny thing was that while the merchant and even Hari thought these weapons were priceless, Leon simply asked what he was supposed to do with these low-ranked weapons. Both the merchant and Hari were stunned. Leon called them low rank, and his next question baffled them further. How could anyone make a good weapon without the aura of stars or a holy blessing? To him, these weapons were useless. He questioned if they were meant only for hunting beasts. The merchant, still not understanding, wondered if Leon meant they should dry the weapons in the sun, like peppers, or perhaps pray to them. Leon told him he was unfaithful and lied about the weapon's ranking. The merchant tried to calm the situation, explaining there was a misunderstanding. Leon gave him one more chance, saying merchants are always showing off their goods, so he would allow him to do so as well. With a swift motion, Leon pulled his sword out of thin air, telling the merchant he expected these weapons to be useful only for slaughtering chickens and cows, but he would put them to the test anyway. The merchant, shocked by Leon pulling a sword from thin air, kept his pride intact. Confident in his weapons, he offered to show Leon their power, directing his attention to Hari, smiling with an evil gleam in his eyes. Hari, concerned, asked why he called her over. It turned out that he wanted her to try one of the weapons. This was a delightful surprise for Hari, someone who had admired these weapons for years. But before making her choice, she looked to Leon for approval. He nodded, giving her permission. She moved toward the case, her eyes scanning the collection of shiny, pristine weapons. She already knew which one she wanted. Grabbing a sword with a golden hilt and encased in a leather sheath, she held in her hands the weapon crafted by the master himself, Dawn, a crimson sword. The moment she touched it, she could feel the power coursing through her. In that moment, she believed the legends were true. Perhaps the sword truly absorbed the special energy of the sun. She asked Leon again if she could use it, and he simply shrugged, calling it a toy. He added that she didn't need permission to swing such a toy, much to the merchant's annoyance. Leon instructed her to strike, aiming at the center and trying to break it. With both hands gripping the sword, Hari mentally prepared herself. The sword began to glow with fiery energy, like a forest engulfed in flames. She raised it, summoning all her power, knowing this was her only chance. Then, with a mighty swing, she brought the sword down like a meteor. But despite the weapon's origin and reputation, it shattered like glass upon impact with Leon's sword. Hari stood frozen, her jaw dropping in shock. The merchant, too, was struck by disbelief. His prized weapon, the most powerful in the Dujuan group's arsenal, had shattered instantly. Leon dismissed his sword, telling the merchant that this was worse than he had expected and calling it a waste of time. He'd had enough, telling the merchant that the meeting would now be limited to just 3 more minutes. The merchant had 3 minutes to get to the point, or he would be kicked out and would never have another chance to meet the king. The merchant was stunned. How could dawn break like that? This was their strongest weapon, and now they had no lifeline. He realized the situation was beyond his control. With only 3 minutes left, he knew he had to move fast. He and his lackeys bowed their heads, and the merchant directly asked Leon for the patent rights to the rice grains. Leon, confused, asked what he meant. The merchant explained that they would like to buy the rights, calculating the rice's worth at 180 billion won. Of course, he was lying. The rice was worth much more, particularly because it could cure cancer. But he assumed a savage like Leon wouldn't understand the true value of 180 billion won and would see it as an enormous sum. Leon still had his usual unimpressed expression as he asked the merchant if he was implying that he wanted to buy the rice with money. The merchant, thinking he had outsmarted Leon, believed there was no way he could refuse such an excellent offer. He explained that Leon would need to sign a contract granting his group a monopoly over the rice. He even mentioned he could raise the price a bit, but his words were cut off when Leon called him a fool. I must agree with Leon, this merchant was clueless. The man was dealing with a king, and yet he failed to grasp the value of money. Why did he assume Leon was the same as other customers? Leon's anger began to boil over, as his dignity and the honor of the land started to seep through. To him, putting a price on the divine gift from the goddess was an insult, and he was deeply offended. The atmosphere shifted, and Leon's wrath created an oppressive aura. The merchant and his subordinates were frozen in terror, paralyzed by the overwhelming sense of doom. They realized that they might meet their end here, at the hands of an enraged Leon. Leon remained calm, seated, exuding disgust and disdain, his mere presence enough to send chills down anyone's spine. He mocked the merchant for confessing his sins openly, calling him a fool. Meanwhile, Mr. Park was now kneeling, trembling with fear, drenched in sweat and tears, unable to comprehend his mistake. He seemed like a completely different person than the confident one from moments ago. Leon added insult to injury by calling him uncivilized and ignorant, then began lecturing him about the divine crops. The scene then shifts to the fields where these golden crops are grown. These crops, blessed by the goddess Demra, were a reward for the hard work of the farmers who had labored tirelessly on the land. The goddess's blessing was something invaluable, far beyond any price of money or gold. The only true payment for such divine gifts was faith and gratitude, qualities that seemed scarce in this world. Leon looked down on the merchant, calling him a lowly creature who only cared about self-gain, deceiving others for his own profit. He asked why the merchant would want to possess something divine, from a goddess he didn't even believe in. As Leon finished his reprimand, Mr. Park was completely powerless, his face reflecting his despair. Leon's next words were blunt and crushing, but the merchant remained silent, defeated. At that moment, his assistant asked if it was okay to let the merchant go in such a state. Leon's attention shifted to her as she held an item, worried that the merchant's influence could cause trouble later. However, Leon didn't care, he didn't think the merchant was worth his concern. The conversation turned to a new topic as Hari asked Leon about taking a test. She believed it would make things easier for him, but Leon was furious. He thought it absurd to test a king and scolded her for suggesting such a thing. Hari, puzzled, asked him why he was interested in going then. Leon explained that he wanted to build a strong front and would test the soldiers, selecting the most capable ones. Although Hari was hesitant, Leon insisted, wanting her to make it happen. Next, they arrived at the Hunter Association building. A large, dark-haired man, a D-rank hunter, was there to greet a gray-haired team manager, Kim Do-han. They joked about a possible retest, and the team manager praised the man's work. The D-rank hunter stayed humble, hoping to improve, and was offered a spot on the manager's team. While the conversation continued, the D-rank hunter felt a sense of frustration. Despite his efforts, he had remained stuck at D-rank for 10 years, unsure whether his situation would ever improve. The manager thought highly of his dedication and offered him a place, believing he had the potential to become an ace in time. The younger hunter, though, struggled with supporting his family and hoped that continuing dungeon raids would eventually help him pay off his debts. The conversation shifted when the manager noticed a foreigner in the room. They speculated about his origins, with one thinking he might be European, but the manager thought he was probably just a foreign laborer. Their discussion ended when they realized that the foreigner was none other than Leon Lionheart. The gossipers would likely be surprised, and they quickly recognized that he carried himself like royalty. The team manager quickly approached Leon, but Leon, with his usual dismissive tone, called him a peasant, making the manager freeze in shock. The D-rank hunter also felt a sudden chill run down his spine, sensing the immense pressure from Leon's presence. The manager tried to play it off, suggesting Leon might have learned Korean in an unusual way, but it was clear he was rattled. Leon glanced at the D-rank hunter, who was trembling, and the manager asked if he was unwell. The young man could barely breathe, overwhelmed by the pressure of Leon's aura, which felt like it was crushing him. Meanwhile, the call for the next interviewee interrupted the moment. It was Gu Dong's turn, and he nervously entered the interview room. Leon, observing the scene, was disappointed that there didn't seem to be any worthy candidates for his soldiers. Most of the people showing up were either low-rank hunters or recent awakenings. As Leon's name was finally called for his own interview, he prepared himself, thinking that nothing great comes easily. He entered the room with 3 interviewers present. One of them confirmed his name, and Leon, with his characteristic attitude, requested to be addressed as Your Majesty. The interviewer, stuttering, obliged. It seemed it was going to be a very long day for him. He asks Leon to place his hand on the device to measure his strength. Leon looks at it and calls the interviewer a fool. The interviewer is stunned by the bluntness, unable to believe his ears. Our knight is furious, upset that these peasants would try to test his honor. The interviewer explains that the device is conducting the tests, and they have no control over it. This only enrages Leon more, as he questions how a mere machine can measure the strength of a knight. Leon tells them that only honorable knights and gods can measure such power. The interviewer, now ghostly pale, seems to regret the situation. He asks about Leon's purpose for being there, to which Leon responds that he's looking for useful soldiers, but it seems the judges here are inadequate. The judges, altogether, exclaim that Leon is openly headhunting. Leon, already irritated, asks about the next test, as he hasn't been impressed by anyone. He learns there's a test at the gate and decides to check it out, believing true skills are shown only in real situations and through consistent training. The confused judge confirms Leon's participation. At the Soul Gate, a bright and sunny day unfolds in a beautiful meadow. The guide asks if anyone feels dizzy, as some suffer from motion sickness when passing through these gates. Some gates close after use, while others remain open, like the Soul Gate. Mr. Gu suspects this year's strength test is similar to last year but resolves to give his best for better results. Meanwhile, he observes the others. He notices 2 newbies, Oppa and Genie, who address each other casually. Oppa, a mature man with dark hair, carries a spear and shield, while Genie, a youthful girl, holds a bow. Oppa asks her to turn off her phone, but she insists on sharing information about the popular location. Gu's attention then shifts to an elderly man in a bright green jacket, noting that he seems over 60, which leads Gu to assume he's the only experienced one among the group. Finally, his gaze lands on Leon, who seems to be in his own world, wearing sunglasses and exuding a majestic aura. Gu mistakenly thinks this foreigner, whom he noticed in the lobby earlier, is another newbie, judging solely by his age. Gu concludes that everyone is a newbie, except for the old man, whom he assumes to be the most experienced due to his age. The next chapter introduces the members. The guide reveals his name and a brief description. This is his 10th year as a hunter, and he is a warrior, currently holding the position of a dealer. Next is Shainu, who was awakened this year and uses a shield and spear. His sister, Shinnon, uses daggers but is currently learning to use a bow. This surprises Gu, who thinks they are inexperienced since they haven't found their main weapons. Shainu proudly claims they attended a training center for 3 months, striking heroic poses, but their lack of experience is clear to Gu, who deems them no match for a seasoned hunter. Gu then turns to the elderly man and asks if he has any experience. The man introduces himself as O Ganji, and reveals he's been a hunter for 5 years, using a gauntlet. This shocks Gu, who had expected more experience from someone of his age, and notes that a gauntlet gives him a disadvantage compared to long-range weapons like swords or spears. At last, everyone looks toward the main figure, Leon. Gu, thinking he's a foreign laborer, asks if Leon speaks Korean. Leon, calm and composed, answers that he does not fight because a mighty sword should not be used to slay chickens. This confuses Gu, who struggles to believe what he just heard. Despite the odd response, Gu is more concerned with Leon's language skills than anything else. The group enters a dense forest for their first test. They must hunt 50 kobolds. The judge explains that a green-eyed vicious bear, a dangerous creature, might appear, but if there's any danger, he will intervene. The spear wielder and Leon both tense up at this. Gu, deeply concerned about the test's outcome, asks Leon why he isn't carrying any weapon. The bow girl even offers her weapon, but Leon scoffs at it, asking if such a weapon is fit for a king. Non politely asks him to return it later, but Leon, clearly furious, smashes the weapon on the ground, stating that knights have standards and don't use cowardly long-range weapons. Everyone is shocked by his reaction. The judge, who has seen Leon's anger, motions for everyone to move forward. Gu is worried that this test might result in failure, especially given the inexperience of those around him. Meanwhile, Leon leads the group confidently, as his experience makes everyone feel at ease. Mr. T suggests heading toward a settlement at the end of the terrain, believing it's likely to be populated with kobolds. However, Gu, relying on his experience, explains that their small group would be at risk of getting surrounded by the creatures. He then proposes a strategy: they'll hunt the kobolds living in nearby caves by setting the grass and leaves on fire to smoke them out. Everyone agrees, pleased with the strategy. Gu, staying humble, downplays the tactic, but inside, he's reflecting on all the training and ranking methods he studied in hopes of entering a higher-ranked gate. However, this is the only gate he's entered, and he's burning with desire for a promotion, eager to rise above his current D-rank status. Just then, the spear guy alerts everyone to the presence of 4 kobolds ahead. These fierce creatures, looking nothing like easy prey, charge toward them, ready for a fight. Our spear fighter swiftly takes care of the front line. He mocks the enemies for running straight at him, as it's easier for him to block and kill when they charge directly. Our rookie girl calls her brother to watch out ahead as she prepares to aim. Meanwhile, another kobold attacks T, taking advantage of his overconfidence. He doesn't notice the kobold charging at him. The kobold pounces, knocking him down, covering him entirely. Just as the spear fighter's bravery falters, a sword strikes the kobold, killing it. Mr. Dung arrives just in time to save the rookie and advises him not to let his guard down. Though they may seem weak, the kobold are fast. 2 more kobold are quickly slain, one by an arrow from the girl and the other by a gauntlet strike from Grandpa. Dung praises them for their teamwork. T remains on the ground, shaken by the attack, while Mr. Hunter excitedly encourages them to continue, as there are only a few left. The judge commends them for their good coordination. T feels bad for his mistake but is reassured by Dies, reminding him it's his first battle. Nan uses her weapon to slay a couple of enemies, and Gramps proves to be a big help too. At this point, the D-rank hunter feels optimistic about their chances. He had been anxious at first, given their lack of experience, but after seeing their performance, he now believes they are capable, though he still has doubts about Leon. Those doubts seem valid, as Leon hasn't even lifted a finger to help. Dice calls him out for doing nothing while they fight. The others agree, and they ask the judge if it's alright to just watch from the back. The official laughs awkwardly, assuring them it won't affect their grading. They are skeptical but choose to trust him. Dice asks them to move deeper into the forest, as the cave is nearby. At last, they reach the cave's entrance, which appears calm, but something is clearly amiss. They brace themselves for the plan to set the fire, gathering a large amount of flammable material, bushes, weeds, and grass. Just as Dung is about to ignite the fire, Leon sarcastically questions if this is the best he can do. Dung is offended, pointing out that Leon has done nothing from the start but now criticizes his efforts. Leon ignores the complaint and repeats his question, warning Dung not to make him repeat himself. Dung, relying on his experience, insists this method will work, as it has been successful many times before. Gramps and the spear guy feel the tension between the two. Leon acknowledges Dung's experience but counters with a smirk, asking how he can rely on experience when Dung himself has so little to begin with. Dies, irritated, remarks that Leon is younger, so he should accept Dung's experience. The fire is lit, and smoke begins to billow. The family guy instructs everyone to gather, anticipating the kobold's arrival. They all prepare, weapons ready, and their focus fixed on the cave's entrance. Leon warns them, hearing the creatures approaching. As they emerge from the smoke, the girl with the bow draws and fires her arrow with pinpoint accuracy, hitting the targets, while Gramps strikes with his gauntlet. Dung proudly declares his plan a success and urges everyone to eliminate the kobold, confident that defeating them will give them a strategic advantage. However, just as the battle seems to be going well, Dung is startled by a terrifying growl. It's a sound he recognizes. The Null Captain, a giant red-eyed beast with deadly fangs, emerges as the boss of the Soul Station Gate. The beast is ranked above SE and is far more powerful than anything our team has faced so far. Dung, now terrified, knows this will be a tough fight for the D-rank hunter and his inexperienced team, but there's a hidden ace in their deck. The Null Captain stands in front of Dung, who is nearly paralyzed by fear. He hadn't expected such a formidable foe to appear, let alone now. The next chapter opens with stunning visuals of the Null Captain demonstrating its immense strength. Miss Hottie calls for Dies to take charge of the situation, but Dies is still reeling from the fact that they have to fight this monster. He devises a plan and splits the team into 2 groups. The first group consists of him and the spear guy to confront the null captain, while Grandpa and the girl will deal with the Cabal by the cave. The reasoning is to assign one experienced fighter to each group, since sending an inexperienced fighter against such a monster would be suicidal. Dais, although trusting Shin Tun to hold his ground, knows it's a risky move. The beast lashes out, and our spear guy stands frozen, only managing to shield himself with his own defense. Dais yells at him to get it together, as his fear is impairing his ability to react. The null captain, with overwhelming power, quickly knocks Tun's shield away with a single blow. The pain is evident from the impact, and Dais shouts in desperation as he watches Tun fall. The handsome guy is paralyzed with fear, wondering why the association hasn't intervened as promised, and realizing they may not survive this encounter. His only remaining means of defense, the shield, is now far from him, and he curses his misfortune. The D-rank hunter finds the courage to act and uses Tun's shield to block a powerful attack from the null captain. Though he manages to stop the blow for now, he wonders if he can do it again. The captain roars in fury, preparing for another strike, and Dais again positions the shield in front of him to block it. However, his doubt grows, as he wonders if they could handle this fight if the rookie had his act together. He fears they will all perish if this continues. Then, at last, the moment everyone has been waiting for arrives. Leon, the true hero, steps in and effortlessly stops the captain's attack with a single finger. He compliments Dung for his earlier block and challenges him to try again, all while keeping his left hand casually in his pocket, radiating confidence. The D-rank hunter can't believe his eyes, asking Leon what he meant by that, while still stunned to see how Leon stopped the captain's powerful strike with such ease. Lion glanced at him and asked him to raise his shield and block the attack once again, just as he did before, since it shouldn't be that hard to repeat. Meanwhile, Ding remained confused by such a display of foolishness. The king instructed him to block the attack and then counterattack, but even the beast, along with Mr. Gu, seemed concerned about what was happening. The D-rank hunter still hadn't realized and responded, saying he knew the danger they were in. This irked the king, and he angrily rebuked him for defying him after witnessing the glory of the king of Lionheart's guidance. He called him an impertinent peasant, which we must all agree with. Leon continued, saying he should be grateful for the honor of receiving guidance from such a powerful knight, something that should be passed on through generations. He ordered Day to raise his shield and fight back instead of hiding. The poor family boy was filled with despair, wondering where he had gone wrong, though he knew he needed to do more to survive. The null captain now locked eyes with Leon and growled at him, effectively asking for his death. Leon met his gaze with deadly eyes, signaling that the death of this rabid dog was imminent. To everyone's surprise, that single intense stare made the captain whimper, sending shivers down his body. Unexpectedly, the beast decided to attack the D-rank hunter again. The null captain, now wiser, chose not to provoke Leon. The blow was powerful, nearly knocking the shield out of his hands. Leon intervened again, calling Day a fool for relying solely on his shield and limited strength for defense. Leon offered advice, suggesting that instead of facing a stronger opponent head-on, he should deflect the attacks and look for an opening to counterattack. Leon reminded him he wasn't facing a scarecrow, but a living beast that could adapt and learn. He questioned how Day expected to succeed if he relied only on defense. Day struggled, unable to understand what he should do. Leon, now taking on the role of a trainer, reprimanded him for losing focus on the enemy. Another sharp command echoed, urging him to stay focused as the monster continued to attack. Day, in a dilemma, received blows from both the captain and the beast. Leon again urged him not to waste his potential and to use it now. The words "you can do better" from Leon were enough to push him forward. Day questioned himself, wondering if he really had the potential. Despite being a D-rank hunter with no exclusive skills, he still thought about whether it was possible. He realized that Leon's belief in him might give him a chance. The beast prepared for another attack, and Day shouted, "I can do it," repeatedly, fire burning in his heart. The blow landed on his shield with incredible force, causing pieces of the shield to break off. But he succeeded, not only blocking the attack but also creating an opening. He was shocked that he had actually done it. In the next moment, however, his guard dropped, and a punch landed on his face, knocking him back. Though not dead, he had definitely felt the consequences. Leon, disappointed, thought Day had failed to see the bigger picture and couldn't grasp what was about to happen next. Unfortunately, this marked the end of Day's test. Once again, he failed and would remain in the D rank for another year. In Leon's eyes, Day still had a long way to go to reach higher levels. The scene shifted to the association building, where a conversation was taking place in an office with a couple of guards stationed outside. The person revealed to be speaking with someone about his warrior personality not aligning with that of a mercenary was none other than our antagonist. The camera then focused on a gray-haired man, smiling and holding a suspicious mask. He was the president of the Korean Hunter Association, Ong Hak. He explained to Leon how he used a bewitching mask to disguise himself, though it proved ineffective. The president asked Leon whether he had achieved his main objective during the test. Leon, unimpressed by anyone, believed he had found a potential soldier who could be useful. He reassured the president that he wasn't leaving for overseas but planned to stay in Korea. Mr. Kong, the president, sighed in relief, explaining he had been nervous ever since Leon's impressive display of power earlier. He was impressed, though the monster in the dungeon was only a C rank, not a top-tier threat. The president recalled how Leon had called the monster a dirty bastard, and gave it a harsh lesson for failing as a human and for glaring at his noble face. Amused, the president noted that Leon treated the monster as if it were nothing more than a toy. Leon, in his typical blunt manner, responded that such creatures weren't even worthy of being toys. The president, addressing him as Your Majesty, offered the association's help if Leon wanted to form a guild. He also mentioned that nothing was more important than fame when building an organization, as it influenced everyone. He explained that there weren't many ways to gain fame nowadays, except by doing something incredible that captured people's hearts and minds. It seemed he was quite familiar with these methods. The president then spoke of a red gate, the site of a failed raid, which had been untouched for a year. The gate was in Chingu, where chaos and suffering piled up like grains. The boss of the gate was guarded by a jagged spinner, a robot-like creature armed with deadly weapons. The goal of the boss was simple: destroy or obtain the Jewel of Wisdom, a philosopher's treasure. The next chapter began with the KPP Guild, the first raiding party, preparing to enter the Chingu Gate. The guild consisted of seasoned and attractive members. A short-haired, handsome man in metallic armor addressed a golden-armored figure about something he had noticed, as they gazed at a settlement before them. The golden-armored man replied, indicating he understood even before the sentence was completed. They were shocked to discover that the civilization before them was far more advanced than their own, with towering, modern buildings. A cute girl with a ponytail and a bow was excited to see a gate of the future, as she had already experienced fantasy worlds but never anything like this. The man in metallic armor commented to the guild master that it looked more like cyberpunk. The guild master, wearing golden armor, sighed coldly, finding the situation excruciating. He believed they would have to revise their strategy, as they hadn't expected anything like this. It seemed they would need to start from scratch, involving the organization as well. The other members of the guild agreed, as the original plan had been designed for strong opponents, but this was something entirely different. The guild master scans the area, contemplating his next move. After a brief moment, he selects a building to serve as their base until they devise a new plan. The structure is tall, offering a great vantage point to observe everything around them. Not a bad choice by the guild master. Soon, the group gathers in the abandoned building, peering out through a large hole to survey the settlement. The gold-armored member calls to the silver-armored guy, asking if he has spotted anything useful. Unfortunately, the answer is negative: no NPCs or monsters in sight. The leader approaches and inquires if there are any signs of the jagged spinner, who's supposed to be the boss here. Again, the response is negative. It's worth noting that the jagged spinner isn't a single entity, but a group. The guild master finds it strange that such a large city has neither people nor monsters around. Another hunter, clad in an armed forces uniform and wielding a large, fancy gun, chimes in. He suggests that perhaps it's a blessing in disguise that they haven't encountered any resistance or an authoritarian force. Hunan, standing near the hole in the wall, calls for the attention of the KPP guild members. He informs them that their information on the monsters here is still limited, despite having entered the gate, and that it's insufficient. He decides to form an expedition team to map the area, while the others maintain a lookout for any threats. Just then, a laser beam rips through the guild master mid-sentence, causing an explosion of blood. Hool, still kneeling beside him, is splashed with blood, eyes wide in shock, muttering the guild master's name. The guild members are in disbelief, unsure of what just happened. They panic, realizing they are being targeted, and scramble for cover. It's a hostile greeting from the boss. The assailant turns out to be a highly advanced robot, a cyberpunk-like monster equipped with next-gen weaponry. A moment later, a flame bomb is launched at the team, forcing them to run for their lives. The silver-armored vice guild master, taking cover behind a boulder, calls out to a team member who narrowly escapes the explosion. His voice quivers in fear as a high-ranking tank, Hansu Haeong, has just been slain by the monster, unable to react to the ambush. Hool, still behind the boulder, is trying to locate the enemy, knowing they'll all perish if this continues. The ponytail girl informs him that the monster is at the 3 o'clock position, though she can't gauge the distance due to the sand and dust. It's then revealed that the silver-armored man is the Vice Guild Master. As the girl alerts him about the building's imminent collapse, he orders everyone to fall back, instructing them to move quickly outside before it's too late. The group obeys, rushing out of the building. Hool asks the Vice Guild Master about the body of their commander, which is still inside. The Vice Guild Master senses something off but decides they'll return for the body later. He then calls the girl, Hai, by name, ordering her to scout ahead and check the exit. She dashes off with a swift affirmation and reports back that the exit is clear and there's no sign of anyone around. Suddenly, she collapses, her face hitting the ground. When Hai checks her neck, she finds a sharp cut and realizes she's been caught in a trap of razor-sharp wires. Hool is stunned, muttering her name in confusion. Sharp wires have been set as traps all over the city, and he can't fathom how or when they were placed. The Vice Guild Master orders them to sever the wires, instructing the group to imbue their weapons with mana to cut through them. He's also wondering about the identity of their enemy and whether it's operating alone or with a team. Everyone works together to clear the wires at the exit, reflecting on how long they've been under surveillance. Meanwhile, we see the enemy locking onto the KPP guild. The monster robots, sleek and digital, seem like a product of AI. To their surprise, another robot, resembling a spider, is clinging to a building, its guns aimed at them. The robot fires a blue, flexible laser, easily dodging the wire traps. Just when they think they're safe, the laser strikes near Hool's head, triggering an explosion even more powerful than before. Cries of pain can be heard as the team is engulfed in flames. The Vice Guild Master gasps in horror, realizing that the attack has obliterated his team. The blast's impact is devastating. The Vice Guild Master, now pinned under rubble, loses one of his hands. His team members are annihilated. He shouts for the robotic monster to show itself and stop attacking from hidden positions, knowing they won't stand a chance this way. The monster jumps out in front of him, as if angered by the challenge. Confused, the Vice Guild Master asks the robot if it's the final boss of this gate, the one responsible for the destruction. The robot, named Jagged Spinner, appears to have some memories, possibly of a woman in a lab coat. It's safe to assume that she's the one who created and upgraded this robot to the point where it can fight even without ammunition. The Vice Guild Master curses the robot for killing his entire team, but before he can say more, Jagged Spinner launches another attack. The blue laser spreads, and Hool, resigned to his fate, braces for death. The stream of blood from the final blast fills the air as the robot issues its command, "Protect the city." It's clear this robot is programmed to defend the settlement, and there's an entire backstory behind its rampage. This first raid is a complete failure. All the hunters involved die without even putting up a fight. From that day onward, the difficulty level of the Jinju Gate is raised to red, and all raids are suspended indefinitely until further notice. Some time later, a heavy hammer slams into the ground. It seems like another team has entered the city, and their arrival is reminiscent of a metaverse version of Avengers. The muscular man with braids grumbles about the weather, as they've clearly done their research and preparation. Meanwhile, a female hunter, exuding confidence, warns them not to venture too deep into the gate, as the chances of encountering the Jagged Spinner will increase. It appears that this new team has a deal in place. The gentlemen in long coats, who look like classic badasses with their formal attire, are negotiating that the Jewel of Wisdom, essentially, this city, will belong to them, while the rest of the rewards, including 60 billion, will go to the Muscular Guys Guild. With the appearance of these teams, it's clear they're well prepared to enter the city and showcase their individual strengths. This is a standoff between two powerful factions of the Korean Hunter Association. The group entering the Chinju complex is prestigious, including one of Korea's top 10 guilds, Golden Lion, led by S-Class Hunter Hwang Junil, with second-in-command Hwang Yona, a high-class hunter, and 47 guild members. Alongside them is an affiliated team from Magic Tower, led by Gillis, an A-class hunter, bringing 48 mercenaries. Lastly, the Hunter Association's own Han Hari, an assistant to the king and a high-class hunter, seems to be serving tea to none other than our hero, Leon the Lionheart. Amidst the chaos, Leon remains calm, sipping tea, more interested in the tea's name than the impending battle through the Red Gate. Hari informs him it's barley tea as he relaxes, seated on a broken building's boulder, one leg propped up, completely unbothered. Now, the last key individual in this fourth raid is none other than Leon the Lionheart. Brace yourselves, folks, as a fierce battle is about to unfold. The next chapter opens with a bird's-eye view of the futuristic city of Chinju, eerily devoid of life except for a rampaging robot. The fourth raid team has set up camp, stocked with supplies and ready for action. Leon notices his assistant seems tense and inquires if something's wrong. After some thought, she confides her worries about the uncertainty of what's to come, unsure whether things will go smoothly. Listening intently, Leon seems to agree with her. He acknowledges that the best-case scenario would be if everything went well without his intervention, allowing him to gain the fame he needs to build a top-tier guild. Surprised by his agreement, Hari wonders what Leon is thinking, as he explains that if he doesn't have to step in, it means the situation is under control, and they won't need to worry. Leon then asks Hari about the king's primary duty in the kingdom. After a brief pause, she answers that it's to rule, which Leon confirms, but adds that anyone can do that unless they possess excessive pride or self-confidence. Hari, carefully considering, suggests that perhaps it's to be the king of knights. Leon finishes her thought, saying that the king is the kingdom's last fortress. He explains that if the king must intervene, it means things are out of control, a shameful scenario for the knights. Leon reflects that if he ends up taking charge in place of these weak hunters, it would be an embarrassment, as he misses the honorable knights of the kingdom. Hari reminds him that this raid team consists of very powerful individuals, including S-rank Huang Junel and a mage, so the situation should be under control. Leon mocks her, pointing out that she's referring to them as hunters, although he admits they're stronger than average humans. Leon goes further, remarking that while they're strong, they don't understand what war means. He highlights their misplaced confidence, thinking the city outskirts are safe based on limited encounters with monsters and predictable attack patterns, calling it laughable. Just then, a shadowy figure, Jagged Spinner, appears on top of a building, unnoticed by the team. The representative of the Korean Hunter Association, Shun, watches, her eyes wide with realization. Leon continues his lecture, explaining how generals respond to unpredictable situations. Reports indicate that Jagged Spinner is a skilled warlord. Suddenly, a blast rocks the area, sending up clouds of smoke. The lurking monster has made its move. In the chaos, we shift to the scientist from the previous episode, apologizing to the robot she created. She gives it a final order, to annihilate any unidentified beings entering the city. The robot, now following its last command, begins wreaking havoc on the hunters from atop a building. Someone shouts Jagged Spinner, and another hunter calls for cover as the robot locks onto its targets using advanced technology. A blue laser shoots out, engulfing the hunters, causing panic. The powerful attack eliminates 23% of their team, leaving bodies buried under rubble. As the robot recharges, readying for another strike, a hammer-wielding hunter jumps in with a powerful blow, damaging the robot's joints. The robot now shifts its focus to neutralize this new threat. The hero of the moment, the hammer-wielding hunter, tells his teammate, Medellin, that it's too late for the robot. Meanwhile, he calls out to someone named Jimson, and his partner, the fiery, badass girl from earlier, jumps in with a flaming fist, delivering a devastating blow that causes a volcanic eruption. The robot, now severely damaged, continues to process the hits. At this moment, a brilliant flash of lightning engulfs the robot, signaling that Leon has decided to join the fray. With a powerful entrance, Leon comments on the team's efforts and now takes control of the situation. The robot system, overloaded from the attacks, has its radar system disabled, but it still has some tricks left. It activates an emergency purge, using restricted resources and initiating an attack system that locks onto its targets. A high-priority command is issued to remove the mage, as his powers pose a significant threat. The robot attempts to flee, but the hunters are determined not to let it escape. As it rotates one of its guns and fires, it temporarily halts their pursuit, dispersing the hunters with a successful strategy. Mr. Tsing uses his magical skills to activate a spell called Distortion Force Field and instructs everyone to gather around. He forms a powerful golden shield around them, making the bullets curve upon impact. One of his team members asks what kind of defensive magic is causing the bullets to deflect. He explains that this is a special-grade magical tool designed to combat the Red Gates monster, although he feels embarrassed for using it too early in the fight. The AI robot detects the anomaly and quickly analyzes the situation, assessing the risk and beginning its maintenance procedure in mere seconds. It's fast, faster than the narrator's thoughts. The robot identifies the angle at which the bullets curve and issues a command to fire. Surprisingly, one bullet penetrates the force field and hits one of the maid's comrades, causing him to gasp in pain as blood pours from his mouth. Tsing is in shock, unable to believe what just happened. He wonders how the robot managed to calculate the angle that allowed the bullet to pierce the shield. Another bullet strikes another team member, causing a scream. The team is still unable to comprehend how the robot is able to do this. One of the rank D hunters urgently requests that Tsing deactivate the distortion force field because it's hindering their ability to discern the direction of incoming bullets. The mage acknowledges this and shuts off the magical tool, deciding that it's not helping. He tells the group to charge at the robot as soon as the shield disappears. The team, frustrated by the situation, waits for the countdown to end. However, just as they prepare to counterattack, one of the fighters stops in his tracks, sensing something unexpected. He orders everyone to halt, and the mage and the female vice guild master stare at him, confused. Suddenly, they realize what has happened. The robot has set up wire traps around them, restricting their movement. They're stunned, realizing the robot wasn't trying to escape or evade, they were the ones being set up. Despite being on high alert, they didn't notice the traps. The robot is still reeling from the effects of the magic but is now fully functional. It loads its weapon in preparation for another attack. The mage, realizing his mistake, curses himself for gathering everyone together under the failed distortion field, leaving them vulnerable to the next assault. Just as the robot prepares to fire, something catches everyone off guard. The sound of hooves pounding the ground echoes toward the battlefield. Everyone is shocked as they hear the galloping of a horse. The rank D firewoman recognizes it, and they soon see a horse charging toward the wire traps, cutting them down with its teeth. The horse stops, and someone places a hand on its chest while speaking to it. It's Leon's horse. He greets the horse as an old friend, then mounts it confidently, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Leon now stands between the trapped hunters, all of them stunned by his entrance. With an air of royalty, Leon addresses the group, delivering a strange speech about charging into a sea of enemies alone with just his horse. His words confuse the team, though the knights of his kingdom might understand. Even the robot doesn't grasp what is happening. Leon continues, declaring that he grants everyone the honor of being in his presence and the privilege of dueling him. He commands the warriors to fight him, and the hunters, bewildered, can only stare. Their first reaction is disbelief, they think Leon has lost his mind. The robot, however, is processing the situation and prepares to attack again. It issues commands to accelerate the next attack, but its system has calculated that Leon poses no real threat. The robot is confident that Leon can easily be defeated by a rail gun. But as the robot launches its attack, Leon unsheaths a fancy spear and orders his horse to charge at the robot. The horse's eyes gleam with intelligence, and it seems to be more than just an ordinary steed. The robot fires a deadly blue laser beam at Leon, but the knight charges forward, unfazed. He declares that the knight is not affected by such cowardly long-range weapons. The blue laser bullet heads toward him, but Leon is undeterred. In the moment of impact, a massive ball of golden energy erupts. The force is so powerful that it shatters nearby infrastructure. When the dust settles, parts of the robot are scattered in the air. Leon has delivered a devastating blow, a headshot with his powerful weapon. The robot's AI system is temporarily stunned, it's the first time it fails to understand the situation. The machine had previously assessed Leon as a negligible threat, expecting the jousting spear to be too slow to cause significant damage. But the results of this encounter are far from what it predicted. The robot system attempts to reassess the situation, but Leon's actions have disrupted its calculations. His shout just moments earlier created a thin barrier, completely different from the abnormal phenomena it had anticipated. When the railgun's bullet clashed with Leon, it was deflected. This unexpected outcome is a manifestation of a knight's special ability, the blessing of the arrow shield. This technique, a fundamental skill of knights, deflects any long-range attack with ease. Now, with his offensive on display, Leon launches another attack. His horse stands proudly as if victory is assured. The jagged spinner robot, severely damaged and unable to process the situation, is left helpless in the rubble. Its system now acknowledges Leon as a true threat, updating his danger level to a level 5, an assessment forced by the overwhelming power of the King of Lionheart. At this point, it realized its situation and decided to retreat from the battlefield immediately. It leapt away, running as fast as it could. It's surprising that it still has the strength to move after the level of humiliation it endured. The Dark King felt disappointed as he watched it flee, leaving behind a broken leg on the ground. Inside a deserted building, a strange purple energy orb resembling a nebula hums quietly. A female scientist and a robot observe it. She instructs the robot to guard the area and eliminate anyone who approaches. This building seems to be Jag Spinner's base, where various machinery and weapons are stored. The robot system is calculating the damage it sustained and the unused ammunition. Most of its components are heavily damaged and out of balance, requiring significant repairs and upgrades before it can face the Dark King again. Its AI is incredibly advanced, as it's developing a new model to enhance its weapons for combat against level 5 threats, starting the modification process. Electric signals pulse through the machine's pillars as the robot begins its upgrade. During this time, the robot recalls a memory of its creator, who thanked it for protecting the city. The strategic upgrade of the robot is now complete, and the mission is resumed. Meanwhile, a portion of the raid team is surveying the outskirts of the area near the Jinju Sports Complex gate. Suddenly, the team leader spots a machine gun of Jag Spinner 250 meters ahead, across the street at a building corner. He orders the long-range hunters to stealthily move closer to the monster, while the rest of the team stays put to distract it if necessary. Before he can finish his orders, blood splatters across his face, and he turns to see that all his team members have been cut down by wire traps. Their severed limbs lie scattered in pools of blood. He is shocked, unsure of what just happened. In the blink of an eye, he swings his sword, attempting to strike something behind him, calling it a spider bastard. However, there's nothing there. Still, he's certain he sensed something. His sword is knocked from his hand, and in a flash, he's sliced into pieces, as if minced at a butcher's shop. The work of Jag Spinner, the final boss of Redgate, who has effortlessly taken down 5 opponents. The robot then notices another figure approaching, a young boy in a green cloak with a bowl haircut, sobbing as he runs for his life. The robot system scans him, tagging him as a threat level 0. The boy trips and falls into a cemetery. The robot quickly closes in on him, but he begs for mercy, explaining he doesn't want to die and can't fight back. He hides behind a gravestone, and surprisingly, the robot stops. The robot recalls another memory of its creator, a woman who had named it Yappy. She tells the robot that she, too, would be buried in the city and would always be a part of it. She asks the robot if it will protect the city even after her death. For a moment, the robot hesitates, processing conflicting commands. Its AI system is programmed to eliminate invaders, but now it has overridden its logical reasoning. The robot forces a shift in priority and spares the boy. The boy stares at the robot, confused as to why it has paused. He feels he's been spared and begins to laugh in relief. The robot then leaps away, seemingly unwilling to cause any damage to the cemetery. Just then, someone's voice calls out to the boy, asking if he's okay. It's Gil Tang, who has just arrived. The boy tells him that the robot ran off instead of killing him, and he believes it got scared. He stands up, trying to convince the mage with flattering words, claiming the robot must have seen the mage's arrival and fled to save itself, as it was no match for Mr. Tsung. Another mage joins the conversation, suggesting that the robot might have some limitations. They all notice they're in a cemetery, which seems far cleaner than the rest of the city. The boy and the others agree that this place stands out as the only part of the city that hasn't been corrupted. Meanwhile, the robot is surveying the raid team's positions, calculating a 92% chance of success in its current strategy. However, it decides to retreat for now. The mage is exhausted by the gloomy place and expresses a desire to leave. The robot, back at its base, runs maintenance checks and calculates the probability of eliminating the threats in the city. It senses someone nearby, Our Majesty, who has tracked the monster's hideout. With his signature smirk, he greets the robot, asking if it had fun dealing with the commoners. The robot isn't pleased with the intrusion. Suddenly, we see the golden sigil of a lion on a shield. Leon, the king of Lionheart, stands before the robot, embodying true chivalry. He despises cowardly ambushes and seeks a fair fight. He asks the robot if it's ready to battle. The robot responds with an attack, showing it's not about to fight fairly, as Leon expected. But despite the blast, Leon stands unfazed, holding his golden sword with unwavering resolve. The robot climbs the wall with its spider-like legs, but Leon mocks it, saying it shouldn't expect any honor from a machine without emotions. The robot checks its weapons and activates a 60mm heavy machine gun to target the level 5 threat. It fires directly at Leon, but the knight stands tall amidst the flames. He smiles, seemingly amused by the incoming bullets, as they are deflected by his divine law blessing of arrow shield. The robot detects this anomaly and begins calculating how to penetrate the shield. It identifies 3 weak points and fires bullets at supersonic speed toward Leon. But the knight doesn't move. With a cheeky smile, he slams his right leg into the ground, causing large diamond-shaped boulders to rise, forming a protective wall. The bullets slam into the rocks, but Leon remains untouched. The robot is stunned by the sorcery it's witnessing. Its system can't explain the phenomenon. Just then, a spear-like weapon falls from above, aiming to strike the robot. The robot fires a red laser to destroy it, but to its surprise, Leon emerges from behind the boulders, wielding the weapon and cutting through the laser. Our knight is now fully focused, his eyes glowing with the pride of a lion as he faces the robot. The jagged spinner evades Leon's attack, leaping while shooting bullets to maintain distance. The robot system fails to track Leon's movements, as none of the bullets land. Leon grips the reins of his stallion and tells it to get ready to chase, as the enemy wants to play a game of cat and mouse. The jagged spinner hops around like a monkey, using blasts for distractions, but these cowardly tactics won't stop our noble knight. Leon's stallion is hot on its trail, with sharp beams of golden light illuminating the area. The robot fails to understand how a normal being can keep up with its speed, and after a few failed attempts to escape, it finally decides to launch a mass attack, likely its last. Leon shouts "Stallion," as they prepare for a head-on collision. As they are about to clash, the robot spills grease on the ground, a sneaky move that causes the horse to slip, losing some momentum. However, the stallion stays balanced and on its feet. The robot avoids the direct confrontation, but how long can it continue fleeing from the wrath of the King of Lionheart? Leon is impressed by the move and even compliments it, though the stallion isn't as pleased and is showing aggression. The robot, now predicting what's coming, readies its machine gun while the stallion charges. The robot jumps and opens fire rapidly, but the stallion's speed allows them to dodge the attack. Explosions light up the area as the ground ruptures and a building is blasted, creating chaos. Leon finds himself trapped in a dangerous situation, with debris falling from the building like a storm of boulders. But no need to panic, this is Leon, the Lionheart, who cannot be stopped by such tricks. He commands the stallion and, unbelievably, the horse starts leaping from boulder to boulder, flying through the air to reach the jagged spinner. In the blink of an eye, Leon and his stallion are above the robot, with the stallion soaring like Pegasus. As the robot realizes its impending defeat, it commands its remaining ammo to fire. Leon waits through the streams of bullets, weapon locked on the robot. How strong is Leon? The robot keeps failing to understand the situation. As Leon chants a glory to the Lionhearts, he delivers the final blow. The jagged spinner shatters mid-air, as Leon strikes like lightning from the sky. Almost half of its body is destroyed in the attack, yet it still clings to life. The robot receives lethal damage, its operational limit surpassed. In its final moments, it recalls its last command, to protect the sealed jewel, which must never fall into the wrong hands. The system triggers a self-detonation sequence as a red light intensifies, signaling its final stand. Leon watches as massive explosions erupt around him, realizing they might be at the facility where the jewel is stored. The scene shifts to a time when the jagged spinner first opened its eyes after being placed in storage. A worker had ordered it to protect the city, and it dutifully followed, even destroying a monster that appeared to threaten the city. The jagged spinner and its kind became known as the city's guardians, defending the city and its people. Over time, they became symbols of hope, the Knights of Steel, fighting tirelessly to protect the city and its citizens until there was nothing left to protect. The final order from its dying creator was to ensure the jewel never left the city. Leon finally locates the half-destroyed jagged spinner, relieved that the arrow shield worked to bring down this guardian. He notices the purple jewel the robot has been trying to protect. Leon calls it the Jewel of Wisdom as he draws his sword. He approaches the jewel, declaring that something like this should never exist, as it could be used for evil purposes. The jagged spinner, not understanding, tries to stop him. Leon turns to it and asks how long it has been protecting this place, and how long it has fought alone. He respects its loyalty and devotion, praising the robot as a knight of dedication. He formally acknowledges it, calling it Sir Jagged Spinner, the city's savior. He then turns toward the Jewel of Wisdom and declares, "Your quest is complete." With a single swing of his sword, he cleaves through the air, splitting the space in two, including the jewel. Leon prays for the guardian to rest in peace, bidding it farewell as the jagged spinner powers down. The next chapter opens with a conversation between the president of the Korean Hunter Association and Leon in the association's building. The president seems to understand something, as Mr. O discusses the destruction of the Jewel of Wisdom. Leon responds by asking if the president is complaining about it, but the president quickly covers it up, acknowledging that since Leon defeated the jagged spinner, he had every right to do what he wished with the jewel. Leon reassures him that it was a poison, not a real jewel. The president is shocked by this revelation, and Leon proceeds to explain the history of the item and how it was created. Surprisingly, this jewel was created by the evil of wisdom and the pursuit of knowledge. In other words, it is an item of a demon, not a divine power blessed by the gods. The president is taken aback by this revelation, having no idea of its connection to the demon. Initially, it grants the wishes of the user, but soon, it turns darker, demanding payment for those wishes, much like feeding a beast to tame it. Over time, it consumes humans with the temptation of eternal life, which is impossible to achieve. What happens is that the person loses their humanity and quickly becomes a demon. Leon asks if any other such items have been discovered, stressing that they should be destroyed immediately. From what it sounds like, it's not something to be trifled with. Mr. O is in a panic and insists on informing the US government, hoping to keep control over it. They now stand in front of a large metal gate, seemingly the entrance to a facility. Leon suspects that U.S. officials might already be under the demon's influence. However, the president still feels the need to report this as part of his duty. The gate opens, revealing a potential laboratory where several scientists are conducting research. Leon spots something ahead and asks if this is where it is stored. The old man confirms it, and they approach a raised platform where the damaged jagged spinner lies, surrounded by scientists doing paperwork, presumably researching its technology. The boss asks Leon what he intends to do with it, as he has no idea why they're in this laboratory. After a brief pause, Leon reveals his intentions. He wants to bury the robot and pray that it reaches the gods' banquet hall, as it was an honorable night. Before that, however, he wishes to bless the robot. He pulls out a golden cup, encrusted with jewels. The old man is surprised that Leon can do such things. Leon blesses the robot with golden wine imbued with divine power, hoping it may rest in peace. A brilliant golden light erupts from where the divine wine touches the robot. Suddenly, the jag spinner shows signs of life, which surprises everyone. Someone asks from the background if the jag spinner is moving, and Leon watches in disbelief as one of its legs begins to move. The robot's lights come on, and Leon smiles in amusement, seeing that it hasn't given up. As its arm begins to move, more like performing maintenance, Leon notices that the energy powering it is divine. There's no other power source that could make it function like this. The divine blessing seems to have sparked a miracle. The robot's parts are fixing themselves, and to everyone's surprise, the jag spinner has shrunk to the size of a palm. Even the jag spinner seems confused by what's happening. Leon, however, understands, and instead of destroying it, he draws his sword to see if this transformation is real. He plants the sword into the ground, causing the floor to crack under its divine power. The onlookers are stunned, having never witnessed anything like this before. Leon focuses the divine power and swings his sword, filling the air with a bright golden hue. After a few moments, when the golden light fades, a mesmerizing blonde goddess appears before him. The president and the scientists kneel, wide-eyed, feeling the presence of something divine. Leon kneels before the goddess, who introduces herself as Goddess Ariana. She addresses him as Lionheart, my first knight, and asks what he requires of her. With a smile, Leon tells her that Sir Jag Spinner is an honorable knight, a model for all knights, and asks her to bless him. The goddess looks at Jag Spinner and explains that it has not fulfilled her quest or proven its honor. Leon, ever confident, assures her that Jag Spinner will be worthy of the king of Lionheart's glory. His words move the goddess, and she trusts him completely. Before proceeding, the goddess raises her hands and asks if Jag Spinner will swear allegiance to the light and serve in her knight's army. The robot responds with robotic sounds, clearly not understanding her question. She smiles, noting that despite its honor and knowledge, its heart is still like that of a child. She asks Jag Spinner to help her knight rid the world of evil, and only then will it truly become a knight. The robot, now understanding, turns to Leon, who also watches it closely. Jag Spinner responds with excited, incomprehensible sounds, and then its system installs a language module. After a few moments, it speaks its first words: demon attack and good plan. The goddess is amused by the robot's intelligence. She lights up her hands and agrees to bless Jag Spinner, as long as it remains loyal to her first knight. A golden light of blessing surrounds the robot, transforming it into a Grail Knight. Its new name, Grail Knight Jag Spinner 10253. Meanwhile, in the US, something strange is happening at the Magic Tower. In a Gothic-style clock tower, Master Reynold Sherman is apologizing to a red, buzzing ball, a demon, similar to the purple jewel of wisdom. The demon is angry, disappointed that Sherman has failed to fulfill its command. Sherman, on his knees, explains that they couldn't succeed because of an unexpected survivor, Leon, who has become a variable they didn't account for. The demon, furious, glows red with rage. As soon as it hears the name Survivor, it freezes, as though struck by lightning. It demands that Sherman turn on the television to check the news. Sherman obeys hastily, unsure what to expect. When the news shows Leon introducing himself as the King of Lionheart, the demon panics, cursing Leon's sudden appearance. Master Sherman, astonished by his master's fear, watches as the demon rants, a rare sight for the ever-composed being. The demon flees, similar to Leon's ex, and they have a past. The red jewel goes silent as the demon retreats alongside Lion, mumbling that he gives up and will not pursue his evil plans anymore. This clearly demonstrates the power of the King of Lionheart and the significance of his name in all realms. The head of the Magic Tower falls dead on the spot as he grasps the jewel, seeing his dreams die. He had been tempted by the idea of eternal life too, and calls for his master, but to no avail. The demon has fled and does not intend to return, at least not until Leon leaves this dimension. From then on, the jewel never spoke again, freeing the magic tower from evil. The story then moves to the headquarters of the Korean Hunter Association, where the president decides to consider Sir Jag Spinner as a member of Leon's guild. However, the president adds that it may take some time to formalize the decision. For Leon, though, it doesn't matter since the decision is already made. The guild master and his newly appointed member leave the laboratory and head out. A small robot seems to notice something, and suddenly Leon vomits, black substance spilling from his mouth. The goddess asks if he is all right, and he replies that he is fine, wiping his face with a cloth. He reflects that nominating a Grail Knight in a land devoid of divinity has been taxing on him. The Jag Spinner tries to comfort him by using one of its tiny legs to pat him, but Leon sighs coldly, blaming himself for not being strong enough. The goddess interrupts, saying it's not his fault, and adds that it's her fault for lacking strength. He lowers his gaze, placing his hand on his heart, a golden beam radiating from it as the goddess recites her thoughts in her heart. He tells her that divinity cannot be blamed for any situation and asks her not to say such things because he holds great respect for divinity. Ariana thanks him for his loyalty, but says the lack of divinity in this land is their fault, and that they should have intervened sooner. Leon remains silent, deep in thought. She tells him to rest and trust in the gods, waiting for them to act. Now, at the council of Goddess Ariana, she gathers her divine siblings for an urgent meeting to help their follower, Leon of Lionheart. A history lesson begins, taking us back to the day when Leon turned 121, the day the world saw its doom, leaving only one knight standing. This knight expelled all divinity from his world and absorbed it into his own heart, while the gods shamefully retreated into the heart of this holy knight, watching him slay monsters for the next 180 years. The gods allowed him to carry the burden alone, fighting with chivalry against the monsters. Because of this, all the gods in the pantheon owe Leon their debt, as he fought for peace and eradicated evil in the worlds. The goddess Demra, with the divinity of life and fertility, asks Ariana about Leon's condition. Ariana responds that it is not good. Life jumps up in distress, asking what they should do, to which Ariana reveals that Leon has pushed himself too hard. Another god, Petos, the god of war and fire, punches the side of his chair in frustration, angered that appointing a single Grail Knight has put such a strain on his body. He rants that they have lost the once glorious king of Lionheart. Ariana rebukes him, telling him to show some dignity, as this knight has fought for 200 years without defeat. Petos knows this, but is frustrated at his own lack of action. Everyone else is silent, ashamed of their inactivity while Leon carried the weight of the world. Suddenly, Ariana speaks, announcing that it's time for them to break their silence, as she can no longer watch her knight suffer. One of the gods raises his hand with a suggestion, and Ariana grants him permission to share his idea. This god, Hito, a muscular short man with facial hair and a ponytail, has the divinity of steel and blacksmithing. He suggests they give blessings to raise faith in society, much like life did with her plans. Tito interrupts, asking if Hito wants them to do missionary work, which is exactly what Hito proposes. He suggests showing humanity miracles to attract their attention, with Life's followers as an example, connecting people through the internet. Life's face glows with pride at this idea. Hito's second suggestion is to use the internet to reach out to the entire world. Petos argues that if it was such a great idea, why hasn't anyone already tried it, since he's a citizen of this world? Hito, however, counters that he was part of a civilization before modern technology, and he has a solid point. The goddess of light and justice joins the conversation, questioning the trials and errors of this idea, citing Leon's 20-year-long appearance on the news as an example. Hito smiles mischievously and confidently states that the time has come for their Grail Knight to step in. Fast forward to a headquarters filled with technology, where a manager is reading through data when one of his subordinates calls his attention. The manager approaches the table, where a person named Ball is asking if this content is permitted on YouTube. The manager's expression changes instantly upon hearing the word YouTube. He's shocked to see that the official Pantheon channel is trending with a miraculous video about a rice field blessed by goddess Demra. The channel already has 170,000 subscribers and 2,100 videos. They are using algorithms and clickbait to attract viewers, with videos like Why Go to the Hospital, and AI's shocking answers about gods, which force the audience to watch. People are going crazy over it. One user is curious to know the person behind the channel, impressed by the fact that the video is translated into 104 languages. The manager asks the bald guy about the owner of the channel. The bald guy guesses that it could be related to His Majesty Leon and asks if that person would be on YouTube. The manager replies negatively. The guy at the computer then asks if assistant manager Hanhari can do it. Mr. Kim recalls a moment of ineptitude by the redhead, making him sure she wouldn't be able to handle this. He thinks for a while, then reflects that the bigger issue is the authenticity of the videos, as they aren't clickbait. He seems familiar with this godly stuff and starts to worry, thinking about what this man might be doing. However, the strings are being pulled by far greater forces. The next moment, the young man leaves, telling the egghead nerd and the other subordinates he's heading out. They are surprised by his sudden decision, and the computer guy asks where he's going. He responds that he's going to meet Leon to find out what's going on behind the scenes. The scene shifts to a sleek apartment building where Our Majesty resides in the penthouse. It appears to meet the high standards of our king. Inside the penthouse, something is happening under the nose of the association. A laptop is seen with the tiny robotic legs of Sir Jag Spinner typing away on the keyboard. The hero's plan is working as the Grail Knight finishes creating subtitles for a video. This answers the question some users had about who is responsible for translating in 104 languages. After finishing the task, the Grail Knight proceeds to upload the video by pressing the Enter key. Just then, the door opens and our cute assistant, in a sleeveless shirt, enters and asks if her laptop is now free. It seems we have another answer about the operating system. The redhead asks him what he's doing on the laptop, and our honest knight explains that he's working on a noise marketing plan, with the first phase now complete. The second phase, which involves network hacking, is still in progress. Han seems to understand something, but the next second, she misinterprets it, thinking Sir Yappy is playing a video game and discussing missions. This moment recalls Mr. Kim's judgment at the headquarters, where he completely ruled out Han Hari as a suspect behind the suspicious YouTube channel due to her lack of computer knowledge. Now we move to the miraculous Neju Plains, recently gone viral, where we are at the temporary branch of Pantheon Guild. It's an old-style house in the middle of the plains. The door opens, and Mr. Kim rushes in to speak with His Majesty about a video that needs to be taken down. Leon is sitting on the sofa, in front of the air conditioner, seemingly resting as per the goddess's request. Meanwhile, Hari and a cat are present in the living area, wondering what's wrong with Mr. Kim. Our cute assistant offers him barley tea to help him relax, but he gulps it down like it's water, showing how tense he is about the video. As soon as he finishes the tea, he immediately returns to the topic of the video. He asks Leon who uploaded it. Our hero pauses, then answers that it was Sir Spin's work. Mr. Kim is shocked to hear this name since Sir Spin hasn't been officially announced as a guild member yet. The redhead points to Grail Knight, still working on the laptop in the corner. Mr. Kim is surprised that this killing machine created the video and wants to know how he managed it. He is clearly underestimating AI's capabilities, which can accomplish tasks in seconds. Leon gets straight to the point and asks why they want the video taken down, believing there must be a valid reason. Mr. Kim hesitates but explains his concern. The rice grains in Neju Plains are unique, capable of creating miracles that save lives. He worries that once the world learns about this, thieves, pro-hunters, and assassins will flock to steal the rice, which will bring chaos. He requests that His Majesty hold off on the video until they get Food Administration approval. After that, the association will offer their full support. Leon listens attentively and understands their need for laws and systems. However, he counters that the rice fields belong to the goddess and cannot be stolen, regardless of thieves or assassins. Mr. Kim is left speechless, wondering how the king can be so confident. After all, he is the king of Lionheart, and he is never wrong. As the sun sets and a starry night falls over Neju Plains, the peaceful scene doesn't last. Four vehicles approach, carrying a group of at least a dozen bandits. They've been hired by an anonymous person to secure the rice grains and burn the remaining fields. One bandit, upon seeing no security, believes this will be easy. They plan to set the place on fire and take the rice grains and seeds. However, we soon learn these aren't regular bandits but members of the Viper Squad, a demonic human hitman group from the Korean branch of the association. The squad leader orders his subordinates to bring out gasoline tanks so they can quickly finish the job. They spread out in the field, wearing ninja-like outfits and carrying swords. They strategically douse the field with gasoline and secure the perimeter. As they prepare to collect the rice, one member notices something odd in the field. He gasps, thinking it's a person, but upon closer inspection, it turns out to be just a fancy-looking scarecrow. His teammate calls him an idiot for mistaking it for a person, but he apologizes and puts his sword away. He finds it odd because he believes he saw it move, but the other person dismisses it, suggesting it was probably the wind. As they continue, he feels increasingly uneasy about the scarecrow, finding it extremely creepy. Afterward, he alerts their leader again to look behind him, turning in panic to see a large number of scarecrows. He asks the leader if their numbers are above average, as there certainly weren't this many before. It now looks like a scene of scarecrows on a rampage, each one in a different pose and holding various tools. The scarecrow detector is still on high alert, sensing something is wrong. Despite this, Haeyoung mocks him for being a demonic human who's still frightened by the sight of the scarecrows. He tells him to stop being foolish and focus on the task, feeling the wind's direction so they can burn a large area of the field quickly. They can get the seeds from storage. After dumping all the gasoline they had, the leader, having sensed the wind's direction, advises them to save some seeds for themselves if they're really good. He then calls over his two subordinates, Manal and Jinti, but is shocked to find they are no longer nearby. One of them claims they were right behind him until now, and then he realizes another guy, Duel, is also missing, with no sign of them. The leader is struck by panic, asking the team if the scarecrows were always this close or if something strange is happening, as they are now surrounded by scarecrows from every side. Suddenly, a scarecrow appears behind Haeyoung, holding a spiky weapon in both hands. Haeyoung notices the movement instantly, turns around, and watches as the scarecrow's expression shifts from blank to a mocking one. At that point, he realizes something is wrong and pulls out his sword, slicing the scarecrow in half. One of his teammates asks what happened, and Haeyoung shouts that they're not ordinary scarecrows but rather monsters with an unnatural aura. The group struggles to understand, wondering if all the scarecrows are monsters and what they should do, especially since there's no dungeon break. The team quickly uses evasive ninja tactics to escape, with the scarecrow detector crawling on the ground in fear. He asks the leader what these monsters are because he's never seen anything like this even in a gate. The leader, frustrated, yells that he doesn't know either and curses them for rushing in so hastily that most of his subordinates are lost. A flashback comes to him of the strange request he received, which he ignored but chose to fulfill. Now, he's eager to show them the result of that decision. One of his remaining subordinates points towards something in the distance, leading to a grain silo. The leader's mood lifts, and he begins fantasizing about hitting the jackpot. If the rumors about the field are true, they'll become rich. He orders the team to move as much rice as possible to the cars, believing the monsters only pose a threat in the field, not around the storage. He rushes toward the silo, confidently leading the way. However, as soon as he steps close, a massive explosion occurs, throwing him back, clearly a trap for intruders. His subordinates are stunned, checking if he's alive while wondering why someone would put a landmine in such an open area. As they stand there trying to figure out the reasoning behind the landmines near the storage, one of them hears a robotic sound and freezes in terror. Their Grail knight, Jack Spinner, appears before them. The squad member cannot believe his eyes, seeing the former monster from the Jinju gate in front of him. The robot seems to question why it's here, but regardless, it appears to be on a mission to remove the intruders. The next morning, all members of the Viper squad are seen tied up and placed against the wall of Pantheon Guild's temporary base. They are ashamed, crying over their terrible luck, having messed with the doctrines of life and fertility displayed on a wooden board. The board features a red warning, emphasizing the death of thieves who try to meddle with the field. This is how the Viper squad, consisting of demonic humans, took the bait and were captured. The incident concludes with a valuable lesson: never doubt Leon Lionheart. With the arrest of the Viper squad, paraded in shame, and thanks to their capture, the value of Pantheon and the blessed rice skyrockets. This reflects the success of an algorithm devised by the Grail Knight. Meanwhile, King Leon continues working on marketing, promoting Pantheon for rice circulation, with one prominent location being the Blue House, where reporters gather for the deal between Pantheon and the house. However, things take an unexpected turn when Leon insults a commoner, and the incident is quickly categorized by the media as a cultural misunderstanding. The headline reads, "Survivor insults reporter," and the media frames it as an example of cultural difference. During the event, Leon scolds a peasant for attempting to dine with a king, which sparks controversy. Nevertheless, the result is what truly matters. The entire internet is now buzzing about Pantheon, with Leon and Neju topping the search charts. Stocks soar, and Leon takes a moment to admire the unexpected success. He puts down the newspaper, a proud sigh escaping him as he praises how quickly the gods are adjusting to the modern world, noting how he's now wearing modern casual attire. Suddenly, Hari, in an irregular assistant's attire, bursts in with exciting news. She informs Leon that the rice's evaluation results are in, with each pack worth 230 million. This is a significant amount for a single pack, but Leon remains unimpressed, thinking it needs to be priced lower. Hari is confused and questions if a higher price isn't good. Leon explains that while the market sets the price, such an exorbitant price will cause an imbalance, leaving peasants unable to afford it. In the end, it will only benefit the elite. His thoughtful reasoning reflects his belief that the god's favor should be available to everyone, not just the privileged few. Hari seems satisfied with his explanation, understanding his viewpoint. Additionally, Leon mentions that the president didn't agree with his idea of teaching farmers about the god's favor when they met earlier, as the president needs to maintain a neutral stance on religious matters. Even Hari supports the president, so there's no worry. Leon is smiling, meaning he's already planned something. He tells her that he's still managed to gain more trust from the people, which should be enough to gather the lion heart power and strength. Afterward, Leon stands to leave when the girl stops him, asking if everything will be alright. The king doesn't understand the question and asks what she means. She reminds him of the yellow gate he wanted her to raid, expressing concern that with the people he's chosen, it may be impossible. Leon, however, seems confident and tells her they'll find out soon enough. The scene shifts to the association building, where the D-rank hunter and Mr. Kim, the mining team manager, recognize each other. Mr. Kim greets him, confirming his identity. The hunter also recognizes the old man, and Mr. Dung seems odd upon seeing him again, possibly because he's still a D-rank hunter and failed his last test. The team manager sarcastically wonders if the hunter is here because of the message from the association, which mentioned the president seeking out useless hunters like them. Gu, still unsure, observes the group, noticing that most are C or D-ranked hunters. Meanwhile, two young men notice the red-haired girl approaching. One recognizes her, while the other calls her an A-rank mage swordswoman. She seems quite famous for having the highest record in last year's draft. After a while, the hunter suddenly looks behind him at the announcement of Leon Dragon Lionart's entry, surprised to learn that the person is the survivor. Gu recalls the moment when Leon stopped the Null Captain's strike with a single finger and realizes that Leon is no ordinary human, though he still didn't know he came from another world. Leon takes the stage, with a Lionheart sigil behind him and two guards at his sides. He welcomes everyone for attending his invitation and then explains the real reason they were called. He reveals that their guild master is looking for soldiers to join the guild pantheon, offering anyone who has proven themselves and endured hard training the honor of joining. There's murmuring in the crowd at the mention of military and soldiers, terms that seem unusual to them. Meanwhile, the D-rank guy wonders why the word military was used instead of guild. The bald security guard at the left of the stage steps up with a remote, announcing the entrance exam they must clear to join Pantheon. Suddenly, panic spreads in the crowd when the bald man reveals the test, clearing the yellow gate at Samjin Station. A young guy exclaims that it's the yellow gate and questions how they're supposed to clear it, feeling like it's an invitation to death for hunters like them. The team manager and others are shocked by the announcement, unsure of what to expect. Their reactions are understandable, as the gates are classified by difficulty, black being the hardest, followed by red, orange, yellow, green, and blue. The blue gate was already a challenge for a D-rank hunter, so yellow means certain death for C and D-ranked hunters. The crowd erupts in anger, unwilling to die yet. The guard tries to calm them, telling them to either stay quiet or leave if they don't intend to continue. Many hunters storm out, frustrated that they've wasted their time and declaring they won't participate, even if the bald man tries reverse psychology. One of them even says he's going home to nap, clearly showing why they're at these low ranks, they lack ambition. However, being included in Pantheon is a big deal. To everyone's surprise, the D-rank hunter is still standing, wondering if he should stop them, as more than 80% of the crowd has already left. Only a handful of people remain, ready to risk their lives and move ahead to prove themselves. Leon surveys the remaining group and gives a nod of approval. He suddenly points at someone in the crowd, and all eyes are on him. The man with the afro panics, thinking he's being singled out. Leon ignores him and instead asks why he hasn't left. The afro guy, tense, replies that he feels there must be meaning to it and wants to see what comes of it, though Leon isn't particularly impressed. Leon then asks a few others who stayed for no reason, or just because their friends did. Finally, Leon points at his old companion from the Soul Gate and asks why he stayed. Gu thinks for a moment, realizing this guild is being built by an S-class hunter. He confidently answers that he wants to seize this opportunity and believes Leon won't let them die, which is why he stayed. Leon smiles, impressed by his spirit, as this is exactly what he wanted to hear. Leon then continues, explaining that he's here to gather soldiers. As he walks forward, he declares that a soldier's duty is to obey. His words stun the remaining hunters, who are now in awe. He asks them to trust in a knight's honor and power, meaning they must follow orders without question. He then points to the portal that leads to the Yellow Gate and commands them to enter. He gives them time to gather their gear and make any necessary preparations. The portal to the Yellow Gate at Samjin Station opens in the basement of the association building. The soldiers stand ready in formation, wearing old-fashioned silver armor, while Hari is seen aligning them. Mr. Kim also prepares to visit the Yellow Gate, complaining about the heavy armor but praising its high quality. The old man tells his companion that these are rare items, costing at least 10 million, which makes them nearly impossible for C and D rank hunters to obtain. Meanwhile, the hunter with the shield seems more worried about it, being a sword user. The team manager notices that Leon isn't wearing any armor. The old man doesn't realize that Leon is blessed with arrow shield, which gives him natural protection. As Hari walks by, Dung stops her to ask if their king doesn't need any armor. She's amused by the question but reassures him, saying Leon's skin is tougher than any armor in the world. The D-rank hunter, having already seen Leon's strength, is confident that nothing bad will happen as long as Leon is with them. After entering the Yellow Gate, they immediately encounter a green monster, which is swiftly eliminated by someone. The soldiers and shield bearers are shocked by the sudden event. The monster slayer is none other than our noble knight, who mocks the creature for failing to hear the approaching voices. He angrily declares that these monsters are not warriors and that all of them will crawl like bugs to their death, as this is the will of divine justice. The next chapter begins with our soldiers marching through a valley, with tall mountains and trees in the background. The redhead walks alongside them. An armored soldier looks up to the sky and senses they will fight in fresh air. Just then, a message appears, informing them of a war between two tribes, and that they must act as mercenaries, picking a side to ensure victory. Another soldier explains that it is an NPC support quest, and their task is straightforward. The boys momentarily forget they're in the Yellow Gate. The elderly man, easily recognizable by his short stature, tells Mr. Gu this is a faction quest. Their mission is simply to choose a side and fight for them. However, Mr. Kim focuses on the uncertainty of which side will help them win and complete their mission. Suddenly, an armored figure spots a group approaching from afar and wonders if they are monsters, given their speed. As the group gets closer, they reveal themselves as ugly, monkey-like green monsters riding wild boars, wielding axes. They begin to encircle the soldiers, blocking their path. This is the territory of the Battle Axe tribe, and they are clearly not pleased with the soldiers' presence. One of the monsters demands to know who they are and why they have invaded. The soldiers, now uneasy, remain silent. The redhead hints at something by calling for Your Majesty, who looks displeased with the monsters. He nods for her to proceed. Sir Jag Spinner, present with them, asks the king's permission to begin their mission. However, Leon, already irritated by the sight of these monsters, doesn't seem interested in this quest. He tells them to proceed as they wish with distaste. The assistant thanks him and proceeds. The redhead turns toward the monsters and declares that they are mercenaries from another world, here to assist the tribe in the Great War, in exchange for rewards. The bearded monster, upon hearing this, remembers that their chief had mentioned outsiders. He tells them to follow him to meet the chief. As night falls, they reach the base of the Battle Axe tribe, a structure made of rocks and wood. They enter the presence of the tribe's chief, Kardak, an ugly, horned monster in leather armor. He looks down on the mercenaries and judges them as weaker than expected. He proudly offers them a chance to fight for his tribe in exchange for an honorable death in the Great War, where the winner takes all. His words only fuel Leon's fury, and he interrupts, unable to take it any longer. The soldiers turn to look at the guildmaster as the chief grows angry at such disrespect. Leon steps forward, filled with divine anger, condemning the idea of an honorable death for these monsters, who are nothing but bugs. Before anyone can react, he slashes off the chief's head with a single swing of his sword. The soldiers are stunned as blood splatters across their armor. Leon stands over the chief's body, declaring that these creatures are not honorable warriors and will die like bugs, as this is the justice of the night, blessed with light. With this kill, the orc kill streak reaches 8,769,653. A wave of fear spreads among the orcs as their chief falls. They charge at the soldiers, declaring them enemies. The soldiers, initially taken aback, are caught off guard. Leon orders them to form a circle to defend against the attack. Despite their doubts about facing the orcs, the soldiers manage to block an orc's deadly strike. Mr. Gu, who had once trembled before a null captain, now finds himself blocking an orc's attack in disbelief. A message appears showing the impact of Leon's presence on the soldiers' abilities and equipment. The soldiers struggle to process the boost in power. Another message details the orc's infamous reputation, but the soldiers can't fully grasp the effects. A third message highlights Leon's traits, though most of them can't be applied to the soldiers due to their lower levels. The soldiers, nonetheless, are impressed by the boost. Leon commands the soldiers to raise their shields and strike at the right moment. The new confidence and enhanced skills allow them to kill the orcs one by one. A prayer to the orc god escapes from one of the dying monsters, angering Leon. He turns, furious, at the sight of these orcs crying out to their false god. He orders the soldiers to cut out their tongues and take their heads to insult their deity. Just then, Leon calls for his stallion, and a white flash appears as the orcs freeze in awe. The mighty knight, riding his steed, charges toward the front line, swiftly slaying one orc with his sword while another is crushed by a powerful knee. He then stops his stallion and faces another row of orcs, striking a pose as he draws his holy swords. Surrounded, the orcs attempt to encircle him, but their strategy proves ineffective against a knight determined to kill them all. With both arms wide, Leon attacks, splattering blood everywhere. In an instant, all the orcs fall, their heads severed. The kill streak is soaring. Leon raises his golden sword, triumphant, shouting for an honorable victory. As everyone celebrates the victory, all of a sudden, Hari interrupts Leon while he's enjoying the moment. She appears concerned, and Leon asks her what's wrong. She bluntly questions why he killed the monsters, pointing to their bodies lying in front of him. Leon is surprised by this, replying that he doesn't need a reason to kill orcs. She argues that the priority should be the quest, not eradicating an entire tribe of orcs. Leon scoffs, disgusted by the idea of helping orcs. He declares that he'd rather die in a pit of fire than help those green creatures. He clenches his teeth, convinced that orcs don't deserve any respect and their very existence is enough to justify killing them. He views them as sickening beasts who don't deserve to live, regardless of their bravery, and contrasts them with the chivalry of knights. Hari, feeling uncomfortable, thinks this sounds incredibly racist, commenting that she wouldn't even have such thoughts about her toxic ex. She tries to argue that there might be good orcs, just like there are good humans, but Leon laughs it off. He says there are no good orcs, only dead ones, dead orcs that can't pollute the Earth's air. The story shifts to the orcs on Earth, who, after being granted refuge through the gates, maintained their monstrous nature, turning into demonic humans. They began killing those who welcomed them and became a problem on Earth. Leon concludes that the priority is to eliminate these orcs, regardless of the cost. Meanwhile, the Grail Knight arrives at a river in a valley with a plan. He tells Leon that a mass kill is possible if the planned task is carried out. Leon, along with his assistant, both wear red scarves to hide their hair colors to avoid being recognized. Leon trusts the Grail Knight fully and gives him the go-ahead to proceed. The Grail Knight uses divine power, commanding a core overload. A blue capsule forms, and he commands it to increase its generating capacity to 99.99%. A yellow light radiates from the Grail Knight's body, signaling that the capsule is nearing completion. The process takes a toll on his system as he experiences a series of warnings, including core overload and cooling system failures. Hari is stunned by the scene. She turns and notices a blue capsule coming out, and in her surprise, she remarks that it looks like poop. Leon, displeased, asks her not to use such vulgar language. Hari questions whether releasing radioactive material into the river is the right thing to do. Leon seems to consider her point but responds with a smile, explaining that killing orcs isn't a war or a battle, it's simply eliminating beasts. He mocks her, asking what kind of hunter worries about honor when hunting, and she calls him racist. Leon repeats his famous line, "The only good orc is a dead orc," which excites him. In the orc camp, a muscular orc named Gror celebrates after killing another orc in battle. He walks toward the river to drink, but as he drinks from the water, he notices an odd, prickly sensation. He chalks it up to blood in his mouth from the fight. However, soon after, he experiences severe pain in his gut and collapses. Desperate, he calls for the witch doctor but is unable to move. He crawls out of his camp and notices his companions are suffering the same ailment. The witch doctor, panicked, realizes that this is neither a curse nor an enchantment, and he has no cure for it. Meanwhile, Leon makes his grand entrance, arriving on his stallion. He orders his soldiers to kill all the remaining orcs. As the soldiers rush in, the poison has already slowed the orcs, making them easy targets. They fight back weakly, shouting insults as they're cut down. Soon, the entire tribe of battle-axe-wielding orcs is eliminated. However, a new, horrifying development arises: all orcs worldwide are now their enemies. The quest has changed, and now Leon must face a greater challenge. Leon is pleased, seeing it as a mission, and encourages his soldiers to uphold the light and justice. But just as he begins his speech, the witch doctor interrupts furiously. Everyone's attention turns to him, and Leon knows the insult will lead to consequences. Afterward, the witch doctor approaches them, radiating a strange green aura as he accuses them of poisoning the river, which led to the death of his tribe. He calls Leon's guild evil cowards for carrying out such a plan and mocks them for calling themselves warriors. These words anger Leon, and he's on the verge of losing control. Leon responds, calling the witch doctor foolish for boasting about honor in the presence of an honorable knight. He tells the witch doctor that just looking at his ugly, inferior face is shameful. Leon offers him the chance to take his own life to atone for his sin, though the witch doctor retorts, calling Leon an arrogant bastard. The beast is now enraged by the insult and vows that Gora will never forgive Leon. He immediately seems to power up, emitting a wild aura as Leon prepares for an attack. Leon is intrigued by the beast's use of chains, an uncommon sight, indicating this is a dangerous situation. Despite the threat, Leon throws his divine weapon, his spear, toward the witch doctor, hitting him in the chest. The impact pushes the witch doctor back, and blood gushes from his back, but he remains standing. He responds that it's too late, as he has activated some enchantment. A large magical black hole opens up beneath them, and the witch doctor shouts that Gorok is coming. The roots from this black hole begin consuming the bodies of orcs who died from the poisoned water, rising into the sky and creating a strange black cloud emitting a green aura. Hari, horrified by the sight, asks Leon what's happening, but Leon remains calm, riding his stallion and calling it an offering to evil. The witch doctor has sacrificed the bodies of his companions, showing their lack of civilization. Suddenly, a massive beast's hand emerges from the cloud, dwarfing an average orc by 50 times. The witch doctor declares that this is the eye and right arm of the great Gorok, as the eye becomes visible within the dark cloud. The system announces that the hidden quest is to eliminate the orc god, Gorok. In the next chapter, Gorok's monstrous arm and eye are ready to face Leon, the king of Lionheart. The monster clenches its fist, narrowing its sight through the gap between its fingers, as it decides Leon must not be allowed to live. The eye fires green laser beams aimed directly at Leon. A massive lightning strike falls where Leon stands, and all the soldiers cry out, "Your Majesty," when the attack lands on him. However, the monster's eye widens in disbelief as Leon stands unscathed. It wonders if a god is protecting Leon, as such a being must have given him the power to survive. Leon, angered by this comparison, charges at the monster, pulling out his golden sword. He warns the beast that the king of Lionheart will not tolerate such disrespect and that his existence must end. The monster prepares for a counterattack, raising its enormous hand and shouting for Leon to die with regret, smashing his fist toward him. But Leon's stallion speeds up, and Leon slashes his sword through the monster's arm. In a split second, Leon disappears from sight. The monster's arm is severed from the wrist, with the severed part still in midair as it falls to the ground. The monster is stunned by the speed of the attack and screams in pain as his eye bulges in agony. The monster retracts his arm instinctively, and his fist crashes to the ground. Meanwhile, Gorok wonders why he feels pain if it's not his original body that was cut. The witch doctor, summoner of this god, is also confused and calls out to Gorok, asking for an explanation. The monster's arrogance fades, and as he looks more closely at Leon, he realizes that the sword Leon carries is the Sword of Radiance. He now understands who he is fighting. The monster starts sweating in disbelief, realizing he stands no chance against this knight, and decides to retreat, vanishing like a lizard along with the dark cloud. The last orc with the battle axe cries out the name of his god, but he is soon informed that he will pay for his recklessness in summoning Gorok. Leon approaches the orc, whose faith is shattered, kneeling before the vanishing cloud. Leon mockingly tells him that this is what he gets from a god who is nothing but the god of garbage beasts like him. Despite this, the orc still tries to challenge Leon, lifting his weapon and shouting for revenge. With a dead expression, Leon swings his sword, decapitating the orc. The headless body falls back, and Leon, disgusted, praises the orc for the fight he tried to put up but curses their existence, repeating that none of them deserve to live. A message appears, announcing that the hidden quest has been completed. All soldiers are rewarded with the traits Orc Hunter and War Knightsman at Arms for clearing the quest. The specifics of these traits are also displayed in the next message, stating that Orc Hunter increases damage against orcs by 30%, while War Knightsman at Arms grants 20% more physical attack resistance when fighting alongside a knight with the trait. Meanwhile, Gu looks at these traits and wonders about the physical attack resistance they all gained. Although this only applies to tankers, everyone is enjoying this thrilling moment, even though human nature remains unchanged. One of them is still complaining about the 30% damage boost only applying to the orcs, while someone else is grateful for the physical attack resistance gained from this victory. Afterward, our king commands all soldiers to gather the spoils, typical of any war, and orders them to hurry and collect everything, as it is the victor's right. As the soldiers scatter in all directions to gather loot quickly, Leon stands behind, pleased with their approach. They decide to prioritize items from ranked orcs or notable warriors like witch doctors, assuming these will be more valuable and useful in the future. Our cutie catches the Majesty's attention as she calls him, prompting Leon to turn towards her. She asks him what they should do next, as she looks at the orcs' bodies piled up before her. Leon pauses, scans the area, and remarks that the self-proclaimed hand is still there, likely wondering what to do about it since it was a magical phenomenon. Suddenly, the Grail Knight leaps onto the assistant's head, raising his arm and making robotic sounds, signaling he wants to join the conversation. Leon asks if he has a suggestion regarding the hand, but the response comes from Hito, the god of steel and blacksmithing. Sir Spinner is acting as a communication relay for this discussion, and it appears the AI has evolved further than expected. Soon, Sir Yappy projects a hologram from his front, displaying live imagery of Hito. The god informs Leonhardt that he can sense a massive amount of mana coming from the beast's severed arm. Both Leon and Hari are surprised by the holographic display. Hito suggests that Leon absorb this mana using the Holy Grail, which will empower him further. Leon accepts the advice and takes out the Holy Grail, following Hito's guidance. He approaches the beast's massive hand with the Grail in his right hand, tilting it toward the appendage. A vast amount of mana radiates from the hand, flowing into the Grail. As the mana is absorbed, the hand begins to disappear, and Leon can feel the power gathering in the cup. He compares the sensation to the divine power he's felt before and reflects that this god must have favored the beasts to reach this level. However, Leon remains disgusted by their existence, believing they don't deserve to be accepted since they don't care for God's other creations. With the beast's hand gone, he prepares to take the final steps. At that moment, Ariana calls for his attention, and Leon immediately turns towards her. He asks why she overextended herself by bestowing her voice upon him, as they haven't even started the ritual, which would take a toll on both of them. She explains that the mana from the beast actually aided her, making the process easier. At the Pantheon, Demra and Petos join Ariana for the conversation. She informs Leon that she is approaching him now because he needs to make an immediate decision, choose one of the sacred items to elevate using the power she gained from absorbing the beast's mana. Leon is taken aback, not expecting this. Meanwhile, the god of war hints that he should upgrade the holy sword, but Ariana asks him to remain silent, assuring Leon that she will respect his choice. Leon considers his 4 sacred items: Holy Spear, Holy Sword, Holy Grail, and Lionheart. He tries to make a logical decision, understanding that this opportunity is rare. He reasons that the Holy Sword is already incredibly powerful and doesn't need further enhancement. After some thought, he confidently declares that he will upgrade the Holy Grail instead, since he recently struggled with it at its current level. The Goddess of Light and Justice agrees with his choice. Suddenly, the Grail glows brightly and rises into the air, signaling that it is being upgraded. When the process completes, the Grail lands back in his hands, now larger and more magnificent. Leon is pleased with his decision and can feel the increased power of the Grail. After some time, Hari calls for the Majesty, drawing his attention to something. Leon turns to see that Sir Spinner is no longer sitting on her head, which seems to be what she was hinting at. She gestures toward the background, where someone is heard cursing the robot, asking to be released. There's blood dripping, and the Grail Knight is seen on top of one of the soldiers, who appears to be pleading for help. It seems that Sir Spinner has wrapped the soldier in his wires, tying him up, while the other soldiers look on, stunned. It looks like the robot has either caught someone red-handed or the system has malfunctioned. The next chapter begins with the soldier crying for help, as the Grail Knight has bound him. Some soldiers try to understand the situation, while the soldier struggles to break free from the wires, knowing it won't be easy without Sir Spinner's permission. Suddenly, everyone's attention turns to the approaching footsteps of their king, who is observing the situation. The arrested soldier complains to Leon about the robot's attack, which infuriates Leon. He orders the soldier to stop speaking, reminding him that Sir Spinner is a knight, and no disrespect toward knights will be tolerated. He warns the soldier to remain silent if he doesn't want his tongue severed. The soldier retorts, asking if Leon is defending the robot, which only angers him more. Leon shouts that the soldier should never address a knight in such a way. The soldier seems oblivious to Leon's fury. Leon then turns to Sir Spinner and asks why he tied up the soldier. Sir Spinner replies that the soldier is a loot thief, further enraging the captured man. He protests that there must be a mistake, claiming he hasn't done anything wrong. Leon decides to inspect the soldier's belongings and orders his assistant to search through his loot for anything unusual. The soldier grows nervous as Hari approaches, warning her not to search through his belongings. He mocks the idea of believing the robot. As the soldiers anxiously watch, Hari retrieves a piece of cloth from the soldier's pack. She unwraps it and is surprised to find the heart of the great orc warrior, one of the most valuable items in the orc's territory. The girl questions him about the reason for his actions, pointing out that stealing loot is a serious offense, well known to everyone. Yet, he denies it, claiming it was a misunderstanding. It's clear he's lying, as he shouts that he didn't steal anything and would never do such a thing. His tantrum seems exaggerated for someone who's committed a crime. Suddenly, Leon swings his sword without a word, appearing to have forgiven him. However, blood splashes as the soldier's hand is severed by the swing, falling to the ground with a loud cry, "My arm." The soldiers and Hari are stunned by the scene. Leon then speaks, acknowledging that the laws and common sense here might differ, but now they serve under the king of the Lionheart. He tells them that the laws here must be followed, and those who can't adhere to them should leave immediately. The punishment for stealing, according to the Lionheart Kingdom's laws, is the loss of a hand, and as the king, he enforces these rules. The modern soldiers are clearly troubled by this harsh law but are reluctant to give up the strength they've gained, having moved up from D rank to C rank or higher. They realize it's their comrades' fault for stealing, so they agree that the punishment must be enforced within these lawless gates. At this point, one soldier steps forward and calls for Leon's attention. Leon asks for his name, and the soldier removes his helmet. It's Gang, their old comrade. The soldier hesitates but finally requests that the thief be allowed to retrieve his severed hand. The thief is in agony, crying over his lost hand. Leon asks the hunter if he's suggesting they reattach the hand. The hunter confidently affirms it. Leon, however, believes that doing so would undermine the purpose of the punishment, which is to set an example. The hunter, however, argues that they come from a different world with different ideals, and it would be a kind gesture if the king allowed the thief a chance to repent. Leon considers this reasoning and finds it valid. The soldier, in shame, thanks Leon for the mercy shown, and Leon steps up, holding the Holy Grail. He tells the soldier to be grateful for his comrade's intervention. As he tilts the Grail, a miraculous liquid pours out, and the soldier's hand is restored as if it was never severed. The thief is in disbelief, watching as his hand regenerates, a feat even an S-rank hunter couldn't accomplish. Leon's healing ability exceeds that of any known healer. The hunter is astonished, pondering the king's unbelievable power. Leon reassures him that he'll get used to it, then orders the soldier to leave. Leon announces that anyone who wants to remain part of the journey can stay, while those who wish to return to their world can take their loot and leave. The soldiers look at one another and decide to stay, eager for the chance to rise in rank. Leon's holy knight smirks, declaring that their training begins now, as they're ready for it. Hari asks Leon about the nature of the training. Leon smiles and tells her it will be physical training, and it won't be easy. The next morning, back on Earth, a group of soldiers stands before a podium at the association building. The D-rank hunter is there, and when someone calls his name, he turns to see his old gossip partner, Mr. Kim. Kim asks about the recent gate raid, and the hunter admits he's itching to do more, but Kim advises him to rest to avoid overworking himself. Just then, the assistant manager steps onto the platform and announces the arrival of His Majesty Leon Dragonia Lionheart and the Grail Knights. It feels like a royal court from centuries ago as everyone stands at attention. Leon enters with Hari and Sir Jagged Spinner by his side, congratulating them for passing the simple test. He tells them they still have much to improve, especially their bodies, which need to be stronger for battle. He declares that they'll undergo strict training according to the kingdom's army manual, which is a comprehensive guide for rigorous physical training. Some soldiers imagine the training would be typical, but Leon explains that it's all about pushing the body to its limits to make it stronger. The training manual was created by Grail Knight Sir Grodd the Giant Slayer, who once said that humans grow stronger the more they're beaten. The soldiers are stunned, unable to comprehend such strange advice. Our king gets energized recalling these words and declares that a soldier protecting a kingdom must train harder than a farmer to reach greater heights. This is why the top knight had those words to devise the most efficient training. Our hero, not in full evil mode, tells them that shredding and beating the bodies of soldiers and then healing them actually has its benefits, as it strengthens their muscles and improves their dynamics and visual acuity. To avoid further beatings, they must regret the moment they had the chance to leave the military, as they now fear this method of training. Leon points at them and orders them to start beating each other, raising his finger in the air as he commands them to smash each other until their muscles are shredded and their fists broken. He even tells them to break their bones. This infuriates the D-rank hunter, who loudly protests that this is nonsense, though he agrees the king is not wrong. This method will break their bodies. Leon questions why he feels that way as he reveals the Holy Grail, telling them they are fortunate to have a leader who is the guardian of such a divine item. He proudly shows them the Grail. At that moment, the team manager notices something happening to his partner's body, alerting the hunter as well. Mr. Dies is shocked to see his injuries from the recent raid healing one by one. Leon announces that all warriors near the Holy Grail will be automatically healed, and to regenerate their broken parts, shredded muscles, and bones, they need only drink from the Grail. He gives them 5 hours to break everything in front of them, meaning everything. The candidates are still hesitant. The Holy Knight warns them not to see anyone as an ally, urging them to accept every attack and return it without hesitation. If anyone still seems unscathed after these 5 hours, our king will deal with them himself. This reminds Leon of his 5th grade math teacher. Afterward, Leon decides to leave, leaving the training manual to Sir Jag Spinner, who will be in charge of monitoring them. The soldiers wonder if this is really the training manual and if they are supposed to beat each other, but no one moves to strike first, all trying to fake their expressions because no one wants to hit their comrade. However, the Grail Knight will not tolerate inaction. He raises the alarm about their fraudulent behavior, and Har understands why he was left in charge of this training. He whips the crowd into action, signaling them to begin, and panic spreads among the soldiers. Sir Jag then commands them to start fighting, warning that anyone who hesitates will face his wrath. The soldiers get serious, not wanting to risk getting beaten by either the robot or the king. Our good-hearted hunter calls it insanity, calling them all out of their minds for doing this, and receives a strong punch to his face. I bet that was his first lesson in this training, that no one will act good now. Now let's take a look at the daily routine for the hunters who signed up for Leon's military. The first phase of training starts at 9 a.m., known as the Steel Skin Project, where they beat each other like punching bags. Then at 12 p.m., they have a lunch break, which only consists of water mixed with salt and sugar. Meanwhile, Leon and his 2 companions stand by the water cooler with a few cups. One of them asks the assistant to confirm what's in the lunch, but she hesitates to answer. Leon takes over, explaining that it's lunch with sugar and salt mixed in water. The soldiers, hearing this, are stunned. Who would mix salt and sugar in water? However, this is rule number 0 in the manual, which states soldiers should be fed just enough to keep them from dying. They will get proper food once they become real soldiers. At 1 p.m., tactical training begins. The soldiers split into groups of 5 while Leon charges at them on his stallion. The soldiers scream, fearing the might of the stallion, but who's going to stop Leon? He charges ahead, tossing them around like coins as they scream like children. Finally, they are allowed to pass out at 9 p.m. after such grueling training and sleep peacefully. You might wonder how they could sleep on empty stomachs. Don't worry, as their cute assistant took care of them with special late-night snacks, allowing them to endure and sleep peacefully. This is all part of Leon's plan to serve them, though they have no idea. The next morning, before the sun rises, a soldier can be seen training with a sword. It's the D-rank hunter, practicing a new move. However, it's tiring since the shield is heavier than expected, and swinging the sword requires a lot of effort. He's trying to learn stabbing while getting used to the formation, as his posture with the shield is too restricted. Our hunter is taking an online tutorial when suddenly he hears a voice from behind, diverting his attention. It's Leon himself, criticizing his posture. He orders him to try again and correct his stance. The hunter replies Roger and shifts his focus to his posture before attempting to stab again, looking to Leon for approval. However, Leon still disapproves and approaches the soldier. He lifts the shield and, as an experienced knight, guides him, pointing out that lowering the shield while stabbing is a mistake. He reminds him that the shield should protect his comrade's right shoulder in the formation. He tells the soldier not to lower it, even if it restricts his vision. Meanwhile, Gu is confused and asks Leon why this is necessary. Leon answers that lowering the shield creates a gap, an opening for the enemy to exploit. The D-rank hunter questions the Holy Knight's tactics, but Leon explains that the soldiers with shields stop the enemy, while the knights charge forward to eliminate them. Leon calls this the hammer and anvil method. Gu, however, challenges this, arguing that since their enemies are monsters, this method is ineffective. This infuriates Leon, who asks how a D-rank hunter dares to teach him how to fight otherworldly creatures. Gu's confidence vanishes, and he tries to calm the situation, saying he's not attempting to teach Leon. The king of Lionheart shares with him that his world was once home to countless terrifying monsters, far stronger than those encountered in the gates. There were giants towering up to 20 meters, trolls that regenerated endlessly, multi-headed snakes, a spider surrounded by dozens of goblins, and the most fearsome of all, a dragon capable of crushing mountains with a single hand. To defeat these monsters, one had to master various hunting techniques and adapt to any unexpected situation, skills only gained through real-life experience. Leon, with over 200 years of such experiences, asks him if he has spent decades battling monsters while serving the goddess, and if he has the spirit to win battles with any weapon. Unfortunately, the low-ranking hunter has no answers and sits in silence. This is why Leon teaches his soldiers one key thing: the importance of mastering a single skill to survive on the battlefield, believing that being well-rounded is the role of a knight. Duda seems to understand this, but he wants more than to be just a soldier. He doesn't wish to remain a mere soldier. Leon is moved by his determination and, with a smile, asks if he dreams of becoming a knight, which shocks the hunter. He responds, wondering how a peasant like him could ever become a knight, as knights are meant for aristocrats. Leon sighs coldly, telling him not to apply the logic of his world to the kingdom of Lionheart. He clarifies that knights are not limited to aristocrats. The Holy Knight explains that anyone who willingly faces hardship for a noble cause, protecting people, upholding good, and swearing eternal loyalty to the goddess, can become a knight if they stay true to that divine promise. Leon asks if Dudas has the courage and character to take on such a duty, as that will be enough for his respect. Inspired by this explanation, Dudas, the hunter, now decides to pursue becoming a knight with courage and character. Meanwhile, at the Magic Tower in the USA, the Jewel of Wisdom lights up again, but this time, it's purple instead of red. Mr. Sherman is overjoyed by its return. The demon orders him to bow and begins offering services to teach truth and wisdom. The master of the Magic Tower wonders if the demon's voice has changed. The demon requests the mage to cast a space transfer spell around the crystal to prepare in case of an emergency. Sherman is confused, thinking the crystal is for summoning the demon to Earth, but the demon is infuriated, stating that he never intends to walk into heaven. He adds that he won't set foot on this planet until the survivor is here, and that he is plotting to kill Sherman, as it is the right moment. The demon commands the mage to enter the same gate next time, wishing for Leon's death. The episode begins with the graduation ceremony of the Pantheon Guild standing army, ready to storm a yellow gate. Someone asks Leon if he's really going to raid the yellow gate with trainee soldiers. Leon confirms this and reveals that Sir Yappy and the redhead are excluded from this raid. It seems Leon wants to see the results of the soldiers' training. However, instead of the usual team, Chief Hunter Kim is leading the raid with Leon, boasting that he'll handle all the work. Hari wishes them luck as the soldiers line up. The Holy Knight stands atop a high pillar of an incomplete building, addressing the soldiers about the strength and determination they've shown in their 4 weeks of hard training. Now, it's time to demonstrate what they've learned under his leadership, as he will no longer be giving orders. It's a final exam for the trainees. He boosts their morale, telling them that they will be raiding a gate that most wouldn't dare enter. They will know what it means to be soldiers of the King of Lionheart, known for their courage. As they storm the Yellow Gate, the total number of soldiers, all D rank, is 49, plus 1 hunter from the association, and finally, the leader, Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Suddenly, the Grail Knight detects something unusual and alerts the assistant with a robotic sound. She tries to calm him down, assuring him that everything will be fine with His Majesty leading them. Still, Sir Spinner insists there's a problem, counting 51 people entering the gate. Hari agrees with this count but doesn't see an issue. However, Sir Yappy informs her that 52 have entered the gate, as a mysterious cloaked figure is among them. Hari, too, doesn't recognize the individual. The situation alarms the Grail Knight, who immediately rushes into the gate after the mysterious figure, while Hari calls out to wait for her. However, Sir Spinner has already entered, and the gate closes behind him. Hari, stunned, falls to the ground, injured from trying to enter. As she recovers, she notices the gate fluctuating and changing its mana, which shouldn't be happening. The officials are shocked as the gate's color shifts from yellow to red. As they scramble to save themselves, Hari stands at the gate's entrance, trying to understand the situation. She refers to it as a fluctuating gate, causing chaos on their side. Meanwhile, on the other side, a horde of demons, ranging from lower to upper level, is waiting to greet the soldiers. They immediately start attacking a lone soldier, yelling at him to die. The Lionheart soldiers are stunned, as they had no idea they'd be facing demons in this trial. One soldier exclaims that this is a demon gate, and Leon is furious, realizing he was tricked into entering. As demons rush toward them, Leon, unfazed, orders his soldiers to raise their shields and quickly form a defensive formation. A soldier calls for the shields to be raised as they form a perfect defensive formation around the young lad from the association. He wonders how they manage to do this so effortlessly. This is the Lionheart Testudo, a flawless formation that provides support to their comrades, a solid strategy against the advancing demons. Leon is by their side, on his stallion. Once the formation is complete, he orders them to move forward, and they proceed without hesitation or doubt. Meanwhile, Kim wonders if they are really advancing despite being at a demon gate, which would normally prompt them to retreat. However, he notices that they move forward without fear, confident in their abilities. A system message pops up, detailing the effects of Lionheart's aura on the soldiers, and it's a long list. The chief is astounded by these traits, which surpass even those of commander-level warriors, now granted to every soldier in this military. The demons notice the advance and, boosted by some strange demonic power, attempt to break through the formation. Leon instructs the soldiers to raise their shields, preparing to block the initial assault. They follow orders, and to their surprise, the demons' advance is stopped, causing the attackers to collapse or take critical damage from the shield impact. Kim is shocked, wondering how even a B-rank hunter would struggle against an attack from a bloodhound, yet these D-rank soldiers are blocking it effortlessly with sheer willpower. He wonders what happened over the past 4 weeks to change them so much. The answer? Leon. Leon commands them to take another step forward and orders them to push the enemies back using their shields, then counterattack to ensure the monsters can't recover and retaliate. The soldiers follow his orders, knocking many demons to the ground, and Leon tells them to finish the job, slaying the bloodhounds lying there. They do so swiftly and without pause, keeping the enemy on the back foot. Kim notices something in the distance, a demon troll, a massive and ugly creature. He warns the soldiers to be alert. They brace themselves, but they're not confident in their ability to block its attack, as the troll's size and strength could pose a serious threat. Just as the demon prepares to strike, a soldier steps out of the formation with perfect posture to block the blow. It's the captain of Squad 3, GIS. He holds his shield up, and it glows red at the point of impact. The captain realizes the blow is weaker than he anticipated and that they have a good chance of stopping it. The troll demon roars in frustration at the failed attack, and this creates an opening for Sir Jagged Spinner, who launches an airgun attack at the troll. The shot hits, causing a distraction, and Leon charges in. He praises the captain of Squad 3 for the excellent block and then swings his holy sword with power, instantly killing the troll. The soldiers watch in awe, witnessing Leon's immense strength and the swift defeat of the mighty creature. The demons, witnessing the destruction of the troll, are struck by fear. They had expected it to be summoned back, but instead, it was slain on the spot, which convinces them it's too dangerous to face Leon. The monsters retreat, unwilling to die at his hands. The soldiers breathe a sigh of relief, celebrating their victory. They turn to show their gratitude to Leon and his army for saving the Sparrow Kingdom from the demons' assault. Suddenly, a system message appears, warning that the Sparrow Kingdom is under attack and that they must protect it from the Demon King's invasion, with only a week to prepare. The soldiers are confused, wondering how the Demon King could appear at a yellow gate. They speculate that it might be a powerful demon, not the king himself. A soldier approaches Leon with bad news, drawing his attention. He points to the area where they entered and informs him that the portal has disappeared, making it impossible to return. Panic spreads among the soldiers. Leon orders them to calm down, assuring them that they must stay focused. He looks toward the vanished exit, trying to figure out the cause. Suddenly, Sir Jagged Spinner jumps in and tells Leon that an unexpected foreign invasion has occurred, giving Leon a clue about Spinner's presence in this gate. Leon turns and asks if anyone can explain the situation. A hand raises among the soldiers. It's GIS again, who explains that this is a fluctuating gate, where the difficulty level increases exponentially, and they can't leave until the gate is cleared. He notes that this isn't a coincidence. Leon considers this, but decides that they will stick to their plan and clear the gate, surprising GIS, who reminds him that there might be a Demon King. Leon responds by proudly mentioning that he has killed 2 Demon Kings and 30 great demons, reassuring his soldiers of his abilities. The soldiers, now even more confident, praise their king's demon-slaying prowess. Leon reflects on his past, realizing that while he once had plenty of divine power, he is currently unsure whether he can defeat a Demon King at his present strength. Still, he believes he must remain a dependable figure for his soldiers, who rely on him. Far away, a demon in the Jewel of Wisdom watches this unfold, laughing. The demon notes that Leon has become weaker, proving he's just a human now. Sherman asks if the ritual for the demon's descent can begin. However, the demon hesitates, telling the mage that there's no need for him to intervene. The demons have been working on creating a powerful creature for the last 100 years, and when this creature awakens, it will be a demon king capable of killing Leon. The creature, which looks like a voluptuous woman, appears lifeless for now. Next, we see a view of the Sparrow Kingdom, which looks impressive with its grand palace at the center. The kingdom had been peaceful and proud of its heritage, but that changed quickly when disaster struck. The city was ravaged by a demon's rampage, and the few survivors took refuge in the palace, guarded by soldiers, holding on to their last hope as they fought for their lives. It seems that the Pantheon Guild also chose to stay in the palace, as Gu is seen sitting at a wooden table discussing a theme. The palace, with its fancy surroundings, including expensive chandeliers and tall walls, appears to be a place of rest. Meanwhile, Leon is uncertain about what the theme is and asks the hunter sitting opposite him, with Kim and some soldiers standing behind. Leon briefly considers something before mentioning that all the gates have different backdrops. However, the captain of Squad 3 points out that this particular gate is different because it has a time limit, which they have never encountered before. Gu explains that a dungeon break happens when monsters are neglected, but quests with time limits won't open until the conditions are met. Leon realizes what's happening and begins strategizing for the quest. He then turns his attention to the agent from the Hunter Association, confirming his name, which causes the agent to panic. He nervously confirms, and Leon tells him that although he doesn't plan to step in, he wants to proceed with the situation. However, he asks if there are any objections from the association representative about him and Sir Spinner stepping in. Leon interrupts, asking if there's anything else to discuss, particularly regarding hidden quests. The group is shocked, and Kim asks what Leon is planning. Leon's devilish aura emerges as he reveals his intention to slay a demon king for this hidden quest. The scene shifts to Leon, sitting and contemplating the troll's demonic energy, which feels weak. He reflects on the brief connection with the Pantheon before placing his hand on his chest to communicate with the gods in his heart. He contacts goddess Ariana, who responds, and Leon asks if she's well. They quickly get to the point, as the energy is low, and Ariana acknowledges it. Leon mentions feeling an energy of a different nature within the gate as well. Ariana tries to calm him, explaining that it wouldn't have been easy for him to notice, as the energy has seeped naturally into this world. Leon is concerned that this powerful being went unnoticed for so long and suspects it could be a demon king or something of that level. Ariana finds it strange, suggesting that such an entity should possess stronger energy. She then tells Leon that another deity of the Pantheon wishes to speak, and Leon, ever respectful, listens. The scene shifts to a new deity, PL, who wishes to inspect the world. She appears with purple hair and a strange lantern, giving off unusual vibes. Leon, though concerned about the energy required for her descent, is confident he knows how to handle it, referring to his definite method. At the palace, a royal carriage arrives at the main door, bringing Arcane and his comrades. Servants, including the palace's head butler, Farco, greet them and offer their services. Farco leads them down a grand corridor, and Leon admires the palace's majestic interior, commenting on the great artistic sense of its owner. Farco seems impressed by Leon's insight, unaware of his true identity. As they walk, Farco speaks about the rich history of the Sparrow Kingdom, mentioning its first queen, Fiora, and the current queen, Beatrice. The group arrives in front of a large portrait of a queen, and the gossipers speculate about the kingdom's matriarchal system. Leon, overhearing this, turns angrily and reprimands them for their insolence, making it clear they should apologize. Leon apologizes to Farco for the behavior of his companions, who lack proper etiquette. Farco, understanding the urgency of the situation, brushes it off. The group then reaches the door to the queen's chamber. Royal guards open the door, revealing a grand hall with the queen seated on the throne, surrounded by royal servants, knights, and other stakeholders. As Leon steps forward, a fat man, Duke Arkham, approaches and asks if he is Sir Lionheart, the hero of the recent battle at the palace gates. Arkham, a cunning-looking chancellor, opens a scroll and announces that Leon will be granted the title of knight for his accomplishments. As Arkham begins a long-winded speech praising the queen, Leon, unimpressed, cuts him off, stating that he wishes to greet the queen first. The Duke, clueless about the insult, continues talking, but a knight stops Leon's advance, reminding him of proper protocol. Leon respects this and halts, acknowledging the knight's authority. The Chancellor, irritated, raises his voice, stating that while Leon may have accomplished great things, it doesn't give him the right to approach the queen immediately. The king's soldiers, knowing how this kind of situation angers Leon, watch with concern. Just then, the queen stands, drawing everyone's attention. Leon, frustrated, can no longer contain himself and calls out, introducing himself as the king of Lionheart, Leon Dragonia Lionheart. He continues, saying he must do this, despite how harsh it may seem at the moment, while the Duke looks on in shock at this behavior. The overweight man calls out to Leon, ordering the captain to take him away. We all know what's about to happen next. In the next moment, Leon grabs his head with both hands, wearing a dark expression, causing chaos among his companions as they shout at him. Even they know what's coming, but Leon doesn't care. He snaps the man's neck and turns his head 360 degrees, while everyone shouts his name in disbelief. Simply put, Leon couldn't tolerate the insult anymore and doesn't care about the consequences. The next chapter starts with the wrath of Lionheart, who has just snapped the neck of a high-ranking official from the Sparrow Kingdom. All members of the Queen's Guard surround him, demanding an explanation, while the old knight stays alert. The king looks at the lifeless body of the man he just killed, kneeling motionless, and draws his conclusion. The Queen's Guard surrounds Leon, their swords drawn. Captain Gu calls for caution, as the palace soldiers still demand an explanation, asking what Leon meant by his actions, as such a move could signal the beginning of a war. But Leon, unfazed, points at the Duke, urging him to reveal his true identity. It's getting ridiculous now, and Leon mocks him for thinking he could escape the King of Lionheart's gaze. Leon orders him to reveal himself, calling him a filthy demon in disguise. Suddenly, the dead man's expression turns ugly, and his eyes glow red. In the next instant, his body starts contorting, making grotesque sounds, before transforming into a monstrous grasshopper. The soldiers are stunned, unable to believe what they're seeing, a demon disguised as the Chancellor. One by one, more people begin transforming into demons, and the court fills with them. The chamber members panic, running for their lives. Leon commands the demons to stop panicking and get a grip. He orders his soldiers to assemble and fight together against these invaders, as this is their only chance to win. Just as Leon is about to continue, the grasshopper demon lunges at him from behind. With a single flick of his fingers, Leon halts the demon's advance. The demon is in disbelief, and in the blink of an eye, Leon slices its head off with a swipe of his hand, causing the monster's body to collapse in front of him. The onlookers are speechless, stunned by Leon's display of power. Meanwhile, the old knight wonders how these demons infiltrated the castle under the guise of regular courtiers. The commoners, still in shock, are running for their lives, having never encountered demons before. Now it's time for the old knight to shine. He dashes from the stage behind Leon and slays a few demons in an instant, shouting that they must kill every demon without mercy. All the soldiers, now emboldened, continue fighting fearlessly. Soon, all the demons in the court are defeated. Leon looks at the demon's corpse and then towards the queen, who sits motionless on her throne, a doll-like figure with no expression. Leon senses something strange and steps forward, but the old knight stops him with his sword. Leon, understanding the knight's loyalty to the queen, tells him that, in this emergency, he cannot let his devotion to the royal family stop him. The knight insists that his loyalty lies with Her Majesty, and he will do anything to protect her. Leon considers this and finds it reasonable, while his companions look on, concerned. They know Leon too well, and as expected, the king uses his fingers to send the knight's sword flying into space, leaving the knight in shock. The king of Lionheart, now angry, tells the knight to know his place, for he is the one in charge of questioning and making decisions, just as the queen would. The knight, still in pain, tells Leon that the queen is not in a state to make sound judgments, and now it's up to him to handle the situation. Leon looks at him, seemingly weighing his words, and it seems that he is willing to trust the old knight. He acknowledges that corruption is spreading through the castle, and they need to act quickly. Still, the knight remains unsure and asks Leon if he is certain. Leon assures him that a king does not lie. After a brief moment of thought, the knight asks what Leon plans to do. Leon, having anticipated this, responds that he wishes to take command of the soldiers and have the authority to eliminate the evil, while looking at the queen. He gently informs the queen that, as she is currently powerless, he will resolve this issue on her behalf. The scene shifts to the central square of the Sparrow Kingdom, where the remaining survivors gather before a stage. Leon and the Sparrow Commander stand at the front, and a large fire burns beside them. After a brief pause, Leon introduces himself to the masses and announces that he has been granted full authority to lead them out of this crisis. He tells them that there are several infiltrators among them, possessed by demons, who plan to start a revolution alongside the corruption in the castle. However, he reassures them that he has a method to distinguish the possessed from the innocent. The people ask in unison what this method is. Leon, with confidence, tells them to wait and watch. He then orders two individuals, a girl and a soldier, to step forward. As they await their fate, the survivors seem to understand what is about to happen. Leon instructs everyone who is not corrupted to throw themselves into the fire to prove their innocence. The commoners are hesitant, shocked by this demand. Leon, however, reassures them by saying he will demonstrate the method first, tossing the girl and soldier into the flames. The crowd is horrified as the soldier screams in agony while his skin burns, but the girl emerges from the fire unscathed. The onlookers are stunned, unable to believe their eyes. As the soldier's body continues to burn, it begins to transform into a demon. Leon calmly explains that the sacred flames only burn those who are evil. He then urges everyone to show their gratitude to Petos, the god of war and fire, as they walk through the flames, while many still hesitate, unconvinced by this method. This deeply angers Leon as they seem to doubt the story about the pedo guy, questioning if it truly burns innocent people. The king angrily orders them to run through the flames, warning that if they are all corrupted, he will slay them immediately. Upon hearing this, the soldiers rush toward the fire, making sure their faces are covered. Only a few remain standing by the stage, revealing their true corrupted forms. The stench fills the air, and Leon decides to punish them for their plot. He yells at them, threatening to tear them apart. The demons, undeterred, begin to unleash their power and tell Leon to know his place as a human, claiming that he won't die peacefully. But that's their mistake. The demon slayer is furious and shouts at them, causing their ears to rupture, with blood pouring from their ears as they scream in agony. Leon calls them arrogant worms who feed off human emotions, despising them for walking on 2 feet among humans, and daring to pretend to be soldiers. He vows to make them scream in despair and suffering, their cries echoing around the world. The demons now fear they've made a grave mistake, realizing they've angered the wrong person. Meanwhile, in a distant valley, Mr. Sherman and the demon watch these events through some technology. The demon laughs, noting Leon's weakened state, which shows he's just a human. Sherman asks if he should begin the ritual for the demon's descent, but the demon refuses, stating there's no need for him to interfere because a creature they've been working on for the past 100 years will awaken soon. This creature, once awakened, will be a demon king capable of killing Leon. The creature appears to be a large, lifeless woman. Back in the Sparrow Kingdom, the citizens witness a spectacle as the King of Lionheart stands on stage, with an ugly, bat-like demon bound to a pole. Leon assures the people that as long as he stands with them, they have nothing to fear. He explains that these evil beings plant negative emotions in people's minds, feeding on them. The demon responds, claiming that the Corruption Authority will ensure their deaths, but Leon silences it by smashing its head. He points out that this monster is the cause of their suffering, sickness, starvation, broken families, and their financial losses. The demon tries to deny the accusations, but Leon silences it again by breaking off one of its horns. The citizens, remembering all their hardships, stare at the demon with anger. The demon tries to shift the blame back to them, but Leon breaks off its other horn, commanding the citizens to see that these demons have manipulated them into misery. He tells them that the demon's corruption has led them astray. The demon, now hornless, curses itself. Leon then uses a divine wooden bat, lit with holy flames, and tells the citizens not to fear because these divine flames will allow them to punish the monsters and vent their frustration. He chooses a red-headed boy from the crowd to take the bat and beat the demon for its sins, instructing him not to stop until the demon atones for everything. The boy hesitates, and Leon asks if he feels pity for the demon, which angers the boy. The boy reveals that his father died because of these demons, and with that, he steps forward to strike the demon. The demon tries to manipulate the boy by threatening him, saying it will follow him to hell and kill him. However, Leon interrupts by punching the demon and telling it to stop trying to scare the child. The demon, now powerless, is helpless as the boy strikes it in the head with the divine bat. The demon screams in agony, cursing everyone for torturing it. It warns them that they will be cursed by corruption, but Leon, enraged, tears it apart for its continuous taunting. The scene shifts to the palace prison, where demons of pleasure and corruption are held. One such demon, a bolter, is tied up with wires. The demon reflects on its past, having spent 34 years corrupting humans, but never imagined it would end up in this situation. Suddenly, the metallic legs of Sir Spinner are heard, causing the demon to tremble. The bolter wonders how it can corrupt something like a machine, which lacks emotions. Sir Spinner, however, is unbothered and asks the demon to reveal information about its plans. The demon mocks him, calling the Grail Knight inferior and refuses to answer. This leads Sir Spinner to decide that the bolter won't cooperate and plans to use another method. A group of Pantheon Guild soldiers marches in, frightening the demon further. As it tries to manipulate them, it notices something and stops, confused. A soldier brings a bucket glowing with divine energy, which makes the demon sweat nervously. The soldier places the bucket on the ground, and the demon, realizing what's happening, grows fearful. Sir Spinner explains that the water in the bucket has been infused with divine energy, which is at a concentration of 15%. The demon, terrified, realizes what it will endure. Sir Spinner sits beside the bucket and explains that this method has been perfected using big data, and now it's time for torture. As the demon resists, Sir Spinner pulls the bolter's face into the holy water, causing the demon to scream in pain as the divine flames burn its skin. The demon curses everyone for doing this to it, claiming they are fools. It threatens to return from death to take revenge, but Sir Spinner, unfazed, douses it in the water again, causing the bolter to writhe in agony. The scene is filled with the demon screams as it suffers under the divine torture. The monster appears to be pleading for help, urging them to wait, while the soldiers are visibly frightened by the intensity of the torture. However, Sir Spinner isn't relenting, and continues to follow orders despite the captive's resistance. The monster's face is finally pulled out of the water, but it still tries to act tough, claiming ignorance and insisting it doesn't know what to say to satisfy them. The system flags him as uncooperative, and once again, the screams of demons echo as they continue their interrogation. Eventually, captive number 14 gives in to the torture, revealing some information, 30,564 characters, according to Sir Yappy's calculations. However, the knight is not satisfied with this, as the missing characters amount to 913, a significant gap. The monster, confused by the calculations, doesn't understand their implications, but Sir Spinner explains that he can provide more information. This frustrates the captive further, causing him to yell out, calling the situation madness. Sir Spinner proceeds with the interrogation, and the robot AI questions the necessity of keeping the monster alive if it cannot deliver the required information, which effectively shuts down the demon's resistance. Realizing its fate, the monster quickly decides to reveal everything it knows. Afterward, Sir Yappy presents his final report to His Majesty, who has been waiting for this moment. The report, based on information from all 32 demons held captive, is over 89% similar, suggesting that the data can be trusted. Leon is pleased with this, praising the Grail Knight for the thorough work. Holding a glass of red wine, Leon inquires how the knight dealt with the demons after the interrogation, to which Sir Spinner replies that he executed them, on average, in 14 seconds while keeping their screams at a volume of 127 dB. Leon is impressed with this efficiency, commenting that the Song of Justice is a beautiful thing. However, Leon's mood shifts suddenly, and his expression darkens. He throws his wine glass to the floor, which shocks Sir Spinner. After checking Leon's vitals, the knight notes increased heart rate, chest pain, and difficulty breathing, suggesting that something is wrong. Leon is furious, unable to accept that such vile creatures live in the same world as him. He asks Sir Spinner for advice on what to do next, and the knight, after a brief moment of thought, suggests eliminating the root cause of the problem without delay. Leon agrees, confident that eradicating the evil is the right course of action. Without hesitation, he leaps through the window, his immense strength breaking the glass with ease. Sir Spinner follows, undeterred by the day's events. Both of them are determined to end the evil swiftly. As Leon lands, the ground shatters beneath him, and he races forward at lightning speed, announcing that it's time for a late-night outing. No demons will be spared, for they have dared to breathe the same air as His Highness. Meanwhile, the Mage of the Tower, along with the Jewel of Wisdom, stands among a dozen demons on a volcanic mountain, engaged in a council meeting after their plan's failure. The demons are disgusted by the lone human in their midst, and Mr. Sherman, the human mage, seems equally uncomfortable. The mage asks the great being residing in the crystal if it's acceptable to be among them, but the demon warns him not to be distracted by the seductive demons around. Suddenly, a giant foot appears before the crystal, and a massive demon with 8 muscular arms and a crown steps forward, furious at the intrusion into his domain. He demands that they understand fear before stepping into his territory. The mage senses immense power emanating from this demon and struggles to comprehend it. The demon speaks, calling the crystal dwelling being a powerless goblin, now boasting only a little success. He mocks the crystal's demon, who then offers an unrefusable proposition. This infuriates the great demon, who yells at the goblin, warning him to know his place before making an offer. He reminds the goblin that most of the great demons have perished, yet the goblin dares to think himself equal. The goblin, unfazed, responds by reminding the demon that even the Lord of Corruption died 180 years ago, along with the Lord of the Crystal. This revelation causes the great demon to pause, and he curses the goblin for bringing up the painful history. The goblin then recounts the tragic events of 180 years ago, when 5 evil lords united to take over the world, only to face disastrous results. 3 demon lords perished in that war, and the mighty Leon of Lionheart slaughtered countless demons, showing no mercy. During this time, Leon was far stronger than he is now, and his divine powers allowed him to kill over 10 million demons. The goblin, a survivor of that battle, explains that to the demons, that period was their golden age, a time of greatness, until Leon destroyed it all. The great demon becomes intrigued by this revelation, now eager to learn more about the past events, prompting the crystal to emit its sinister laugh. He retaliates against the massive beast for acting on his instincts earlier and ruining the moment when the goblin was about to make an offer that would have been impossible to refuse. This hints at a trap involving Leon. The story causes the great demon to lose control once more as he demands the goblin reveal what the offer is, wanting to push the one responsible for all this destruction into the deepest abyss. The Jewel of Wisdom tells him that it has heard they were following an order from the most distinguished demon. However, Andrine, grinning wickedly, replies that it's almost over, as their mission is nearly complete, even with the woman from earlier with white hair and a crow, presumably the queen of the Sparrow Kingdom, lying on the floor. The scene shifts to a dense forest, where the old demon asks the Jewel if the plan is finished, to which the Jewel responds that this is the most effective method they have. The demon estimates the chances of success at 7-3, with 7 favoring Andrine and 3 favoring the other side. The old demon is starting to realize the power of Leon, which boosts the confidence of the S-rank mage. The mage suggests that combining their forces would give them an even better chance against the survivor, but the cowardly demon retreats from the battle, refusing to join. The mage curses him, calling him a bastard. The demon then thinks about where to go, realizing they aren't pursuing the plan. He suddenly comes up with the idea of heading to the corpse harvesters near the palace forest. The old fellow doesn't object, sensing something ahead. Mr. Sherman points out the approaching creature, asking if it's the one the Jewel had mentioned earlier. The Jewel diverts its attention to a zombie-like monster with strange limbs, making grotesque sounds. It's clear why they're called corpse harvesters. As the zombie demon notices them, the crystal urges the old fellow to hide, but just as the situation grows tense, Sir Spinner's wire trap appears from nowhere, wrapping around the demon's legs, causing it to stumble. Meanwhile, the duo of demon and mage use a spell to hide themselves, though they're utterly confused. They hear Leon's voice asking Sir Spinner if he's finished. The demon and mage have no idea what's happening, and their souls leave their bodies, realizing they've just encountered Leon. Dozens of corpse harvesters are displayed as trophies on the trees, slain by Sir Spinner, who reports to His Majesty that there are still more alive in the area. Leon, ever the formidable figure, listens to the knight's report, assuming there must be more demons, as the last one killed had been looking at something ahead. Meanwhile, the Holy Knight is perplexed by the endless number of demons still alive in the forest. The demon worries that Leon might discover them, asking the mage if the stealth spell is still active. The mage confirms it, though he's anxious. He knows that if they're found, Leon won't spare them. The master of the magic tower wonders how the knights managed to come this far without being detected, with Leon standing directly in front of them. Leon, sensing something unusual, wonders aloud about the strange energy from this spot, but the duo is in total panic, unsure how he can sense them. Leon steps closer, sure the energy is coming from around here. The stealth is remarkable, even for Leon. Suddenly, Sir Yappy's robotic voice catches his attention, informing him of a new target at point 4B17, with more monsters remaining. This sends Leon off to that location, though he remains suspicious about the energy he senses. Once Leon and the knights leave, the demon and mage breathe a sigh of relief, calling it a close call, knowing what would have happened if they'd been found. We now return to the palace, where Leon, having slain countless demons, cleans his body with water, disturbed by the demons of pleasure and corruption. He finds it strange that so many of these demons have taken residence here, especially the high-ranking ones. He's sure a great demon is nearby, though he's puzzled as to why they are present. Suddenly, someone approaches, commenting on the blood smell Leon is washing off. The queen, standing behind him, surprises Leon, who hadn't noticed her presence. She asks if he's tired after all the day's work. Leon realizes she resembles the entity the demons of pleasure and corruption have been working for, exuding sensuality effortlessly. She introduces herself as Beatrice Olier Sparrow, the queen of this small kingdom. Leon, still processing his thoughts, responds after putting on his shirt, stating his name as Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the king of Lionheart. Though Leon seems calm, his mind is racing. He's sensing something wrong with the queen, who reassures him she's only here to greet the one who saved her kingdom. However, Leon isn't convinced, and he gently informs her that it's not appropriate for a noble lady like herself to visit a stranger. He's fully aware of royal customs. This makes the queen feel somewhat embarrassed, and she reluctantly tells him that she is being observed, implying she's not just here to thank him but needs his assistance. Leon is taken aback by this revelation and asks who is watching her, though she hesitates to name the person, looking down. She eventually explains that the general and his knights have been keeping her under constant surveillance, ensuring she cannot act independently. This makes Leon question the general's loyalty, as he had always believed him to be a faithful servant of the kingdom. Suddenly, she grabs Leon's hands and urgently tells him that there isn't much time, and she needs a favor right away. Leon pauses, unwilling to make any quick decisions, and tells her he will consider it after hearing her out. In a soft voice, the queen asks him to kill the general and his knights, promising that if he does so, she will give him to the king of Lionheart. This proposal stuns Leon, and he remains silent for a moment. She then steps closer to Leon, standing on the tips of her toes, her face just inches from his. Their proximity is intense as her body touches his chest, and she whispers in his ear to inspect the underground floors of the castle. She claims the general is hiding something there, her voice seductive and captivating. At that moment, the general and his knights are seen rushing down the palace corridors with urgency. As soon as the old general calls out the king's name, both royals turn toward the door. The general apologizes for disturbing Leon so late and informs him that he's opening the door to his room. Upon opening it, he is surprised to find only Leon inside. Leon reprimands him for such impertinence, barging into the king's quarters at night. The general acknowledges that it was rude but insists that urgency forced his actions. Leon seems to consider something and prepares to use reverse psychology on the general. He casually mentions that he met with the queen earlier, but the old man remains unfazed and calmly dismisses the remark. Leon then presses him, asking why the general isn't concerned about the queen being out alone at night. The general answers coolly, stating it is normal for her, as she's always done this. Leon mocks him for leaving the royal alone, especially in a kingdom teeming with demons. The general confidently asserts that demons don't attack at night, citing the Demon King Slayer's beliefs. Leon finds this reasoning suspicious, thinking that the demons are far more sophisticated than that. He then criticizes the general's certainty, which leaves the man silent. The general quickly turns to leave, apologizing for his rudeness, but Leon adds another jibe, telling him that the queen has informed him that the general has been keeping her imprisoned. This halts the general, who then says that it's not a matter for an outsider like Leon to concern himself with and leaves immediately. Leon finds this behavior increasingly suspicious and believes something is hidden beneath the surface of the palace that he doesn't yet understand. To uncover the truth, he decides to investigate the underground floors, as per Beatrix's words. He calls upon Sir Spinner, who appears through the broken window with his robotic voice, as if waiting for his command. Leon asks him to use his investigation skills to assist him in this task. The following morning, demons once again attack the palace, charging forward with orders to kill and desecrate the survivors. They shout about corrupting the remaining humans in the palace. Amid their chaos, a loud announcement rings out that Sir Andrine, the great demon, has promised a reward of 100 slaves to the first demon to climb the fortress walls. This boosts their morale, and they chant their slogans, eager for their prize. As they are about to chant again, a holy spear flies toward them, causing them to stop. The spear's impact sends dozens of demons flying in all directions, much to the satisfaction of the observers. The demons left behind are confused, having forgotten that the King of Lionheart still holds power. Meanwhile, the souls of the fallen demons begin to rise from their bodies, crying as they are sucked toward the palace walls. The survivors are stunned to witness this, and it becomes clear that Leon's holy grail is absorbing the souls to collect mana for the impending disaster. Leon declares that the demons are false living beings who understand nothing of death, mocking them for being driven solely by instinct. He condemns them as insect-like creatures unworthy of life. Angered, Leon prepares to wield his holy sword, declaring that he will teach them the preciousness of life in place of Pantheon. Elsewhere in the palace, General Ricardo is seen walking through the underground floors, where his knights are surprised to see him. They expected him to be on the front lines, but he explains that Leon will handle the demons. His attention seems focused on a seal, and he asks his knights if it is functioning properly. They confirm that it is, though one knight hesitates to ask further questions. The general remains focused on the seal and, along with two knights, walks toward a room where purple light shines from behind royal curtains. The general calls it 100 years of resentment, claiming it is almost complete. He pulls the curtain aside to look at what he refers to as a seal, and the sight stuns Sir Spinner, who emits a confused mechanical sound. The scene shifts to the outskirts of Sparrow Kingdom, where hundreds of dead demons lie scattered, with smoke rising from the nearby volcano, creating a cinematic view. The remaining demons are tied up and marched as prisoners toward the kingdom, where they will face their doom. Suddenly, one of the demons collapses, breaking the rhythm of the parade, which catches Gu's attention. He quickly turns and urges the demon to get back on his feet, but is stunned by what he sees. To his shock, the demon appears to be a beautiful young woman, looking up at him with innocent eyes. She tries to deceive him, suggesting that if he frees her, she will repay him in a pleasant way, flashing a sly grin. Gu is momentarily captivated by her charm and begins to hesitate, moving closer to stroke her face. Just then, the resistance activated by Leonora kicks in. In an instant, the seemingly innocent girl transforms into a hideous, one-eyed demon, revealing its true nature as it attempts to escape. Realizing the deception, Gu reacts swiftly, pulling back and delivering a powerful slap to the demon's face, swelling its mouth. The demon is taken aback, confused as to how a mere human could resist its seduction. Someone tells it that Gu is a member of the Pantheon Guild, which frustrates the demon even more for nearly falling into its trap. At that moment, Leon's voice calls out, demanding to know which demon had interrupted the parade. The sound of hooves can be heard, signaling the arrival of Leon. A line of demons, also bound by ropes, marches behind him. Upon reaching the scene, Leon demands to know which demon caused the trouble. Both Gu and the demon pause, trying to regain their composure. Gu points to the culprit, and Leon, enraged, confronts the demon. He accuses it of attempting to seduce his soldier with its grotesque appearance. The demon trembles, pleading for forgiveness, but Leon is deaf to its cries. Without a second thought, Leon kicks the demon in the eye, causing it to cry out in pain. He continues to kick it while cursing the demon for raising its voice. The demon, in a desperate plea, begs for mercy, but Leon has no interest in hearing it. Meanwhile, the other demons watch in fear, knowing that their fate is likely to be the same. For lowly demons like them, the sight of Leon treating them like insects is enough to fill them with dread. The scene shifts to the streets of Sparrow Kingdom, where the citizens go about their daily routines. The king, his soldiers, and the captured demons march through the streets during a parade. Mr. Kim asks the king if he notices something strange, prompting Leon to inquire further. Kim observes that while they have achieved a great victory and captured the demons, the citizens' reactions are oddly lifeless. There is no joy or excitement on their faces. Leon agrees, noting that low-level demons can easily corrupt humans, and this war is endless. Only a few elites rejoice in the victory, but the common folk remain vulnerable, still at the mercy of the demons. Leon reflects on this harsh reality, observing the faces of a mother and daughter in the background, showing the hopelessness of the situation. He suggests to Kim that the citizens be allowed to execute the demons themselves, so they can see the demon souls leave their bodies, offering them a moment of hope. Kim understands but expresses concern about letting the citizens carry out the executions. When the group reaches the palace gates, they are surprised to find no one to greet them. Leon is amused by the lack of a welcome, despite their major victory. He is further intrigued when a sharp red laser light emanates from one of the palace windows, signaling something from Sir Spinner. Leon believes that the robot has succeeded in its mission. Inside the palace, two royal guards stand by a heavy door. One of them notices an approaching group and diverts his attention toward them. The group, including Sir Jag Spinner, the chief manager of the Hunter Association, and others, is halted by the guards. One of the guards attempts to warn them, thinking he can stop Leon, but in an instant, Leon kicks him aside, breaking down the door and leading the group forward. The manager asks if it's alright to proceed without permission, but the old man dismisses his concerns, advising him that it's easier to let go of such worries. Just then, Gu, who is leading the way, notices something and calls everyone over. They all arrive at the scene, visibly surprised by what they see. Kim echoes the group's thoughts, exclaiming in disbelief. The scene before them appears to be a basement in the castle, where a bed can be seen, and a shadow of someone lying under the curtain. Leon, sensing that this could be the secret the queen hinted at, rushes forward without hesitation. He pulls aside the curtain to find a woman lying on the bed, dressed similarly to the queen, surrounded by a purple aura. The sight captivates the human hunters who are with Leon, their faces flushing at her beauty. The manager calls her beautiful, and soon, all of the soldiers begin losing their composure, repeatedly murmuring, "Beautiful." The power of seduction emanating from the woman seems to be taking hold of everyone in the room. They appear like zombies, ready to attack human flesh. Leon turns around and yells at them to resist the temptation, urging them not to succumb to the dark energy. However, his plea has no effect, as they remain fully entranced. This causes Leon some concern, as his aura doesn't seem to be helping. Realizing he needs another strategy, he decides to knock them all out manually, calling it the manual method. Leon continues this method, knocking each one out one by one. When he reaches Gu, he pauses and looks pleased. The king notices and asks Gu if he harmed himself to resist the temptation. Gu, responding quickly, confirms this and explains he cut his arm with a dagger. Leon then takes out the Holy Grail, instructing the captain of Squad 3 to inhale deeply and clear his mind to heal the injury. Meanwhile, footsteps approach, and it's General Ricardo with his knights. He is amazed that Leon isn't seduced by the queen's beauty. Leon finishes healing the captain and remarks that none of them are under the queen's spell. The general defends them, claiming they are used to it, but Leon dismisses it as nonsense. He explains that the queen's allure is more than a mere charm, it's close to a curse, something one cannot get used to. He recognizes it as a demonic power, similar to the Lady of Pleasure, a demon capable of corrupting all who fall under her influence. Despite his knowledge of this power, Leon doesn't sense it from the queen. He realizes there's something off about her. Leon then drops a purple petal into the Holy Grail, a powerful enough source of energy to summon the divinity of dreams and death into the kingdom. Moments later, the goddess appears, her mesmerizing presence causing General Ricardo to stare in awe. She acknowledges the calling of Ariana's knight, Leon, and agrees to bless the king of Lionheart. She confirms the presence of corruption in the kingdom and acknowledges the mess it has caused. The general remains in disbelief, watching the summoning unfold. The goddess speaks of an endless dream that these demons have been creating, corrupting the subconscious of the kingdom. Her lantern glows purple as she whips it in their direction, commanding them to reveal their true selves. The purple light spreads across the area, and a strange phenomenon begins as the kingdom's hidden reality starts to surface. As the subconscious veil peels away, the true forms of those affected are revealed, including General Ricardo. His eyes glow red as his true nature as a Death Knight, the strongest of the undead, is unveiled. Leon now understands why he couldn't see the general's true identity before. He realizes the general isn't just a demon or human, he's someone who has the authority to create a new world based on a facade. The Death Knight moves forward, instructing Leon not to disturb the queen and to allow her to rest. He orders the other knights to protect her and the seal. Meanwhile, Drank Hunter, holding the manager of the Hunter Association, warns Leon of other Death Knights in the back. Leon observes the situation, concluding that the general isn't the source of viciousness. He suspects the queen may have started this dream. As Leon contemplates, the undead general attacks with full force, leading to a fierce clash of swords. Leon easily deflects the attack, but another Death Knight with a spear charges at him. Leon, with lightning speed, deflects the sword and pins the spear to the ground, making it a 1-on-2 fight. Despite being outnumbered, Leon remains confident, knowing they can't defeat him. Enraged, he confronts the general, accusing him of dishonoring the knight's code. The general laughs, admitting to betraying that honor long ago and orders his subordinates to attack Leon. As the demons close in from all sides, Leon's anger boils over. He warns them that they are no match for his attacks. As they approach, the power of Lionheart flame surrounds him, and he prepares to unleash the holy Lionheart on them. With godlike reflexes, Leon grabs the leg of one Death Knight and throws him aside. He then swings his sword, sending shockwaves that send the charging demons flying. Leon grabs one by the skull, slamming it into the ground with such force that it ruptures the skull. Leon is aware that the old general is stronger than these knights, but he's also weaker since becoming undead. He continues to battle, swinging his sword to dodge incoming attacks. With distorted honor, the general can't protect anything. Leon drives his sword into the ground, releasing divine power that spreads across the area. A massive explosion follows, and instead of lava, divine flames erupt from the earth's surface. The leader of the Death Knights falls to his knees, stunned by the sheer power of Leon's attack. In one blow, Leon wipes out all of the general's royal bodyguards. A sword is soon pointed at the general's face as Leon looks down on him, waiting to hear his surrender. Leon demands the general wake up from his delusion and return to reality. The general stammers, unable to respond. Leon raises his sword and tells him that if he doesn't wake up, he will remain trapped in this fantasy forever, calling him a foolish knight for his delusions. As he's about to strike the final blow, Leon hesitates, pondering something. He finds it strange that everyone around the queen has become unfaithful. However, these apostles did not turn away and continued standing by her side. If this is true, then why would the queen ask him to kill these knights, leading him to believe she isn't the villain of the kingdom either? There must be more to the story. This causes Leon to put his sword away, intrigued, and he commands the general to explain what he has done to the queen. Finally, the general opens up, revealing that the queen made a pact with a demon 100 years ago. The kingdom was in ruins, and only the queen and the general survived the war. Suddenly, a demon appeared before them, praising the queen's courage and offering to make a deal with her. The queen inquired about the nature of this deal, and the demon proposed that she harbor the essence of corruption and endure the kingdom's downfall for 100 years. If she remained uncorrupted by then, he would save her and her people using the Jewel of Wisdom. Desperate, the queen, already on the brink of ruin, accepted the deal, with no other options at hand. Though it was a trap, she made a pact with the demon. 5 years into the deal, the demons had corrupted the people, and the streets ran with the slaughter of her subjects. The corrupted grew stronger with each torturous act, and more people lost their minds, causing chaos. The soldiers were forced to restrain the corrupted to prevent further destruction. During the day, the queen witnessed the demons murdering her people, and at night, the corrupted would try to seduce her. She loathed herself for what had happened to her kingdom. While the first few years were bearable, her opponent was the great demon of pleasure, who had created a trap with no loopholes. The deal had two cruel conditions: those who committed suicide to escape the contract would become wandering spirits, and once the 100 years passed, everyone would serve corruption. As time passed, the queen began losing her mind, witnessing her kingdom fall apart, while the corruption within her continually seduced her. After 50 years, one of her loyal knights could no longer resist the temptation and attempted to seduce the queen, but was killed by the general. In response, General Ricardo and his knights made a harsh decision: they took their own lives, becoming death knights to avoid the corruption, as the living were susceptible to its influence. By becoming spirits, they believed they had a better chance to protect the queen. They pledged to protect her at any cost, even if it meant becoming servants of corruption after the 100 years. They sacrificed everything for her, even their lives. It's clear that the demons had orchestrated everything to manipulate the queen into a deal that ultimately benefited them, giving them control of the kingdom. However, Leon's work isn't over. He now knows the truth behind the chaos, but the actual course of action is yet to unfold, and the demon's true plan, led by the Goblin of the Jewel and the great demon Andron, is still to come. The saga continues, with the general still kneeling before Leon, explaining that they killed themselves to become death knights so the queen's temptations wouldn't affect them. He also mentions that the queen has been sealed for 80 years, and they can only keep her asleep for half the day. Leon admires their loyalty, realizing that this is why the queen wants them all dead. Just then, the goddess calls out Leon's name, pulling his attention to her. She asks if he can feel it, and Leon replies affirmatively, sensing the demon energy waves spreading across the kingdom. These waves lead to the palace gates, where the great demon Andron and his minions have arrived. Leon also feels the demon's presence and commands the Lionheart soldiers to rise from their unconscious state. With a swift motion, Leon shakes the old soldier to bring him to his senses, then drags them to fulfill their duty, slaying the demons. Meanwhile, the goddess and the dead general seem to remain behind, though the Death Knight is still interested in joining the battle. PL asks Leon if they should continue their unfinished conversation. The remaining Lionheart soldiers guarding the underground floors notice the arrival of their master and inform him that the demons have breached the castle walls and will soon be upon them. The king is stunned by this news, overwhelmed by the sight of countless demons preparing to attack. He begins to strategize but is interrupted by a soldier stepping forward. It's the captain of Squad 3G, leading the soldiers confidently. He orders them to raise their shields, and the soldiers quickly form up, chanting to strengthen their resolve. The soldiers prepare to hold off the demons, trusting in their king's protection. At the same time, the 8-armed demon orders its minions to attack, relishing in the pain of their enemies. The demons roar in pain, finding pleasure in their suffering, a phenomenon called Pfific, a special power of the great demon of pleasure. The monstrous horde charges at the palace defenders, shouting for the death of the guardians. The Holy Knight and Sir Spinner are ready, standing firm with their weapons and divine power. Leon then summons his stallion, unwilling to hold back any longer as the demon forces close in. The demons swarm the shields like a swarm of flies, overwhelming the soldiers, who are doing their best to hold them off. They believe that Leon will protect them, so they continue their efforts. One soldier glances at Leon, now buried in a storm of monsters, and fears the worst. Just then, a burst of holy light cuts through the chaos, sending demons flying. The soldiers regain hope, witnessing Leon, the Lionheart, charging with renewed energy, shouting passionately for glory. The soldiers are shocked to see their knight in such a precarious situation, knowing the demon of pleasure is powerful due to their numbers, though they are weak in combat. Leon struggles with their buffing ability, and as he looks at his stallion, lying motionless on the ground, he realizes that the great demon of pleasure uses such tactics. He needs more power to counter this, though he's unsure if he can muster enough strength for a charged attack. If this were his world, these great demons would have been dead before even stepping foot in the castle. Our hero closes his eyes for a brief moment of pause to reflect, then opens them, dismissing the reality before him. He is certain that this is the step he must take to win. As he prepares to act, he senses a strong force approaching from behind, commanding a charge forward. Leon and his soldiers turn to see where it's coming from. To their astonishment, the Death Knights have arrived just in time to assist their king. They charge at full speed on their armored horses, breaking through the rear of the formation and tearing through the charging demons with immense power, sending them flying in all directions. General Ricard approaches the king of Lionard, seemingly granted the goddess's blessing to return. Leon smiles upon seeing him, believing that he must have awoken from his dream and is now ready to confront the reality before him. Ricard reassures the king that his loyalty to the queen remains unchanged, and he will protect her no matter the cost. Leon accepts this, understanding that it's how things should be. However, the general still has more to say. He calls Leon, the king of foreign lands, and reminds him that they have endured countless defeats at the hands of the demons, humiliations, not just losses. He continues, telling Leon that if he can change the course of their history, the Death Knights who gave their lives to save the kingdom will stand by him, despite him coming from foreign lands. Leon listens attentively, impressed by the general's words. He draws his holy sword, faces the demons, and tells the Death Knights to prepare for what's coming, as he is about to show them how he fights and will fulfill their expectations by leading them to victory, changing the fate of the Sparrow Kingdom forever. As he speaks, golden flames begin to envelop Leon's body, marking the moment he enters his zone. He becomes a symbol of ultimate hope for his soldiers and the Kingdom of Sparrow. He steps forward, the flames around him turning crimson as he prays to the divinity of war and fire for blessings. Chaos looms on the horizon for the demons. His entire body glows red, including his eyes, as the aura around him intensifies. The flames swirl around him like a tornado, creating a sight that can only be described as cinematic. Suddenly, it feels as though Leon has undergone a transformation, his short hair replaced with long, golden locks as if he's become a different, more powerful being. He seems to have received a reply from Petos, the divinity of war and fire. Has he entered a state similar to a Super Saiyan transformation? Even when the world was overtaken by demons, he was a symbol of hope. Now, despite the odds, he remains the beacon of hope for the hunters and the Queen's loyal Death Knights. A massive burst of red light shoots into the sky, and an enormous amount of mana flows from Leon's body. Petos, the divinity of war and fire, finally reveals his presence, offering his pity for Leon, still sacrificing himself. The soldiers watch in awe at the immense power before them. God praises Leon's dedication, stating that without him, the flames would die out. Leon stands in the center of the flame tornado, bathed in divine blessings. The king smiles with pride, promising to protect this fire for as long as they need him, ensuring it never dies until they can stand on their own. This reflects the faith he has in these gods and the resolve he's carried through every hardship, working toward the stars with the divine shadow of war and fire behind him. Now, Leon is surrounded by layers of crimson flames, his appearance unmistakably resembling that of a Super Saiyan. His golden hair, interwoven with the red mana of fire, looks almost mythical as he faces down the demons, ready to destroy them with nothing but his gaze. The demons, watching in fear, can only tremble in disbelief. Leon plants his sword into the ground, its pressure so intense that it pierces the floor, and he declares himself the Lion Heart, the finest horseman of Petos, the divinity of war and fire. His words resonate through the battlefield, echoing in the ears of both soldiers and enemies alike. He calls upon the Death Knights to join him in this fire of war to punish the evil in the kingdom. As he finishes speaking, his aura spreads, causing the Death Knights to glow red as well. He lifts his sword from the ground, unleashing a tremendous wave of red light that stretches up into the sky. The demons retreat, realizing the true power they now face. Then, a thunderous thump echoes as golden-hoofed holy bulls, their necks adorned with golden fur and horns, appear. They are mounted by a single figure in the back, clearly a dangerous force. Leon leaps onto one of these bulls, bidding farewell to his injured stallion, which vanishes, and thanks it for its bravery. With a command, he draws his holy spear and orders everyone to follow him, pointing it toward the demons. He assures them that he will lead them to victory. As the bulls charge toward the demons with their horns aimed at them, the Death Knights follow behind, ready to tear apart the enemy. The bulls pick up speed, causing a significant distance between the king and the Death Knights, which makes General Ricard uneasy. He shouts at Leon, warning him not to charge into the front lines alone, as the demons have overwhelming numbers. But Leon, undeterred, continues his charge at full speed, while the demons prepare to fire at him with cannons and bizarre weapons. The sight of monsters riding grotesque creatures with poor weapons causes Leon to pause for a moment. He then shouts at them, mocking their lack of understanding of cavalry, telling them that real warriors wield swords or spears, not these inferior weapons. In an instant, the bulls charge forward, their horns tossing the monsters aside with ease. The Death Knights and their king are unstoppable. Both sides, the general and the demons, stand in awe of Leon's might. The demons' leader can only watch in disbelief as his forces crumble under the power of Leon's charge. Frustrated, he strikes his head in confusion, yelling at his demon minions, demanding to know why they cannot stop Leon. He orders the rear demons, equipped with magic cannons, to fire immediately, but it's too late. The tide of battle has already turned. The purple magic orbs begin pulsing in the cannon's mouth, and in mere moments, they start raining down everywhere, some even striking the flying demons. Leon notices this, but the Holy Knight, known for his deep disdain for long-range, cowardly attacks, becomes enraged by the assault. He shouts that such attacks hold no honor, activating his powers, which include the range hater effect and the divine law of arrow nullification. Even the Death Knights are granted these effects. The cannonballs fall relentlessly, creating massive explosions as they hit the raging knight, but Leon and his team emerge unscathed, unaffected by the blast, thanks to the Lionheart's glory. As Leon chants the slogan for Lionheart's glory, several additional traits are activated, including War Knight's blessings, evil species terror, and increased physical resistance by 35%. The demon's defense is reduced by 80%, and the horsemen imbue allies with flaming swords. The most devastating effect, however, is the automatic soul return, ensuring the demon's doom. Leon charges in, slaying, torturing, and obliterating them all at once. Suddenly, Leon hears someone call him a bastard, followed by the shadow of a massive figure looming over him. It is none other than the great demon, Andrine, who drops down with weapons in hand, enraged by Leon's rampage and yelling for him to die. To Leon's surprise, Andrine's blow lands on his carriage, breaking it apart and sending it flying. The bulls pulling the carriage halt abruptly, blocked by a monstrous 8-armed creature. Andrine curses the king and his ride for their arrogance, but as he searches, he fails to notice Leon directly above him, hidden in his blind spot. At that moment, Leon leaps down from above like a meteor, launching his holy spear at Andrine. The demon, caught off guard, loses his balance as the spear strikes, and Andrine grows furious, yelling at his minions to kill Leon. Leon stands, pulling out his holy sword, both weapons now in hand. He calmly says, 1 minute, an ultimatum to the 8-armed death. Leon walks toward him while chanting, endure for 1 minute, as the Death Knights charge ahead, wreaking havoc. Andrine, frustrated by the difference one person can make, begins to emit dark mana. He furiously demands to know if Leon killed Dullahan, an ancient demon lord slain by Leon 180 years ago. Leon pauses, pondering the name, and then smirks. He recalls a sick demon who carried a giant bag of fat, mocking Andrine as inferior and perverted. With disdain, Leon declares that Andrine and his minions are no different from those demons he slaughtered before, warning that Andrine will meet the same fate. The great demon's jaw drops at the insult. Leon then tells him that the only difference between them is that Andrine has more limbs, and this will only make it more enjoyable for Leon to tear him apart. Enraged, Andrine yells that he will kill Leon at all costs, throwing his 2 weapons imbued with dark mana toward him. Leon responds by raising his holy spear, slicing through Andrine's weapons with the speed of light. In an instant, the spear tears through Andrine's arm, leaving the demon in shock. Andrine, realizing that Leon's attack not only destroyed his weapons but also severed his arm, is left speechless. Leon taunts him, warning that he will continue to tear him apart limb by limb. Leon then readies his holy sword for another strike, this time in an aerial attack. But Andrine, smiling, reveals a secret weapon, the Crown of Desire, glowing purple. This power forces anyone it touches to succumb to their deepest, most savage instincts, a power no one can resist. The Death Knights turn their heads, warning Leon that this attack is dangerous, as they've encountered it before. Leon remains unfazed, knowing that such tricks won't work on him, the owner of Lionheart's glory. As the crown's light radiates, Leon slashes through Andrine's chest, causing him to cry out in pain. The great demon is baffled, asking how Leon resisted the illusion of desire. Blood pours from his body as Leon calmly walks toward him, declaring that even the Lady of Pleasure couldn't tempt him, so how could a lowly great demon do so with mere tricks? Andrine, now fully aware that his power is useless, decides it's time to flee. He orders his subordinates to stop Leon and to put an end to this. But just as Leon moves toward him, one of the raging bulls strikes Andrine from behind, flipping him through the air and knocking him to the ground. Leon mocks him for leaving his back exposed, stepping on the demon's chest as he begs for mercy. Andrine tries to use one last trick, calling Leon a coward for having a divine being intervene, claiming that knights are supposed to fight fair. Leon agrees, saying it's dishonorable for a third party to interfere in a duel. Andrine, thinking he has found a way to survive, believes Leon's words mean his trick worked. But Leon quickly destroys any hope, stating that honor means nothing to demons and that this isn't a duel but an extermination. As Leon prepares to deliver the final blow, Andrine can only call him a racist before being obliterated in a massive blast. The great demon of pleasure and corruption meets his end. Although the evil forces have been defeated, His Majesty still has to confront the deal the Queen made with the demon. The next chapter begins with Beatrick Olier Sparrow, Queen of the Sparrow Kingdom, reflecting on her earlier days when the kingdom was thriving and the people enjoyed peace and prosperity. Everyone believed the peace would last forever, including her. But everything changed when the demon invasion began. These demon forces ravaged all the surrounding kingdoms, and the wise mage queen knew it was only a matter of time before these infernal beings reached her kingdom. Using her royal influence, she kept them at bay for a while. Initially, there were a series of victories that gave everyone hope, thanks to her leadership. However, this hope didn't last, as she realized the demons wouldn't stay dead even after they were killed. Eventually, she accepted her kingdom's fate, realizing the war was doomed from the start. She was exhausted from the constant resistance against these demon forces, and it broke her heart to see that no matter how many demons they killed or victories they achieved, the evil would always return. This seemed unfair to her. The kingdom's destruction was closing in, and Beatrick was at her breaking point, unable to fight any longer. In that moment, the demon who had struck the deal with her appeared, intending to trap her and secure the kingdom for the demon's prosperity. The demon offered the desperate queen a deal, to harbor the essence of corruption and relive the kingdom's collapse for 100 years. If she could resist corruption by the end of that time, the demon would cease the invasion and restore the kingdom. This deal felt more like a curse than an offer. It was so enticing that the broken queen didn't even question the demon, despite the obvious trap. In her helpless state, she accepted the deal immediately, placing her hands on the crystal. Though it was a demon's trap, it was the only way she believed she could protect those she loved. The demon's trap worked perfectly, and so began the Sparrow Kingdom's journey toward ruin, caught between pleasure and corruption. The once bright citizens, the loyal knights, and the proud queen quickly fell into darkness, with some turning into demons themselves, never to return. In the end, one of the loyal knights, unable to resist the corruption, invaded the queen's bedroom, only to be killed by the general at the right moment. The general then asked the queen for forgiveness for his disloyalty, sealing her in the underground chambers of the palace. He and his knights ended their lives to become ghosts, swearing to protect her without being tempted. The queen blamed herself for the decades of regret and devastation, a fate of downfall she had no choice but to repeat, even knowing the painful end. She made them this way because she hoped the nightmare would end soon. Now, we return to the underground chambers of the castle, where His Majesty and the Death Knights are gathered around a wooden box containing various items. Leon examines them carefully. Someone asks if the crown and weapon belong to the great demon, as dark energy still radiates from them. Sir Yappy also inspects them, as if analyzing something. Suddenly, he gives a robotic sound and lifts the weapon using his wires. Leon notices this and asks if he likes it. Sir Spinner responds that it is made from high-strength metallic material, which could be useful for him. Leon informs him that it is corrupted by evil energy and believes it traps the soul. Meanwhile, the demon inside the weapon cries out, asking to be released so it can curse the Holy Knight. The Grail Knight informs Leon that the evil curse can indeed be eliminated, which gives Leon some relief. He decides to leave it to Sir Spinner to handle. However, Leon remains concerned about the crown, as it is no ordinary item, unlike the weapons, and wonders what to do with it. Just then, the goddess PL appears in the background. While Leon is still contemplating the crown, she calls for his attention. He turns around, and respectfully places his hand on his chest, asking the goddess to speak. The divinity of death and dream requests to see the crown he acquired after killing the demon. Leon hesitates, believing that the cursed item would taint her, but the goddess reassures him that she can handle it. Leon then presents the crown to PL, who examines it carefully and seems to recognize it. She tells him that this crown is shared by all the great evils of pleasure, and he may not remember which demon it belongs to. This surprises Leon, and he recalls the Lady of Pleasure who attempted to seduce him. The goddess explains that the sickening sex-addict demons use this crown to lure the young into pointless illusions, taking advantage of them. She adds that the crown's power is tied to this level of evil. The goddess believes she can extract something useful from it, and Leon agrees, as he had planned to rid himself of it anyway. He offers it to her, and she praises him for his work, expressing gratitude on behalf of the Pantheon for his honor and glory. Leon humbly responds that it is his duty. PL then asks the divinity of war to at least offer his greetings to Leon, to which War sarcastically replies, "Greetings, huh," but after some thought, he begrudgingly says, "Good work." This annoys PL, who scolds him for not being honest. Meanwhile, Leon interrupts and asks both gods if he can make a request. They both turn their attention to him, and PL eagerly asks what he wants. She seems intrigued, while still annoyed at War's behavior. Leon turns to them and requests that they take the souls of the Death Knights who are kneeling in respect. Surprised by this request, the divinity of war considers it for a moment and asks Leon if he wants him to guide these corpses to the paradise of souls, despite being cast out from the cycle of life and death. Just then, PL intervenes and rebukes War for speaking so harshly, reminding him that the cycle of life and death is her domain, and he has no right to interfere. War counters, questioning what kind of divinity would allow the undead to enter paradise. His question forces PL to reconsider her stance, which satisfies War. After some reflection, PL addresses Leon again. She tells him that those who defy the death warrant punishment are beyond the cycle of death. Before she can finish, someone steps forward, pleading to the goddess. It is the queen, who has just risen from her sleep and is humbly requesting the goddess to forgive the knights. The general, worried, asks the queen to take care of herself, but she ignores his concern and continues to beg the goddess. Her hands are clasped in prayer as she asks the goddess to reconsider on behalf of the fallen nation. Although PL considers this rude, she watches the queen closely. PL informs the queen that no one in the pantheon will accept the knights' souls into paradise. The queen is devastated, supported by the general, who is still processing this information. However, just as they lose hope, PL gives them a glimmer of hope, stating that the knights' good deeds outweigh their wrongs, and their loyalty has touched the hearts of the gods. Moreover, the king of Lionheart also asked her to care for these souls, and she looks at him with pride. For her, there is no greater approval than that of Leon. She will purify their souls and offer them a new chance at life. With this, she steps down to the ground, moving in front of Beatrick. She has a suggestion for the queen of this foreign land. The only way for her knight's souls to find peace is for the queen to become her priestess and aid the king of Lionheart in spreading faith. Once the afterlife becomes active again, under her divinity, she will give these knights the chance to reincarnate. This also offers the queen a chance at redemption for her grave mistake made a century ago. The queen of the kingdom, Beatrick Lyre Sparrow, immediately accepts, saying she will do whatever the goddess instructs. Now, we return to the battlefield where Leon stands, holding the queen's hand, with Sir Spinner by his side as a new addition to Leon's holy team. Suddenly, he notices something to his left, where the soldiers have gathered, observing something. Geising approaches his majesty and is asked by the king to report the damages sustained in battle. The captain of Squad 3 looks pale as he responds, informing Leon that most of the injured have been healed thanks to the Holy Grail, but 6 of their soldiers have died. Their comrades mourn over the fallen bodies, many crying. Leon takes it in stride, approaching the bodies, reflecting that, compared to the endless demons, this loss is minor. Still, any life lost is significant. He draws his holy sword, saying it's time to pray for them. He then plants his sword into the ground, kneels, and bows his head to honor these brave soldiers, praying to the divinity of war and fire. He asks that their souls be guided, their sins washed away, and their courage praised. Above all, he prays they enjoy feasts with the gods. As his prayer concludes, the red mana of war and fire envelopes the soldiers' bodies, which begin to vanish into thin air. Gu witnesses this event, as surprised as we are. After the prayer, Leon instructs them to compile a list of the deceased and notify their families, assuring them that the pantheon will not forget their sacrifices. He then commands them to return, gazing at the sky where the gates to God's paradise open, but the soldiers' souls are denied entry due to their low faith and honor. However, the king of Lionheart's special ability, the blessing for the dead, grants them entry to paradise immediately. We then shift to the Hunter Association, where all available hunters have been deployed to respond to the fluctuating red gate. Suddenly, A.B. Baldi announces loudly that the hunters of the Pantheon Guild have returned. After a week of being inside, they've cleared the gate. One of the officials orders survivors to report this to the executives. Next, we find ourselves in the office of the president of the Korean Hunter Association, where he is having a one-on-one conversation with Leon. The president, Ong Hook, has already registered Beatrick as the survivor of Red Gate 2 and is deeply saddened by the loss of several soldiers in the battle. He shows full respect for the martyrs and prays for their peaceful rest. Leon doesn't respond much, as he already knows they are in heaven. Leon asks if the president has seen the videos from Sir Spinner, and the president affirms he has, noting that it's a miracle there weren't more losses. The guild master of Pantheon calmly listens with his eyes closed, responding in an indifferent manner, possibly hinting at the worth of his soldiers. He then opens his eyes and informs the president that he plans to visit the families of the deceased. This surprises Mr. O, who asks if Leon wishes to go alone. Leon replies proudly that these were his soldiers, who died for his cause, and it's the least he can do. However, the president warns him that he might encounter unpleasant reactions there. Considering his temperament, the president may be right. Leon assures him that he understands how the deceased's families might feel and believes they will be calmed if they hear him out. Leon then mentions the president by full name, signaling that something important is coming. The president realizes this and asks him what it is. Leon instructs him to reveal all the videos recorded at the Red Gate and to gather more hunters quickly, as demons will soon invade their world. They need to prepare more soldiers and knights. Mr. O understands the gravity of the situation and assures Leon he will inform him and set up a plan accordingly. Next, we find Leon alone in the Pantheon building in Neju, gazing out of the window over the fields. He thinks the movements of the demons are suspicious, and urgent action is needed to deal with them. After a moment, he places his hand on his heart and decides he will go alone this time. His heartbeat matches the frequency of paradise, and in the blink of an eye, he teleports there, dressed in comfortable, loose clothes. As he opens his eyes, loyal servants of heaven greet him, kneeling in respect for the greatest Grail Knight of humanity. The palace, filled with divine aura, welcomes him. Leon asks a woman walking beside him, the great Saintess Anak Proya, how she finds paradise now. She smiles and replies that it's going great, thanks to Leon's projections. He smiles at her response, then notices two knights, Sir Gildas and Sir Anak. He comments that they look in great shape, and they laugh, saying they would have come sooner if they had known how good paradise is. Leon tells them not to joke about it. Just then, a man wearing a green shirt and brown hair catches his attention by calling him king. Leon corrects him, calling him a former king. The former king of Lionheart, Arjun Majesty, greets Leon, remarking that it has been a while since they last met. Leon bows in respect, apologizing if his visit has disturbed the rest of the former king. The former king laughs, replying that only if Leon had truly disturbed him, as they share the same heart. Leon asks the former king if he has heard about the new souls that recently arrived. The former king thinks for a moment and points behind him, but the soldiers are unsure of where they've landed, despite being treated well. These new souls arrived after 180 years. He asks Leon about his purpose for coming, as it's unusual for him to arrive alone. Leon explains that he wants to greet the gods of Pantheon and have an important discussion, but the situation is urgent, so he also needs the wisdom of his predecessor. Hearing this, Arjun Majesty Lionheart tells him to head to the forest for their conversation and offers to let him borrow them. Leon wonders if it's a palace or a guild, but it turns out to be neither. Then is a brown horse with white wings, a Pegasus, and Leon flies on it across the heavenly meadows. He gazes below, dreaming of riding through the fields, though he cannot do so without leaving a successor. He orders them to turn right, and the Pegasus obeys, stopping at the forest. As they land, Leon informs the Pegasus they have arrived. Suddenly, a voice from the forest calls for Lionheart, greeting him as the lawful lord of Dragonia and the owner of the holy relics. Leon looks at the forest and calls on the sages, apologizing for entering their territory uninvited. The sages respond that all living beings, including gods, are indebted to the king of Lionheart, and the forest will always welcome him. Leon is pleased by their kindness. One of the sages asks the descendant of the dragon slayer and the king's successor why he has come to the paradise of the dead. Leon mentions Sage Gunnar, expressing his desire to meet the youngest of the sages, who is also a close friend of the king. At this, there's movement in the forest, and his guardians call for Gunnar. The youngest sage steps forward and greets Leon as his longtime friend. He asks why Leon has come after all this time. Leon looks into Gunnar's eyes and tells him he needs his seedlings, which confuses the old sage. Leon adds that if he remembers correctly, Gunnar entered paradise without planting one, so he must have it. Gunnar, shocked, questions whether Leon is in such a hurry. Leon confirms, explaining that Earth is under demonic invasion, a conclusion he reached through a recent expedition. The monsters have realized he's on Earth and begun their schemes. He's sure they've already infiltrated the planet. Gunnar recalls some incidents, and Leon affirms that they will rot from the inside out. Gunnar agrees to give him the seedling, as Leon is the only one who can take it from this realm. He joins his shoots, using divine power to create a seedling, which he hands to Leon, trusting he will care for it. Leon thanks him for the help, and Gunnar expresses his joy at meeting his old friend again. As Leon prepares to leave, Gunnar stops him with one final piece of advice. He urges Leon not to rush into paradise, recognizing his longing after fighting for centuries across different dimensions. As Leon turns to leave, someone calls out to him. He looks back to see three individuals, the former king, Anak, and a strong figure known as Sir Gratis. The former king asks if Leon is already leaving and hands him something to take with him. Leon asks what it is, and the former king explains it's a gift he believes Leon will need most. After consulting with others, he acknowledges the limits of what can be taken from this realm. The item is the reins of a famed animal trainer who could tame even monsters, which the former king had received at death. His successor buried it with him. Sir Gratis steps forward, handing Leon a book. Leon recognizes it and is told by Gratis that it's the legendary training manual. Gratis mentions that Leon must have been frustrated training his forces from the start, but Leon smiles as he reads the title, How to Use Serfs to Kill Giants. When asked if he really used serfs to kill giants, Leon confirms that 300 out of 500 giants perished, though it was a tough battle. Anjak, the saintess, then offers Leon a holy relic. Leon hesitates, as he believes such relics are only passed between saintesses, but she assures him that no one will doubt the agent of Pantheon. The relic will protect him until his sword is reborn. Leon accepts the gift, thankful for everyone's support and promising to use these items to their fullest. Back on Earth, Leon stands in front of a building, addressing the person inside, claiming to be the king of Lionheart. This is the room of the former queen, and he waits for her permission to enter. The door opens, but Leon remains standing. The former queen asks if he's coming in, and he politely responds that he hasn't been given permission yet. She blushes, mocking him for being so serious, and allows him in while flaunting her figure. Leon enters and apologizes for not having a better place prepared, bowing respectfully. The former queen disagrees, saying it would be unreasonable for a queen of a fallen nation to expect more and hopes he forgives her rudeness. Leon assures her that it's not a concern, though he wonders why she struggles to control her aura. He suspects this is why he keeps his eyes closed, to avoid temptation. He informs her that the divinity within her is trying to suppress corruption, but it hasn't been entirely successful as it's been rooted in her for decades. He adds that maintaining this balance is crucial for overcoming it. Beatrick glances at the crescent and star symbol of divinity on her right hand, acknowledging his point. They then sit at a round table with glasses of red wine before them. Leon inquires if these drinks are meant as farewells for the knights, to which she sorrowfully replies that it's all she can do for them. Seeing her sadness, Leon shifts the topic, asking how she has been adjusting after 2 days in their world. She admits she needs more time, noting that this world is entirely different from hers. Leon counters that she doesn't necessarily need to adapt, catching her off guard. He explains that one must be resolute in their principles, stating that a king must uphold virtue no matter the location. He adds that criminals from all realms must align with the king's path, brightening his mood. This makes Beatrice smile as she teases him, saying it's quite the perspective of an invader. Leon clarifies that it's not the same. He elaborates that harming the world for selfish desires is mere ambition, but aiding and teaching people is the enlightenment of the Lionheart King, devoid of personal desires. The queen chuckles, reflecting that this mindset is likely what's needed to fight demons for a century. She then deduces that demons aren't the only foes Leon faces. He proudly declares he has divine quests bestowed by the divinities. Placing his fist over his heart, he invites the Queen of the Sparrow Kingdom to join him in his holy mission, leaving Beatrice feeling honored. She places her hand over her chest, closes her eyes, and politely acknowledges her debt to him as the savior of her kingdom. However, she expresses concern about Keth, the lust of pleasure, and requests his guidance to defeat it herself. This invigorates Leon, who stands and declares that eliminating those parasites feeding on emotions is something he excels at. His excitement grows as he describes how he destroys their souls with divine laws, reducing them to anguished cries. The prolific demon slayer recalls how his kingdom executed such demons by boiling them to prolong their suffering. Despite repeated extermination, they always returned, driven by selfishness. Leon mocks their foolishness and enthusiastically recounts his methods, even asking Beatrice if she has ever hammered nails under their claws, noting how that makes them scream the loudest. The queen laughs, remarking she has flayed them alive and rolled them over nails. The two royals bond over shared ideas of tormenting demons, toasting to each other's creativity. Beneath the starry night on the Neju Plains, with a shooting star crossing the horizon, Hari bursts into the Pantheon base, breathless. She halts upon seeing Leon and Beatrice sitting on a bench by the wall. Bowing respectfully, she greets their majesties. Leon's first request is for tea. Hari swiftly retrieves a thermos and paper cups, offering Beatrice her choice between green tea and barley tea. The queen responds with any warm option, already knowing Leon's preference. While holding a cup of tea, Leon becomes lost in thought. He then commands Hari to assist Queen Beatrice temporarily, pointing out that, though he usually disregards such matters, royal protocol demands proper attire and decorum for the queen. Hari appears distressed, but Beatrice assures her it's unnecessary. Leon insists, believing royals deserve respect and servitude. Hari looks ready to faint. The queen then confirms Hari's name, startling her. Beatrice comments on sensing strong fiery energy within Hari, expressing interest in observing it if Hari agrees. Hari wonders how Beatrice knows about her concealed skill. Leon eagerly joins the request, asking Hari to demonstrate her special sword technique. Feeling honored, Hari takes a random sword handed to her and prepares to perform. Red flames envelop the blade as she executes a fiery swing, but Leon critiques her large movements, suggesting they're tied to her ability. She confirms, and Leon acknowledges the flaw. He demonstrates precise swordplay, explaining that a swordsman must combine power and precision. Swinging his sword, he cleaves the ground effortlessly, illustrating advanced skill. He advises Hari to practice 10,000 swings a day to reach his level, leaving her overwhelmed. Seeking Beatrice's opinion, Leon learns Hari lacks fire control. Beatrice stands and explains fire dissipates quickly. Instead, Hari should focus mana into the sword before using it. Demonstrating, Beatrice ignites her blade with concentrated flames, stunning Hari. She advises releasing the stored energy at the moment of a decisive strike. Hari is amazed by this approach, which she had never considered. Beatrice reassures her that concentrating flames for high heat should be simple. Hari, however, doubts its ease. Later, Hari is back at her desk, overwhelmed by a mountain of tasks. She must report to higher-ups, procure supplies, train soldiers, and manage taxes, leaving her frustrated at her unpreparedness. Suddenly, Sir Spinner appears behind her, startling her so much she jumps. Perched on her head, Spinner apologizes and suggests redistributing the accounting workload for efficiency. Hari is hopeful, trusting Spinner's supercomputer abilities. After a detailed explanation, Spinner springs into action, sorting tasks in seconds using advanced algorithms. He streamlines processes from tax benefits to equipment registration, leaving Hari speechless. She feels foolish for not comprehending his methods but praises his efficiency. Spinner reminds her to consult him for future issues. Hari then requests another favor, a maid uniform. Spinner processes her request, concluding she requires clothing resembling that of European kingdoms. Hari is relieved, fearing her outfit might otherwise resemble cosplay. Spinner offers to order an appropriate uniform, which Hari gratefully approves. His assistants, however, Hari does not realize that the big data Sir Yappy is referring to is from online brands, and the system automatically selects the most popular item without considering its purpose. This represents the evil influence of big data. The next chapter begins at a bus terminal, where passengers are disembarking. The first person to get off is a young brat, Suho, from the Hunter Academy. Another guy, Kim Yuk, also a high-class hunter from the academy, joins Suho, commenting that there are more people here than he expected. Suho replies that it was to be expected after what they saw a few days ago. Earlier, Leon had visited the Hunter Academy to recruit more members for his guild, but this time, he was looking for knight seedlings instead of soldiers. He tells them that he will teach swordsmanship, spearmanship, horsemanship, and theology, with theology being the biggest surprise. Suddenly, one student stands up and points out that they specialize in archery, which angers Leon. He immediately fails the student, believing that this attitude is more suited for soldiers, and he doesn't need soldiers. The student, embarrassed, sits back down. Initially, all the students dislike Leon, complaining about his arrogant attitude. The protagonist offers to teach them simple divine laws if they study theology, but the students misunderstand, thinking it's more about becoming priests than hunters. Leon then demonstrates the power of divine law, quickly convincing everyone with his overwhelming abilities. The students are shocked, realizing that it allows anyone to use magic. A girl disembarks the bus behind them, correcting them that it's not magic. This girl, Chinan, is also a high-class hunter from the Hunter Academy. She tells them they cannot call it magic. A blonde student mocks her, mentioning she was called a peasant by His Majesty, which makes her angry. Suho asks her about the Divine Sword Guild, as she is the granddaughter of the guild master and expected to join that guild. Chinan shows them her phone, explaining that she couldn't skip this event. The phone displays the YouTube page of Pantheon TV, which surprises the boys. The Pantheon TV YouTube page has grown to 530k subscribers, with recent videos on fluctuating gates. The students discuss whether the videos on divine law and fluctuating gates are allowed. Suddenly, one notices Hari in one of the videos and calls her Nuna, revealing he is the redhead's brother. He watches his sister slay a demon with her flaming sword. His friend asks why he uses such an old phone despite having a lot of money, to which Suho responds that he donated most of it to the orphanage, showing his sweet nature. Yak remarks that both siblings are working hard and asks if Hari is working with Pantheon. Suho proudly says yes, confident his sister is doing a great job. Meanwhile, Hari is embarrassed, dressed in a 5-piece maid uniform designed for roleplay, exposing 75% of her body. She confirms with Sir Yappy if this is the correct order, and the tin can assures her that he referred to big data, insisting that numbers don't lie, and the information reliability rate is 99.999%, leaving no room for doubt. Meanwhile, Hari is venting that the dress is way too short, trying to cover her panties from being visible. They are having a tussle because Sir Spinner is repeatedly asking if she is doubting the big data, while she insists it's not exactly what was needed. The new trainees, including her brother, are standing across the gate, excited to hear his sister's voice. Suho knocks on the gate, intending to surprise her. It's funny to imagine who is going to surprise whom. The knocking alerts both Pantheon and Guild representatives. Hari tells Sir Spinner that they have guests, and he quickly prepares to receive them, thinking she is busy with her outfit. Hari yells at Sir Spinner to wait, but the robot knight has already used his wire to open the gate. The first face that appears is her brother's, and she is totally freaked out, trying to cover her sensitive parts while Suho stands speechless. Hari, embarrassed, gathers the courage to greet them and asks about their journey. Suho is just as shocked as any brother would be, seeing his sister in such an outfit. He immediately covers his friend's eyes and asks his Nuna what in the world she is wearing. She replies that she didn't wear it by choice. In the middle of her sentence, Sir Yappy jumps in, questioning Suho if he is distrusting his big data with the judgment level of an organic matter. Meanwhile, Hari is yelling at the robot not to pull off her skirt. At this moment, Leon arrives and asks the same question about her attire, adding to Hari's embarrassment. She hesitantly addresses him as Your Majesty. Leon is furious to see her in this look and immediately orders her to change, calling it a dirty dress he cannot tolerate for a second. On the verge of tears, she looks at Sir Yappy, wanting him to see what he has done. Realizing his blunder, Sir Yappy runs away, claiming it's training time and he must distribute saltwater. He flies away, leaving Hari to face Leon's anger alone. Leon rebukes her for wearing the outfit and insists she change immediately. Suho's reunion with his Nuna turns out to be the worst. On the other hand, at Jeju Island, a red gate opens, signaling another high-tier raid ahead. Someone steps onto the ground with heavy feet, complaining about being there. It's the same duo from the guild that raided the Jinju Sports Complex. The lady calls him greedy, mocking him for getting on the flight only when money was mentioned. However, he tells his sister that due to the guild's financial situation, he has to do it. Junal remembers how everything was taken from them during the Jinju Gate, and they need to make up for it to restore the Golden Lion Guild's glory. Suddenly, a red-haired guy appears, saying it's been a while since they last met the guild master, which alerts Junal's sister. The S-rank hunter mocks him for disappearing after the government blackmailing incident and asks if he has also been chosen for this mission. This guy, Lu Yengon Sunbai, seems hurt by the insult but doesn't let it slide, retorting that at least he didn't have to witness the deaths of his guild members, hitting Junal where it hurts. The next second, they glare at each other, both laughing evilly. Junal asks if the payment will be split 50-50, but Sunbai calls it out, saying he won't do that much work. The S-class hunters mock him, calling him a traitor hunter, which infuriates Mr. Lee. He warns them not to cross the line. Negotiations continue, with the tension rising. Sunbai offers a 60-40th split, which the S-class hunter agrees to on the condition that he treats them to meals. However, the redhead tells them to buy their own meals. Meanwhile, the lady from the Red Gate finds their bickering lame, thinking they are fighting like kids. Suddenly, someone approaches from behind, freaking her out, and she cries for Jesus. It's Ha Yuri, an S-class hunter from the Phoenix Guild, who asks Junal's sister to speak more nicely. She yells at Yuri to make some noise when walking around to avoid scaring people. Yuri points out that they have gathered before the dungeon break with 3 S-rank hunters and 1 almost S-rank. They should be more than enough to clear a lower black S-rank gate. Yuri is confident they can pull it off. As they enter the gate, the Phoenix Guild master is horrified to see many hunters and warriors slain before them. A knight in metallic armor stands there, yelling that they dared come to save these insects in the presence of Jeev Rick. He introduces himself as the Honorable Lionheart's Grail Knight, Jayav Rick, wielding a shield with the Lionheart sigil and a hammer-like weapon. He declares he will bestow upon them divine punishment. What are we witnessing at this moment? This is a serious twist in the tale. The quest for this mission is to save those beings from slaughter, and the clearing condition for this gate is to defeat the magnificent Jayav Rick. Giovi claims to be the Knight of Lionheart. Next, we find the raiding party in a difficult situation, clearly in danger. Jayav Rick demands to know why they've harmed the royal military and warns that the next strike depends on their answers. This frustrates the Lady of the Golden Lion Guild as she struggles to comprehend what the knight's actions mean. At this moment, the sharp-witted guild master of the Phoenix steps forward, signaling his comrades to hold on. He explains to Giovi that there must be a misunderstanding, clarifying that the knight behind him attacked first, forcing them to defend themselves. However, the young knight without a helmet shouts at them, calling them inferior mercenaries. Suddenly, Giovi Rick slams his hammer into the ground and rebukes the young knight Deli Andam Chain, warning that his impatience will lead to ruin and that he has tarnished the goddess's name with his rash actions. Deli, ashamed, apologizes for his behavior. D then apologizes to the hunters, calming the situation. Sunbai feels relief, thinking that dealing with this large man is easier than expected, which might simplify their quest. His relief is short-lived when Giove continues, stating that killing 6 soldiers is a serious offense. This catches the attention of the Korean Hunter Association's hunters, who ready themselves for what's coming. Giove declares that since his 6 soldiers have died, he will take 6 of their heads to restore balance. Meanwhile, in the Neju Plains, Har is back in her usual combat attire, leading a group of young trainees from the Hunters Academy, all aspiring to become Knights of Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Ayak is dismayed by the lack of modern facilities or medical lounges and wonders why the soldiers are only drinking water from the cafeteria. He's unaware that this water is a special treatment from the king. As they reach the training grounds, Har announces their arrival, startling the young trainees. Their expressions change as they try to comprehend what is happening. Har explains that this is the soldiers' training ground, which resembles more of a wildling's camp. The soldiers are chanting, yelling, and hitting each other in various ways, creating a chaotic and intense atmosphere. The young man can hardly believe his eyes, feeling as though he's dreaming. But he isn't. He asks Har what's going on, and she enthusiastically replies that it's a training session. He is truly shocked, especially when he witnesses one man biting another's face, choking him, and repeatedly screaming for him to die. Har tries to reassure them, explaining that there's a profound purpose behind this training, something everyone can experience. She recalls that His Majesty mentioned a separate manual for the knights, so they're fortunate not to have to endure this. However, Ayak remains unconvinced and is determined to leave the insane place. Just as he considers escaping, Leon arrives. Upon hearing his voice, Ayak's soul seems to leave his body. He quickly turns around to see Leon's face, while Har welcomes him to the training grounds. Leon orders his soldiers to stop their training and take their seats as the students have arrived to see if they want to join his military. Har lays out a lovely purple fabric for Leon to sit on, and all the soldiers halt and sit while the students stand at the back, puzzled by her attention to the term His Majesty. Leon then instructs Har, who is sitting next to him, to stand with the students. This surprises her, and she asks if she heard him correctly. Leon explains that she needs to prepare to become a mission knight and aim for higher levels, as she can't stay where she is forever. Her face lights up with happiness, as Leon had never asked her to participate in training or shown interest in her strength before. She immediately complies and stands with the students. Leon begins their training by telling the students he will choose the most talented among them to be his disciples. Those chosen will receive direct instruction from him, an honor. Har pulls her little brother's coat, worried about his behavior toward His Majesty. However, Suho is still clueless about the instructions and their meaning. After a brief speech, Leon says he's interested in seeing their skills first and asks them to raise their swords and attack him. This shocks them all, but only Har is saddened, knowing the outcome of their attempt. The moment they attack, Leon moves quickly, and within seconds, he takes them all out. They lie on the ground with swollen heads, gasping in pain. Leon comments that they still have a long way to go, remarking that he expected them to be at least at the level of a knight-errant, but they are far from it. Suho asks his friend, still recovering from the finger flick, if they hesitated at all in their attack. He responds that at first, he was taken aback, but then he gave it his all. Har, who suffered the same fate as the trainees, vents her frustration, saying it felt like being in a boss raid where there was no opening, yet they still couldn't land a blow. She recalls their coordinated attack. Suho and Ayak attacked from opposite directions. Suho wielded a shield and blade while Ayak used a spear. When they got close to Leon, he seized their weapons and slammed them to the ground. Seizing the moment, Har attacked from behind with her unique flaming sword, unleashing her flames. Leon caught her sword with his bare hand and stopped her from retrieving it. Meanwhile, a girl from the Divine Sword Guild jumped from behind and attempted her strike. Leon was impressed by her movements and complimented her. After a brief pause, Leon asks if they have recovered enough to continue. He begins explaining that training soldiers is simple, as it only requires pushing their bodies beyond limits. But with knights, there will always be a group that endures until the end and must reach the level of kingdom knights. The rest must improve by at least one level. Suddenly, Son raises her hand and asks for clarification on the standards. Leon explains the ranks of knights. First, there are knight-errants who haven't been appointed yet. Then there are kingdom knights, who prove their worth and are appointed. After them, come the war knights who command the kingdom knights. Meanwhile, Suho raises his eyebrows, curious about what mission knights are. Leon explains that mission knights are those who embark on a quest from the gods, leaving everything behind. One must be ready to wander for decades. To clarify this, Leon shares his own experience, stating that he too began such a journey, received and fulfilled a quest from goddess Ariana, and became a Grail Knight. Another student raises a hand and asks if the Grail Knight is the highest rank. Leon smiles proudly and further elaborates, saying that the title of Grail Guardian is given to a single Grail Knight who has succeeded the King of the Lion Heart. Anyone who seeks this title challenges Leon's kingship, and he warns that challengers will be killed immediately. This makes the students gasp in fear. Leon adds that this is the only time they could challenge him since his power has diminished, and he is currently more like a Grail Knight. The students wonder how it's possible to be weaker than a Grail Knight. Still, Yak confirms how powerful a Grail Knight is, showing audacity at such a young age. Leon pauses for a moment, trying to think of a standard scale to explain their strength, but ultimately says that it's hard for them to fully understand the power of a Grail Knight. He cites the recent example of the hunters who were defeated by a Grail Knight, Giovanni, at the lower-level Black Gate. The scene shifts to Jimson regaining consciousness. Her head is wrapped in bandages, indicating an injury. She tries to sit up on the grassy bed but feels a heavy, aching head as if it might burst. Confused, she wonders why she was unconscious. Just then, a woman with red hair appears behind a curtain and tells her she's awake, which surprises Jimson. She doesn't recognize the woman and asks her identity. The tattooed woman with a sigil on her forehead introduces herself as Hildur, the shaman of the Woodling tribe, and calls Jimson a hero. Jimson wonders what this title means. Hildur explains that they fought against the ruthless knights of the kingdom, which was an act of heroism. Jimson begins to understand the term hero. Suddenly, Jimchul appears, teasing his sister. He seems relieved that she's awake but mocks her for still being in the world of the living. Jimson is already annoyed by his comment. Hildur greets Jimchul with joy, asking if he's returned, and he confirms that he managed to escape the enemies. Jimson is puzzled, unable to remember how they ended up in their current situation. Hildur asks how much Jimson remembers, and Jimson recalls only the shattered ground and somehow escaping, but nothing else. Jimchul explains that she lost an entire day of memory, which is understandable due to the circumstances. He then explains that initially, the spell failed, so they had to escape using smoke bombs. Luckily, the enemies were foot soldiers, which made it difficult for them to pursue the hunters. However, the monster knight Giovanni continued to chase them relentlessly until the Woodling tribe intervened. Jimchul explains that Jimson's memory loss was due to Giovanni's hammer strike during their escape. Just the thought of being hit on the head gives Jimson chills. Jimchul tells her she should be thankful to everyone, as she was on the brink of death for 2 days, and the esteemed shaman saved her. Jimson, frustrated, asks where the healers were for the last 2 days. Jimchul replies that the healers couldn't help for some unknown reason. At this moment, Hildur steps in, explaining that Giovanni, the Grail Knight, can curse others, preventing healing by using the powers of recovery in reverse. Hildur then shows Jimson the markings on her back through her crop top, which surprises her. Hildur reveals that the markings are part of spells placed on her body to aid in her healing. These markings are special abilities of the local tribes, each with specific meanings. The one on her back is for healing, which impresses Jimson as an S-class hunter. Jimchul then asks if she can stand since they have a meeting to attend. The scene transitions to the headquarters of the Woodling tribe, where an old, bald warrior is seated at the center, likely their chief. The otherworldly hunters are gathered before him. This muscular elder is Beldi, the tribal chief of the Woodling tribe. He shares the tribe's history of suffering under the kingdom's army, branded as heretics and forced to endure great atrocities. The S-class hunters listen attentively to his story. Eventually, 3 of their tribes were wiped out, and they turned to the gods for help. In response, the gods sent heroes to save them. The hunters, however, inwardly laugh, as they came for money and have no belief in the gods. The hammer-wielding Giovanni is mentioned, and Yuri comments that despite having 3 S-class hunters and a 150-person raid team, they still failed badly. After this, the shaman informs them that Giovanni has armor capable of withstanding the charge of a giant bull and regenerative abilities that heal even charred flesh. His army gains similar enhancements while fighting alongside him. The master of the Phoenix Guild agrees, stating that the only thing that worked against him was Jimson's brace, designed to pierce armor. She suggests they should gather more armor-piercing items. The shaman then considers the possibility of using their tribe's special M markings, which might have a similar effect. The M marking offers a 35% increase in armor penetration and a 20% boost in strength and endurance. This excites the hunters, and one trader praises the effectiveness of these markings, believing they stand a chance against Giovanni. The chief then announces that preparations are complete and requests the heroes' help in saving them. He assures the hunters that the tribe is willing to do whatever it takes to assist in this mission. Meanwhile, on Jeju Island, the Academy cadets are at June Ranch after completing their initial tests and training, courtesy of His Majesty. Beautiful, strong horses gallop across the ranch, and Yak is excited to see them for the first time. The other students are also amazed. Suddenly, someone approaches Leon from behind and excitedly announces the arrival of His Majesty. This diverts Leon's attention from the horses to the person behind him. The Holy Knight compliments the horses and thanks the owner for accommodating them on short notice, explaining that he is here to find a warhorse. The owner is thrilled and proud of their top-tier breeding stock with famous racehorse bloodlines. Leon places a hand on the farmer's shoulder and remarks that a horse's worth depends on its sire, so he will examine them closely. He then addresses the students, instructing them to pick a horse they like, connect with it, and try to ride it. The students are eager and rush towards the horses. Leon also tells the owner that he is relying on his support, to which the caretaker agrees to do his best. Suddenly, Queen Beatrick arrives, with Hari in a maid outfit, holding an umbrella to shield the queen from the sun, clearly uncomfortable with the task. Leon greets Beatrick in royal fashion, kissing her hand and thanking her for agreeing to meet him on short notice. She responds that she couldn't refuse His Majesty's invitation. Leon then asks for the honor of assisting such a noble lady, and Beatrick grants it with pleasure, while Hari cringes at the scene. In the heart of the ranch, the horses graze undisturbed. The royal pair finds them to be in good health and condition. Leon, with a playful tone, asks Beatrick if she wishes to ride. She chuckles and expresses genuine interest, asking for his suggestion. Leon recommends a black steed, noting its elegance as it gallops across the field. He also instructs Hari to select a horse, stating she needs to prepare as a mission knight. Surprised initially, she scans the field and spots a white horse but is promptly told by Leon to choose the yellow one instead. Though initially disheartened, she finds it endearing upon closer inspection. Suddenly, Leon notices something and brusquely tells Hari to step aside, accidentally hitting her shoulder, causing her to wince. He moves to help Beatrick mount her horse, earning a blush from her while Hari, on the verge of tears, feels slighted. Leon takes the reins and walks beside Beatrix's horse, while Hari stands by her yellow steed, feeling envious. Abruptly, someone calls out for His Majesty, rushing over and startling the horses. Leon demands to know the commotion. It's Kim, the chief manager, who delivers news of an urgent call from the association's president, O King Hack. Leon tells him to connect the call, and the president greets him, seeking his aid with a dungeon break. Leon curtly responds that it isn't his duty to clean up the association's problems. However, the president mentions something that piques Leon's interest: the field boss is a knight claiming to serve the goddess of life and abundance. This revelation leaves Leon utterly stunned, signaling the potential clash between two Grail knights. The next chapter opens with a breathtaking yet eerie view of a barren wasteland devoid of life. King Leon, Queen Beatrick, Assistant Hari, and three newcomers step into Sergio Rick's desolate land through a portal. Hari, taken aback, exclaims at the devastation before her. Her gaze then lands on a ghastly scene of bodies crucified on poles, rotting as crows feast on their flesh. Leon and his team traverse the decimated settlement as he examines the surroundings while the young recruits gag and retch at the foul stench. A flashback reveals how Leon ended up taking on this mission, despite initially refusing. In a medical lounge, a severely injured hunter, one of the gate's survivors, lies sedated. Leon insists on questioning him despite his condition. Beatrick, understanding Leon's unspoken request, steps forward. Using her divine blessing, she casts a spell to access the hunter's dreams. Purple hues envelop the room as Beatrick narrates what she gleans: a knight wielding a warhammer who claims to be blessed by the goddess of life and fertility. Leon, alarmed, demands the knight's name. Beatrick opens her eyes and names him, Jai of Rick, confirming Leon's worst suspicions. Back in the settlement, Leon's team continues their investigation. Beatrick theorizes that much time has passed since the executions. She asks if the victims were hunters, but Leon dismisses the idea, concluding that they were systematically slaughtered, leaving no trace of life. Beatrick notes Leon's knowledge of such tactics, prompting him to admit that he employed similar methods during the orc cleansing. Leon declares that the massacre happened long ago but suggests following the tracks to uncover the perpetrators. The team, though reluctant, complies. Riding swiftly across the terrain, Beatrick remarks on Leon's haste, noting that he didn't wait for Sir Yappy and the troops. She questions the urgency. Leon explains that the presence of a Grail Knight requires immediate attention, quoting, "Half-baked skills are dangerous." He elaborates on Sergio Rick, a Grail Knight from 3 generations prior, renowned for his martial prowess. Leon recounts the tale of Sergio Rick's supposed ascension to heaven while hunting a savage tribe. However, his soul never reached paradise, which astonishes Beatrick. Leon offers 3 theories. Sergio Rick might still be alive, his soul could be lost, or he might have betrayed his allegiance, a possibility Leon finds most distressing. As they press on, the group stumbles upon another settlement where more bodies hang gruesomely from poles. Hari observes that it could be a message. Leon, disgusted by the atrocities, declares that the culprits deserve to die. His fury unsettles Hari, but she secretly feels vindicated, believing that his outrage proves his righteousness despite his peculiar ways. Leon gathers everyone, commanding them to follow his lead and warning them not to trust their senses in this mysterious land. With no alternatives, the team complies, steeling themselves for the ordeal ahead. He believes the culprits responsible for the chaos are close by, and if they act quickly, they can catch them. They reach a settlement where armored soldiers are slaughtering marked villagers, regardless of gender, and setting everything ablaze. One soldier, laughing maliciously, orders his subordinates to kill everyone and leave no survivors. Leon's group arrives, and Hari points out to him that the village is under attack. Leon is stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Enraged, he shouts that these scum are a threat. He charges towards the village, shouting that the friendly forces are in danger, while Hari urges him to slow down. Hari is relieved by Leon's fury, as he cannot tolerate innocent people being slaughtered. Leon rushes forward at full speed, pulling out his holy spear, while Yak worries that they won't be able to keep up, given his level of anger. Hari recalls a similar moment when they fought the battle-axe tribe of orcs in the Yellow Gate, where Leon ruthlessly annihilated the tribe in gruesome ways. The memory changes Hari's aura, indicating she's beginning to understand something. A twist seems to be ahead. Leon charges onto the battlefield, holy spear raised, his eyes glowing golden, indicating demonic forces at work. Hari thinks that there's no way this is happening. In the distance, the kingdom's troops and the tribe's warriors clash. An old bald warrior with a furry cape notices Leon charging towards them on horseback, but his reflexes are too slow. Leon is upon him in an instant, shouting glory to the Lionheart, as he plows through the tribe's forces, whom they were supposed to save. Hari yells at Leon, realizing what he intends to do, but he seems intent on slaughtering everyone, even the Knights of Dima. Hari, momentarily forgetting Leon's earlier advice not to trust appearances, knows that the King of Lionheart must have a reason for his actions. The scene shifts, and a beam of justice descends from the sky, shattering the ground and killing all enemies within range. The siblings are horrified, while Suho, on his first mission with Leon, is baffled. Hari is equally uncertain about Leon's actions. In seconds, Leon has killed dozens of warriors, and one, coughing up blood, shows signs of life. Frustrated, Leon calls them insects, saying he doesn't want to listen to them, before silencing the wounded warrior with his spear. Looking like a madman, Leon prepares to slaughter more, urging his stallion to move. His team is confused, and some new recruits question whether the king has lost his mind. Hari, who has always seen Leon as the most righteous person, is stunned. She cannot believe he's killing those he was meant to protect. She's on the verge of drawing her sword to stop him, but Beatrix's purple aura restrains her. The queen advises her to trust Leon, confident there's always a reason behind his actions. Hari, though unsure, questions her faith, given how briefly Beatrix has been with Leon. Meanwhile, Leon laughs maniacally, counting his kills, while both women are disturbed by his actions. Hari asks Beatrix if she is sure Leon isn't acting out of hatred. Beatrix, with mixed feelings, believes Leon has become too excited. Yak comments that there's no stopping him now, and Son agrees. Hari despises feeling powerless, but their inaction isn't due to a lack of justice. Leon's actions have a deeper logic. The people inside gates, including the monsters and NPCs, are nothing more than remnants of past memories, created from past incidents. This means it doesn't matter if they are slaughtered or executed, they aren't truly alive, so it's not a sin. Meanwhile, Leon continues his rampage, warning his subordinates that he will spare no one, and they will die in pain. His actions suggest a deep hatred toward these marked tribes. However, the real reason behind Leon's carnage is yet to be revealed. After a few more killings, the village is nearly destroyed, and a massive cloud of smoke rises from the burnt houses. Armored soldiers walk through the piles of corpses, approaching Leon and his group, who anxiously await them to remove their helmets. It's a moment of curiosity. What will these soldiers look like under the armor? The soldiers finally remove their helmets, revealing themselves as young men who don't appear to have been trapped in the area for 800 years. Suddenly, they kneel before Leon, greeting him as the Grail Knight and Living Saint. Leon orders them to stand, as they're still on the battlefield and must stay alert. The leader of the troops, a knight with golden hair, introduces himself as T. Skada Velik, brother of Lord Velik and a member of the Laban Dawn Knights. Leon recalls that Velik was the lord of a city called Lanel and confirms if his brother held that title. T. Skada says yes, and that he's the only one among them whose knightly talent was acknowledged. Leon assumes he hasn't yet begun his pilgrimage, which T. Skada confirms, saying he will embark on it after this raid. This gives Leon a hint: he would have met anyone who succeeded in their pilgrimage in Paradise, where the honorable knights reside. This means T. Skada either failed or died in this raid, as Leon doesn't recognize any of their faces. The knights must have also failed to write their names in history. Leon then reveals his identity, introducing himself as Leon Dragonia Lionheart, Lord of Dragonia and the owner of the Lion Heart, appointed by the goddess Ariana. The holy lion heart glows on his chest as proof of his identity, shocking the knights. The blonde knight says Leon is enveloped in glorious light, unable to believe it. They ask if this is a joke, but Leon remains calm, asking what kind of knight would pretend to be the king of Lionheart. This indirectly suggests that someone else might have claimed that title. Hari realizes that in their era, the king of Lionheart was probably someone else, and so these knights are not to blame for finding it unbelievable. To her surprise, the knights still show trust in Leon's words, considering the divine light and holy weapons he carries. Leon points out that these knights are here to raid the barbarians, which they confirm. Then, Leon asks about the war knight commanding them, Grail Knight Sergio Vic. This causes T. Skada to hesitate, surprised Leon knows about their Grail Knight. After confirming, T. Skada mentioned Sergio is on his way to fight the barbarians and will soon massacre these savages. The soldiers' faces light up with excitement at this prospect. Leon closes his eyes, contemplating their words. He deduces that Grail Knight Sergio Vic is about to meet a mishap. Meanwhile, at the Woodling tribe's base, a military camp has been set up with sharp barricades to prevent troop movements. Personnel stand on watchtowers, observing any enemy movements. The hunters of the Korean Hunter Association, allied with the Woodling tribe, have positioned themselves, prepared to face the Grail Knight and his army. Their confidence is boosted by the markings on their hands that enhance their abilities. S-rank Hunter Journal notices the enemy's arrival, led by their commander riding a flying stallion with white wings, reminiscent of those seen in Paradise. The armored soldiers form up, ready to destroy the tribe. Observing the enemy's formation, Yona questions Yuri if she's sure this is a red gate, as it feels more like a black gate due to its difficulty. However, Yuri remains confident, assuring her that the gate is still manageable. She explains that all the tribes in the region have united because the kingdom's forces have attacked them, and the tribes now outnumber the kingdom's soldiers. With the Mazer's molar markings on them, the tribe's warriors have enhanced defense, stamina, concentration, and more. They also bear the White Tiger tribe seal, which grants them increased agility and speed. The seal can only be earned by those who worship the beast gods, which the tribes here do. Thus, Yuri believes their combined power makes victory possible. Sergio RCK recognizes the hunters, recalling that they survived their last encounter. He considers them inferior but spares them out of mercy and asks what they're doing there. The cunning guild master of the Phoenix Guild sarcastically shoots a fiery arrow at the Grail Knight, stating they're preparing to defeat him, as that's the only way to close the gate. Hearing this, the Knight of Demra, enraged, offers the hunters one chance to surrender their weapons and leave, claiming they've committed no major sins. This provokes Lee, who objects to the knight's talk of sin, asking if it's just to torture and kill innocents, including children and the elderly. Sergio RCK raises his hammer and declares he has nothing to be ashamed of, as his actions are guided by justice. Since the hunters have crossed a line, they will face divine punishment. The shaman urgently calls for the warriors to attack, and Lee orders everyone to use their defensive arts, hoping they can withstand the upcoming attack. However, just then, Lee notices green mana emerging from the ground, heading toward the Grail Knight in the sky, leaving him stunned. The soldiers raise their swords, swearing to protect the kingdom, their devotion focused in one attack. The hunters are taken aback as they witness the knights of the kingdom, loyal to the Grail Knight, channeling their power to eliminate all evil. The energy condenses into a single devastating strike from Sergio RCK, still mounted on his stallion and surrounded by green light. The attack, a divine force, strikes the savages below, and the earth trembles with the power of this miracle. The next chapter opens with an awe-inspiring sight, Sergio RCK on his mythical steed, unleashing a destructive force. These knights, chosen by the gods and blessed with divine power from the goddess of light and justice, have ascended to saintly status. The attack, known as divine punishment, is a rare and overwhelming event, creating a massive crater as if a bullet had torn through paper. This sacred law, wielded by the knights, differs depending on the deity each Grail Knight serves. For the Grail Knight of Demra, the attack devastates the land itself. The Guild Master of Phoenix Guild narrowly escapes falling into the abyss, mentally shattered by the force. Onlookers are left speechless, their jaws dropping at the attack's unbelievable power. The Guild Master of the Golden Lion Guild watches in horror as 3,000 tribal warriors are wiped out in an instant. He realizes that if they hadn't been far enough away, they too would have shared the same fate. The force of this strike forces them to accept that even S-rank hunters from the Korean Hunter Association stand no chance against Sergio RCK. They begin to wonder if he is even human. After the attack, Sergio RCK bows his head in prayer, asking the goddess to protect them wherever they go, to be the foundation beneath their feet, and to guide them forward. He also prays for those who have strayed from the righteous path, seeking purification for them. As his prayer ends, Sergio RCK spots someone in the crowd, and in an instant, he loses control, shouting for the heathens to die. Meanwhile, Lee is horrified to see the knights moving toward them, yelling at his main dealers to engage them directly, believing they still have the advantage in numbers. Panic spreads among the heathens, who flee, allowing the knights to penetrate deep into their ranks. Suddenly, an attack comes from the left of the leading knight, who blocks it with his shield. He's surprised to find that the attacker is merely a mercenary, wondering how he could have become so strong. Realizing the cause, he asks the hunter if it's due to the marking of the heathen imprinted on him. Despite his newfound strength, the hunter is no match for the mighty knights. The hunters fail to realize that, although they may not follow the honorable quests of the gods, these knights are true heroes, having traveled across the continent to prove their worth. In that moment, the knight not only blocks the mercenary's attack but, with incredible skill, erases him from existence. The leading knight, a kingdom knight, removes his helmet, revealing a strikingly handsome face adorned with golden markings. He commands his soldiers to dismount and form ranks against the heathens. Apologies for the admiration, but he is undeniably good-looking. Having fought in countless battles for decades, this knight, with likely over a century of experience, has every reason to take pride in his abilities. These warriors have slaughtered beasts, crushed heathens, and stopped invasions. Their experience with powerful beasts means that the mercenaries, with their slight power boost from the beast gods, stand no chance against the knights of the kingdom. With a battle cry to the pantheon, they charge toward the hunters. The self-proclaimed strongest individual in the world is now losing hope, literally wetting his pants. Junal informs the group that soldiers stationed at the rear are advancing, and the situation is worsening. To everyone's surprise, Lee agrees with him, his first time fully losing hope, suggesting that their only option is to flee. His sister is shocked and demands to know what he means by running away. He explains that they can't handle the knights on the ground, let alone the field boss. They simply aren't strong enough. Mr. Lee desperately tries to think of a solution and finally suggests seeking help from the top 10 guilds in the nation. However, he soon realizes that a dungeon break will occur before they can get any help, a futile effort. Guild Master Junal proposes another idea, hinting at a smoother way to resolve the situation. The red-headed fire mage asks him what he has in mind. The S-rank hammer hunter then asks if they've heard of Ariana, the goddess of light and justice, and Demra, the goddess of life and fertility. Sunbai chuckles, sarcastically questioning what a gate has to do with religion. Annoyed by his dismissive attitude, Junal hints that he should consider the king of Leon Hart and his YouTube channel, called Pantheon. This clue immediately dawns on the red-headed mage, who falls silent. Junal continues, suggesting that the king may come from this very gate's kingdom, as something felt off when they spoke about the night's gods. This theory completely shatters Lee's remaining hope, and he realizes that if the king of the knights is from the same kingdom as these knights, their best option is to retreat immediately, but just as they are deep in discussion, Miss Hilder suddenly interrupts. Her innocent face hides a growing worry as she asks the warriors if they plan to leave and abandon them. Lee tries to calm her, lying that they will return with reinforcements, but inwardly, he finds conversing with an NPC pointless. He then orders his guild members to fall back quickly and leave through the gate. Meanwhile, Miss Hilder's expression grows darker, and a mysterious aura begins to surround her as she murmurs that these monsters will not be defeated this time either. Her words unsettle Lee, who calls her name in concern. Without warning, she bites her thumb, cursing the disgusting creatures for never managing to close the gate while squeezing her thumb tightly. Confused, Lee asks what she is doing. She replies that she must resort to an expedient measure, knowing it will likely anger him, but blaming their failure on their own inadequacy. With that, she snaps her fingers, and a mysterious red energy engulfs her and the bodies of the tribe's warriors. The sight startles the Kingdom Knight, who shouts that they are now using dark magic. The warriors' eyes start to vanish, and they cough up black blood. Suddenly, their eyes turn beastly, and they roar like wild animals. The remaining tribal warriors rejoice, believing that the great beast god has blessed them and that they too will receive these powerful gifts. Meanwhile, the markings on the hunters' bodies begin to glow, sending strange sensations through them. Hildur warns them that resistance is futile. The markings may be new, but it is only a matter of time before they unleash their full power, and the hunters begin to undergo a frightening transformation. She claps her hands, addressing them as kids, and commands them to kill all the knights. To their astonishment, the hunters now move like puppets, obeying her every order without question. Hildur, seemingly losing her sanity, mutters that they must start over. Despite traveling through countless worlds, they've never succeeded in killing these knights. At that moment, Sergio Rick, engaged in battle with the heathen warriors, notices the hunters advancing toward him. He blocks the first attack from Junel, the Holy Knight, feeling pity for these poor souls marked and controlled by heathens. He shouts to his soldiers, instructing them that the markings on their skin are a weak point. Despite this, the S-rank hunters, now empowered by the beast gods, have lost all control. Junel uses his hammer to create a shockwave by smashing the ground, while two women strike Sergio Rick from behind, sending him flying. Lee seizes the opportunity, firing a flaming arrow that ignites on contact with the knight. It's an impressive combination. Though injured, the Grail Knight still stands, calling them arrogant fools. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he decides that he must send the survivors back to the kingdom, even if it means sacrificing his life. He slams the handle of his warhammer into the ground, steam rising from his body, and challenges the attackers to come at him all at once. Then, the moment arrives, the King of the Lionheart appears, shouting his battle cry, "Glory to the Lionheart." Golden lightning strikes from the sky, ripping through the ground and forcing the attackers back, far from Sergio Rick. The Grail Knight of Demra is utterly shocked by what he has just witnessed. He demands to know the identity of the newcomer who now stands before him in an iconic pose, wielding the holy spear. Our hero, with his hair styled to perfection and glowing with the golden mana of justice, looks at Sergio Rick and introduces himself as Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the King of the Lionheart. He radiates the aura of a model, just as impressive in battle as he is in appearance. So, the two Grail Knights from different generations of goddesses have finally met face to face, glory to the Lionheart. The scene shifts, showing Beat Rick flying on a white stallion, using the former king's reins that once belonged to Arjun Majesty Lionheart. These reins can even control the most aggressive beasts and awaken ancient blood. One might wonder why the Queen of Another World is using such a sacred item. The answer is that Leon entrusted her with these reins when he jumped into the fight, trusting her with this important responsibility, something His Majesty would expect. She thanks the majestic stallion for allowing her to hold its reins, knowing that under normal circumstances, getting her hands on Leon's majestic Pegasus would have been impossible. 5 minutes earlier, Leon, an absolute hater of these heathens, was telling his companions that these heathens are like rats. No matter how many are killed, their numbers keep multiplying. Galloping at supersonic speeds to reach Sergio Rick, despite this, Hari remains disgusted by what she witnesses. She expresses to Leon that it is inhumane to skin even children to kill them. Leon, with a serious expression, explains that the kingdom and its knights are not foolish. The markings on their bodies are of devilish origin. This revelation shocks his assistant, who repeats the word markings, as if questioning their significance. Leon's face twists with loathing as he explains that these markings are symbols of their allegiance to the beast god. When they receive these markings to harness powers, their souls slowly erode, transforming them into beasts to exploit humans further. At that moment, Hari finally understands the gravity of the situation and comments that they are no different from demons. Following this, the King of the Lionheart puts his subordinates in their place, admonishing them that their peaceful mindset and naive ideals of human rights are useless in this cruel fight. His words send chills down the spines of the Gen Z warriors. He passionately declares that what they need now is the truth and absolute justice, the very principles for which he stands, fights, and dedicates his all. This clear message of justice and truth also inspires the Queen of the Sparrow Kingdom. Feeling the need to fulfill her duties, she mounts her stallion at the top of the battleground, raising her hand to activate a majestic spell to display her power, warning the heathens to stay back and not dare cross her path. Meanwhile, Sergio Rick, who has just learned Leon's identity, is still a bit shaken as he hesitantly mutters, "King of Lionheart?" Leon, noticing that the enemy's markings are still functioning despite the Holy Grail Knight's attack, realizes that something is wrong with Sergio Rick's divine law. It should have been enough to break the marked hunters' connection to their dark powers. Leon then calls out to the Knight of Demra, telling him they need to overcome this challenge first, to which Sergio Rick agrees, though unanswered questions still linger in his mind. Understanding they don't have much time, Leon tells him their priority should be to sever the connection between these fools and the beast gods. The hunters, no longer in their right minds, roar like beasts, their eyes glowing red. Now fully in his element, Leon declares himself the king of the Lionheart, here to lead them to paradise. He then brings forth another holy item. The sight of this sacred object shocks the Grail Knight, who recognizes it immediately as the Holy Grail and questions why it's here after centuries of being unseen. Our hero holds the Holy Grail close to his face, engulfed in golden mana, and shouts, "Great divine law of brilliant light." The light is so intense that it dominates everything, rendering the surroundings colorless. Soon, the entire battleground is bathed in this great divine law, immersed in the blessings of the divinity of light and justice. Even Sergio Rick is baffled by this majestic miracle. In the next moment, all the injured knights are healed, and soldiers' arms, which were amputated, are miraculously restored, leaving them in awe of this divine intervention. Meanwhile, the marks etched into the skin of the Korean Hunter Association members begin to peel away, causing them intense pain as they thrash in agony. This sight convinces the Grail Knight of Demra that this is the true divine miracle he failed to recognize before. He gazes up at the sky with conflicting emotions, realizing the divine power he had overlooked. Suddenly, the goddess herself appears, calling out to her lost knight, Sergio Vic. His surprise at seeing her after so long suggests he had no idea anything unusual was happening within the gate. The goddess clasps her hands before him, commanding him to aid the true king of the knights. At this divine command, all doubts, questions, and uncertainties that the holy knight had carried for 800 years dissolve. He steps forward, enveloped in green mana, vowing to fulfill her command, as obedience is now his sole focus. As soon as Leon sees Sergio Vic approaching him, shield of Lionheart in hand, he realizes the situation is about to escalate. Leon tells Sergio Vic that it is an honor to share the battlefield with one of the greatest knights of all time. In return, Sergio Vic, wielder of the sacred warhammer, feels equally honored and declares he will stand by the guardian of the Holy Grail. From that moment, the two Grail Knights stand side by side, watching as the dead beasts gather and form a dark assembly. The shaman of the Woodling tribe curses her luck in frustration, lamenting that dealing with a half-blood Grail Knight whose soul is bound is already difficult. Now, there is the added threat of another Grail Knight she knows nothing about. Desperation drives her to summon the Great Iron Bear, sacrificing slaves as an offering. The bear emerges from the abyss, roaring Lionheart, Lionheart, as if recognizing an old adversary. It seems Leon has faced this creature before. The Iron Bear charges at the Grail Knights, accompanied by a horde of beasts intent on tearing Leon apart. The beast seems under the influence of something dark. From above, Queen Beatrice observes the chaos and decides to clear a path for Leon. As the beast surge toward him, she stops her steed and conjures a massive purple spell, the blessing of the divinity of dream and death. The purple mana brings a smile to Leon's face as he anticipates what she is about to do. Moments later, she releases the great prophecy of death, unleashing a torrent of purple energy that devastates the battlefield, tearing the beasts apart. Their agonized cries echo across the land. Only the Iron Bear survives, its face damaged but standing. The beast covers its wounds with its claws as the beast god curses Lionheart for interfering once more. Leon calls out to the battlefield, addressing his allies, the glorious knights and devoted soldiers, urging them to hear him. He declares that the time has come to punish the vile heathens. His voice carries the same force as when he faced the orcs. Moments later, Miss Hildur is seen running through the forest, bruised and cursing the knights and the Grail Knight for thwarting their plans. She believes dealing with the half-blood Jayav was already a challenge. She recalls Leon's past victory over the Iron Bear, mocking it as nothing more than nourishment for the soil after its death. Suddenly, a voice calls out, questioning where she is headed. Shocked, she turns just as tendrils of purple mana, summoned by Beatrice, ensnare her. Miss Hildur cries out, realizing too late that escape is impossible. The Queen, with a sharp gaze, questions Miss Hildur about a peculiar purple stone known as the Mana Stone, which Beatrice has heard is a new resource containing concentrated mana, obtained through hunting in the gate. Beatrice points out that the rate of production of these stones is alarmingly high, implying the death of countless monsters. Miss Hildur, angered by this implication, lashes out at the Queen. Beatrice presses on, questioning if the gate is stuck in a loop and subtly hints at her past presence in Miss Hildur's kingdom. Beatrice suggests they are close to uncovering the mystery behind the gate and why Sergio Vic has been trapped for centuries. Sherman scoffs, calling Beatrice a demon in her actions, but then realizes something vital. Beatrice knows Miss Hildur isn't just an NPC. As Beatrice closes in on her, revealing she has many questions, a subtle shift occurs. The Queen's eyes glow red as a crimson aura surrounds her. She admits this power isn't her preferred method, but she doesn't waste anything useful. Miss Hildur is stunned, realizing this power is that of seduction. Miss Hildur mutters master as she gazes into Beatrice's eyes. The queen smirks, affirming, yes, that's right. I am your master from now on. The beast gods, realizing Sherman is failing them once again, reprimand her harshly. This shift makes her panic, trembling and stuttering as she tries to placate them, yet she is also under Beatrice's spell. The queen, now fully in control, caresses Miss Hildur, declaring to the beast gods that their slave is now hers. This power play, this master-slave dynamic, strikes a chord with some onlookers. Beatrice wraps her arms around Sherman, taunting the beast gods and daring them to act. The red-haired witch blushes with embarrassment, her cheeks matching her hair. The beast gods, infuriated by this bold display, threaten Beatrice, warning her of consequences. Suddenly, the sky fractures with fissures. Still held in the queen's embrace, Miss Hildur cries out in terror, warning Beatrice that the gods will descend because this gate is their domain. This revelation alarms Beatrice. Sherman, shaking, tells Beatrice that although these may not be the true forms of the beast gods, if they descend, the gate is likely to collapse. This realization leaves the queen visibly concerned, understanding that their situation may worsen. The next chapter in the adventures of our hero begins as the gate crumbles. The beast gods, enraged, decide to bring the place down with them. Back on the battlefield, Leon's allies assist the hunters from the association who tried to raid the gate but were nearly killed in their naive attempt. The two Grail Knights share a moment of reflection as Leon tells Sergiovic that the 11th king of Lionheart often spoke of him and the other knights on their sacred journey. Sergiovic asks if he had met the 11th king, and Leon reveals that the former king now resides in God's paradise. Sergiovic's reaction is priceless. Hari asks if Sergiovic remembers anything from the past, to which he replies that he has no memory outside the gate. He and the other knights have been trapped in the loop so long that all they know is what happens within these cursed walls. Hearing this, Hari hesitates but then, with Leon's permission, tells him the grim news. Sergiovic and the other knights cannot leave the gate because they are only characters bound to it. To close the gate, Sergiovic must be defeated. This revelation sends the Holy Knight into laughter, leaving Hari and the others confused. He slams the grip of his warhammer into the ground, addressing Leon, noting that it has been a long time since anyone attempted to defeat him, and in fact, he has never lost a battle. Leon smiles, commenting that if Sergio RCK had ever been defeated, he wouldn't have had the chance to meet the 12th king of Lionheart. Meanwhile, the crackling of the gate intensifies, and suddenly, the thunderous roar of the beast god echoes, warning Leon Dragonia Lionheart that he will be torn apart, such is the depth of their hatred for him, as the beast gods begin their descent. Leon declares that it has begun and turns to Miss Hildur, asking if there is any way to prevent the descent of these incarnations. She laughs darkly, telling him there is no stopping it now, as the gate is doomed to fall, with the beast gods using all their power to bring it down. Faced with this grim situation, Leon makes his decision. He cannot leave the Knights of Glory behind and will face the beast gods head-on. Beatrice approaches, cautioning him that confronting the beast gods directly might not be wise. However, Leon, ever the resolute hero, insists there is no choice. If the dungeon breaks, these gods will be unleashed into the real world, with catastrophic consequences. Sergiovic, however, disagrees, looking up at the sky. He cryptically suggests that there is another way, causing Leon to wonder what he means. The Grail Knight of Demra glances at his fist, deep in thought, before using it to break his armor, revealing something hidden within. With his back turned to Leon and Hari, Sergiovic's actions are mysterious, making them uneasy. In a shocking turn, Sergio RCK reveals a Mona stone similar to the one the Queen held earlier. Calmly, he informs Leon that the condition for closing the gate is his own death. He requests that all outsiders retreat and use their power to protect the living, as fighting in a gate that will soon collapse is pointless. Leon and his assistant are stunned, struggling to understand what they are hearing. Sergiovic then turns to his knights, addressing them as brothers and sisters. He declares that the final battle is upon them and acknowledges the presence of the King of Lionheart, who represents the glory of the gods. He urges the dead to sacrifice themselves for the future of the living. Leon is overwhelmed, suffocating under the weight of this solemn address, finding himself at a loss for words for the first time. The hunters of the association are left in awe, their jaws dropped at witnessing such a profound act of sacrifice for humanity and the gods. Sergiovic asks his knights if they will stand with him in this decision. They all agree, raising their hands in unison. In the next moment, each knight breaks off a piece of their existence within the gate, transforming it into a Mona stone. The world as Leon knows it has been turned upside down. Leon bows his head in reverence, his heart heavy with shame at their loyalty. He recognizes the enormous task they have left for him while still gathering his thoughts. Sergio Rick asks him to wait a moment longer, as there is one final request he wishes to make. Leon listens intently, all ears. Though Sergio Rick's smile is hidden by his helmet, his eyes reflect warmth and sincerity. For his last wish, he calls upon the goddess Demra, asking her to grant him this request. He raises his warhammer high into the air and declares that, chosen by the goddess Demra and loyal to the king of Lionheart, through this hammer, he shall impart his powers. Green mana, symbolizing life and fertility, envelopes the warhammer, and the purple Mona stone undergoes an incredible transformation. The stone turns green, infused with the blessing of the divinity of life and fertility. With great reverence, Sergio Rick presents the warhammer to Leon, who is equally shocked to see it offered to him. Tears well up in Sergio Rick's eyes as he requests that Leon take the hammer until someone worthy of it appears before him. Leon steps forward, gripping the hammer with his right hand and humbly tells Sergio Rick that he doubts anyone could wield this weapon as skillfully as the knight before him. Afterward, Leon slides his hand down the handle of the warhammer and places it in Sergio Rick's hand. In this moment, they exchange their final words of admiration. Sergio Rick mentions that it has been an honor and glory to fight alongside Leon. Leon, in turn, compliments him, saying he will always remember the honor. There is no greater compliment for a knight, and tears fill his eyes. They turn to face their respective teams, bidding each other farewell. Sergio Rick looks at his knights, informing them that this will be his last order, to protect the king until the last one of them falls. Without hesitation, they respond with a resounding Roger, though Leon is drenched in despair at the thought. Yet, he knows there is no other option. Leon prays for their honorable lives, wishing the gods' blessings upon them, and orders his team to fall back, as they can no longer stay here. As Leon begins to leave, Sergio Rick takes one last look, undoubtedly filled with a rush of emotions. A blonde kingdom knight, seeing that Sergio Rick is now without a weapon, presents his sword to the Grail knight. The mighty knight of Demra takes the sword and lifts it high into the air, shouting that he is Sergio Rick, who has slain over 10,000 enemies, defeated more than 5 million foes as a war knight, protected his motherland from 300,000 orcs, and claimed victory over the ogre chief. One of the greatest knights of the Lionheart Kingdom is now heading into his final battle as he marches toward the heathen gods. He motivates his knights by reminding them that Goddess Demra has protected them, Goddess Ariana has watched over them, and they have brought joy to Petos, the divinity of war and fire, through their courageous feats. A dark hand of the beast god emerges from the portal, and Sergio Rick shouts that he is the Grail Knight of life and fertility. He then takes command of the knights, leading them from the front as he addresses them, saying, "Let us go, for today we die for justice. May God look after us." Meanwhile, one giant beast has already descended, with others following from their domains. The kingdom's troops rush toward the monsters, fully aware they may die, but for the glory of Lionheart, they charge forward. Everyone begins to leave except for Leon, who lingers, watching the battlefield with the warhammer in his hand. Someone calls out to His Majesty, hinting that it's time to go. Leon turns and says, "I already ordered you to leave, why are you still here?" But it's clear they aren't planning to leave before him. Hari has something on her mind as well. She tells him she wishes to watch until the very end. Leon considers this for a moment but ultimately has no issue with it. He tells her to do what she wants, allowing her to stay. Now, both of them watch the battle from a distance silently, as they have no other choice. After a few minutes, Hari suggests they should leave, as the end is near. But Leon, overcome with emotion, keeps repeating, "Not yet," again and again. He refuses to leave. On the battlefield, Sergio Rick's armor is shattered, his royal cape torn to pieces, and his face partially visible through the broken armor, yet he fights with all his might, doing everything he can. Suddenly, Leon notices something that makes his jaw drop. This sight alarms Hari, who asks him what's wrong. Leon watches in horror as the monster chews on something, its head tilted toward the sky. The scene fills Leon with pain, and a heavy silence follows. Leon's expression turns grim. Hari, sensing something ominous, asks for confirmation. Leon, bursting with fury, tells his companions that Sergio RCK has ascended, igniting a burning desire for vengeance in his heart. He shouts at the monsters, declaring they will pay for this, and the beasts they follow will meet their miserable and violent ends. With that, he heads toward the gate, instructing his companions to fall back. Grail Knights enforce their laws through power, and the question is whether the words spoken by this great Grail Guardian will have a lasting impact. Those words, "I will remember this day," will come to fruition through the actions of the Night King. Still, there is no doubt that Leon will fulfill them, as he won't let Sergio Rick's sacrifice be in vain. The next scene shows Leon's outfit lying on a bench while he trains with his swords, dressed in a simple black t-shirt. It's clear he must prepare for the challenges ahead. Deeply focused, his thoughts drift back to the deaths of his loved ones from his youth. After a few more swings, he grabs his head and sighs, feeling the weight of exhaustion. This surprises him because he hadn't felt tired when massacring the demon entities, so why now? Suddenly, he recalls his companions, subordinates, and advisors. He pauses, and a strange smile forms on his face. Leon realizes that he fears losing everything dear to him again. He dreads a future where he must watch his loved ones die and fight alone once more. The fear of crying again without anyone to lean on haunts him deeply. However, Leon understands now that he must bear this burden alone, unable to share it with anyone. Just then, someone approaches from behind, calling out, "Your Majesty." Relieved to see him, Leon turns to find his ever-adorable assistant, Hari, wearing a training suit. She informs Leon that he's late. Surprised to see her at this hour, he assumes she's either resting or watching a drama, which makes her feel a little awkward. She giggles to cover it up, looking slightly shy as she explains that something has changed recently. Gathering her courage, she admits she feels the need to train more. Leon raises an eyebrow, curious about this sudden change, and moves closer, asking why she feels this way. Hari quickly clarifies that this isn't a sudden decision. Leon, now acting like a detective, presses further, questioning the reason behind it. Hari hesitates, unsure how much to reveal, but tries to cover by saying that many have recently realized and learned a lot. This seems to satisfy Leon, who isn't known for his social skills. Turning away, he orders her to wield her sword and show how much she has improved. Hari's face lights up at this command, and she eagerly responds with a firm "Yes, sir," clasping her fist and palm together, expressing deep honor in formal Old Korean dialect, which makes Leon cringe inwardly, wondering when she'll stop speaking like that. They face each other, wooden swords in hand. Leon instructs her to raise her sword and try blocking one of his attacks. In an instant, he vanishes, reappearing behind her to land the first blow. Hari, momentarily stunned by his speed, barely manages to block the attack at the last second, marveling at the strength of his normal strike. The owner of the holy sword advises her to keep her sword above her belly, explaining that holding it lower would slow her down by at least 0.2 seconds and reduce her speed. Without pausing, Leon continues his relentless assault. Hari grows increasingly anxious under the barrage but starts improving, anticipating and understanding his movements. When Leon leaps to deliver a vertical swing, Hari is caught off guard but manages to defend herself, though barely. Seeing her struggle, Leon instructs her that defense isn't just about the arms and sword, but the entire body. He orders her to step back with one foot to avoid being pushed back by the sword's weight. Surprisingly, Hari blocks his next vertical attack more smoothly and proudly exclaims her success. However, her moment of triumph is short-lived as Leon swiftly delivers a light side fist to her forehead, a reminder not to let her guard down. Hari feels like a fool after being hit, while Leon remarks that her movements are too large. "If you ask me, her movements aren't the only thing that's big." Leon behaves like a strict teacher, scolding her for not being quick and precise despite his repeated reminders. He questions her reasoning behind leaving an opening for the enemy, saying it's like inviting them to take her head off. Hari tries to justify her large movements by claiming she needs them to use her abilities. However, Leon finds this excuse absurd and cuts her off, telling her not to repeat the same logic over and over. He attempts to convey that simply using her skills efficiently isn't the only way to win. There's no point in these abilities if they cost her life. His words seem to resonate with her, as she visibly lights up at the last line. Leon notices the glow on her face and becomes suspicious, questioning her reaction. She quickly turns away, dismissing it as nothing. However, Leon isn't one to give up easily. He steps closer, repeating the question. Though she avoids making eye contact, a brief silence falls between them. Finally, Hari admits that she believed Leon would ask her to sacrifice her life for honor and glory. This admission surprises Leon, and he lightly taps her head with the sword, calling her a fool for thinking that way. He then asks her if she has anyone to dedicate that honor and glory to. He questions the point of copying the Kingdom Knights who have their ideals perfectly aligned, if she doesn't have a similar purpose. This makes Hari think about who she could dedicate her honor and glory to. She repeats the words under her breath, her expression pensive. Leon smiles, seeing her struggle with the thought, knowing he has planted a seed in her mind to find someone worthy of her dedication. With that, Leon turns away and tells her that's enough for today and she should go rest. As she prepares to leave, Hari notices that Leon is acting strangely, emitting a negative energy that concerns her. She's been by his side since he first entered the Hunter Association, and this change in him worries her deeply. The scene shifts to the Pantheon, where Hari is confiding in Sir Yappy, expressing her concern that His Majesty seems to be lacking energy these days. Sir Yappy observes the situation and notes that it's an abnormal biological reaction caused by some pressure. This gives Hari a hint, but she asks him to explain further. The robot system responds that His Majesty is stressed and needs relief to return to normal. Now that she understands, Hari curiously asks Sir Yappy if he knows what His Majesty enjoys doing for fun. After a brief moment of calculation, Sir Yappy presents his findings based on available data. He mentions that living organisms often enjoy playing games for entertainment, so the king might consider a fun activity to boost his morale during leisure time. He suggests that games are the perfect remedy for distress. Hari has her doubts and can't quite imagine the king of Lionheart playing games, but she still asks Sir Yappy if he can think of any particular game that might be useful. To her surprise, Sir Spinner declines her request, explaining that selecting games to enhance an organic being's dopamine levels isn't within his range of consideration. It's clear he's dodging the subject, probably due to the earlier incident with the maid dress. Hari gives him a confused look, thinking he could have simply said he didn't know instead of making it so complicated. Then, an idea sparks in her mind, and her face lights up as she believes she has a suggestion Her Majesty will enjoy. Sir Yap takes notice, intrigued. She eagerly shares her idea with him, and even the AI system seems surprised by her suggestion, admitting it's a reasonable plan but also a bit jealous. He comments that it's a mere coincidence she came up with it and adds that she'll never match his level of calculation skills. Taking the chance, Hari mocks him with a sly yeah, I'm sure, which offends Sir Yap. He sternly reminds her that such an attitude is inappropriate for an organic being. Hari smugly retorts that she won anyway. Meanwhile, Goddess Ariana and Leon have their own conversation. The goddess praises him for his voluntary efforts, saying it makes the gods very happy but expresses concern for him. The King Knight kneels before Ariana, apologizing for causing her worry. She reminds him that he's fought tirelessly for 200 years and suggests he enjoy some entertainment as a break. Leon chuckles, having not heard that word in a long time. Ariana, with a mischievous gleam, says there are many forms of entertainment nowadays, though she's unsure what her knight might enjoy. Then, as if struck by an idea, she mentions that the best entertainment transcends time. Leon, intrigued, asks if something like that really exists. With a playful tone, Ariana drops the bombshell, "You should sleep with a woman." Leon is left speechless. She continues, saying that in her eyes, the queen would be a good partner, or perhaps the red-headed assistant could work too. Leon, trying to keep his composure, protests that she is too young for such a suggestion. Ariana, unbothered, reminds him that she's a fully grown woman and that humans find joy in lovemaking. She also points out the practical need for him to build a royal family. Meanwhile, the red-headed cutie who could be a potential partner stands in front of Leon. It's none other than Han Hari, who has arrived to deliver some important news. However, Leon is far from pleased with her behavior, having repeatedly reminded her to mind her manners. Despite this, Hari is too eager to share something she's prepared and, in her excitement, trips and falls to the floor. Leon is even more annoyed. He taunts her, saying that despite her transcendental abilities, she acts like a fish out of water. Hari is left speechless as she gets up, bruised from the fall. Leon asks her what's so urgent that she rushed in like this. Hari reveals she has a surprise prepared for him, leaving Leon shocked as he asks if it's really for him. She then discloses that she enlisted Sir Yap's assistance, which immediately reminds Leon of the maid outfit incident. Cautiously, he asks if she followed Sir Yap's guidance again. Hearing this, Leon loses his temper, yelling that if she shows up in that ridiculous outfit again, he'll parade around the neighborhood naked. He grabs the little tuft of hair on her head, saying some of them wouldn't mind researching it themselves. Hari's face turns bright red with embarrassment, mortified at being falsely accused of something she hadn't even considered. The scene shifts, and we find ourselves in the presence of several officials from the Korean Hunters Association. A green gate opens before the chamber, with activity buzzing around it. Chief Manager Jin-suk Kim notices the arrival of His Majesty, which alerts the other colleagues. Leon and Hari, now dressed in her work attire, arrive at the location. Upon their arrival, Leon asks Kim what Hari mentioned to him. The manager explains that the association is gathered to assist Assistant Manager Han Hari with an event she has planned. The word plan catches Leon's attention. Initially, he thought it was nothing strange since Sir Spinner helped, but now his curiosity is piqued. Hari, glowing with excitement and confidence, requests His Majesty to enter the gate, promising he will definitely like it. Leon looks at her beaming face and decides to give her a chance, agreeing to enter the gate. Inside, the landscape is unlike any gate he's seen before. There are signs of life. Surprisingly, not only Leon and Hari have entered the gate, but nearly everyone in the room has followed. Leon is baffled by the situation. Hari positions herself next to Chief Manager Kim in an intriguing manner, catching Leon's attention, as he's never seen her act like this before. Hari then explains the gate, introducing it as Sway, a place where various monsters and animals live. She hands Leon a scorecard with a point system for 3 different species, while Kim awkwardly holds the board, putting on a forced smile as it's the organization's work. Hari continues, explaining the scorecard: small animals are worth 1 point, medium ones are worth 3, and orcs, Leon's favorite prey, are worth 10 points each because they are rarer. The Holy Knight now understands what she has planned and tells her it's a hunting game. Hari, flushed with excitement, confirms it is indeed a hunting game. She blushes as she explains that she thought hunting might be a popular activity in the kingdom of Lionheart where he once resided. She acts bashful, clearly proud of her idea. Leon smiles, touched by her thoughtfulness in preparing a hunting ground to help him de-stress. Her heart swells with joy at his reaction, and she chuckles. Leon is relieved to find the surprise is hunting. He admits it's been a long time since he last hunted and modestly says he's not sure how good he'll be. Our boy is playing humble, but moments later, Leon lands a perfect headshot on an orc with a bow and arrow, transforming into a maniac on a rampage. He laughs hysterically, shouting that hunting is just as thrilling as fighting. This headshot sends waves of terror through the orcs, with one of them crying out, demanding to know who dared kill one of their tribe members. Leon, filled with adrenaline, rushes toward them like he's holding a gun, shouting at the filthy creatures for having the audacity to bare their teeth at him. He declares their death sentence, vowing to send them all to hell. Meanwhile, Hari is completely stunned, remembering how just moments ago Leon had said he wasn't sure if he'd be good at hunting. Now, seeing him thoroughly enjoying it, she's thrilled, as this is exactly the outcome she hoped for. After the killings, Leon breaks off the teeth of one of the orcs, remarking that one should always take a souvenir from a hunt. He collects the teeth in a bag. Hari, impressed, compliments him on his skill with the bow and arrow, though she's puzzled because she thought he disliked long-range weapons. Leon clarifies that just because he's a knight doesn't mean he doesn't know how to use long-range weapons. He explains that hunting is a noble virtue and a hobby, especially for knight-errants and mission knights who need to provide for themselves wherever they go. Therefore, knights must become experts at hunting. Hari, however, continues to be amazed at Leon's skill. Leon, proud of his accomplishments, tells her that while he was famed as the strongest champion of all time, he was also the second most accomplished hunter. Hari, surprised, can't believe he wasn't the first and asks if the top spot was also held by a Grail Knight. Leon shakes his head, explaining that the first was not exactly a Grail Knight. She was more of a hunter than a knight, watched over by the goddess of the moon and hunting. This woman had been the head priestess of the Temple of the Moon and Hunting. Leon smiles fondly as he recalls her, his memories warm. He describes her arrows as being like meteors that could cross mountains if she used her full strength. Hari finds this impressive, but wonders if it was possible in his world. As their conversation continues, Hari questions why he only hunted orcs, noting that she didn't need to prepare people for hunting them. Leon apologizes but explains that to win first place in the competition, one needed to hunt the creatures with the highest points. This reasoning satisfies Hari, although she comments that he seems to treat orcs like mere prey. At that moment, Leon mentions finding something strange on the orcs, a cursed object filled with dark energy. Hari agrees, identifying it as a cursed totem, a rare item resembling a mini-cross. Leon tosses the totem to Hari, telling her to sell it and give the money to those who had helped with the animals. Hari, surprised, barely catches it and asks if he's sure, as it's worth 100 million. Leon nods, saying it would be a nice reward for their hard work on their day off. He then starts walking, ordering Hari to follow him as he can see the orc's footprints. Hari, surprised, asks if he plans to continue hunting, not expecting it. Leon turns around with a dark aura, telling her that as long as the beasts are alive, they are defiling the forest. Despite being fake, orcs must be eliminated. Hari, taken aback, nods and follows, determined. Leon instructs her to stay close as he plans to show her the proper way to use a bow and arrow. Hari starts following, but it's clear she wants to say something. Leon gives her a sideways glance, urging her to speak. Blushing, Hari admits she's glad he's feeling better. Leon, feeling a wave of emotions, flips his hair with a wide smile and reflects on how long it has been since someone was kind to him without expecting anything in return. He murmurs that he's proud of her, but Hari doesn't hear and asks him to repeat it. Leon quickly changes the subject, instructing her to use the techniques he showed her to kill at least 3 orcs. He warns that if she doesn't, he'll be mad. Hari, a bit hesitant, agrees, noting that she's only used a bow a few times before. The scene shifts to the Pantheon Guild training facility, where Hari rushes through the corridor with a trolley of weapons, happily thinking that her efforts have lifted Leon's spirits. Suddenly, Chief Manager Jinsu Kim appears, surprising her. She asks what brings him here, and he explains that the tractor broke down, so he had to visit the supply room, which hadn't been used since the Neju incident. The red-haired assistant decides to join him, curious about what he needs. At the Pantheon Guild supply room, Chief Manager Jinsu Kim asks if this is where Sergio Rick's warhammer is stored. Hari confirms, muttering a prayer for his nirvana, which makes Kim lose his composure as she mixes Buddhism with Christianity. Kim asks if the hammer has been kept there since then, and Hari replies that no one can wield it now, so it's being stored temporarily. When she opens the storage, she's shocked to find the hammer missing and panics. The next chapter starts as a luxury car pulls up to the Pantheon Guild's training facility. Two wealthy gentlemen step out, curious to see the nation's most powerful epic item, Sergio Rick's warhammer. As they approach the entrance, Mr. Jag Spinner drops from the sky with his robotic voice, startling the gentlemen into jumping. One of them recognizes Jag Spinner from the Jinju Gate and remarks that the rumors about him being with the Pantheon Guild were true. The AI robot examines them and asks if they are here to challenge the hammer. One of the men confirms, and the AI greets them warmly, which surprises them given their expectations. As they try to enter, Sir Yap's red light flares, and he swings his cables on the ground in front of the challengers, causing them to step back in fear. One man demands to know why, and the knight replies that an entry fee is required. Sir Spinner insists on the fee. Without it, they cannot participate. He shows them a card listing the fees, 5 million won for hunters and 500,000 won for civilians. While expensive, they understand it's for an epic item. A hunter protests the fee structure, pointing out that civilians only pay 500,000 won, while hunters must pay 5 million. Sir Spinner explains that civilians come to appreciate the item, while hunters come to challenge it, and the fees help maintain the relics. The hunters, shocked by the high price, decide to pay, considering the item's value. They ask if they can pay with Samsung Pay, and Sir Spinner confirms that bank transfer is acceptable. The hunters reluctantly pay the 5 million won and enter, feeling financially drained. Inside, they are greeted by a figure in a strange outfit, Assistant Manager Han Hari, dressed as a lion to represent Lionheart. She welcomes them warmly as the Assistant Manager of the Korean Hunters Association. The hunters, surprised by her appearance and costume, recognize her as the special rookie from last year and find it hard to believe she's dressed like this for the challenge. Backstory: the warhammer had mysteriously vanished from storage a week earlier and was found in the training ground. Despite numerous attempts, soldiers couldn't lift it. When Leon arrived and was told it had been there since morning, he took a closer look and effortlessly lifted it, surprising everyone. As Leon held it, he felt a strange sensation and asked what it wanted. The hammer suddenly returned to its original position, surprising Leon. Beatrice, watching, remarked that the hammer seemed expressive. Leon speculated that it seemed to want something. Hari touched the hammer, wondering if it could have a consciousness. Leon explained that holy relics could develop minds if they were with a priest or divine being for a long time. Leon remembered when he first received the hammer and realized he hadn't sensed consciousness then. Now, he suspected it was due to Sergio Rick's final wish, granted by the goddess Demra. Leon looked at the warhammer and asked if it wanted him to find a new owner. A subtle response seemed to come from the item, which only Leon understood. He then told Hari to inform the organization. Hari, confused, asked what he wanted her to say. With a smile, Leon told her to announce that whoever could lift the hammer would be allowed to keep it. This shocked everyone, including Hari. She suggested they have someone assess its value first, and Leon agreed. Later, an official arrived to evaluate the hammer and was stunned by its stats. Hari, noticing his shock, asked what was wrong. The evaluator, shaking, barely managed to speak and whispered epic. Hari repeated the word, trying to understand its significance. The evaluator announces loudly that the warhammer is an extraordinary item. Leon remains unfazed, already aware that it's a divine item. The assessor then clarifies that hunters use specialized equipment to combat monsters, and these items are ranked for convenience. The ranks are classified as normal, rare, unique, and legendary. He continues, explaining that luxury equipment starts as unique items made by regular blacksmiths, while legendary equipment is created with extraordinary effort, financial support, and labor in a controlled environment. In the past 30 years, only a few items have been deemed epic, surpassing even the legendary rank. The evaluator lists some of the world's most renowned epic items. The Heavenly Demon's Heaven Destruction Sword from Xuan Mountain. The 12-ring Kakura, a great mage staff said to cause world-changing disasters. The Frost Queen's Heart, which continues to expand Siberia's snowy fields. The Wandering Demon Sword, lost after the Black Gate disaster in London. These items hold immense power and influence, capable of turning the tide in seemingly impossible battles. Now, in front of them, stands another epic item, Sergio Rick's Warhammer. The official asks Leon if he truly plans to give the hammer to anyone who can lift it. Leon confidently confirms, stating that the person who lifts the hammer will rightfully own it. Despite Leon's clarity, the evaluator, wearing glasses, tries to convince him to reconsider, pointing out the immense value of the hammer. He shows Leon the assessment detailing the Warhammer's mind-blowing effects. It's blessed by the divinity of life and fertility, increasing the wielder's defense power by 400% and healing power by 300%, with all subordinates receiving half of these benefits. Additionally, the wielder will never tire. However, the system fails to assess the true strength of Sergio Rick or the divine being. Leon and Hari glance at the assessment, with Hari reacting in astonishment, but Leon remains steadfast and orders the representative to inform the association immediately. The evaluator, Lee Chanu, takes a brief break to call the president directly, informing them about the epic item. Mr. O's reaction is priceless as he struggles to believe what he's hearing. The following day, news spreads that the nation's first epic item is available, attracting a wave of challengers. On the day of the challenge, the hunters are buzzing with curiosity about the Warhammer. Hari tells one of them to watch their words, as the hammer belongs to Sergio Rick. She reminds them that, within the Pantheon Guild, one should address someone as respected as Sergio Rick like a knight. The hunters, initially dismissive, quickly correct themselves, stating they wish to challenge Sergio Rick's Warhammer, which pleases Hari. As they approach the hammer, they are struck by its powerful aura, even while it lies still. One hunter, whom Hari mentally dubs Turnip Head, steps forward to try his luck. The moment he grabs the hammer, he's hit with a heavy shock that knocks him to the ground, leaving his companions trembling. The hunters are stunned to see a hammer capable of such a thing. Hari calmly explains that it shocks those unworthy of wielding it, causing the hunters to shout at her for not warning them sooner. Turnip Head, now with his hairstyle comically disheveled, listens as Hari explains that the hammer decides who is worthy, and they can't know its conditions. Just then, Sir Spinner arrives, and the shocked hunter groans at his appearance. Sir Yappy, in a surprisingly cute tone, asks them to pay the tithe. One hunter, still recovering, complains that they've already paid the entrance fee, only to be asked for more money. Meanwhile, Turnip Head, now somewhat recovered, realizes the meaning behind the tithe and the holy relics and, without hesitation, approaches Sir Yappy, declaring he'll pay 10 million won as his tithe, much to his partner's outrage. The robot knight promptly accepts the generous donation, thanking him for the gesture. Emboldened by his decision, the hunter turns back to the Warhammer and grips it again. To everyone's shock, he manages to lift it slightly without being electrocuted this time, a stark contrast to his previous attempt when he couldn't even make contact. At this moment, Sir Spinner announces that he's collecting tithes for the construction of the Pantheon Guild, prompting a flurry of donations as challengers scramble to give money, hoping to increase their chances of lifting the hammer. The crowd is fighting to donate, throwing money at the opportunity. Hari, puzzled and concerned, quietly asks Sir Yappy if this is truly okay, expressing her doubts as it seems almost sacrilegious. The AI Knight, however, firmly responds, questioning if she's doubting his efficient method of collection, and orders her to follow the plan without question. Hari can't shake the feeling that this approach is a bit evil, as the challengers seem to believe that paying more will improve their chances of lifting the Warhammer. Meanwhile, Sir Yappy fully embraces his role as the guild's unofficial financial director, calling the Warhammer a business opportunity. The story continues at the base of the Pantheon Guild, where a red-haired young woman informs Sir Spinner that Starbucks has shown interest in opening a branch within the Pantheon, a significant breakthrough for the guild. Meanwhile, the Robot Knight is busy compiling a tithe report on a laptop. The Pantheon Guild has recently gained immense popularity, largely due to the hunters entering the challenge to lift the sacred hammer. Not only did they attempt to obtain the holy weapon, but many found their chronic illnesses completely healed, a miraculous effect attributed to simply being near Pantheon relics. This, coupled with viral success on social media, has drawn even more people to the guild. Sir Yappy, using his advanced AI skills, has played a pivotal role in raising funds for the guild. He's also been tirelessly working to elevate the guild's fame and influence, all in an effort to upgrade the Pantheon training facility with the latest cutting-edge technology. The assistant manager, dressed in an outfit accentuating her figure, is taken aback by the extensive upgrades. She questions the robot responsible, asking what the facility is for. The robot explains that it's a high-intensity forging facility. The entire facility gleams with new, high-tech equipment, and at the center of the room sits a pink diamond encased in glass. Hari, the assistant manager, is skeptical and asks if he's sure it's a smithy. The robot confirms, stating it's the most basic level of a forging facility he could find in his database. He adds that, given Earth's rudimentary metallurgy, this was the best he could do, despite its simplicity compared to Sir Spinner's city. Hari finds the facility impressive, prompting Sir Yappy to tease her, suggesting her organic brain is why she finds it impressive, a remark that offends the young woman, who calls him mean. She then asks Sir Yappy if he is indeed the Grail Knight of the Divinity of Steel and Blacksmith, which he confirms. She finally gets to the point, requesting him to forge a sword for her. However, Sir Yappy declines, leaving her disappointed and feeling like an outsider, unworthy of the Holy Knight's craftsmanship. But Mr. Zhao reassures her that his refusal isn't due to her being an outsider. The facility is incomplete and requires additional setup to handle adamantite. This revelation brings a slight sense of relief and hope. Sir Yappy then hops off, stating that he needs to make some money, and she wishes him luck. Her expression grows dull as she realizes he's even prepared a small escape route leading to a minimal-level forging facility. Just as he announces the seed money acquisition is complete, inside the modest facility, several screens display various parameters, some even showing cryptocurrency trends. Sir Spinner glances at the screens and decides it's time to be a righteous thief again, likely hinting at manipulating the stock market. Recently, the global stock market has been in turmoil, with stocks rapidly dropping. At the headquarters of a major stock market player, chaos reigns. A man in a brown coat shouts at his colleague, furious that the stories being published are the complete opposite of what they had planned. Meanwhile, his assistant is angrily swearing at someone on the phone, expressing disgust that despite a significant bribe, the person failed to manipulate the news as intended. The person on the other end of the call mentions a ghost-like figure interfering with their stock manipulation schemes, prompting the man at headquarters to demand the identity of this bastard. Of course, we know exactly who this righteous bastard is. This mysterious figure disrupts the timing of sales, takes all the profits for himself, and then vanishes without a trace. As members of the Pantheon Guild, we are well aware that this elusive ghost is none other than Mr. Yappy. Recently, Yappy has been focusing on financial assets related to food, recognizing that the global food situation in the 21st century is dire. Large swaths of land have been corrupted by demonic forces, making them unfit for cultivation. During the early stages of the Great Change, the powerful nations of the West and East Asia responded effectively. However, dungeon breaks continue to wreak havoc, especially in poorer nations already grappling with issues like colonization, dictatorship, and power struggles, particularly in Eastern Europe and the Middle East. In this era of conflict, Sir Spinner seized the opportunity to buy up these corrupted lands, starting with the grain industry in Hongjiang. After the Shanghai disaster 20 years ago, Hongjiang, one of the 50 warlord nations, suffered severe corruption. Yappy took advantage of this situation, purchasing a portion of the grain industry and spreading the faith of Dima, the goddess of life and fertility, to purify the soil. While rapid purification or crop production wasn't possible, as seen in Leon's domain, the soil would soon be capable of producing blessed rice, corn, and other grains, turning the industry profitable once more. All of these steps were taken to monopolize the world's food resources under the Pantheon Guild's control. However, the looming threat of invasion remains. Big data analysis shows that global politics and war are ultimately futile wastes of natural resources, especially as the threat levels of gates around the world continue to rise. Sir Spinner logically concludes that a rational human leader should avoid the logical use of armed forces, believing that the land will eventually rise from the ashes. Meanwhile, breaking news on TV announces a coup d'état in Gillen, causing a stir. Cafeteria conversations about an impending war catch everyone's attention, including Hari and the financial director. Surprisingly, Mr. Yappy experiences mechanical chills upon hearing the news as if something has gone terribly wrong. He then pulls Hari aside, confiding in her that he owns a private equity firm, a method of asset management that has been steadily rising in popularity. He encourages her to register today, offering to manage her funds. Hari, somewhat puzzled, asks if he's seeking an investment. Yappy clarifies that he wants to manage her finances, which impresses the naive assistant who finds his involvement in the stock market quite amazing. However, Yappy quickly hits a sore spot by pointing out that her financial situation is weak and that she needs a professional to help manage her money. This stings Hari, who defensively mentions that she has saved up a decent amount for her age. The AI robot, however, bluntly informs her that she has saved only 15% of the average savings of high-rank hunters and that her salary is meager. It adds that she donates her bonuses from clearing gates to charity. This revelation leaves Hari feeling downcast as she explains that she donates the money she doesn't need to the orphanage where she grew up. Undeterred, the robot suggests that with proper financial management, she could offer even larger donations. Still, Hari isn't interested in the offer. As a last resort, Sir Spinner sternly advises her that in modern civilization, neglecting financial education is akin to giving up on life. She should be grateful that he's offering to manage her finances. Reluctantly, she agrees to invest 2 million, but Yappy isn't satisfied with that amount. He demands 20 million and orders her to sell her semi-basement apartment in Seoul, which leaves her baffled. After some contemplation, she decides that if Sir Yappy is handling it, there must be nothing suspicious, so she agrees to his demands. As Yappy's plan unfolds, he promotes Hari from bronze to silver as a goodwill gesture. However, the naive redhead doesn't fully grasp what this means. When she inquires about silver members, the AI system explains that bronze members receive a 100% return, while silver members get 200%. Intrigued, Sir Spinner then asks if she wants to advance to an even higher level, tempting Hari with the prospect of greater rewards. Succumbing to greed, she opts for the higher level. Yappy then presents his final offer: if she can recruit 5 additional members, she'll be upgraded to gold, increasing her profit rate to 300%. Hari, shocked but enticed, agrees to the proposal. Poor Hari, just 20 years old and still new to society, is naive enough not to recognize this as a classic multi-level marketing scheme. Trusting in Yappy's promises, she begins recruiting her friends, believing she's making a wise decision. She even ropes in her brother, Suho, who trusts his elder Nuna and agrees to join the scheme. Both siblings end up investing all their savings in property in hopes of gaining a 300% profit. Hari compiles a list of 8 individuals, including her brother, classmates, a few soldiers from the Pantheon Guild, and some officials from the Korean Hunters Association. She genuinely believes they've made a smart choice by joining this financial management program, but only time will tell how it turns out for them. This is how Mr. Yappy's pyramid scheme gains momentum. At this point, it's questionable whether we can still call him a righteous thief. The next morning, a fancy car pulls up in front of the Pantheon Guild's base. It seems the nation's authorities have taken notice of the activities happening at the guild's facility. 3 officials in expensive 2-piece suits exit the car, barge into the establishment, and inform Sir Spinner and the Robot Knight that they are from the district court. The central figure writes something on the papers and informs the group that it's a formal warning regarding the imminent confiscation of the guild's assets. This revelation from the district court's representatives leaves both Grail Knights completely baffled. Leon, shocked, demands an explanation for what this means. It seems the financial director of the guild understands all too well why they're being issued this warning, as he's the one responsible for the financial mishaps. We then see an enraged guild master seated at the table, and every person who invested in Sir Yappy's pyramid scheme standing before him. It looks like a trial for Sir Yappy. Leon is furious about the situation that has unfolded and demands an explanation. Sir Spinner, looking utterly defeated, realizes his scheme has been exposed. The situation has spiraled out of control. First, the financial director failed to repay loans taken out in the name of the Pantheon Guild. Second, many of the guild's employees went bankrupt after investing in Yappy's scheme, and they are now demanding their money back. The most serious issue. However, private equity has collapsed, leaving Leon deeply troubled as the situation grows bleaker. The innocent assistant, Hari, sobs uncontrollably, telling Sir Yappy that the 87 million won she invested was all she had, including her only asset, a semi-basement apartment, and her soul. Not only Hari but everyone she persuaded to join the program is also in tears. Chief Manager Kim lost his wife's entire savings, and Geising invested all his savings from the last 5 years, hoping for a miracle. Farmers who used their land as collateral for Yappy's investment are also devastated, which only adds to Leon's unease. With a serious expression, Leon asks Sir Spinner how much he has lost. The AI system calculates and reveals the staggering loss of 87,054,340,000 won, which is still growing by an additional 49,853,600 won every hour. This revelation shocks everyone in the room, nearly causing the assistant manager to collapse. The room erupts in chaos as people cry and beat their chests over their lost savings, with some shouting for the assets in the Pantheon's base to be seized to cover their losses. Leon, cursing his luck, remains silent, bracing for the storm. Suddenly, an employee enters, holding the cursed weapon of androgen, claiming to have found an expensive item in storage that could help mitigate the losses. The Grail Knight of Blacksmith and Steel becomes immediately alert at the sight of this cursed object, which had been handed to Sir Yappy by Leon for crafting. Yappy leaps from the table to seize the weapon from the employee, warning him not to touch it, as it belongs to him. Others suggest capturing the Grail Knight amidst the turmoil. Meanwhile, Hari lies on the ground, crying uncontrollably, reflecting on the financial losses caused by her greed. Suho, her brother, appears lifeless, but his best friend sits beside him, trying to reassure him that everything will be okay. Suho, devastated, laments the effort he put into making that money, while workers restrain Sir Yappy, who desperately orders them to release him. Others eye the fancy pillars of the building, considering stripping the guild of its assets. Leon, pushed to his limits, is on the verge of losing his temper as the situation intensifies. He's dangerously close to snapping, ready to unleash his fury if the chaos continues. Feeling bad for the naive assistant, she tells Chief Manager Kim that she isn't feeling well. Concerned, Kim urges her to pull herself together. At that moment, Leon overhears Hari's distress and feels a surge of protectiveness. The commanding aura of the king takes over him as he loses patience with the tantrums of these inferior beings. He stands on the table and roars, ordering everyone to stop the fuss. The room falls silent, everyone frozen, staring at Leon with wide eyes and pounding hearts. Leon turns to Sir Yappy, who is being restrained by the bankrupt employees, and places his trust in the robot, confident that Yappy can resolve this issue with his intelligence. He then asks Yappy how much time he needs to fix everything and ensure everyone gets their money back. After a brief calculation, the system informs Leon that it will take until tomorrow, and Leon agrees, leaving the matter in the robot's hands. At the same time, Leon reassures everyone that he will personally act as a financial guarantor for their debts, urging them to return to their duties without causing further disturbances. This reassurance from Leon himself calms everyone down, as they trust his word, though doubts linger about whether this can truly be resolved in a single day. Who knows what this next-generation AI robot, Sir Yappy, is capable of? Sir Spinner, however, is seething with rage over the humiliation he's endured these past hours, nearly losing Leon's trust in his abilities. Determined to redeem himself, he enters the advanced-level forging facility and issues several emergency commands, even bypassing the safety protocols of some monstrous creation he's been working on. He activates a special-grade exoskeleton with an integrated armor platform, one Malawian Kwacha, a sleek, Iron Man-like suit, but without the flashy colors. It's a formidable AI soldier robot designed for high-level destruction. Sir Yappy is prepared to go to any lengths to restore the lost funds. He launches mission code, fund restoration, and the exoskeleton's helmet glows ominously red. The scene shifts to Hongjiang in Northeast Asia, where a recent war has left the city in ruins. The area is now controlled by grotesque orcs. Ruah, a high-ranking orc officer in the Jilin Republican Army, lazily yawns when some of his subordinates approach him, calling him boss and asking about the enemies they're meant to fight. Ruah stops yawning, giving them his attention. Soon, two massive orcs arrive, reporting that the neighboring humans are cowardly and run at the sight of them, showing no honor. The orc corporal, however, doesn't care about honor, he only wants enough food. Picking his nose, he orders them to wait before invading other neighborhoods, conserving energy and resources unless food is involved. One of the long-haired orcs enthusiastically agrees, pounding his fist and exclaiming that they'll soon be feasting on humans. The three orcs grow visibly excited, relishing the thought of consuming human meals. They start leaping and shouting eagerly in anticipation of their next raid. As they revel in their plans, the orc boss glances at the sky and orders them to wrap up their current tasks quickly so they can move on. Suddenly, he spots a red light in the sky and wonders what it could be. In the clear blue sky, a fast-approaching red missile streaks toward the orc commander's base. Ruah, unable to comprehend what it is at first, assumes it's a meteor, but as it gets closer, it doesn't matter, there's a massive explosion, obliterating everything nearby in an instant. Following the attack, the scene shifts to Minister Julius of the U.S. Department of Defense, who is losing composure over the fact that a divine staff has been hacked. A divine staff is the codename for a weapon fired from a satellite toward Earth. Julius frantically wonders who could be responsible for launching such an attack, as only 3 people have the passkey to authorize it. One of his agents informs him that neither the White House nor the Special Hunter Headquarters knows anything about the incident. The minister is in disbelief. How could the security system, which was supposed to be foolproof, have been breached? The passcode changes every minute. The agent explains that there are 100 million unique passcode combinations, and even if the world's most powerful supercomputer attempted to crack it, it would take approximately 13 years. Hearing this, Minister Julius wonders who could carry out such an advanced hack. He orders his agents to stop the attack somehow and asks if there's even the slightest chance of halting it, but the agent grimly informs him that it's impossible. The passcode pattern has been reinforced, leaving no way to intervene. Currently, there are over 10 billion possible combinations for the passcode. This realization hits Minister Julius like a ton of bricks, leaving him sweating profusely. But the situation only worsens when another agent urgently informs him that Grizzly has been activated, a high-tech moving lens weapon. The countdown for Grizzly has begun, and simultaneous activations are prepared. The agent, wearing glasses, is stunned to learn that Grizzly's target is the Duel Republic, prompting the minister to wonder why this specific location is being targeted. As he processes this, one of his assistants hands him a phone, urging him to take a look. The minister is shocked to see a surprising turn of events in the video. He's leading a press conference, announcing that the Duel Republic has caused a disturbance in the US. Simultaneously, the Russian minister is holding his own press conference, declaring that Russia will not tolerate provocations from other nations and will collaborate with the US to address the issue. But the minister knows he's at headquarters, dealing with the Grizzly crisis. His assistant then informs him that the video is a deepfake, an expertly manipulated fake video, leaving him in disbelief. Without warning, all the computers and screens in the room shut down, displaying a message in multiple languages. "I came to finish this war." The minister is stunned and increasingly uneasy. Meanwhile, in the Duel Republic, General Lynching Kazakh feels overwhelming pressure, questioning how they arrived at this point. He informs his cabinet that, despite being the most powerful nation, war is unavoidable. This alarms the other high-ranking orcs, and one expresses concern about how they will handle the situation. The general orders them to gather the remaining funds and head into the fields to bolster their forces before launching another rebellion. The orcs agree, but one carelessly suggests hunting female humans. A moment later, his head is brutally slammed into the table, as the Korean Iron Man, Sir Yappy's advanced exoskeleton, dramatically enters the room, sending chills down the orcs' spines. They are left bewildered, wondering what this terrifying figure is. Now fully activated, the robot issues a command. The target, a species of non-human orcs, is identified and ready for neutralization to recover the stolen funds. The scene continues with Sir Yappy's exoskeleton infiltrating the orcs' hideout. The robot stands with its weapons aimed directly at General Lynching, who remains calm and unfazed. The general, curious, remarks that while he doesn't know who the robot is, it must be very brave to enter their stronghold. Suddenly, one of the orc commanders lunges to attack, but his strike misses as the exoskeleton leaps like a frog, effortlessly evading the assault. The system activates assassination mode, and high-speed bullets begin tearing through the orcs' bodies, causing them to cry out in pain. The gunfire rips through the room relentlessly, but the general manages to shield himself behind a boulder that fell during the robot's infiltration. Just then, an orc with a shield and axe attempts to sneak up from behind, charging at the Iron Man while cursing it to die. The orc doesn't realize who he's up against. This is the Grail Knight of Hedo. The exoskeleton swiftly pivots, extending its arm toward the charging orc. We know what's coming, but the unfortunate orc remains unaware that these are his final moments. A powerful blast erupts at close range, the recoil of the robot's hand sending shockwaves through the room. The orc's body is reduced to minced meat. The exoskeleton rises again, turning to face the general and the remaining orcs, who are now huddled in the corner, terrified and unsure how to deal with this metallic menace. Their situation grows increasingly dire as the AI system initiates a special modification, arming the exoskeleton with an ultra-high mass 12-gauge bullet set. It becomes clear that these orcs stand no chance against Sir Yappy, the Red Gate warlord. Once the modification is complete, the Iron Man aims all its weapons, including nozzles in its hands, at the remaining orcs, focusing on the three lead commanders. The robot releases the conditional firearm restriction, allowing all its weapons to fire simultaneously. The red light on the helmet glows ominously as the exoskeleton unleashes a devastating barrage of firepower, obliterating windows and walls alike. The relentless hail of ultra-heavy bullets decimates the orcs, who scream in agony as limbs are severed. The exoskeleton doesn't relent, continuing to fire round after round, splattering blood across the room. When Sir Yappy finally ceases fire, the carnage is evident. All the orcs lie defeated before him. But wait, against all odds, one orc remains standing amidst the wreckage and bloodshed, his red eyes glowing fiercely in the darkness. Could this orc still pose a threat after enduring such a horrific onslaught? The surviving orc stands tall, holding a gleaming, pristine axe that looks as though it has never been used. He compliments the robot on its effort, acknowledging that it wasn't bad. This is General Lynching Kazakh, the long-haired, blonde orc, who seems more amused than concerned. He admires the robot for killing orcs who were supposed to be promoted to generals in just a few days. Recognizing this orc as a potential threat, the AI system orders a resumption of the assassination, which offends General Lynching. He scoffs at the robot, questioning if a mere hunk of metal could even comprehend the concept of assassination. The weaponry begins firing again, but to the robot's surprise, Lynching effortlessly dodges and deflects the supersonic bullets with his axe, moving with astonishing speed and precision. In the blink of an eye, the general is upon the robot, ready to strike with a powerful swing of his axe. He slices off one of the robot's weapons, inflicting significant damage on its metallic arm, leaving the AI system momentarily puzzled. The system quickly analyzes the situation and identifies the weapon as adamantite. The general proudly announces that his axe is made entirely from this rare, nearly indestructible material. Without hesitation, Lynching prepares to land another devastating blow, boasting that even a drake couldn't survive an attack from his axe. In a matter of seconds, he delivers multiple strikes, tearing apart the robot's remaining weapons. The system, realizing the gravity of the situation, categorizes the general as an S-rank warrior. The robot, now out of ammo, faces a seemingly unbeatable foe. However, it still has one last trick up its sleeve, no surprise considering it was designed by Sir Yappy, the warlord of the Jinju Gate, who has mastered survival in every scenario. The secret lies in the palm of its hand. The robot feigns vulnerability, tricking the general into targeting one of its hands. As Lynching moves in for the strike, the robot swiftly dodges and positions its hand directly in front of the general's face, attempting to blast it off. However, the attack falls short, leaving only a few cuts on the general's face. The orc laughs, acknowledging the cleverness of the trick but unimpressed by its effectiveness. Now, it's Lynching's turn to retaliate. He body slams the exoskeleton, causing it to lose balance, and looks down on the robot, taunting it for daring to think that a mere chunk of metal could stand a chance against him, the great general, blessed by the warrior god Helen. Just as Lynching prepares to deliver a fatal vertical blow to the robot's head, intending to split it open, an unexpected command echoes through the system, insufficient time and scenario failure. The general freezes, shocked and unable to comprehend what just happened. The truth is, Sir Yappy has executed his final gambit. The blonde orc finds himself tangled in a wire trap, with nearly invisible wires wrapping around him from all directions, restraining his movements. The exoskeleton collapses to the ground, seemingly drained of power. However, it is revealed that the robot hasn't lost power at all. Instead, Sir Yappy, the master controlling it, emerges from the exoskeleton, pleased with the valuable data he has gathered from the real battle. Furious, the orc general lashes out at Sir Spinner, demanding to know what he's talking about with all this big data amidst their fight. But now, it's time for the Grail Knight of Divinity of Blacksmith and Steel to truly shine. Sir Yappy activates the tactical divine law, causing golden mana to engulf him. More wires wrap tightly around General Lynching's body, binding him from head to toe in mere seconds. The Holy Knight unleashes a flashback to his first attack at the Jinju Sports Complex during the initial raiding party. The result is devastating. The once mighty general is reduced to nothing more than chunks of meat, leaving only the remnants of what was once a formidable opponent. After dispatching the orc commander, Sir Yappy collects the adamantite weapon, planning to use it in his future research. He then announces that all witnesses have been dealt with, completing the assassination. The scene shifts back to the cafeteria where a breaking news report on the TV reveals that the situation with the Jilin Republic's coup has been resolved. The newly restored government of the Jilin Republic issues an apology for the chaos, and blessed crops have been discovered in the rice fields of Bwam. This news delights the red-haired Hari, who happily tells Sir Yappy that it's excellent news. Little does she know that her partner is the true cause behind these developments. As she checks her phone, thrilled that the war is over, Hari suddenly gets a notification that the fund's profit margin has reached 200%. She is overwhelmed with excitement, nearly fainting from the rush of hormones while Sir Yappy calmly sips his barley tea in the background. Meanwhile, the protagonist Leon examines a clipboard in his hands, carefully studying Suho's progress. Suho has shown improvement in swordsmanship, shield techniques, spearmanship, and horseback riding. The Holy Knight is impressed and considers connecting Suho with the god soon. However, he notes that Suho's faith still needs strengthening, though time is running short. The gods, aware of the impending danger, have simplified the process, and he must act quickly. Turning to the next page, Leon reviews the stats of Chinan, whose abilities surpass those of Suho. Despite her impressive stats, Leon believes a knight should adhere to virtue. Upon reading that Suho is the granddaughter of the guild master of one of Korea's top guilds, greed crosses Leon's mind. He assumes that this affluent child joined the pantheon for divine laws. This thought triggers a flashback to a time when Leon himself was consumed by greed. In the memory, a woman accuses him of killing the greatest king in Lionheart's history. As Leon becomes lost in his thoughts, an intuition strikes him, sending chills down his spine. Suddenly, the king of Lionheart leaps from his seat, sensing that the hammer has moved. The real question is who lifted the hammer with lightning speed. Leon dashes through the cafeteria doors, heading straight for the training ground where the hammer has been standing for days. The staff of Pantheon is left confused by his sudden urgency, having no idea what is happening. Sir Yappy, perched like a hen on Hurry's head, is also puzzled by the king's actions, despite being blessed by the gods. Even he doesn't realize that someone has moved the hammer. When Leon reaches the training ground, it's empty with no one in sight, but his attention is immediately drawn to the hammer, which is now hovering in the air. A proud smile crosses Leon's face. Although he hadn't expected this particular person to lift the warhammer, the one who has done so is none other than the captain of Squad 3, an unranked, unaffiliated hunter, Mr. G.I.'s. He looks confused, caught red-handed by Leon while attempting this feat without permission. The chapter ends here, and honestly, it's been a long time coming. I've been rooting for G.I.'s to pick up the warhammer since the challenge began. The next chapter opens with a landscape shot of the area beside the Neju Plain, featuring empty fields where no crops have been planted for some time. The yellow horse that Leon ordered Hari to take is nibbling on her braided red hair, while other students, including Suho, are also present. Leon announces that today they will be welcoming a new student, sending a wave of confusion among the group, who wonder why this is happening so suddenly. Yu whispers to a comrade that most students from the academy must have already joined guilds, leaving them to speculate who might be joining now. Leon looks to his right and informs everyone that this person will train alongside them to pursue the title of knight. Hurry's jaw drops when she sees the newcomer. It's safe to say we all know who this person is. Enter Mr. Gizung, struggling to control a stallion but managing to do surprisingly well for a first-timer. He finally gets the horse under control, stopping in front of the students and introducing himself as Gang, the first-generation student of Man-at-Arms, expressing his pleasure at meeting them. Meanwhile, at the Korean Hunters Association headquarters, an agent briefs the president on the current state of their naval patrols. He informs the president that the Eastern Sea Fleet, 7 American fleets, and Japan's Maritime Self-Defense Force have all checked in. The president, visibly shaken, mutters that the Dragon Palace, once thought to be a myth, is now a terrifying reality. The Dragon Palace, a gate located in the middle of the ocean, was discovered 25 years ago in Tokyo Bay. Now, this mythical gate is at the center of a looming crisis. At that time, people believed that gates only appeared on land, and there were no satellites in place to observe or search for gates in the oceans. As a result, humanity didn't look to the seas for potential dangers. The Tokyo Bay Gate was completely neglected by authorities until a catastrophic dungeon break occurred, leading to the destruction of Tokyo. The nearby beaches became corrupted, and things worsened when ocean creatures mutated into monstrous beings, almost like Godzilla rising from the depths. The Tokyo Bay incident quickly became one of the worst gate disasters in history, prompting nations to cooperate in raiding the gate, starting with the collaboration between South Korea's Blue House and Japan's leadership, further worsening the situation. The agent reports that Hurricane Nabai, initially heading toward the Pacific Ocean, has abruptly changed direction and is now heading toward Al Island. This news puts the president in a tough spot as he struggles to figure out how to respond. His anxiety reaches new heights when he learns that Nabai is expected to be the worst hurricane of the year. He curses his luck, lamenting that this disaster had to strike now. Forecasters on the news report that the hurricane is moving at 64.5 meters per second, comparable to Hurricane Mimi in 2003, and serious damage is expected on Al Island. The president, Mr. O, calls his assistant and orders him to contact His Majesty Leon of the Pantheon Guild immediately. In a situation like this, who else could he turn to? About half an hour later, Lee Youngman of the Phoenix Guild arrives, asking why no one else is there yet. The president feels slightly relieved to see that one of the guilds has shown up promptly. He greets Mr. Lee with a remark that Lee seems to have changed, recalling how he used to ignore drafts but is now the first to arrive. It's clear that this wasn't easy for Lee, who looks a bit embarrassed. However, Lee fires back, questioning why their guild was selected as the priority draft candidate when there are better guilds out there. The president tries to mask his desperation by flattering him, with an older official chiming in that it's hard to find a guild as great as Phoenix Guild. Lee, however, points out that they are still suffering from the damages they incurred during the Jeju Island incident. The president, grinning wickedly, remarks that they're better off now. This condescending tone deeply offends the red-haired fire mage, who silently curses the old man for forcing his authority on him so suddenly. Lee suspects this must have something to do with Leon. He then asks if they're being sent alone or if the president's ace card is stepping in, which catches the old man off guard, playing coy. The president pretends to be confused, but Lee isn't deceived. Eventually, the president informs the S-rank hunter that His Majesty is not someone Lee can assess, which disappoints Lee. Feeling let down, Lee mutters that things aren't going as planned, which amuses the Iri Yuri. She taunts the guild master, remarking that one reaps what one sows. This angers the red-haired mage, who glares at her. As Lee turns away, he recalls a memory from their time in the Jedu Island Gate. He remembers one of the kingdom knights handing him the reins of his horse, urging him to take it, even though he wasn't a skilled rider, as the horse would follow the lead of the king of Lionheart. The knight prayed for Lee to live honorably until the end under God's blessings. This memory weighs heavily on Lee's conscience, making him reflect on the mistakes of his past life, and he begins to feel unwell again. Suddenly, the bald man rushes into the room, glued to his phone. He approaches the president, showing him a screen announcing that the VIP is arriving soon. This startles the Phoenix Guild master. The elderly president quickly becomes anxious, adjusting his tie, coat, and even freshening his breath with mouth spray. Lee watches in disbelief as Mr. O goes to great lengths to appear presentable for the VIP. When the VIP arrives, it's none other than Leon Dragonia Lionheart, accompanied by Han Hari and Kim Jinsu. Leon certainly carries an undeniable aura. The president bows deeply to welcome Leon, thanking him for gracing them with his presence. However, Leon barely acknowledges the formalities, more interested in the reason he was summoned. After the initial greetings, Leon warns the president to have a good reason for calling him here, noting that he was in the middle of leading a training session at the Neju Plains. The president laughs awkwardly, assuring him that the reason is indeed important. He then leads Leon to the Central Command, where he begins explaining the precarious situation. Within moments, Leon grasps the issue at hand. Crossing his arms, he settles into a seat as he processes the situation's gravity. The president uses a projector to explain all angles. Leon quickly summarizes that a gate has appeared in the middle of the ocean, and the real problem is that a hurricane is approaching, complicating any raid efforts. The president clicks another button on the remote, informing Leon that the US and Japanese naval fleets will assist in the raid, while other guilds will be on standby as backup. To persuade Leon to join the operation, the president bows slightly and cleverly frames it as an opportunity to elevate the honor of the king of Lionheart. He requests that Leon bless them with his heroic abilities. The president is clearly skilled with words, showing why he's in his position, willing to do anything to handle the situation. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Amused by the president's flattery, Leon acknowledges his skill and agrees to the offer. However, as he stands, he reminds the president that the king's value is significant and that he should prepare a worthy tribute. The president, desperate to secure Leon's participation, asks what His Majesty would like in return. Leon smirks mischievously, replying that a king doesn't count coins. He suggests the president discuss the price with Sir Spinner, which visibly unsettles the president. After all, we know how Sir Spinner handles financial matters. Though not thrilled, the president begrudgingly accepts, realizing how difficult it is to deal with His Majesty, who has essentially given him an open-ended commitment rather than the decisive leadership he expected. Meanwhile, Leon orders Hari to bring the name list of individuals under their guild. As they head out of the association's building, Leon reads the list of soldiers and newbie trainees in the Pantheon Guild. He begins calling out the names of those who will participate in the raid, starting with Sir Spinner, then moving on to students Han Suwa, Kim Yuk, and Gu. He then lists the soldiers, including Kim Gapu, Hang Junal, Park Chalin, and finally, Maki Oldu. However, as the list grows, Hari's expression turns gloomy as she notices something odd. She looks at Leon with a puzzled expression and calls out to him, catching his attention. "What's the matter?" Leon asks. Hari points out something unusual: none of the people he named are women. Would our little Pookie turn out to be a feminist? This observation makes Leon uncomfortable as he struggles to come up with a response, knowing Hari might hold a grudge. Meanwhile, Hari critically thinks that even if Leon differentiates between women and men, he's not the type to discriminate in a situation like this. She continues to stare at him, expecting a reasonable answer. Leon, however, responds confidently, suggesting that the answer should be obvious. But Hari is still puzzled, wondering if their boy has just turned into Andrew Tate. He exasperatedly explains that it's bad luck to have women on board. The redhead instantly loses her cool, and it seems like a Pandora's box is about to open. Now, we get an aerial shot of 3 black helicopters flying over the ocean, approaching a warship. South Korea's First Fleet. The helicopters land smoothly on the helipads, where multiple naval officers in white uniforms stand ready to welcome the passengers, practically melting at the sight of what looks like Tom Cruise stepping out of the helicopter. But wait, this isn't a Hollywood star, it's our king of Lionheart, Leon, looking effortlessly cool in black sunglasses and a black and white outfit. Honestly, I could go homo for this moment. As the chopper doors open, the Pantheon Guild disembarks, led by Leon, followed by Hari, Kim-gu, and several soldiers. Wasting no time on formalities, Leon immediately asks the nearest officer if he's the commander of the base. The officer, without his cap, responds that he is Lieutenant General Cho-yang of the First Fleet. After a brief introduction, the general expresses his deep honor in finally meeting His Majesty, revealing that his granddaughter's chronic illness was cured by the crops of the goddess Dima. He earnestly requests Leon to convey his gratitude to the goddess on his behalf, which would mean the world to him. This pleases Leon, who smiles as he removes his sunglasses and tells the general that if he truly wishes to thank the goddess for her blessings, then he is Leon's brother. Choi laughs at the remark, saying it's a great honor for him. He then leads Leon and the Pantheon Guild, eager to not waste any more time. As they walk, General Choi mentions that before they begin the briefing, he would like to introduce Leon to the Allied forces. The scene shifts to the base of the naval fleet, inside a large building. The red-haired fire mage, Leon, is visibly surprised by something he sees. A group of individuals is engaged in a discussion near the stage. Lee asks Lieutenant General Choi if they are part of the U.S. raid team, to which Choi confirms they flew in as quickly as possible on a cargo aircraft. Choi adds that while the U.S. raid team is known for being passive, what he's observed so far has been surprising. Meanwhile, the Guild Master of Phoenix Guild notices someone well known in the crowd. Lee points out that the man is Reynold Sherman, the head of the American Magic Tower, and comments on how this traitor, who has worked with demons, is present. Lee is tense, knowing that someone as prominent as Sherman wouldn't be here without an important reason. Sherman, overhearing Lee's remarks, feels a surge of pride, happy to know that he's recognized even in Korea. His appearance adds an unexpected twist to the gathering, making the South Korean party, especially Lee, cautious about what may happen next. Surprisingly, Sherman is still carrying the purple jewel with him. As he turns to greet the Korean hunters, offering a formal introduction, he has no idea that both Leon and Sir Spinner are present and will instantly recognize the Jewel of Wisdom. While Sherman introduces himself, his eyes land on Leon, and he starts to stutter, panic setting in as both he and the demon inside the jewel realize they're in grave danger. The old mage visibly shakes, asking the so-called great being what they should do now that Leon is right before them. The demon, equally anxious but trying to stay composed, urges Sherman to remain calm, explaining that if Leon had truly noticed the demon, they would have already been killed. Meanwhile, Leon lifts his sunglasses and scrutinizes the group. The crystal tries to reassure Sherman, telling him they haven't been discovered yet and urging him to trust in the power of the ring, which the demon crafted specifically for him. Sherman glances at the ring with the red stone, trying to find comfort in the demon's words, believing that a creation from such a wise and great demon should be foolproof. The demon insists that the ring can conceal demonic mana and assures Sherman that they won't be detected. However, it quickly becomes apparent that the ring isn't working as intended. Demonic mana begins to leak from it, causing Sherman to panic further. The demon, trembling, demands that Sherman calm down immediately. The demon explains that Leon's divine power is overwhelming the ring's concealment abilities and orders Sherman to distance himself from Leon to prevent his mana from dominating the ring again. Sherman hesitates, knowing that moving away suddenly would only arouse Leon's suspicions. The demon becomes frustrated as Sherman stands frozen in fear. Leon steps forward and places himself directly in front of the old mage. Master Reynold Sherman awkwardly greets Leon, claiming that he's always wanted to meet him, as Leon's fame has spread far and wide. However, Sherman is internally terrified, knowing that shaking hands with Leon would reveal his secret. Leon, smirking slightly, seems to sense something is off but decides to pass by Sherman, mocking him with a comment about knowing his place. Sherman is left confused, wondering why Leon seemed satisfied with such a brief interaction. Panicking, Sherman mentally communicates with the Jewel, insisting that they leave immediately, believing it would be the safest option for both of them. However, the demon disagrees, arguing that they must seize this rare opportunity to enter the gate. Sherman silently curses his luck for being stuck with such a stubborn demon. Meanwhile, Hari walks alone outside, cursing her bad luck for not being allowed on the ship with the others. She suddenly spots Gu helping with logistics. Surprised, she rushes over to him, calling his name and offering him a soft drink. She asks why he's doing such hard labor when it's supposed to be handled by the association staff. He humbly replies that he feels he should help out as well. Hari reminds him that he's now a trainee and assures him that His Majesty wouldn't have expected him to do menial tasks like this. Gu, still modest, explains that he thinks he's being treated too highly just for lifting the hammer, which annoys Hari. She points out that she couldn't even move the hammer an inch, and more than 1,000 people tried before him. The fact that he succeeded shows that he was chosen by the goddess. Despite her words, Gu remains skeptical, finding it hard to believe that he was truly chosen by the goddess, insisting that it couldn't be possible. Hari, frustrated by his humility, continues to emphasize how special his achievement is, but Gu remains unconvinced, still in disbelief at his own fortune. In a playful mood, Hari starts imitating Leon, saying, "If His Majesty were here, he would have said, 'How can a lowly peasant doubt the decision of a king?'" The nearby hunter G looks like he's seen a ghost, and it's absolutely hilarious, especially since Leon is standing right behind her as she continues her impersonation. Hari mocks his stern tone, saying, "How dare you undervalue the judgment of the goddess? This won't do. You're having all these doubts because you're not working your body hard enough." Meanwhile, D tries to signal to her that Leon is right behind them. Hari continues saying, "Back in my day, we trained without even sleeping a wink." D desperately calls her name again, trying to warn her of the danger. Finally, Hari notices Gu signals and pauses, nervously asking, "Is the king right behind me?" D remains silent, and at that moment, Leon grabs her by the hair, scolding her for mocking and imitating the king. Hari, now in tears, begs for forgiveness, asking Leon to finish her off. Leon, taking pity on her, informs her that she is the one who is getting blessed, which shocks Hari. She asks what kind of blessing he means. Leon sighs and explains that she is being blessed by the divinity of the sea and waves, revealing that Palma has chosen her to be a saintess. Hari, still confused, struggles to comprehend what's happening. With a hand on her shoulder, Leon tells her she'll be joining them on the raid. However, Hari senses something suspicious in his tone and expression. Moments later, she finds herself tied up with ropes, crying and yelling that this is wrong. As Leon had mentioned she would become a saintess, this situation makes Leon uncomfortable, prompting him to ask how a saint could be treated this way. He calls out to her in desperation. Meanwhile, Hari, tied to a wooden pillar, is carried away on the shoulders of several trainees, as if it's some kind of funeral procession. Leon arrives on the scene, stating that having a woman on board is bad luck, but there's a way to undo the bad omen. Lee seems to understand what Leon is implying with a proud grin. Leon suggests using her as a figurehead on the front of the ship, just like in ancient times. Hari, helpless and crying, protests, saying this isn't what she expected, pleading with her little brother, Suho, to help her. However, Suho, among the people loading her onto the ship, isn't interested in helping, causing Hari to angrily call him a traitor. The hunters hurry to complete their task as Hari becomes more frantic, pleading with them to stop if they have any sense of reason, but they bluntly ignore her cries. Finally, they secure the wooden pillar at the front of the boat, positioning Hari as the figurehead of the expedition. It's a scene reminiscent of Titanic, except instead of a man, it's Hari at the bow. Hari continues to struggle and make a fuss, trying to escape, but she's tied so securely that there's no chance of freeing herself. As the warship begins to move forward, cutting through the ocean waves, she starts crying again, begging someone to help her. The warships are currently roaring through the ocean, though the weather has taken a turn for the worse. Flashes of thunder and towering waves make the journey even more perilous, and a hurricane seems to be on the horizon. Hari, still serving as the figurehead, screams for help upon hearing that Hurricane Nabi is approaching at 64.5 meters per second. Meanwhile, Leon remains unfazed by the storm, casually fishing in the rough weather. Frustrated by her yelling, he orders her to be quiet, complaining that she's scaring the fish. This deeply upsets Hari, who can't believe that His Majesty is fishing while she's stuck as a figurehead in such a tormenting situation. Leon, irritated that all the fish seem to have fled, grumbles, while Hari retorts that fish would never be near a military ship. Suddenly, Leon feels a tug on his fishing rod and pulls out a surprisingly large catch. He instructs the lieutenant general to prepare the items he requested earlier. The general, amazed at the size of the fish, says preparations are underway. Leon places the fish on the deck, and just as it seems like he might cook it, he kneels and calls upon the master of the graceful sea to appear, daring to step into their territory. The fish begins to emit a blue light that quickly ascends into the sky, signaling the arrival of something powerful. The maritime staff is stunned, having never seen anything like this. One officer nervously asks if it's a wave, though he knows this isn't an ordinary wave. A massive wave, towering between 100 to 200 feet, forms above the ship, creating a roof-like structure. The wave soon morphs into a glowing blue energy ball, and a divine being addresses Leon as the beloved watchtower, protector of his realm. Leon calmly greets PMA, the divinity of sea and waves, who, unlike other gods, appears as a gigantic shark. Pulma remarks that the sea is quite senseless, as Leon had mentioned, and he senses no divinity on this land. He criticizes the ships for lacking sails, suggesting that humans no longer understand the sea's grace. Leon diplomatically explains that this world has yet to receive the teachings of the sea and pleads with Pulma to look over their efforts. Pulma laughs dismissively, stating there is no reason to watch over those who lack faith and insists that grace can only be received through fear and respect. Realizing there's no point in arguing, Leon shifts the conversation, asking why Pulma chose Hari as his saintess, noting that she's currently crying at the sight of a shark. Pulma chuckles, admitting that he barely convinced Petos of the decision but believes it was worth it because Hari is a great vessel. Leon is surprised and asks for more clarification. Pulma explains that while Hari is a good vessel, she's not as exceptional as Leon, who can carry all the divinities within him. Leon reflects that Hari's fate has always seemed full of misfortune, and now it seems he was right. Pulma, unimpressed, challenges Leon's choice of words, asking why he calls divine blessings misfortune. Leon explains that the god's attention can be toxic to a human who lacks faith, but Pulma dismisses this concern, expressing his trust in Leon to handle the task. Meanwhile, Hari, still tied to the pole, is caught up in the negative aspects of the conversation, not fully grasping the gravity of the situation. Pulma then addresses Hari directly, declaring her his new saintess. He grants her authority over the waves and the blessings of water, urging her to accept these gifts and spread his teachings. Hari, still tied up, accepts the blessing but immediately requests the shark to untie her, clearly not making the best impression. Pulma continues, saying that with his saintess as a sacrifice, no wave will surge through her boat. He then disappears in a flash of lightning, leaving Hari wondering if that's it. She doesn't feel any immediate change or extraordinary power, while Suho looks thrilled for her in the background. Just then, the Navy men shout that a hurricane is approaching with waves as high as 10 meters. They order everyone inside to avoid being swept away. Hari, still tied up, curses her luck, feeling utterly alone in this hurricane. But she's not alone. Leon remains by her side, calmly telling her that she lacks faith. Hari, surprised by his presence, listens as Leon explains that Pulma must like her, which is why he overlooked her lack of faith. However, Hari isn't interested in hearing about faith or forgiveness, she just wants someone to get her down from the pole. Leon, smiling as he watches the approaching hurricane, advises her to calm down and trust in nature, assuring her that if she does, nature will embrace her. But Hari, terrified, yells that she wants to live, revealing that she still doesn't have enough faith in the gods. The storm looms closer, and it becomes clear that Hari's trial of faith is far from over. Leon, who had been striking a titanic pose earlier, asks Hari if she notices anything strange. She perks up, wondering what he means. Leon directs her attention to the hurricane that was supposed to be approaching them, yet none of the waves have reached the ship. This revelation surprises Hari, and as she thinks about it, she realizes the ship hasn't been rocking for a while. From a bird's-eye view, the ships are amidst the hurricane, but strangely, there's no storm in the immediate vicinity of the ships. The waves dissipate as they near the vessel. Leon explains that PMA, the divinity of sea and waves, is using Hari as his medium to pacify the waves, ensuring a safe journey through the hurricane. He adds that since no one believes in Pulma, the god has no choice but to use his saintess as a conduit to demonstrate his power. This makes Hari feel better. She realizes that Leon didn't tie her up out of spite but because he knew she had a bigger purpose to fulfill. As they continue their conversation, the ropes binding Hari start to loosen, and in a moment of unexpected fan service, her blouse opens slightly, catching the attention of onlookers. Just as she notices the ropes coming undone, she falls onto the deck, gasping in pain and is soon thrown to the back of the boat as it rocks violently. It seems the legends about women being bad omens on boats might have some truth to them because as soon as Hari leaves her position as the figurehead, the waves begin to surge toward the ship, tossing it around like a toy. Realizing her mistake, Hari quickly apologizes to Leon, pleading for him to tie her back up. Despite her discomfort, they have no choice but to secure her again. Leon ties her up once more, restoring the ship's stability. The storm eventually calms down, and on the U.S. Arleigh Burke-class ship, Mr. Sherman breathes a sigh of relief, muttering that he thought the ship would flip over but is now stable thanks to following the lead of the South Korean vessel. The Jewel of Wisdom informs Sherman that Leon used the authority of the sea and waves, ensuring that any ship blessed by that divinity will always have a rich harvest and never be sunk by storms. The old mage is impressed by this feat, though he curses the demon within the jewel for being so useless, only knowing when to run away. Suddenly, the ship's captain delivers bad news. the Mirak-class ship that departed earlier from Cebu has capsized in the hurricane and is currently being rescued. This makes Sherman uneasy as he realizes they've lost one-third of their forces before the mission has even begun, which could be disastrous for the upcoming raid. The goblin demon within the Jewel of Wisdom, offended by Sherman's remarks, reminds him that the only thing that matters is the gate. Sherman, bound to obey, reluctantly agrees. Meanwhile, on the South Korean ship, orders from Gwango, the great commander of the raid teams, proceed. Several soldiers board boats heading toward the Red Gate. The Allied forces gather in front of the gate, with only the boats carrying soldiers and raid teams entering, while the remaining forces and guilds stay on standby in case of an emergency. The mission commences as the boats begin to enter the gate. Leon, aboard a boat with the new trainees, stays close to them, aware of their inexperience. The senior members of the Pantheon Guild are on another raft, with Hari still tied up as the figurehead, blessing the mini-boats with her connection to Pulma. Hari is silent, tears streaming down her cheeks, clearly experiencing an existential crisis. It's a heartbreaking scene, and one can't help but feel sorry for her. As soon as they enter the Red Gate, chaos erupts. Soldiers shout warnings to each other as a massive hurricane tornado hybrid wreaks havoc within the gate. They watch in horror as soldiers are swept up into the vortex, spinning like clothes in a washing machine. Later, the Pantheon Guild is caught in the hurricane, tossed through the air like plastic bags in a storm. The story continues with a serene coastline, where a red-haired figure lies unconscious on the sand, seemingly lifeless. In her dazed state, she mutters complaints about the kimchi being too salty, though it's really the salty seawater in her mouth. The sharp taste jolts her back to consciousness, and she suddenly sits up, spitting out the water. As clarity returns, a flashback hits her. They were swept away by a tornado. Panic sets in as she wonders where everyone is. Unsteadily, she rises and scans the area, spotting her brother and several soldiers scattered on the shore, lying a few feet apart. Gathering her strength, she shouts, "Get up!" Her voice works like magic, stirring everyone into consciousness, though they all appear battered and weary. Her brother Suho groans, holding his head in clear pain from a splitting headache and dry throat. "Did we really get caught in a tornado?" he asks, but Hari, lost in thought, ignores his question. Her eyes sweep over the group, noticing something disturbing. His Majesty, Sir Yappy, and a few hunters are missing. Before she can panic, a calm voice interrupts her thoughts, assuring her that everyone is safe and there's nothing to fear. Rather than feeling reassured, Hari is startled, not used to conversing with divine entities. In a panic, she frantically searches for the source of the voice. Amused by her confusion, the voice offers a hint, "Look down." Hari glances down and, to her disbelief, sees a small turtle on the sand, with a confused expression. She mutters, "A turtle?" The divine voice explains that the turtle is indeed the source, Poma the god. It reveals that the turtle is a messenger sent to assist them. Unimpressed, Hari skeptically remarks that the messenger seems too tiny for such an important task. Offended, Poma chastises her for her impudence, reminding her to show respect for divine creatures. The comment triggers a memory of the beast on Jedu Island, but she shakes it off and turns back to the turtle. She asks if it knows what happened to the others. The turtle, now standing proudly on 2 feet, is eager to boast, explaining that it carried them safely to shore using the authority of the waves but couldn't keep the entire group together, hence the separation. Amazed by the divine intervention, Hari praises the god's power. Afterwards, Poma requests that Hari lend the turtle her shoulder as its form isn't ideal for movement. She complies, though unease creeps in, wondering what will happen next. Suddenly, her attention is drawn to something alarming, and it's not just her. The soldiers, including Jisun, are on edge. Urgently, she yells for everyone to stay alert. "These are the biggest crabs I've ever seen, absolute monsters, and they're charging toward us." Their anger is palpable as the Pantheon soldiers brace themselves for battle. Captain Gu commands his troops to raise their shields, while Hari, wielding her flaming sword, realizes they haven't even had time to recover from the last ordeal. Hari ignites her sword and moves with fiery grace, preparing to take down the crabs in one sweeping strike. She looks like a deadly dancer, ready to unleash her power. Just as she's about to strike, her flames are suddenly doused by a surge of water. Surprised, she stares in disbelief as the divinity of the sea and waves declares that a saintess blessed by the ocean should not wield fire. It goes against her divine nature, the voice explains. Enraged, Hari lashes out at the turtle messenger, furious that her fire has been forbidden. She grabs the turtle off her shoulder and angrily declares that she no longer wishes to serve as his saintess. Poma desperately begs her to reconsider, pleading to be put back on her shoulder. In that moment, Hari looks more like an executioner than a saintess, poised to crush the turtle. Meanwhile, the monstrous crabs are just feet away from the soldiers, who have formed a defensive line, preparing for the onslaught. Across the battlefield, a different scene unfolds. The master of the magic tower has already dealt with a variety of crabs, dispatching them effortlessly with his immense power. But despite their battle with the monsters, the true threat remains, Leon Dragonia Lionheart, standing a short distance away. The demon in command, seemingly unfazed, remarks that while things went awry at the beginning, everything is now falling into place. He instructs the old mage to leave the remaining American hunters behind to build a shelter, as they have more urgent matters to address. Following the demon's orders, the old mage casts a spell that engulfs the fallen crabs in mana. Their lifeless bodies twitch and rise, animated by magic. The old man commands them to lead the way toward the stone statue. Moments later, the party finds themselves deep in the forest, standing before a mysterious object. Mr. Sherman turns to the demon and asks if this is the stone statue they were searching for. The goblin demon nods, confirming that it is indeed the one, but mentions there are more to be found. With the statue identified, the master mage begins casting another spell, only to be interrupted by an unexpected voice. Someone calls out for him to wait, drawing the mage's attention to the newcomer. It's the Phoenix Guild, who have arrived at the scene as well. Mr. Lee, the guild master, confronts the master of the magic tower, asking if he understands what they've found. Surprised by their sudden appearance, the old mage asks if the two S-rank hunters are alright, then mutters to the demon that he hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. The demon remains unfazed, only interested in Leon, ignoring the tension. The guild master responds that he too saw the quest. Both parties are tasked with destroying the statue of Rocker the Great. The smart old mage smirks and fires back that if Lee has seen the quest, he knows what they must do. Mr. Lee, however, is filled with doubt, recalling the incident on Jedu Island, where the goal of the Red Gate was supposedly to bring down Sergio Rick, though there was more beneath the surface. In other words, Lee now questions the authenticity of this quest. He voices his concerns, stating they don't have enough information on this gate or its true purpose. The old mage, puzzled by the remark, asks what Lee means by not enough information. The red-haired mage elaborates, suggesting that this statue could be a trap. He emphasizes that they need to learn more about Rocker before proceeding. The Jedu Island incident has clearly left a lasting impact on his judgment. This line of reasoning catches on, and Sherman points it out to the demon, who orders his human subordinate to step back, knowing he can't take on all of them at once. Mr. Sherman praises Leon's wisdom, agreeing that the logic is sound. Both S-rank hunters of the Phoenix Guild are left speechless, now suspecting the American hunters might be more passive than they'd originally thought. The old mage, without even putting up a fight, suggests they return to the beach, where the Maverick Guild members are waiting, so they can formulate a new strategy based on this logical argument. Meanwhile, back on the coast, the Pantheon Guild has just finished dealing with the monstrous crabs. The red-haired assistant, now acting as the leader, checks in on the group. "Is anyone injured?" she asks. Suho assures her that everyone is fine. She turns to Hunter Part Dic, inquiring about his condition. He too responds that he's unharmed. Just as she's about to relax, the wielder of Sergio Rick's warhammer calls out for her attention. Hari turns to face him, looking unusually tense. He's staring at his hands as if trying to grasp something intangible. "We can't feel His Majesty's aura anymore," he says, his voice laced with concern. Hari brushes it off with a sarcastic remark, commenting that the buffs were nice but not that important. However, Gu's expression remains serious, pointing out that this isn't the main issue. He explains that they've previously tested His Majesty's aura to determine its range, and their research revealed that the demon resentment buff affects a 30 kilometers radius. But now, none of them are feeling its effect. Hari's face pales as the gravity of the situation dawns on her. She realizes that the island is smaller than 30 kilometers in both length and width, meaning the King of Lionheart isn't on this island, nor is he on any nearby ones. The captain's keen analysis proves correct. Shaken, Hari looks to Palma for answers, hoping the divinity of the sea and waves can provide some clarity. But even Palma brings bad news. The connection to the king has been severed from his end as well. Everyone stares out at the vast, unforgiving ocean, wondering where their king might be. The orang hunter grows increasingly anxious, realizing they haven't even located the other soldiers yet. Things are looking grim. Hari's tension mounts as she scans the endless ocean, hoping for any sign of the king. Knowing him, she imagines he's likely off battling demons on some distant land. The scene shifts deep beneath the ocean's surface. On the ocean floor lies a grand, established pathway, seemingly meant for travelers. Standing without any diving gear is the King of Lionheart himself, looking as serious as ever. Amusingly, he still wears his signature sunglasses, perhaps a gift from the gods. Leon gazes at a slumbering beast, whose awakening inside this gate seems imminent. Disgust is evident on Leon's face as he observes the creature, unwilling to let it continue its reign. It's a hideous, fish-like creature, most likely a mutant piranha with enormous teeth and glowing red eyes. The beast grumbles, frustrated, claiming it's tired of eating seafood after 5 centuries of fish-only meals. Without warning, it lunges at the Holy King, mocking him by wondering aloud what a night of God tastes like. However, the beast has no idea what awaits it. Meanwhile, the next chapter begins with Sir Jagged Spinner's AI system struggling to reboot. It detects unrecognized materials within the device and, after several failed attempts, performs a limited resource reboot. Signs of life flicker as the red light on Sir Spinner begins blinking. He realizes he's lying at the bottom of the ocean. Suddenly, with a mechanical whirring sound, Sir Spinner rises to his feet, only to be greeted by hundreds of crabs standing before him. Oddly enough, the crabs appear to mimic his movements, snapping their claws in unison, seemingly in a cheerful mood, perhaps mistaking the tiny robot knight for one of their own. Confused, the Holy Knight of Hito, Sir Yappy, decides to test his theory. He moves left, then right, making a mechanical sound as he does so. To his surprise, the crabs follow his every move. However, his limited AI resources prevent him from fully understanding this bizarre behavior. Back on the shore, the guild members begin listing those still missing, including the 2 Grail Knights. Surprisingly, all 3 Kims, Kim Duhan, Kim Yak, and Chief Manager Kim Jinu, are also unaccounted for. Son, deeply concerned, hadn't expected the trainees and soldiers to disappear as well. Suho, trying to calm his sister, reassures her that everyone will be fine, but Hari doesn't seem as hopeful. Afterward, Hari turns to thank the American Guild hunters for their help, acknowledging that they couldn't have defeated the monsters without their assistance. The blonde American hunter greets the Korean hunters with a salute and introduces himself as Mistel from the Maverick Guild, explaining that it's his call sign. Hari introduces herself as well, and upon hearing Mistel's name, something clicks in her memory. Excitedly, she blurts out that he's Alan Taylor, the S-rank hunter ranked 6th in the Maverick Guild. Mistel, a little uncomfortable, reminds her that there's no point in using his real name if she's just going to call him by it. Hari quickly realizes her mistake and apologizes for addressing him by his real name instead of his call sign. Mistel reassures her that it's no big deal, she doesn't need to apologize. Meanwhile, a couple of hunters quietly gossip about the famous S-rank hunter, mentioning how they've seen him on YouTube. Hari, still recovering from her earlier embarrassment, admits that she didn't know Mistel was part of the raid team. This surprises Mistel, who wonders aloud if they weren't notified. He covers it up by suggesting that they might have left in a hurry, causing the association to fail at notifying the team properly. Mistel then points out that it seems their guild master has been separated from them, and their priority now should be finding the missing people. Hari, clearly infatuated with Mistel's good looks and kind heart, insists that they can manage on their own. Mistel, confused, asks if they're sure. With a smile, Hari explains that they've been blessed by the Lord of the Ocean. She adds that if His Majesty had been searching for them, he would have found them by now. Suho, always eager to support his sister, jumps in enthusiastically and agrees. He also reminds everyone that His Majesty owns a Pegasus, which would make it easy for him to track them down quickly. Anyone who hasn't witnessed the sheer power of Leon Dragon, King of Lionard, would likely react the same way the blonde hunter does, utterly baffled, almost as if their brain had hit a 404 error when confronted with these mythical beasts. Suddenly, the system chimes in, announcing the commencement of the first wave, immediately putting everyone on high alert. Hari, still unsure whether the system refers to a literal massive wave or a wave of monsters, quickly realizes it's the latter. Mistel, now all business, tells her they'll discuss it later, as they need to deal with the impending threat. As predicted, terrifying monsters begin emerging from the ocean. The system informs the hunters they have 3 hours to deal with the first wave, a generous amount of time for this skilled group of hunters. A massive, deadly octopus, accompanied by numerous minions, makes its way toward the shore. All are A-rank field bosses, and it's clear the hunters are in for a tough fight. The minions are armed with tridents resembling Aquaman's weapon, while the octopus's poisonous tentacles can extend from 100 to 200 feet. This battle will be tough, especially for attack-type hunters, as these long-range weapons can only be neutralized with defensive powers, creating much-needed openings. Stepping up to the challenge are none other than the soldiers trained by Leon himself. Gu takes command, leading the soldiers forward and ordering them to raise their shields. However, the A-rank monster's tentacles prove too powerful for the weakened soldiers, who no longer benefit from Lionheart's buffs. In a split second, the force of the monster's attack sends them all flying. Hari screams for the squad leader, asking if he's okay. Dung, battered but unbroken, reassures her that they're fine and urges the hunters to keep fighting. Frustrated, Hari thinks to herself that if only she could use her fire-based abilities, she could end this battle quickly. Despite this, she charges forward, slashing at the monsters with her regular sword. Her strikes are precise as ever. In between her battle maneuvers, she jabs at Palma sarcastically, complaining that as his saintess, she should have some impressive abilities, like summoning a tsunami or breathing underwater. Palma retorts, teasing her for watching too much anime. Offended, Hari fires back, yelling that he's more like an anime character than she is. Amidst their banter, Hari lets her guard down for a moment. Just then, Mistle saves her by a hair's breadth, advising her not to get distracted during such a dangerous fight. Embarrassed, Hari feels the sting of shame but regains focus. She notices that nearly all the monsters have already been taken down. Shocked, Hari asks Mistral if he is the one responsible for killing them all. Mistral, ever self-assured, dismisses it with a boast, claiming the monsters weren't tough for rank creatures. Meanwhile, Suho and Soyen watch in awe at the slain octopus, clearly impressed by Mistral's strength. It's just what they would expect from one of America's top hunter guilds. Alan Taylor, still radiating confidence, tells Hari to finish off the remaining monsters as there are only a few left. Hari nods, determined to prove herself once more. Meanwhile, on another island, the third wave of monsters has already been handled. It has been 36 hours since Serap was rescued by the crab monsters. In a surprising twist, Yappy has managed to fend off waves of enemies using the very crabs that now willingly obey him, treating him as their king. According to Sir Spinner's system, the waves come every 12 hours, and strangely, these crustacean monsters appear to grow and multiply at an unnatural speed. Spinner is still trying to understand how these creatures can evolve so quickly. Normally, living beings need time to absorb nutrients and expand their skeletal structures, but these monsters defy logic. As the robot knight processes this information, someone calls out to him from behind. He turns to see Kim Yak, one of the missing Kims, casually hanging around with the king crabs. Yak informs Sir Spinner that the system window has been crafted. He explains that none of the rocker statues have been destroyed yet, a fact that Sir Spinner notes down. Yu adds that the blonde was saved by Sir Yappy on the first day. Confused, Supal mentions that the survivors don't seem to be able to see the system window, gesturing to it with his finger as if it were obvious. Sir Spinner confirms this while grumbling that information sharing between systems is critical in these situations. The word information snaps Yak back to the system window, where he reads the quest directive to destroy the statues. Simultaneously, the robot system presents a hypothesis. The crab monsters have been at war with other creatures for a long time, and the ones behind the monster waves are likely trying to eliminate the statues. Ahu finds this strange but thought-provoking. The blonde boy, using his mind at full capacity, concludes that the statues of crabs must be the target of the monsters. Sir Yappy agrees, saying it makes the most sense. Yu then glances at the crabs, noting that many of the Kiari tribe have perished. He questions whether they'll be able to fend off another wave. Despite the rapid reproduction of the crabs, Sir Yappy expresses concern. He says it's unlikely they'll survive another wave, especially as the difficulty increases with each one. He predicts that by the fifth wave, defeat is almost certain. Worried, Yak asks if survival will be impossible even with Sir Spinner's power. The robot responds that they need more than just strength, they need weapons. In a moment of comedic naivete, Yak suggests arming the crabs with knives, but then something catches his eye, and he gets excited. He tells Sir Spinner that he's found something interesting, piquing the robot's curiosity. They arrive at a waterfall, and Yak reveals that behind the cascading water is a hidden cave, which leads to signs of an advanced civilization. He speculates that the Kiari tribe may have been far more developed than anyone imagined. Meanwhile, far below the ocean, surrounded by deadly piranhas, Leon Dragonia Lionheart finds this mission to be an absolute pain. But this isn't just the ocean floor, it's the ruins of a fallen civilization, a world long lost to time. As he explores a building, he recalls the moment when their boat flipped, and PMA's power was cut off, likely because they had trespassed into the territory of another powerful being. Leon concludes that this being must either be a deity or an evil god. The thought of an evil being ignites his fiery spirit, and he shouts into the depths, challenging the evil to reveal itself. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoes through the water, addressing Leon as the god's hound with the heart of a lion, the successor of the dragon slayer, the one who has slain the most demons, the knight of knights, the king of kings, and the guardian of the Radiant kingdom. Even in the depths of the ocean, it seems Leon's fame precedes him. The source of the voice emerges, an evil octopus lurking behind him. The demon mocks Leon, noting that while he might have earned those titles, he now appears weaker than ever. The octopus's tentacles sway ominously in the water, bound by golden magical chains. Unfazed, Leon asks if the octopus truly knows who he is. The demon laughs, responding that no demon in the world is unaware of the King of Lionheart. Leon was a hero even among demons. The octopus continues, explaining that many heroes have sought this place, but none were strong enough to defeat him. The demon then challenges Leon, asking if he's any different from the others. Fury flashes in Leon's eyes as he demands to know how dare a filthy demon question his worth. Still, the octopus cackles as it rises higher in the water, using its tentacles, bound in magical chains. It combines its tentacles and, with a sneer, thanks Leon for killing the malice Attas the octopus had been burdened with for centuries. This comment catches Leon off guard, and he starts to wonder who Malice was. Meanwhile, the demon octopus prepares for the final showdown, declaring that his 5 centuries of waiting are about to end. His ambition to kill Leon burns brightly as he readies himself for battle. The scene shifts as the 3rd wave concludes, marking the arrival of the 4th wave. Meanwhile, Pantheon Guild's A-rank hunter Hari is seen playing with the waters, performing stunts with full focus while the divinity of sea and waves, Poma, perches on her head, visibly frustrated. If you really want to play in the water, Poma grumbles, you should do it naked. It would be better to watch. His naughty comment irritates Hari, who snaps back at him, saying she's working hard to awaken her powers, not messing around. But Poma continues his taunts, pointing out that all she's doing is splashing around, and no amount of playing will awaken her abilities. Hari pauses, staring at her hands. She reflects on how the path to power varies with different gods. With goddess Ariana, it's through upholding justice and acting honorably. With goddess Demra, it's by farming and expressing gratitude to the earth. For Peto, the blessings come through winning battles with determination. She turns back to Poma, assuming she must do something related to the ocean to awaken her powers. But Poma dismisses this notion, reminding her that playing in the water doesn't count. Desperate to find out, Hari begs Poma to reveal how to awaken her abilities, as he mentioned they need to save their king. Poma agrees, adding that their king isn't trapped on land but likely underwater. This revelation heightens Hari's anxiety, and she tries to push Poma into telling her how to awaken her power quickly, thinking they don't have time to waste. But Poma doesn't seem in the mood to share the secret easily. Instead, he begins a lesson. He explains that learning the creed of the sea and the way of it is simple because she is the source of infinite life. Just being thankful for that will help her build faith. But he cautions her that being a saintess isn't the same as being a mere believer. How do you compare the wisdom of a knight to that of a soldier? He asks rhetorically, clearly hoping to inspire deeper thought. Hari seems to understand, responding that she will try harder, which pleases Poma. Their conversation is cut short as Suho rushes onto the beach, calling out for his sister in desperation, gasping for breath. He tells her they've discovered something significant. Upon hearing this, Hari is startled. Maverick Guild has located one of the statues of Rar. She hadn't anticipated them finding it so soon. On the other side of the island, the old man and his demon master stand before the statue, which is heavily guarded by the Phoenix Guild. The old man reflects, wondering why the Phoenix Guild is so intent on protecting something no one asked them to. He concludes that they must be questioning the quest, which is why they haven't destroyed the statue yet. The old mage suggests they destroy it secretly during the night, but the demon, Duel, cautions against it, warning that such actions could raise suspicion among the other hunters. He assures the old man that the true purpose of destroying the statues will become clear soon enough. Suddenly, a figure clad in a superhero costume, Maverick Guild's S-rank hunter Minuteman, chimes in, questioning whether the Koreans shouldn't just destroy the statue now. He points out that 3 days have passed, and it's time to take action. Yuri, standing next to Liang-an, agrees, stating there's no other choice. With that, Lee reluctantly gives the order to destroy the statue, which excites Minuteman. He strikes a heroic pose, his fist glowing with mana, and with one mighty punch, shatters the ancient statue that had stood for centuries. As the statue crumbles, a system window appears, notifying them that the statue of Rapture of the Great has been destroyed. 2 statues remain. Despite the destruction, the jewel-like red orb stays intact, hinting at a deeper mystery behind the statues. Fired up from his success, Minuteman boasts that destroying the statue was the right decision. Liang-an lets out a sigh of relief, reassured by the system's confirmation. For now, there seems to be no immediate threat. Yuri reassures him that they made the right choice, though the red-haired mage grudgingly accepts it. However, Yuri shifts focus, reminding Lee that they need to start preparing for the next wave. Glancing toward the shore, Lee is surprised to realize they've spent more time here than expected. They are now waiting for the system window to notify them about the next wave, but moments pass, and nothing happens. Lee exchanges a puzzled glance with the Vice Guild Master. There's no notification, and no wave is coming. Just as Reynold Sherman calls out to the red-haired mage Lee Liang-an, he reassures him that destroying the statue was indeed the right choice. Lee, however, struggles to accept it, feeling that delaying the destruction forced them to deal with waves of monsters. The old man chuckles, signaling for everyone to gather as he prepares to summarize the situation. Sherman explains that the 3 statues of Rapture of the Great are scattered across the island, each linked to the waves. He suggests they find the remaining expedition members quickly to destroy the remaining statues and avoid more monster waves. Mr. Liang-an listens intently, then begins sketching a strategy on the ground with a stick. He draws 3 islands representing the statue locations, noting that 2 statues remain, and proposes splitting into 2 teams to speed up the process. Sherman approves this plan, adding that whichever team destroys their statue first should regroup with the other. Liang-an agrees, mentioning they have boats on the shore, so moving between islands shouldn't be a problem. The superhero Minuteman clenches his fist in excitement and shouts to go destroy the remaining 2 statues. The Phoenix Guild immediately departs. Moments later, everyone is on boats heading toward their respective destinations. As Phoenix Guild approaches their island, one member notices something strange and alerts the guild master. Lee's eyes widen in shock as he surveys the beach, which is littered with broken armor and machinery, as if a war had occurred. He wonders why this island is so different from the others and realizes they may be facing an even greater challenge. He orders his subordinates to retreat and prepare for what's to come. Suddenly, the eerie clicking of crabs fills the air, and glowing red eyes emerge from the darkness of the forest. The monstrous crabs of the Kiku tribe have arrived, but this time, they are upgraded, armed with modern weapons and armor. The Phoenix Guild braces for battle, realizing the situation has escalated. The Lady of Phoenix Guild shouts in alarm, warning her master that the crabs are armed. The guild master, having already knocked an arrow, wonders why the monsters on this island are so different. His initial thought that the weapons were merely decorative is shattered when a cannon fires, narrowly missing his head. The resulting blast sends a massive splash of water rising 10 to 15 feet into the air. Lee's shock is palpable as he stares at the armed crabs, realizing the weapons are very real. He curses his luck, knowing they won't escape unscathed. But just as despair begins to settle, hope arrives in the form of Yak, emerging from the shadows. He orders everyone to kneel, declaring the arrival of the Kir tribe's tribal chief. Yuri, recognizing the voice, reacts with shock and disbelief. In a dramatic turn, Sir Yappy, the Grail Knight of the Divinity of Blacksmith and Steel, appears, sitting atop a massive crab on a bed of flowers. Ahu proudly presents him as the knight orders the mortals to surrender, claiming they have no chance against the upgraded crabs. The Phoenix Guild is dumbfounded as they witness Sir Jagged Spinner, along with Yak and the monstrous crabs, leading the charge. Though confused, the sight of their unlikely allies brings a glimmer of hope for survival. The next chapter begins with the allied hunters heading toward 2 different islands to destroy the remaining statues of Rar. Phoenix Guild has encountered Sir Yappy on the right island, while Maverick Guild, along with Reynold Sherman, has set out for the left island, where Hari and the others are waiting. 2 statues remain, and the quest's completion is now within reach. The old man's team stumbles upon the statue and the remaining members of Maverick Guild earlier than expected. However, what they witness surprises and frustrates him. Hari, standing in front of the statue, is preventing anyone from destroying it. She tries to convince Mistel not to destroy it, explaining that she had a vision of the future, which she has already shared with him. Surprisingly, Alan believes her. Reluctantly, he tells his subordinates that he's out of options and can't break the statue if she claims to have prophetic abilities. Hari thanks him, her gaze fixed on the statue, wondering why they can't perceive the dark, malevolent aura it's holding back. She knows this statue is a trap and that the red jewel contains unimaginable demonic power. Just as she is contemplating the terrible consequences of destroying it, a magical attack strikes the statue from behind, catching everyone, including Hari, off guard. Spinning around, she spots the master of the magic tower, who is the one responsible for the attack. Having launched it without hesitation or reasoning, he calmly informs everyone present that the quest is clear, they must close the gate by destroying the statues. Logic or debate has no place here. As the statue crumbles to the ground, Hari senses a surge of dark energy spilling from its remains. Almost immediately, the ground begins to tremble violently, and the hunters, including Alan, brace for what comes next. Taylor turns in shock, staring southward to locate the source of the quake. Even the usually composed Minman glances back, sensing something foreboding. His face quickly shifts to terror as he realizes what's happening. Emerging from the water is a monstrous being, far larger than any of them could have imagined, its glowing red eyes cutting through the darkness. This is the Godzilla of the gate, the creature they have all feared. It breaks the chains that have bound it for so long and roars, demanding submission from all present. I am your chaos, it bellows. I will shatter the order you cling to. I am your despair, here to stop your beating hearts. I am your misery, here to crush your hopes. The hunters are frozen, staring at the creature in a trance. The monster reveals itself to be the Great Richar, the demon of chaos, awakened due to the destruction of two of the statues. Its dark aura begins to spread, bringing with it waves of fear and confusion. Richar's aura overwhelms all living beings, causing their eyes to morph into demonic forms. They claw at their faces, crying out in agony. The demon doesn't just spread terror, it brings total chaos, infecting the hunters with panic, hopelessness, and a maddening despair. Weakness sets in, and their bodies begin to break down both physically and mentally. This legendary demon's power is beyond anything they have ever encountered, and this is only with two statues destroyed. The full horror of what will happen if the third statue falls is almost unimaginable. Standing before the towering Richar, Hari looks like an insect. The demon mocks the scent of humanity, though he is uninterested in them. His true target is the being who sealed him here. Without another word, he leaps back into the ocean, leaving behind an ultimatum: enjoy these brief moments of hope. This land is now corrupted with chaos, but as a parting gift, Richar leaves the hunters in a state of utter madness. Every living being is now afflicted with the deranged status. The hunters scream and writhe in pain, blood pouring from their eyes, ears, and mouths. Madness overtakes them, and they turn on each other, slaughtering anyone nearby. Hari, seemingly untouched by the demon's curse due to her divine blessing, stands horrified as she watches her comrades succumb to despair, killing each other in senseless agony. She cries out, pleading for them to stop, but her voice is lost amid the screams. Chaos reigns, and the hope of survival seems bleak. Hari, the red-haired saintess, is in the middle of trying to reason with others when the blonde hunter from the Maverick Guild suddenly attacks her, shouting that they must endure the deranged status. Hari deflects his strike with her sword, urging him to snap out of it and realize what's happening around them. But it's clear the despair and madness induced by Rakchar's curse have overtaken his mind. Despite this, he still calls her Miss Han Hari with a lingering respect. Though his reasoning is warped, he stands there like a zombie, murmuring that they all need to die and that he will help her achieve that. This is another effect of Rakchar's curse: those who succumb to it long for death, believing it to be their only escape. Once more, he charges at Hari with his lightsaber, determined to finish her off. Hari fights back with all her strength, desperately trying to break through his madness and save him from this fatal ignorance. But he is relentless, attacking without hesitation, lost to the curse's influence. Then, out of nowhere, a powerful punch lands squarely on the blonde's face, snapping him out of his trance with a single blow. To everyone's surprise, it's Minuteman, a fellow Maverick Guild member. Though Minuteman is also under Rakchar's curse, his punch sends the S-rank hunter flying as if it were effortless. Hari breathes a brief sigh of relief, thinking she's been saved. She thanks him, assuming he stepped in to protect her, but that illusion shatters the moment Minuteman turns to face her. His eyes glow with a demonic red light. The curse has him in its grip too. Without hesitation, Minuteman shifts his weight back and delivers a devastating punch straight into Hari's abdomen. The force of the impact is so overwhelming that she doesn't even have time to react. Blood spills from her mouth as tears roll down her cheeks. Her body rockets through the air, crashing through rocks and trees before finally landing in the ocean with a colossal splash. Unconscious, her body sinks deeper into the water. Her long red hair flows freely around her, making her appear like a goddess of the ocean for the first time. She looks more ethereal, her figure more pronounced as the water envelopes her. As she drifts toward the bottom, half-conscious, she wonders if this is truly the end. Is this her fate as a saintess of God? Her mind fills with memories from her childhood, the day she learned her parents had died heroically saving the world. She remembers crying as a young girl over the news. The image of the man at the computer appears in her mind. He had patted her head that day, telling her he didn't know what kind of person she would become as an adult, but he made her promise to live with honor and become someone great. The memory makes Hari grit her teeth in frustration and helplessness. She curses herself and wonders what good it ever did to be a hunter of justice. What does it matter if she's God's saintess if she can never be as strong as Sergio Rick, let alone His Majesty? She laments her faith, thinking how even Sergio Rick died with honor, sacrificing himself for a greater cause. Meanwhile, here she is, drowning at the bottom of the ocean, powerless to save anyone. As she continues to sink, a familiar sight swims toward her. It's PMA's turtle. Surprised, she weakly lifts her gaze as the turtle reaches her. PMA's voice rings gently in her mind. Hari, he says, there is no use in trying to grasp the ocean. No matter how much you try, all you will hold is a handful of seawater. PMA gently advises Hari instead of trying to grasp the ocean to fill her heart with faith and trust. Acknowledge the greatness you possess. But Hari, still confused, struggles to understand his cryptic message. After all, it's only been a few days since she became the saintess, so it's no surprise that she's overwhelmed. Sensing her confusion, PMA simplifies things. He tells her to listen to the ocean, to feel the embrace she's been in all along. Feel the flow of the ocean, the whispers of the coral reefs, he urges, and listen to the great song of the sea. Because now you bear the blessing of sea and waves. PMA kisses her forehead and, in a soothing tone, reminds her of her mortality. If you truly wish to earn immortal power, don't try to seize it. Infinity isn't something you grab, it's something you wrap around yourself. Hari's eyes widen as the realization dawns on her. Her dusky golden eyes begin to glow, transforming into a brilliant blue that mirrors the color of the ocean. She is no longer a helpless mortal. She has embraced the infinity of the sea. Blue mana swirls around her crimson hair, and instead of sinking, she becomes one with the water, suspended effortlessly within it. Her newfound clarity sharpens her senses. Hari can feel the presence of His Majesty on the ocean floor. Her connection to the sea reveals his location through the songs of the waves, the fish, and the coral reefs. Her heart surges with understanding. With a confident swing of her hand, she splits the water itself in a stunning display of divine power. Hari unleashes her first divine law, sea splitting. The ocean parts before her, revealing a vast rift that plunges down to the very bed of the sea. In the depths of this exposed underworld stands His Majesty, like a lion waiting for battle. The rift stretches down to the ocean floor, where the ruins of the fallen world rest, and in the center of it all stands His Majesty, poised to confront Rocker the Great. A stallion, summoned from the depths of the ocean, stands beside him, called forth during a brief respite from the crushing waters. Thanks to Hari's newfound bond with the divinity of sea and waves, His Majesty is prepared for the final confrontation. The moment of reckoning has arrived, and Rocker the Great will soon face the combined wrath of a king and his saintess. The stallion soars high above the island, its reins held firmly by the King of Lionheart, with the saintess of sea and waves resting in his arms, only partially conscious. The scene is dreamlike, majestic and serene. As Hari starts to regain her senses, she is shocked to find herself cradled by none other than His Majesty. Trembling, she tries to gather her thoughts. Leon, noticing her confusion, calmly tells her to remain still. She vaguely recalls being in the water and nervously asks how she ended up in the sky. Leon, with a small grin, responds, "I'm just glad I didn't witness the saintess of water drowning. That would have been quite the irony." Suddenly, panic fills Hari's eyes as her memory returns. The great demon has been resurrected, and everyone went mad, attempting to kill each other. She exclaims this in alarm, and Leon, already aware of the situation, reassures her that he's been monitoring everything. With urgency in his voice, Leon directs the stallion toward the island. He explains that no ordinary person can withstand the evil influence of such a powerful demon, so they must hurry to save the others. As they land, the Holy Knight dismounts swiftly and pulls out the Holy Grail, releasing the sacred aura of Lionheart in a brilliant burst of golden light. The light spreads across the corrupted hunters, and as it touches them, their resistance to Rocker's curse is lifted. One by one, they return to normal, confused and bewildered by what just happened. The aura of Lionheart, a living miracle, has once again saved the day. Gu steps forward and immediately asks about His Majesty's condition. Leon praises the squad for their courage, fighting without the buffs of Lionheart, a rare event. The captain of Squad 3 informs him that the mission soldiers and trainees are doing fine, based on Palma's reports, though concern remains in his voice. Leon reassures him, sensing their aura and confirming they are currently safe, being cared for by the Kikar tribe. However, Leon's expression darkens as he warns them that time is running out. Rocker is actively hunting those responsible for his imprisonment, and it's only a matter of time before he finds them. Suddenly, Leon gives an unexpected order. "We must leave this gate immediately," he declares. Thanks to the blessings of the Saintess, they can now walk on water, as long as they have a little faith. "Run toward the gate," he commands. Taken aback, Du takes a moment to confirm. "Walk on water?" he echoes in disbelief. Before they can discuss further, Mistel, still recovering from the madness, interrupts, asking what will happen to the others still trapped. Leon responds calmly that they will rescue as many survivors as possible and hold off Rocker to buy everyone time to escape. For the first time in a long while, Hari smiles brightly. Her Majesty is sharing the battlefield with her, and she feels honored. Meanwhile, deep in the chaos of the island, Rocker is furious, searching for those responsible for his confinement. His massive form crashes through the island, soon finding himself near Sir Yappy and the Phoenix Guild. The crabs, who had been guarding the statues, catch Rocker's attention. With an ominous snarl, he calls them out as parasites who have been hiding from him all this time. He relishes the moment, declaring he's waited centuries for this encounter. The demon demands the monstrous crabs submit to him. But before he can act, a massive explosion rocks the area. A blast of powerful energy strikes Rocker, sending him reeling. The great demon staggers, stunned by the attack. He sniffs the air, sensing a familiar aura, one that can only belong to a Grail Knight. Confused and enraged, Rocker wonders aloud how they could still be alive when they should have perished long ago. Ignoring Rocker's ranting, Sir Yappy begins firing from gun number 3, and the upgraded crabs join in. Their synchronized blasts light up the sky like fireworks, explosions rippling through the air. Rocker, now enraged, accuses the Grail Knight of switching the ammunition to divine artifacts, but he scoffs, claiming that even divine weapons are useless against the great Rocker. His massive, poisonous tentacles emerge, and with tremendous force, he slams them into the ocean repeatedly, generating a monstrous wave aimed directly at the hunters on the coast. The hunters quickly realize their powers alone won't be enough to counter such a wide-reaching wave. But hope remains, as long as the King of Lionheart is with them. Just then, the divine law of wave manipulation activates, and the wave reverses direction, crashing back onto Rocker and engulfing him from all sides. Realizing this is the divine power of the waves, the demon glares at the sky, spotting the Pantheon Guild's leadership. His red eyes burn with hatred as they lock onto the Grail Guardian, Leon Dragoni, the Lionheart. The sheer strength of the divine law encases Rocker in a massive bubble of water. Furious, he curses the Grail Guardian, while Leon, unfazed, calmly speaks to his holy knight. Our hero orders Sir Spinner to close the gate immediately so we can escape. Meanwhile, Sir Yappy is busy calculating the situation, suggesting that the enemy is severely injured and may soon retreat. However, Leon quickly dismisses this, insisting they must destroy the final statue to shut the gate. For the first time, Leon appears desperate to leave the battlefield and escape the gate. He admits he cannot defeat a demon of Rocker's level without the Holy Sword and believes their priority should be rescuing as many survivors as possible. Meanwhile, Rocker's rage intensifies, his hatred for Lionheart growing stronger. Sir Spinner proposes taking the native Kiaru tribe with them, surprising the MC. The robot elaborates, explaining that the Kikar tribe sealed the demons and acted as their guardians, not mere NPCs. Still wary of time, the king asks if they have enough before the demon breaks free. Sir Yappy reassures him that it's possible, as he plans to use the Kikar tribe's last resort for their escape. Now, all of them are walking on the surface of the ocean, a miracle granted by the Saintess of Sea and Waves. This blessing gives them a 35% advantage in movement on the sea, ensuring no penalties underwater, and allowing them to walk on water. Suho, amazed, exclaims he never thought he'd be able to walk on water, but Hari urges him to hurry. Time is running out, and they must escape before the great demon breaks free. As the survivors race toward the gate, the king remains on his stallion, standing guard over the imprisoned Rocker to buy time should the demon escape. The divine law encases Rocker in a massive bubble of water, but his seething voice reaches the king. Acknowledging his nemesis's reputation, the demon then surges with power, breaking through the water bubble with a fierce lash of his tentacle. He flies toward the MC, bellowing that he will not allow the king to escape, fully prepared for the battle ahead. His Majesty draws the holy spear and urges his steed forward, preparing for a direct confrontation with the mighty Rakshar. As the demon charges his power, he bellows for his enemy's death, unleashing a wave of destructive purple lasers that tear through everything in their path. The hero narrowly avoids the attack by leaping off his stallion and landing gracefully on one of Rakshar's tentacles. Moving with lightning speed, he jumps from tentacle to tentacle, the stallion following in perfect synchronization. Despite the incredible speed, Rakshar scoffs, calling it pitiful, and thrusts two massive tentacles toward the king. In an instant, the MC slices through them with precision, severing them cleanly. His swift and accurate move is awe-inspiring, but Rakshar, now even more enraged, launches another deadly purple laser from his eyes. Once again, the Grail Guardian evades the attack, and through the smoke, he can be seen perched on his stallion, unharmed. Rakshar taunts his adversary, mocking him for dodging like an insignificant fruit fly, unaware that the king is intentionally stalling to give his soldiers and students time to escape. The demon's words finally ignite the king's fury. Channeling the divine law of punish, flames of retribution engulf the holy spear, radiating intense heat that even stuns the Phoenix Guild master, a fire magic expert. His eyes widen in disbelief as he watches the massive surge of energy, filled with flames and the king's aura, hanging in the sky like a newborn sun. Everyone present is in awe of the sight as the holy spear glows, burning bright crimson as if tempered in the hottest furnace. The king's eyes, now glowing red with divine fury, focus on Rakshar. This is the fire that scorched the Lord of Chaos, he growls, and his screams still echo in his ears. Unfazed, the demon prepares his own attack, challenging the MC's power and vowing to kill him before the spear lands. Just as Rakshar is about to strike, something rises from the depths of the water, seizing his tentacles and halting his movements. Colossal king crabs, holy warriors of the Kikar tribe, emerge, clutching Rakshar's tentacles in their powerful claws. Rakshar screams in desperation, shocked that these parasites are still alive and interfering with his plans. 3 massive king crabs now hold him down, preventing his escape. Furious, Rakshar thrashes about, demanding that they release him, but the crabs hold firm. Seizing the moment, Leon raises the flaming holy spear high into the air, his body becoming one with the flames. He roars, "Glory to the name of Lionheart." The power of his divine attack intensifies as he thrusts the holy spear like a missile, its flames blazing brightly against the sky. The crabs continue to restrain Rakshar, who yells in frustration, cursing Lionheart for putting him in this miserable position. But the spear hits its mark, landing directly on Rakshar's head. The demon's agonizing cries reverberate across the battlefield. The members of the Maverick Guild stand in stunned silence, jaws dropped in disbelief, hardly comprehending the sheer power of the attack. They wonder if such a feat is even possible for a human, but they are witnessing the might of the king, whose heart is the home of the gods. Following the successful blow, His Majesty's stallion lands gracefully on the water where the survivors have gathered. Wasting no time, he informs them that they don't have long and urges them to hurry toward the gate. The group responds in unison, acknowledging the urgency. The king then turns to Sir Yappy for a status report on the evacuation. Sir Yappy reports that the progress is at 80%, and the main supplies and records have already been secured. His Majesty nods, concluding that they just need a little more time. Sir Spinner assures him that they'll hold out no matter what. Glancing back at the crab monsters, the MC sees them continuing to fight with unwavering determination. He compliments their efforts before turning to address Sir Spinner. Sir Spinner declares that he has waited 5 centuries for this moment, finally getting the chance to end the monster once and for all. Meanwhile, Sir Yappy's AI system analyzes the language, discovering that the enemy is chanting, "Prosperity to Katria." Our hero repeats the name of their kingdom, praising its honor and noble actions. He then orders the Grail Knight of Hito to fall back, warning that the gate will soon close. Suddenly, the monster, still alive despite the brutal attack, addresses Lionheart, taunting him for retreating. Surprised that the creature survived such a powerful strike, the MC turns back to face him. The monster, engulfed in the flames of war, mocks him, claiming he heard that a holy knight never gives up and dares him to stay in the fight. A deadly smile spreads across the king's face, even shocking the robotic knight nearby with a dark expression. The king looks down at the demon and coldly declares that the virtues of a knight don't apply to vile creatures. He adds that green beasts and evil species are beneath his respect. What a burn. The demon's pride is deeply wounded, and in a fit of rage, he vows to kill the king, no matter what. Poor demon, his agony just escalated. Unfazed by the threat, the Grail Guardian ignores the demon's rage and urges his stallion forward, knowing time is running out. As the gate of the Dragon Palace finally closes, His Majesty rides through. Back in the real world, there's an uproar. The first sighting of an Archduke-level demon in history has shaken humanity, especially given the immense losses suffered in previous encounters with great demons. The news heralds potential disaster and a dark future ahead. Despite the grim situation, there is a silver lining. Several individuals withstood the mind-corrupting powers of the great demon, something even famous S-rank hunters couldn't manage. The Pantheon Guild's achievements in the Dragon Palace Gate are broadcast worldwide on YouTube, and the raid highlights are trending. Fans are buzzing in the comments, and the popularity of both Hari and the guild is soaring. Politically, things are looking good for the President of the Republic of South Korea. Leon expresses his gratitude for lifting a burden from his shoulders, to which the president modestly replies that it was nothing. The president admits he was initially surprised by the report of 10,000 survivors, thinking they were human. Much to his relief, they turned out to be crabs. As a gesture, he granted Syria a special self-governing area where the crabs could live freely. Leon reassures the president that these honorable beings have fought demons for the last 5 centuries and will be fine in their new home. However, the president still has some questions, pointing toward the beach where a sculpture of Leon and Sir Yappy stands. He asks what it means, wondering if it's some kind of territorial marker. Leon looks at the statues and explains that they are monuments honoring the great heroes who sacrificed themselves in the battle against the Archduke Demon. He adds that the central statue represents PMA, the divinity of the sea and waves. The president, not letting it slide, points out that there are other statues as well. Leon quickly tries to cover by mentioning Sir Spinner, saying that he's the representative of the Kikar tribe. The first thought that crosses the old man's mind is that they might be idol worshippers, which is hard for him to accept as a Protestant. The president then asks about the unfinished statue. Leon, impressed by his observation, praises his keen eye. He informs him that the incomplete statue honors the president himself as a gesture of gratitude for granting them the land. Leon assures him they won't worship him but notes that the Kikar tribe will bow when they pass by the statue. The idea of a tribe bowing before his statue makes the president panic internally, mentally begging Leon to remove it. Meanwhile, Leon finds amusement in the president's discomfort, laughing and reminding him that as the leader of a nation, he shouldn't be embarrassed by such trivial things. Leon then takes his leave, and an assistant steps in to speak with the president, wiping sweat from his brow. The president feels as if he's aged 10 years and asks what's on his mind. The assistant responds that while this is unrelated to security matters, there's urgent intelligence from the National Intelligence Service. The assistant hands over the document, explaining that it concerns North Korea. The president, finding humor in the situation, remarks that things have been too quiet lately and wonders aloud what North Korea could possibly want now, especially after giving up on their nuclear program. The assistant then drops a bombshell: all contact with North Korea was cut off last night. The president's face goes pale as he reads the document. The assistant further reveals that satellite coverage over North Korea has been lost, with no way to monitor activity in the region, a massive problem for their counterparts. Meanwhile, in what used to be Pyongyang, the dimensional rifts that first opened 30 years ago have worsened. The country has been relying on help from the South Korean bastards ever since. A white-haired man stands amidst the carnage, kicking a lifeless body into a pit filled with hundreds of corpses. His aura radiates malevolence as he laughs maniacally, boasting that soon North Korea will rise as the most powerful nation, using demons to gain the upper hand. A mysterious figure in a dark cloak appears, handing the man a transmitter and informing him that the Yankee mage wants to speak. To everyone's surprise, the Yankee mage is Reynold Sherman, a demon slave. He informs Chairman Kim that all preparations are complete, grinning. Chairman Kim hurls the transmitter into the pit and orders his comrades, cloaked in mysterious garb, to begin the summoning. Without hesitation, they raise their right hands and cast a spell to summon a demon. All the bodies in the pit are sacrifices prepared as a feast for the demon. A massive red magic circle forms in the sky, with crimson fog rising from the pit. The tentacles look eerily familiar. The demon's appearance shocks the summoners and Chairman Kim, who struggles to comprehend what he's seeing. It's the same Archduke demon Rocker, who was given a thorough beating by Leon. Rocker is in terrible shape, every inch of his body covered in injuries. Chairman Kim turns to his comrades, asking if they are sure the summoning was perfect. He clearly didn't expect to begin his plans with a battered, weakened demon. Rocker is aware of his condition, informing the summoners that his wounds are worse than he had imagined. This confuses the humans before him. The demon tells them he needs to recover, and that it will take time until the other great demons regroup. In the meantime, Rocker announces his intention to devour all the food available on the land. Chairman Kim yells in frustration, demanding that he wait, but this is what happens when you trust a demon. Ignoring the protests, Rocker orders the humans to submit to him as a red lightning bolt crashes down into the pit. It seems they are destined to become servants of chaos. The scene shifts to a dimly lit, jail-like place where Miss Hilder, the shaman of the Woodling tribe, is bound by magical wires to a wooden chair. She's being interrogated by Queen Beatrice, who attempts to seduce her into revealing more information. Miss Hilder insists she has already told her everything, pleading with her master. Queen Beatrice, intrigued by the information, lifts the shaman's chin with a finger, a seductive smile playing on her lips. Hilder, now seemingly under Beatrice's spell, smiles in response. The Saintess of PL draws a chilling conclusion from this interrogation: demons can enter any gate they choose. We continue observing the residential area allocated by the government to the Kikui tribe, where the crabs are thriving and adapting well to the new climate. Nearby, two senior members of the Pantheon Guild, blessed by the gods, stand by a side wall, chatting about the crabs. The Saintess of Sea and Waves, casually playing with a kitten in her lap, asks Sir Yappy if the crabs will manage to settle here, despite their ability to breathe underwater. In response, the king of the Kikar tribe assures her it won't be a problem, explaining that as long as the tribe has a nest and a hunting ground, they can live comfortably. A surprising revelation for Hari. She takes a moment to process this new information before pointing out that, given their numbers, it must require significant effort to secure enough food. Her concern is valid, considering there are 10,000 crabs, a number that could potentially upset Earth's ecological balance. Sir Spinner reassures her, explaining that the Kikar tribe is working closely with the coastal cities and is also registered with the Pantheon Assurance Service, which will help them integrate into modern society. Hari is surprised once again to learn about the existence of such a service. The financial manager of the Pantheon Guild elaborates, explaining that the service provides a range of benefits, including legal assistance, which catches the attention of the red-haired assistant. Intrigued, she asks if she can sign up for it as well. Another surprise hits her when the robot reveals that she's already registered for the service and has been receiving its benefits since last month. Her reaction is all too relatable, akin to how one feels when an unexpected bill arrives at the end of the month. Suddenly, she grabs Sir Yappy by the sensors, staring him down as if she's about to devour him alive. Even the kitten, sensing the tension, scurries away. She squeezes him, demanding to know how much she's paying for this service. When he responds with the staggering figure of 19 trillion won, it feels like her soul has left her body. The mention of such astronomical sums hints at an economy under immense strain, where everything seems to be measured in billions and trillions. The once cheerful redhead is no longer carefree, she's a fury on the rampage, unleashing her frustration on Sir Yappy. In the midst of this chaotic scene, the protagonist arrives on his stallion, asking what's going on. Instantly, both of them freeze at the sound of his voice, as if they've heard the angel of death. Without a second thought, they drop to their knees, addressing His Majesty with the utmost respect. To everyone's surprise, the protagonist announces that he must return to the guild but unexpectedly invites Hari to ride with him. Her surprise mirrors his own as she hesitates, unsure if it's truly acceptable. After all, the horse belongs to the king, and as far as she knows, only the Queen and Sir Spinner have ever ridden it, though she had ridden it once before in an emergency at the Eastern Gate. Leon notices her inner conflict and, as a gentleman, extends his hand to her, respectfully inviting her to join him on the stallion. Hari, overwhelmed by the gesture, can hardly believe it. Just a few chapters earlier, she had been envious of the Queen for receiving such attention. Still processing everything, Hari nervously asks why Leon is treating her this way, admitting that his sudden kindness unsettles her. This response irritates Leon, but he keeps his composure. He hands her an envelope, explaining that the contents are property rights now in her name. Today has been full of surprises for Hari, and this is yet another. Leon further explains that it is customary for a king to reward a knight with property. Though her faith may not be extraordinary, she has been chosen by the gods, so it is only right she be honored. He tells her that from now on, she will be treated as both a knight of the kingdom and a saintess, and she must embrace her position and spread the faith. Hari's joy is evident, she's never looked so happy in the series. Her face lights up as if she's received everything she ever wanted. As she begins to express her gratitude, Leon interrupts, reminding her that she no longer needs to speak so formally. He firmly tells her that while she is no longer required to act like a noble, she cannot lower her standards. Hari feels a bit embarrassed recalling how she used to address the king as if he were another lord from an old historical drama. Despite the warning, she continues thanking him in the same overly polite manner, disappointing Leon. With a stern command, he orders her to mount the stallion, signaling the end of the conversation. As they ride through the streets, Hari, Leon, and Sir Yappy attract curious stares from onlookers, puzzled by the unusual trio. Mid-ride, Hari asks the king if this promotion means she is now a noble. After a moment's thought, Leon confirms that she is ranked just below the Queen and Sir Spinner, which astonishes her. Upon hearing this, Hari smugly calls over Sir Yappy and warns him to treat her with more respect now that she's a noble. The AI knight eyes her for a moment before lightly whipping her with his wires, mocking her for having zero intelligence. Frustrated, Hari complains to Leon about the robot's disrespect, but Leon looks like a parent who regrets spoiling their unruly child. They soon arrive at Beatrice's workshop in the Pantheon Guild headquarters. Leon asks about the results of the experiment on the Crown of Seduction, recovered from the great demon Andron after the battle at Sparrow Kingdom. Beatrice confirms the experiment was successful, revealing that demons are indeed able to control gates as Leon had suspected. Leon finds this interesting, having wondered about it since the Jedu Island Gate incident. Though the mission seemed to be about justice, it had forced them to save barbarians who sold their souls to devils and even brought down an honorable Grail knight, Sergio Rick. Leon concludes that the system and quests are no longer righteous, but have been corrupted by dark forces seeking control over the awakened. He further remarks that Earth has been subdued by monastones, and while people may sense something wrong with the quests, they will continue pursuing them for financial or other reasons. Unfortunately, he says, this cannot be helped as most people are unaware of the true cost of their actions. Leon addresses Beatrice by name, causing her to blush as she acknowledges him. He tells her that demons are becoming more active and asks if she can control these gates. She explains that while her power is limited to gates and fallen realms, she can specify a beacon to control gates with survivors or demons, though she'll need a vessel for the process. Her demeanor is unexpectedly coy, not at all like her usual self. Leon carefully listens and then lifts the crown of seduction, asking if she plans to use it as the vessel. Beatrice confirms that since it is a demonic item, it could indeed serve that purpose. She then suggests trying something else, which surprises Leon. He asks what she means, and her response leaves him stunned. She proposes using one of the holy relics as a beacon. This bold suggestion shocks Leon, as it's not something he had anticipated. However, Leon remains open to the idea, acknowledging its potential and asking what he needs to do to make it work. Beatrice suddenly produces a purple Mona stone, explaining that they will need a significant amount of Mona stones to summon a gate. Leon wonders where he can gather such a large quantity of Mona stones. To his surprise, Beatrice already has an answer. She reassures him that it's not as difficult as it seems, mentioning several places where they can easily acquire them. Leon catches her hint immediately and, with newfound resolve, announces that he knows what must be done. He orders Beatrice to gather everyone because he has an important announcement to make. He declares that from now on, they will raid every gate across South Korea. His passionate determination is clear, and his inner lion's heart roars with enthusiasm. Thus, the Pantheon Guild begins deploying its forces across the South Korean peninsula, drawing a massive following. People everywhere are eagerly awaiting the guild's arrival in their areas. The Pantheon Guild is going viral on the internet, with updates and captions flooding the web. The guild's numbers have swelled to nearly 1,000, including both men-at-arms and knight trainees. Additionally, the Kark tribe has contributed 2,000 warriors. The Pantheon Guild's appearance gives hope to those previously despairing over the looming dungeon breaks, especially in areas where gates have recently appeared. The Pantheon Guild has evolved into a full-fledged military force, strategically spread across the entire country and divided into multiple teams, each led by top guild members. The teams are organized and efficient. Officially, the guild has divided its 3,000 soldiers into 20 teams tasked with clearing gates nationwide under the leadership of Guildmaster Leon, Queen Beatrice, Sir Yappy, and Saintess Hari. The teams are operating at an extraordinary pace. While a typical guild might conduct 2 raids a month, the Pantheon Guild has closed over 20 gates in just 4 days, destroying the monsters lurking within. It has become clear that the monsters are manipulating the quests inside the gates to gain the upper hand. During one raid, Leon faces a group of grotesque orcs who accuse him of killing their elders when the quest had instructed him to save them. Leon, a knight who has slain millions of orcs, merely smirks at their words. He mockingly asks if these inferior creatures are trying to imitate human society, a notion he finds laughable. Leon races toward the orcs, fired up and demanding to know who dares to challenge him next. The orcs, filled with terror, begin to shrink back in fear, while the Pantheon Guild maintains its dominance over every gate that appears in South Korea, asserting their supremacy. The scene shifts to Chief Manager Kim Jinsu, who appears as though he has seen a ghost. He is utterly shocked by the sight before him: 13 unique ranked pieces of equipment, 89 rare items, 500 random objects, and most notably, an seemingly endless supply of Mona stones. The sheer volume of items collected from the raids forms a mountain of treasure. Sir Spinner compiles a report, stating that the total weight is 3.83 tons. Categorized by rank, their estimated value reaches an astounding 38.3 billion won, with auction prices expected to fetch an additional 12.7 billion won. Hari, witnessing these numbers, reacts with the same shock and amazement as anyone would. Leon, however, is absolutely elated, smiling broadly, commenting that this should be more than enough to prepare them for the next gate they open. To remind everyone, the purpose of this effort is to collect enough Mona stones to use the holy relics and uncover the demon's true game. After a rough calculation, Leon turns to Beatrice, asking if the collection is sufficient for their needs. Beatrice laughs and assures him it is more than enough. Leon then addresses the entire room, announcing that a highly confidential raid is about to take place, to be carried out by a small elite force. He stresses that no information about the raid is to be shared. Everything seems to be going smoothly, except for one thing: what are these 2 academy students doing here? Leon then addresses the two representatives from the Korean Hunters Association, Kim Jin-soo and Han Hari, and orders them to keep the details of the raid secret, even from their own organization. He asks them directly if they are capable of doing this. Both representatives exchange uneasy glances, clearly unsure if they can betray their parent organization. Doubts flicker in their eyes as they weigh the gravity of Leon's request. Hari steps forward, her voice steady, asking if Leon is certain his plan won't harm the nation. Leon confidently reassures her that nothing he is doing will hurt the country. Relieved by his assurance, knowing the King of Lionheart would never lie, she tells him she trusts him and agrees to keep everything a secret. This is exactly the response Leon was hoping for. With that, he looks down and orders Beatrick to begin the process. A purple magic circle forms on the ground, and Leon steps into its center, drawing out his holy sword and pinning it into the circle's center. As soon as he does, Beatrick informs him that she is inputting the coordinates into the spell. Suddenly, a vast and mysterious mana rises from the circle, spreading across the room, leaving everyone astonished. Meanwhile, STIs of PL is lost in her own world, completely focused on turning her research into reality. Moments later, the entire room is in shock as they witness a miracle unfolding before their eyes. It is the first time anyone has seen an artificially created gate, and it is nothing short of incredible. Son quickly shares her thoughts, admitting that she used to believe gates appeared randomly, but that theory has just been debunked. Yak, on the other hand, is mesmerized by the brilliance of the event. Leon and Beatrick stand in front of the newly formed gate, which resembles a starry night sky. Beatrick informs him that all preparations are complete and they are ready to enter. Leon praises her excellent work before giving the order for the elite team to enter the gate. Though the group doesn't seem entirely confident, they have no choice but to follow the command. Inside the gate, they find themselves amidst a battlefield, where armored knights are locked in combat with hideous green creatures. Suwa, panicking, asks Leon where they are while trying to help Yak, who has fallen to the ground. Leon calmly explains that this is a battlefield, though he suspects something went wrong with the gate, as the group has been split up again. Suddenly, the trainees notice a large orc with an axe charging toward them, yelling for them to die. Just as the orc is about to strike, one of the armored soldiers slams into the creature with such force that it crashes to the ground, coughing up blood. The soldier swiftly slays the orc, impressing the trainees with his skill. The soldier turns to them and sternly reminds them that this is a battlefield, and if they sit idle, they'll be dead in seconds. He is mid-speech when he notices Leon and immediately drops to his knees, addressing him as His Majesty. The soldier asks why the king is here, hinting that this gate might actually belong to Leon's own kingdom, with the knights here being his comrades. Leon recognizes the group and identifies them as Veter EXOR Shredders, sending chills down the soldier's spine. The man introduces himself as Babel, a company commander in the Voltier Army Corps. Leon orders him to rise, reminding him they are on a battlefield, but Babel refuses, insisting that he cannot stand in front of his king. Babel explains that they are in the heart of Ram Valley, in the midst of transporting Syria's holy relic. This makes Leon cautious, as he recalls that something similar had happened. Memories flood back of Syria of the Twilight, the Grail Knight of Divinity, whose final mission had been here. They had failed that mission, and Syria had been killed by every weapon imaginable at the time. The group begins to follow Babel, while Leon reflects that if he had known they would end up here, he would have gathered more information from Paradise. However, since it's already happened, he resolves to understand the current situation better. Babel points toward Syria, and Leon looks to see an old man casting a spell through his sword while soldiers continue fighting the orcs around him. The sight triggers more memories for Leon as he prepares for what comes next. Syria of the Twilight looks every bit the legendary warrior, with his white hair and beard flowing as he baits in the mana of dreams and death. One of the nearby knights whispers that Syria is manifesting his fantasy territory. His sword glows with an eerie purple light, which intensifies with each passing second. As the mysterious energy spreads across the battlefield, it engulfs the ugly green orcs in a wave of agony. The creatures clutch their heads, screaming in pain, before collapsing dead to the ground. It is an incredible display of raw power from the Grail Knight. After this impressive attack, Syria calmly orders his comrades to retreat 20 steps and take a moment to recuperate, granting them a brief respite from the chaos. At that moment, Leon steps forward, commenting on the poor state of the orcs after the divine strike. This catches Syria's attention, and he is surprised to see His Majesty on the battlefield. Bowing deeply, he and his knights honor Leon, the first knight of Goddess Ariana and the agent of Divinity. Leon motions for them to stand, his thoughts drifting to how Grail Knights receive their powers. When a Grail Knight drinks from the Holy Grail, their body transforms to its peak physical state. Leon recalls how his own case was unique, becoming a Grail Knight at a much younger age. In contrast, the Grail Knight before him was much older, indicating that Zarya's current form represents his prime. Leon smiles, thinking of Zarya, known as the Millennial Mission Knight or Foolish Zarya, the oldest Mission Knight and the oldest Grail Knight in history. Some things, Leon reflects, never change. He tells Zarya to rise again. Once all the soldiers are upright, Leon turns to Zia, saying he will explain everything soon, but first needs a briefing on the situation. He isn't aware of what's happening at this artificially created gate. Sarah explains their mission was to acquire the Holy Relic, which they successfully did. While en route to the borders of the Lionheart Empire, they were ambushed by the Green Orcs and the Beast God's followers. This revelation concerns Leon, as such a coordinated attack is unusual for these inferior beings. The Grail Knight continues, explaining that they devised a strategy to split their forces. Some stayed behind to fight off the attackers, while the rest were tasked with transporting the relic. They divided into 5 groups, a strategy Leon finds clever and effective, complimenting Zarya for it. After the briefing, Leon asks the crucial question, the location of the group carrying the real holy relic. Syria hesitates, clearly uncomfortable about revealing such sensitive information, but knowing that Leon is the king of the Lionheart Empire, he has no choice. Syria finally admits that Team 5, positioned in the southwest, is carrying the real relic. Leon's expression hardens as Syria delivers the final blow. Team 5 is led by none other than his former comrade and Pantheon Guild member, Gis, the wielder of the legendary Warhammer. This revelation hits Leon harder than the ambush itself. The mission just became far more complicated. The next chapter opens in Ram Valley, though it doesn't look like a valley at all. Instead, it resembles a barren wasteland, with rocky mountains and sandy dunes, devoid of rivers or greenery. The scene shifts to a dead bear, its skull crushed and jaw broken. Nearby, Hunter Gu lies on the ground, while someone laughs at his state, asking if he's awake. Gu, still disoriented, doesn't seem fully aware of his surroundings. The one laughing is the past version of Syria of the Twilight, who sarcastically asks how reckless Gu must have been to throw himself at the bear. This clears up the mystery of the dead beast as several knights drag its body away. Gu, however, seems unaware of what just happened, even surprised to see the bear at all. Hari is also there, and she approaches Gu, concerned. She asks if he's all right, and Gu, still confused, is shocked to see her, suggesting he hit his head hard on the rocks during the fall. Despite his disorientation, Gu tries to gather himself and rise to his feet. Hari informs him that they seem to have been separated again, just like during the raid on the Dragon Palace. Their conversation is interrupted when the old knight, Arya, asks how a knight-errant managed to get this far. With a chuckle, he adds that he didn't realize there were others crazy enough to attempt something like this, laughing at his own joke. Gu is bewildered, especially at the mention of a knight-errant, a title far beyond his current standing. At that moment, a system window appears with a quest, help Grail Knight Syria of the Twilight transport the holy relic to the borders of the Lionheart Empire. The captain of Squad 3 reads the quest aloud, shocking the old knight, Zarya, as survivors like him aren't supposed to view system windows. Upon hearing the message, Zarya confirms it's accurate. They had recently reclaimed the holy relic from the savage lands. Syria then explains they are a bit behind on recent news, noting it's understandable given their remote location. Gu awkwardly expresses his appreciation, addressing the knight hesitantly as Syria of the Twilight, which visibly makes Zarya uncomfortable, as he wasn't expecting to hear that title from someone he's never met. Zarya places a hand on his chest, telling them that the title Syria of the Twilight is an honorable one he will receive in the future. For now, he is merely a mission knight. However, Gu, being a modern hunter, doesn't understand the timeline or the significance of the situation. This leads to a brief autobiography of Zarya. For a long time, Zarya did not receive any divine quests. He spent 10 years wandering as a knight-errant from the age of 15, then served another 10 years as a kingdom knight. As a kingdom knight, he continued wandering the world for 50 years, waiting for a divine quest. Despite being acknowledged as an excellent knight with unquestioned loyalty, he wasn't superhuman like those who received divine quests and became legendary figures. These heroes had supernatural abilities that turned the tide of battles, while Zarya was just a dedicated knight, ridiculed by others. Yet he never gave up. One day, a mysterious woman appeared in Zarya's dreams, Goddess PL, the divinity of dreams and death. She asked why he subjected himself to endless suffering. She revealed the Pantheon knew of his efforts and advised him to return to the kingdom to fulfill his duties. Zarya replied that, though she might blame him for his lack of talent, she couldn't deny him the right to pursue his journey of honor. For Zarya, trying was all he knew, so he kept going, despite the mockery and hardships. Finally, at the age of 100, Zarya became a Grail Knight, with his hair and beard turning gray. He was the oldest person ever to achieve the rank of Grail Knight. The scene shifts back to the present, where Leon Dragonia Lionheart and Zarya of the Twilight observe their knight-errants forming a defensive line against an incoming wave of monsters. The soldiers shout to raise their shields as the company commander orders the axe-wielders to be on standby. Hundreds of grotesque orcs and barbarians charge at full speed, with their commander shouting to kill the knights, rallying the monsters. The knights hold the line with all their strength, stopping the monsters' advance. At the commander's signal, the axe-wielders rush forward, striking and cutting down the first row of enemies, who fall to the ground in agony. Cries of pain echo through the valley as the commander orders the axe-wielders to fall back behind the shields and repeat the sequence. The combination of defense and brutal offense leaves a trail of fallen monsters, their defeat music to Leon's ears. He loads these creatures for both their audacity and their existence. For the Grail Knights, this scene is just another routine, but for the new recruits, it's a breathtaking showcase of teamwork and power. Suho, in particular, is struck as he watches Leon, realizing that it's not just raw strength, but the Knights' exceptional combat coordination that sets them apart. Even the top S-rank hunters on Earth would pale in comparison to these Knights. Suddenly, Sir Zarya, still mounted on his stallion, calls out to Leon, hinting at something approaching. Leon's sharp eyes catch it too, a boulder troll, a massive demon similar to the one they faced in Sparrow Kingdom, but this one is more dangerous, clad in armor and leading a group of heathens. Despite the looming threat, Leon smiles confidently, telling the newbies to pay attention. What they are about to see, he says, is the level of mastery they should strive for in the future. Behind him, more than a dozen knights on horseback appear, ready to join the fight. Raising his right hand, Leon signals the knights to charge. Syria takes the lead, wielding a fearsome spear, and orders his subordinates to gallop full speed toward the troll. Watching this, Kimak and Hua are stunned. Yak exclaims that the passage is too narrow for such a charge, while Suho warns that this maneuver is too dangerous and could lead to friendly fire. Their concerns are valid. To the untrained eye, the charge seems reckless. But they're underestimating the Grail Knight's precision. Suddenly, Syria's stallion veers off course, running horizontally along the mountain wall above the first line of defense. It's a shocking sight, not just to the trainees but to the monsters as well. Their jaws drop in disbelief as Syria's horse runs parallel to the ground. What's more astonishing is that it's not just Syria's unique ability, every knight in the company is performing the same gravity-defying maneuver. The monsters, having never seen anything like it, freeze in place, unsure how to react. As the knights pass over the shield wielders, their stallions leap from the mountain, soaring through the air toward the enemy. Mid-air, Syria calls upon the holy flames of war and strikes the monsters below with divine power, incinerating them in a blaze of righteous fury. The monsters writhe in agony, cursing their pitiful existence. The display leaves a lasting impression on both Yak and Suho. Unable to contain his excitement, Yak shouts that they'll surely kill all the monsters at this rate. However, Leon, calm and composed, warns him not to get too excited. The enemy has yet to reveal their full strength. Yak, ever blunt, then asks if His Majesty plans to join the battle. The question catches Leon off guard, but he responds coolly, reminding the young blonde that their quest only requires them to transport the holy relic. Leon recalls the quest details, remembering a bonus mission: defend Syria's forces until the very end. He briefly considers chasing after the real transport squad with the relic, as his stallion could easily catch up, but he's resolved to stay with the oldest Grail Knight for his final mission. This time, Leon is determined to witness Syria the Twilight's journey until its honorable conclusion. Returning to the present, Leon asks the newbies if they followed his earlier instructions. Yak responds that they did search the orc corpses as instructed, but unfortunately, they found no Mona stones. This discovery, while disappointing, is a blessing in disguise, confirming that this quest doesn't carry the hidden malicious intent like others they've encountered. Leon concludes that this gate feels neutral, unlike the corrupted ones they've faced before. He also realizes that the gates themselves are inherently neutral, making it possible to manipulate the quests. This is a major breakthrough, as their first attempt at creating an artificial gate has yielded valuable information. Leon then orders the students to scout the area and check for any other nearby gates. Just as he finishes speaking, a spear suddenly hurtles toward his head. Without hesitation, Leon blocks it with his bare fist, stunning the students, who immediately ask if he's all right. The attack came from a bald orc flying on a mythical creature above. Frustrated by his failure, the orc considers the miss a personal disgrace, but Leon's rage begins to build. He snaps the spear in half with his fist, disgusted by the long-range attack. The orc has unknowingly sealed his fate. Leon, infamous for his disdain for long-range weapons and deep-seated hatred of green monsters, activates his orc hater buff, his natural aura of dominance rising. He snarls at the orc, calling him a filthy beast for daring to use such a weapon against him. His golden eyes gleam with fury as he orders Syria to bring him the orc's head for the insult. Syria, equally enraged by the disrespect toward his majesty, vows to offer the monster's head to Leon. With deadly calm, he draws a holy sword adorned with a red gemstone and a green strap. Meanwhile, the orc laughs at the arrogance of the Grail Knights, mocking them as if they were powerless. The monster taunts them, thinking they are just boasting without action. But before the orc can finish his sentence, Syria is already airborne, moving so quickly that the creature doesn't even realize it. In a flash, the Grail Knight strikes the orc with the blunt side of his sword, sending him crashing to the ground like a baseball hit out of the park, a home run. The monster lands hard, coughing up blood, while his mount lies dead beside him. Dazed and infuriated, the orc demands to know what just happened. Syria, embodying the dignity of a holy knight, rebukes the beast for daring to invade a realm meant for kings, reminding him that creatures like him are meant to crawl on the ground. His words cut deep, infuriating the monster even further. The orc, clearly offended, warns Syria that his arrogance will be his downfall, boasting that his army will overwhelm him and make him regret coming here alone. But Syria remains unfazed as he surveys the scene. He acknowledges that the orc indeed brought a large number of beasts, which was unexpected. The orc, standing back on his feet, arrogantly claims that Syria's strength won't matter against such overwhelming numbers, believing his army will crush the Grail Knight. However, Syria, having faced countless adversaries over his 100 years, remains calm. He scoffs at the orc's claim, coldly stating that while they may be many, they are nothing more than trash to him. It's time for a display of divine power. The monster leader senses that something terrible is about to happen, a feeling of dread creeping over him. Syria places his hand on his chest, calling upon the divinity of dreams and death. Goddess blue, purple mana begins to envelop the battlefield, swirling around like a menacing storm. The monster realizes the danger and yells at his comrades to flee, ordering them to get as far away from the human as possible, knowing something catastrophic is coming. Syria's sword ignites with divine light as he declares to the goddess that he has completed his mission and requests that she bring death upon these unfaithful beings, trapping them in a nightmare from which they will never wake. The surroundings turn gray, a bleak void with only Syria glowing like a beacon in the emptiness. The monsters freeze in shock. Suddenly, magical wires shoot out, covering the entire area and binding the monsters and the space around them. This is the ultimate divine move granted by the divinity of dreams and death. The scene shifts to Team 5, where the older version of Syria gently presses down on G's head, cautioning him to be careful in these parts, as most creatures active at night are monsters, not animals. D apologizes for his reckless behavior. The older knight, full of youthful energy, laughs and reassures G that it's fine, he's young, and recklessness is to be expected at his age. The red-haired mage remarks that it's good they're in the forest, safer than the open land they just passed through, but Syria isn't fully convinced. He advises them it's still not safe enough and suggests they move to a nearby cave for better protection. He hoists a heavy box onto his shoulders, but Dame Stella, another red-haired knight, rushes over to offer help, saying that someone as noble as him shouldn't carry such a burden. Syria insists that, as a mission knight, she doesn't need to treat him with such reverence. Stella seems frustrated but wants to help him. Meanwhile, G, utterly confused, asks what this mission knight business is about, clearly out of his depth. Syria directs them to move stealthily as they head toward the cave. Finally, after what feels like an endless night, they reach the cave, safe, at least for now. Syria seals the entrance with magical leaves, a move that surprises Hari. She comments that she never knew divine laws could be used in such a way. Syria, trying to remain humble, shrugs it off as a simple trick, though the continuous compliments make him a little shy. After sealing the entrance, he instructs them to set up camp for the night, warning that it will be a long one. In a comical moment, the stallions take a liking to Hari's hair, chewing on it whenever they get the chance. Dame Stella, holding a wooden box with golden edges, asks Syria if she can watch over it. Somewhat amused, Syria replies that she doesn't need his permission, as she outranks him, being a kingdom knight. Stella, however, humbly defers to him, saying that as a Grail Knight chosen by the divinity of dreams and death, he is more deserving of the responsibility. Syria, clearly uncomfortable with being treated as the person he will one day become, insists he's not yet the Grail Knight they speak of, just a knight on a mission. Hari and G listen in confusion, unable to make sense of the conversation. Finally, G raises his hand, apologizing for interrupting, and asks what they mean by the future and past versions of Syria. The question catches both knights off guard. Syria acknowledges that the situation must be baffling to the newcomers. He admits that it's understandable since they've only just begun their journey together. He then reveals a divine gift bestowed upon him by the goddess PL, a reward for his relentless pursuit of honor. After becoming a Grail Knight, PL granted him a special power, the ability to seize victory within endless dreams. This power allows him to summon a clone of himself from the past, specifically from when he was 85 years old, the age when he first received a quest from the gods. Ji's jaw drops in amazement, questioning how such a feat is possible under divine law. Hari, always analytical, raises a critical question: does summoning this clone split Syria's current power between his present self and the past version? Syria, with a proud smile, clarifies that the clone is merely a copy of his past self and doesn't drain any power from his present form. This revelation excites the Saintess of Palma, who exclaims that this makes him practically invincible. Syria laughs it off, humbly stating that despite this ability, he's still just a mission knight, nothing compared to a true Grail Knight. Before he can finish, the cave suddenly shakes from the roar of a fearsome beast. Both knights immediately go on guard, drawing their swords in anticipation. Ji asks what they just heard, but Syria quickly signals for silence, hinting that the creatures know they're hiding. The Pantheon Guild members ready themselves, drawing their weapons. Suddenly, the cave ceiling begins to crack, signaling that something is approaching from above, the worst possible way to breach a cave. Moments later, a monstrous, dog-like beast crashes through the ceiling directly above Syria. "Move!" Syria commands, as rocks rain down on the group. Everyone scrambles to avoid the falling debris, but the Grail Knight faces the beast head-on. Despite the surprise attack, Syria blocks the creature's deadly strike by lodging his sword into its jaws while gripping its tail with his left hand. However, the beast manages to land a blow on his right shoulder. This is a subordinate of a demon, Syria warns, alerting everyone to the beast's lethality. He orders Dame Stella to retreat immediately, emphasizing the danger of the creature's poison. Meanwhile, Hari desperately tries to wake Hunter Dung, but to her horror, she notices that his right arm has already been affected by the poison. He's writhing in excruciating pain, his condition rapidly deteriorating. The next chapter begins with Gizung, a D-rank hunter, writhing in pain from a poisonous cut on his right hand. Hari, the assistant manager, is desperately trying to cover the wound and stop the poison from spreading into his bloodstream. C, filled with guilt, feels awful for worrying about him instead of protecting herself. Despite her confusion, Hari refuses to give up. She believes she should have been able to stop the poison, but nothing seems to be working. With a serious expression, she tells Ji to move and wait for a moment. Her demeanor alarms him. The Saintess of Palma then strides toward the battleground where Syria and the junior demon are locked in combat. Syria spots her approaching and immediately warns her to stay back, saying it's too dangerous. However, he's taken aback when he sees divine flames surrounding her. He hadn't realized just how close she was to the gods. The sight of one of her guild members being injured by a demon has awakened the flames of pathos within her. It's an epic moment, as these divine flames are not to be trifled with. A flashback shows Hari riding in Leon's arms on a Pegasus. At that moment, Leon had told her he was sure she was chosen by the divinity of war and fire, but he also warned her that divine powers don't follow petty rules. He explained that divine flames are like the sea, flowing according to one's will, just as currents move through the ocean. Leon had instructed her to remember that divine laws reform the rules of the world. Back in the present, Hari, now wielding those flames, unleashes a powerful flash downward, cutting the demon cleanly in half. Its dying cries echo throughout the cave, and Syria, stunned, is left speechless. He never expected such a move from her, especially one using divine power. With the battle over, the group turns their attention to the deadly poison. Syria identifies it as Coral's poison, which prompts a puzzled response from Hari, who points out that they're far from the sea. Syria then explains that it comes from a chimera created by the Empire's dark mages, but the good news is he can make an antidote. The relief is short-lived, however, when Dame Stella, the red-haired Kingdom Knight, informs them that they only have enough antidote for one person. Hari, disheartened, apologizes for accidentally burning part of the antidote with her flames. Syria reassures her, telling her that in a battlefield, things happen unpredictably, and she shouldn't blame herself. Syria walks over to Gu, who has removed his armor and is leaning against the cave wall. He confirms Gu's identity and offers him the antidote, stating that he deserves it. Gu is surprised by this kindness and hesitates, unsure if it's really okay for him to take it. Syria, a future Grail Knight, replies that someone as young as Gu has much more potential than an old man like himself. Gu drinks the antidote in one go, expressing his thanks, wondering if they could have shared it, but leaving the decision to Syria. Syria then informs the group that he has hidden the cave entrance more securely and is confident that even with their heightened senses, the enemy won't be able to track them. However, just as he finishes speaking, his energy fades and he collapses to the ground. Everyone rushes to his side, realizing that the poison has begun to take its toll. The fact that even a future Grail Knight is brought down by the poison shows just how deadly it is. Gu helps Syria sit up, asking if there's any other way to save him. Syria reassures them not to worry. Even if he dies, another version of him from the past will continue to help them. However, Gu struggles to accept the idea of someone dying to save his life. He insists that there is only one Syria. He places Syria by a large rock so he can rest. Syria then reminds them that even his clone has been blessed by the Lady of Death and that she has granted him a gift. He tells them not to mourn his death, as it will be far more comfortable than anyone else's. He explains that this is one of the gifts his clone received for serving the Pantheon for over a century. At that moment, Syria's only concern is that someone is after the holy relic, and they need to deliver it safely to the King of the Lionheart. To achieve this, they must treat his clone like any other expendable resource. This grim reality weighs heavily on everyone, leaving the air thick with sorrow and leaving no words to speak. Suddenly, the Lady of Death, PL, appears. Syria, his eyes now dark purple, speaks to her as if his soul has already departed. He tells her that she needn't have come all this way to see him. With one last breath, he chants a glory to Lionheart, before passing away. On the battlefield with Team 1, Leon watches Syria's clone fight bravely and praises him for his strength. The oldest Grail Knight credits his power to both the Lady of Death and the King of the Lionheart. Leon acknowledges the praise, then asks Syria if he was trying to lure the orc leader out of hiding. Syria confirms that was his plan but admits it hasn't worked. Leon, a bit surprised, comments that the orcs are more patient than he expected, especially for such a wild species. He suggests that if they didn't respond to the provocation, their leader must be unusually charismatic. Syria, considering this, wonders if it's possible that a great chief is leading the orcs. Leon agrees, fearing that a rare orc champion may be among them. Orc champions are chosen by the orc god to unite the orcs and wage great wars. Leon explains that during his time in the kingdom, he never encountered a great chief but hesitates to make any conclusions just yet. He's willing to wait and see. Leon then asks to speak privately with Syria. They retreat to a temporary base camp in the valley, finding a secluded tent for their conversation. Inside, Syria is visibly distraught, slamming his fist on the table as he learns that his true self has already died and is now in paradise. His shame grows as he realizes that Leon, the King of the Lionheart, fought alone against evil for 2 centuries. Syria, filled with guilt, begs for forgiveness, calling himself disloyal and worthless. But Leon reassures him, telling him not to apologize. What's done is done, and Syria should not carry that burden. However, this news leads Syria to a chilling realization. If he had been killed by an orc, it would almost certainly mean that the great chief is present. Only an orc of such stature could bring down a Grail Knight. Leon agrees, believing that the champion chosen by the orc god is indeed on the battlefield, although he has never encountered him in the timeline after this event, which he finds strange. After this revelation, Syria asks Leon about the true purpose of his venture into this gate. Leon explains that it's part of an experiment, and any loot they gain from the raid is secondary. But he also admits there's another goal. Now that he's here, he wants to remain alongside his friend until the very end. This sentiment stems from his regret over the incident at Jedu Island, where he was forced to leave Sergio Rick's side in his final moments. As the sun sets and night falls, we shift to a different camp, the camp of the heathens and orcs. Unlike the human troops, the orc camp is rugged and primal. Common orcs are scattered on the ground, sleeping soundly. Their lives are simple and predictable. They wake, eat breakfast, fight, eat lunch, fight again, have dinner, and sleep. They live by a brutal but straightforward routine. Their strength lies in their simplicity, yet this very lifestyle makes them vulnerable to night ambushes, as most of them are fast asleep once the sun sets. Leon's eyes gleam with mischief as he ignites the divine flame on his fingertip and sets the entire orc camp ablaze. Chaos erupts instantly. The camp fills with shrieks and angry roars as food supplies go up in flames, and guards are chastised for their negligence. The orcs yell at each other, cursing the disgusting humans they believe are behind the attack. In truth, both Grail Knights, Leon and Syria, have become living nightmares for these inferior creatures, offering them no respite. Leon revels in their suffering, declaring with satisfaction that the smell of burning beasts is heaven to his nose. Syria, equally entertained, agrees as they both feed off the chaos they've caused. Syria turns to Leon, promising to provide him with all the information necessary about the current timeline. He suspects that the presence of His Majesty may have altered the course of history, including his own death. If this gate has indeed successfully copied the Lionheart Kingdom, then that man will inevitably appear, the one considered a true match for the King of the Lionheart. This man is none other than the strongest Grail Knight, a warrior whose imposing figure is encased in heavy armor, complete with a horned helmet. He's a formidable force, a hard nut to crack. The narrative then takes a moment to describe the Grail Knights. These knights, chosen by the gods and having drunk from the Holy Grail, become agents of divine power. Their strength is fueled by the faith of their believers, making them unique compared to ordinary knights. While regular knights are limited by their personal divine power, Grail Knights can convert the faith directed toward their respective gods into boundless divine energy. Essentially, they act as vast reservoirs of faith, meaning they never tire and are not bound by the same physical limits as others. Meanwhile, in the camp of the Alliance forces, who worship the beast god, their supreme leader, a bearded heathen, rages in frustration. For 3 straight days, their camp has been under constant ambush, yet they haven't been able to stop it. One of the warriors reports that this is their 300th ambush in just 3 days, which shocks the leader. "There are tens of thousands of us here," the old heathen bellows in disbelief. "How is it possible for just 2 people to attack us day and night when we outnumber them so vastly?" The warrior, looking grim, explains that their attackers are Grail Knights. Hearing this, the heathen curses under his breath, growing more tense. "We can't let this continue," the bearded heathen mutters, desperate for a solution. Suddenly, something heavy is thrown toward the barbarian leader, causing him to recoil in shock. It's a dead iron bear, one of their most powerful and revered beast gods, slain brutally. The sight of the fallen beast makes him rise from his chair, his eyes wide in disbelief. Standing before him is a massive orc, towering over everyone. This isn't just any orc, it's the Great Chief, a colossal figure who gazes down at the dead beast with disdain, calling it weak. The heathen leader trembles at the sight of him, realizing he's facing a monster unlike anything he's ever encountered. Hesitantly, the bearded heathen addresses the champion of Helen, asking for an explanation. In response, the Great Chief grabs him by the collar, effortlessly lifting him into the air. The heathen struggles to breathe, his hands and feet flailing as he gasps for air. The orc's booming voice reminds him that he had demanded an opening be created by yesterday, and their failure has deeply offended him. Pale and terrified, the heathen wonders how the Great Chief possesses such strength. He had fought a Grail Knight long ago, but the power this orc now displays seems even greater than that of the Grail Knights. The Great Chief drops him unceremoniously to the ground and announces that they will attack tomorrow, ordering the heathen to prepare his forces. Still trembling, the leader weakly protests, warning that there are 2 Grail Knights in the enemy ranks. The Great Chief turns, unconcerned, saying, "Skunk's great warrior and I will handle them. Gather your forces, tomorrow we crush them." With that ominous command, the orc strides away, leaving the heathen to hastily prepare for the impending battle. The bearded heathen feels a glimmer of hope as he considers having 2 champions of the orc gods on their side. Champions like these are usually only spoken of in legends, giving him confidence that they might finally win this war. Suddenly, a loud thud outside the tent interrupts their thoughts. Rushing out, they see chaos unfolding. The 2 Grail Knights have struck again. The bearded heathen yells at his soldiers to stop them immediately. They spot a massive spear lodged in the ground, having smashed both the earth and a few unfortunate orcs with its impact. To their surprise, a letter is tied to the handle of the spear. The heathen and the champion approach the spear and cautiously open the scroll. The letter, written in the ancient tongue of the Lionheart Kingdom, has been circulating for years, but what they read shocks them. The letter is an arrogant taunt, suggesting a duel between the Grail Knights and the orcs. The knights mock their enemies, calling them cowards and scared fools, clearly trying to lure them into direct confrontation. The insult strikes deep, bruising the egos of both the heathen and the champion of Helen. The orc champion, now looking grim, urges the heathen to accept the challenge. The heathen hesitates, but the champion confidently declares that he will personally face the Grail Knights. Proud of his strength, he dreams of claiming the body of a Grail Knight, a lofty goal for such an inferior being, especially unaware that the King of Lionheart will be there too. The scene shifts to Beatrick and her group, which includes Sohn and a few other trainees. The Queen has just slain a demihound-like demon, similar to the one from the cave attack. The soldiers surrounding her are thanking Her Majesty for saving them. A circle forms around Beatrick, and one of the girls, a golden-haired trainee, starts crying, confessing that she's terrified. Beatrick gently pats her head, asking if she's all right and reassuring her that no one has been badly hurt. Sohn, looking a bit worse for wear, also expresses her gratitude, thanking Beatrick for her timely intervention as things could have turned dire otherwise. The queen is pleased with all of them for their resilience. A black-haired trainee then asks Beatrick if she has seen Yu and Suho anywhere, as they seem to be missing. Beatrick doesn't quite understand the sudden inquiry and asks for clarification. Blushing, Son awkwardly clarifies that it's not like she's worried about them, but then admits with a deeper blush that she's concerned because they are her friends. Before she can finish her sentence, Beatrick cuts in, reacting with playful amusement, finding it adorable that Son is so worried about her friends. Beatrix's expression seems a bit exaggerated, likely due to lingering traces of her seductive powers, making Son feel a bit uncomfortable. Beatrick then addresses the group, confirming that the quest they've all received involves assisting Syria and transporting the Holy Relic. Everyone nods in agreement. She reassures them that if His Majesty isn't here, he's likely with another transport squad, so there's no need to worry about their friends as they are surely in safe hands. To boost their confidence further, Beatrick reveals that she has cast a tracking spell on all of them just in case. The group is amazed by her foresight. Looking directly at Son, Beatrick promises her that she will see her friends again soon. For now, they need to focus on what they can control. With renewed determination, the group begins their march toward the borders of the Lionheart Kingdom, led by the Saintess of the Divinity of Dreams and Death. As they move, Beatrick continues to use her spell to gauge everyone's location. She believes that Suho and Yak are most likely with His Majesty, but she's concerned about the last three signals. She senses that Dang and Hari are with another squad, but Sir Spinner is out of her range, which troubles her. She had expected him to be fine given his expertise with the gate system, but his sudden disappearance is worrisome. Meanwhile, she assumes Suri is up to his usual theatrics somewhere in the valley. What the hell? Suri isn't in the valley or anywhere on the planet for that matter. Instead, this extraordinary robot knight is orbiting the Gates planet from a satellite in space. Honestly, I'm not even surprised at this point. The system issues a command to stop orbiting, calculating the planet's gravitational pull. After receiving clearance, Serapi successfully locks onto the world within the gate. Next, the system issues another notification that a satellite launch within the gate has also succeeded. However, the information gathered from observing the planet is limited, providing only an opportunity to calculate abnormal phenomena. Surveying the landscape, Serapi notices that his satellite view of the planet is restricted. He can only observe certain areas, such as the valleys and the Empire's borders. I'm no expert in gates or NASA engineering, he mutters, but this might be happening because the gate is mimicking a timeline from the past, a planet that no longer exists in the real world. Back in the Mana, Serapi suddenly emits his signature robotic sound as the system detects a high-energy being within the gate. He immediately applies maximum adjustments to begin analyzing the battlefield. It's crucial to gather as much information about the gates and their surroundings as possible. The satellite view zooms in on what looks like a palace within the Lionheart Kingdom. A knight stands guard at the gates, with an audience gathered before him. Serapi magnifies the image further, and the system confirms the detection of the high-energy being. The knight is identified as the one Syria had predicted, the strongest Grail knight to ever exist. What makes this even more unnerving is that the knight, standing thousands of kilometers away, has just sensed someone observing him from space. His red eyes lock directly onto Sir Yap's satellite, shocking the Grail knight. Sir Jagged Spinner, unable to believe what just happened, realizes that being detected from such a distance seems impossible, yet it is happening. The strongest Grail knight removes his helmet, revealing a face clearly displeased. His sharp scars become more pronounced as his expression hardens, and his red eyes widen, staring with terrifying intensity, almost as if he's about to fire lasers from his eyes. He sends a clear message to Suri to get out. We then return to RM Valley, where the two forces are preparing for battle with the break of dawn. The duel is finally upon them. The evil forces march forward, their numbers vastly outmatching the human soldiers, led by the two Grail Knights. To everyone's surprise, the two trainees, Yak and Suho, are standing right beside Leon in the front row. The green orcs are fully prepared, armed with shields and weapons, with dozens of boulder trolls towering behind them. It's clear now why Syria failed in his mission and fell on this very battlefield. Both trainees are visibly shaken. Yu nervously asks Leon if it's really a good idea to stand here, as the enemy could attack at any moment. Leon, calm as ever, assures him that it's essential they be present. He explains that they need to analyze the enemy's forces to fully understand the situation. He adds that if they can hold their ground here, it will make things easier for the team transporting the Holy Relic. Leon mentions that, despite their efforts, the transport mission failed in the past, which unnerves the trainees. Suho mutters that this sounds like bad news, while Yu suggests they help the transport team instead. But Leon, brimming with confidence, reassures them with a smile. He reminds them that Queen Beatrice and Sir Spinner are with the transport team, and he trusts they will handle it well. His words lift the spirits of the young knights. Just then, someone calls for Leon's attention. It's the oldest Grail knight, Syria. Leon asks if all preparations are complete, and Syria confirms that everything is set according to plan. With that, Syria steps forward, ready to take the lead in the duel. Suddenly, the green orcs begin pounding their weapons on the ground, chanting "Kill, kill," as they rally behind their leader, Helen. The orcs, eager for bloodshed, are ready to unleash chaos. Leon, unimpressed by the spectacle, remarks that they are such dignified creatures, while Syria, irritated, comments that they're as loud as ever. At that moment, the orc champion steps forward to address the human soldiers. The strong humans have arrived. He sneers before stating the simple rules of the duel: whoever dies first is the loser. He then introduces himself as Balbazar, Helen's champion, known as Balbazar the Undefeated. With a booming voice, he challenges the humans, asking who the honorable warrior is who will fight him. The word honorable coming from a beast disgusts Leon, and he mockingly repeats it, lashing out and declaring that Balbazar has no right to call himself undefeated. He's nothing more than a frog in a well. Leon sneers, then orders Syria to bring him the head of this arrogant creature. At Leon's command, Syria draws his sword and answers firmly, "Roger." At the order of His Majesty, both challengers now face each other, locking eyes in a tense standoff. Syria steps forward, informing Balbazar that he will be his opponent. The orc, intrigued, demands to know his challenger's name, but Syria refuses to indulge the beast, stating that he won't reveal his name to such an inferior creature and warns that Balbazar will meet his end today. The champion, unfazed, chuckles and claims that Syria's words are nonsense. "We'll see," he says. Balbazar slams his weapon into the ground, laughing as he finds the old knight's words amusing. "I'll prove you wrong," he shouts, and with that, the orc charges, his massive feet thundering toward Syria. The Grail Knight shifts his body to dodge the attack and prepares to counterstrike, but Balbazar suddenly starts laughing maniacally. Too late, he roars and, in one swift motion, cuts Syria vertically from head to toe, splitting him in two. The two halves of Syria's body hit the ground with a sickening thud, blood splattering in every direction. Balbazar lifts his weapon into the air proudly, declaring his victory. The orc army erupts into celebration, dancing and roaring in triumph. The two trainees, Yak and Suho, are in shock, unable to process what they've just witnessed. Their minds race as they mutter incoherently, struggling to believe that Syria, the legendary Grail Knight, has been defeated. But then, Yak notices something strange. Balbazar, who moments ago was celebrating, is now standing perfectly still. His victory cry is frozen in his throat, and a sudden glow of purple mana flickers in the orc's eyes, a clear sign that something is terribly wrong. At last, the truth is revealed. Syria is alive, standing tall and engulfed in the divine purple mana of the divinity of dreams and death. He taunts Balbazar, mocking the orc for falling into his trap. "A beast is nothing more than a beast," Syria sneers, his voice filled with power. Relief washes over the trainees as Suho exclaims, "He's using an illusion. That's the power of the Grail Knight of dreams and death." Syria had tricked Balbazar into believing he had won, but in reality, it was the fantasy domain of divine law, an illusionary world that ensnared the orc. Syria's eyes glow with purple fire as he prepares for the final strike, positioning himself to deliver a fatal blow. "Die in your dreams," he commands the orc, channeling the divine law aura of execution. He's confident this strike will finish the so-called undefeated champion once and for all. But just as Syria is about to land the blow, Balbazar does the unthinkable. He breaks free from the fantasy domain, blocking Syria's sword with his bare fist. The orc laughs mockingly. "Is this your divine law?" Syria's confidence falters. His attack didn't work, and now Balbazar is overwhelming him. The orc lets out a mighty roar and slashes his axe through Syria's chest, sending the Grail Knight flying across the battlefield. Blood erupts from Syria's wound like a volcano, and he gasps in agony. The trainees cry out in desperation, calling Syria's name. They can't believe how quickly the tide has turned, and the sight of their mentor in such a state leaves them terrified. But despite the brutal wound, Syria isn't finished. He leaps back to his feet, impressing even Balbazar. The Grail Knight stares at his hand, realization dawning on him. "This is Helen's power," he mutters, beginning to understand the depth of his opponent's strength. Balbazar smirks proudly, declaring, "I am Balbazar, hand of Helen, blessed with the power to destroy all." His hand glows with evil mana as he charges at Syria once more, determined to end the fight. "Your petty techniques won't work on me." The orc swings his axe again, but this time, Syria dodges. The ground beneath them erupts with the impact of the missed blow, causing the Grail Knight to lose his balance. Cursing the nuisance, Zarya quickly regains his footing and charges forward to meet the orc in close combat. The battle escalates as they exchange blow after blow, sparks flying with each clash of their weapons. It's hard to tell who holds the advantage, and the fight turns into a blur of violence and skill. But as the battle wears on, it becomes clear that Syria is slowing. His movements become sluggish, and Balbazar seizes the opportunity. With a brutal strike, the orc slams his left hand into the Grail Knight's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Balbazar raises his axe high and brings it down with deadly intent, aiming to end Syria's life. The weapon strikes the earth, sending debris flying. However, at the last moment, Syria manages to avoid the killing blow. The spectators, both human and orc, watch in stunned silence. Syria, coughing blood, struggles to his feet. He's clearly battered, and his once proud form is now bruised and bloody. The Grail Knight despises his weakness, believing he's failed to bring glory to his king. The shame of losing before his king weighs heavily on him. Yet, something strange happens. The King of Lionheart watches the battle unfold, smiling, as if everything is proceeding according to his plan. Despite Syria's apparent defeat, Balbazar, confused and frustrated, senses something isn't right. He expected his final blow to end the fight, but Syria is still standing. It feels like a disgrace. However, the fight isn't over, and neither warrior is willing to back down. It seems there is still some fight left in the old man. Syria, the Grail Knight of dreams and death, isn't going to fall without landing a single blow on the monstrous orc. He takes a deep breath and grips his sword tightly, acknowledging that Balbazar's determination is impressive for a beast. Based on the battle so far, Balbazar's strength isn't just raw power, but the blessing of an orc god. But Syria isn't backing down. He charges at Balbazar with all the speed he can muster. The orc, unimpressed, growls in anger and swings his two-faced axe down on Syria's left shoulder. Blood erupts from the wound. Syria cries out in pain as the blow lands. His body, already weakened from previous attacks, struggles to endure the force of Balbazar's strikes. The chapter ends there, with another brutal attack. It seems as though the Grail Knight is fighting a losing battle, with the gap in their power too great to overcome. A flashback takes us to the past, where the Knights of the Lionheart Kingdom stand beside Leon Dragonheart before the subjugation of the orcs. Saria of Twilight is introduced to the group. Leon, still young, asks the older knight to introduce himself. Syria mentions his lineage, stating that he's the eldest son of Baron Baram and a member of the Leona Twilight Knight Order. Leon, intrigued by the reputation he's heard of him, acknowledges that Syria has served as a royal knight for 50 years. This makes Syria slightly embarrassed since he hasn't yet become a Grail Knight. Leon warns Syria that the upcoming war against the Orc champion will be dangerous. But Syria, resolute, asks to be given even the lowest rank. He's willing to fight alongside peasants or soldiers with pikes. Leon is surprised by the request and questions why someone of Syria's stature would want such a humble position. Laughing heartily, Syria explains that it's not about honor or glory for him, but about living the way he wants to live. The scene shifts back to the present, where Syria is critically injured. Balbazar's axe is still lodged deep in his shoulder. Blood pours from his wounds as Syria coughs violently, struggling to maintain his composure. The Orc champion sneers, assuming that the fight is his victory. He underestimates the resilience of a Grail Knight. Suddenly, Syria feels something strange. The axe in Balbazar's hand is being pulled out. With sheer determination, Syria grips the handle and pulls it from his own body. As he does, a flashback of Leon's words surges through his mind. Leon had once praised Syria's loyalty and asked him to lend a hand in the upcoming battle. Those words stir something deep within Syria. Empowered by this memory, Syria raises his sword once more, mana surging through his body. Silently, he prays to the goddess, asking for her blessing upon a knight who has faced death so many times. With newfound strength, Syria plunges his sword deep into Balbazar's body. The Orc champion, stunned, can't comprehend how Syria has managed to perform such an attack. In disbelief, he questions how the Grail Knight could still fight after losing so much blood. This is the power of the death resistance granted by great divine law, a technique that allows Syria to delay death long enough to finish the battle. Balbazar collapses in front of him, his massive form crumpling to the ground. Syria, bloody but victorious, steps onto the fallen orc and raises his sword high. The Lionheart soldiers erupt in cheers, celebrating their hard-won victory. The sight of their leader standing victorious against such odds fills the ranks with relief. The two trainees, Yak and Su, stand in awe, struggling to process what they've just witnessed. Despite all the odds and brutal injuries, Syria of Twilight has won. Suho remarks that all Syria needed was a single touch, and once he made that contact, death took care of the rest. On the other side of the battlefield, the leaders of the allied demon forces watch the defeat of Balbazar. One of them sneers, noting that the once confident Balbazar had been bested by the Grail Knight. The bearded heathen, still in shock, mutters that Balbazar had been so arrogant but had lost. As the battlefield remains littered with the remnants of Balbazar's defeat, a new figure steps forward from the ranks of the green orcs. His face is hidden beneath a brown cloak. The orc speaks with cold detachment, stating that Balbazar had let his guard down, which is why he lost. Syria, barely standing, remains silent, too weak to lift his head. The newcomer, holding a skull-like staff, removes his hood, revealing his identity, Magar, the champion of the sorcerer god, GW Rock. Magar assesses Syria's battered state and acknowledges that he's on the brink of death but still offers him a choice, a final battle. He asks if Syria will fight him until his inevitable end. Meanwhile, Syria, who has not yet lifted his head, wrestles with his fading strength. He knows he has lost too much blood, and once his death resistance fades, true death will come quickly. Yet, for the sake of his majesty, he resolves to fight another champion and take this orc's life as well. But before Syria can fall, Leon, the king of Lionheart, steps forward. He grabs Syria's arm and commends him for his valiant fight, ordering his students to take Syria and allow him to rest. Leon promises that Syria will witness his end and bless it. The loyal servant of the Lionheart Kingdom is speechless in the face of such honor. Now, it is Leon's turn. He stepped onto the battlefield, his presence alone instilling fear in the remaining orcs. There would be no mercy, not a single one would survive. He addressed the green orcs, telling them they had one final chance to win, though his words held no sincerity. Drawing both his holy sword and spear, the Holy Grail hovered above his head, the aura of Lionheart enveloping him, a deadly force poised to wipe out the entire enemy army. This was the first time Leon used all four sacred items at once. With the holy sword and spear in hand, the Holy Grail above him, and the aura of the Lion King surrounding him, Leon challenged every orc to face him simultaneously. Far above in space, Sir Jag Spinner's satellite hovered, observing the gate system on the planet. He detected increased movement at the Empire's borders. Knowing the Empire and Lionheart Kingdom had a delicate alliance, he also kept a close watch on the teams within the gate and was relieved to see the relic transportation team moving steadily toward the border. However, 2 other teams had been wiped out, though the Pantheon Guild members had survived. Alarmed, Spinner noticed an increasing number of red spots on the system, indicating a growing horde of orcs and heathens. Then something strange caught his eye. Leaping from the satellite, Spinner narrowly avoided a laser shot from the planet that destroyed his satellite. Stunned, he struggled to comprehend what had just happened. Only one force could reach that far into space. Back on the battlefield, the scene shifted. The immense mana of Lionheart spread across the valley, and it seemed as if magic had already done its work. Both the elderly warriors and the young trainees stood frozen, mouths agape at the spectacle before them. With a single, devastating blow, Leon Dragonia Lionheart had obliterated the entire enemy army. The orcs, heathens, and their champions were annihilated, their shattered limbs and remains burning across the battlefield. Leon turned to Sir Zarya, informing him that the Holy Grail was now in his possession, and if needed, he would accompany Zarya to the ends of the world. Surprised by the offer, Sir Zarya, despite his weakened state, humbly asked Leon not to dwell on the past or waste his power on him. He acknowledged that Leon had already proven himself a great king and needed nothing more. The end had finally come for Zarya of the Twilight. Coughing up more blood, he struggled to remain upright. Leon knelt before him, respectfully informing Zarya that he would now begin the ascension ritual and urged him to accept it. But Zarya, ever the humble servant, insisted that Leon save his divine power for the battles ahead. Leon reassured him that the orcs and heathens would retreat, and there would be no further fighting except for tracking down the remaining enemies. Yet, in his final moments, Zarya reflected on his existence. He realized he was nothing more than a remnant of the past, a mere reenactment of memory. The ritual began, stating that Grail Knight Saria Baram, the eldest son of Zik Baram, was the first knight to serve dreams and death, a member of the Lionheart Twilight Knight Order. He asked Syria to pray to the divinity. Syria, looking toward the sky with her hands joined, prayed to the goddess who watches over the last moments of all beings, announcing that his journey was ending. She reflected on how she had avoided lies and falsehoods, hated gold, and had fed and protected the citizens. She prayed to the Lady of Dreams to bless her king by expanding his territory and removing his enemies. As Zarya prayed, Leon placed a hand on his shoulder and addressed the divinity of dreams and death. He declared that Saria, her first knight, was embarking on his final journey, and his honor and glory would be remembered by both the living and the goddess herself. Leon then prayed to the gods, asking them to welcome Sir Saria into their banquet halls and ensure his name would be forever remembered. He promised Saria that as the 15th king of Lionheart, they would meet again in the halls of the gods. Leon then pressed his forehead to Sir Zaria's, bidding a final farewell to his old friend. In a solemn gesture, Leon grabbed the old knight by the neck and chanted, "Glory to the Lionheart name." The moment was heavy with emotion, reflecting how deeply Leon wanted to honor Saria, especially after his inability to do the same for Sergio Rick earlier. Meanwhile, the orcs gathered around their great chief, who sat on a throne with an assistant by his side. The great chief, with long dark hair, radiated mana from his fingers. His elderly assistant asked if something was wrong, to which the chief responded that he had simply seen a fly, dismissing the thought. The white-bearded orc apologized for his disciple's failure and suggested retreating, warning that staying would only result in greater defeat. The great chief, murmuring in frustration, mentioned the king of Lionheart, speculating that perhaps fate would bring them together in the future. The story resumed with the transport team, including Hunter Gu and manager Hari from the Pantheon Guild, along with the Knights of the Lionheart Kingdom, making their way through the forest on the darkest of nights. Leading them was another clone of Syria, who believed the area was rarely frequented by monsters. Only time would tell if the guild members would remain safe. Suddenly, the Saintess of Poma called out to the Grail Knight, diverting his attention. Concerned, he asked her what was wrong. She inquired if he remembered anything that had happened earlier, hinting at a possible connection to the previous clone that had accompanied them. Surprised, the knight confirmed that he had inherited the original's memories but admitted he had no recollection of his time with them. He then revealed that he was the mission knight of Unit 87, while the previous one was from Unit 85. He added that at that time, His Majesty was both a Grail Knight and a War Knight, a revelation that astonished everyone. Excited by the mention of His Majesty, Hari eagerly asked if the knight knew anything about His Majesty's youth. Stella, equally curious, chimed in, expressing a desire to hear about His Majesty's early days as well. Clearing his throat, Syria began recounting how Leon Dragonia Lionheart had left a lasting impression on him. He explained that the King of Lionheart had been the youngest Grail Knight of his time and had excelled as a mission knight. The old knight then posed a question to the group, asking if they would believe that His Majesty became a mission knight at the tender age of 16, a fact that left Leon's followers thoroughly impressed. Now seated on a stone with the group gathered attentively in front of him, Syria continued. He explained that it was customary for a knight of the kingdom to engage in charity work, but due to His Majesty's status as the successor of the Duke Dragonia household, he may have bypassed some of the usual processes. Nevertheless, he had performed admirably. The knight recounts how His Majesty single-handedly destroyed a village of orcs, eradicating all the heathens during their ritual. The tales of Leon Dragonia Lionheart's adventures became legendary, immortalized in poems and songs. At just 20, His Majesty was chosen by the Goddess of Light and Justice to serve her. By 27, he became the youngest War Knight and Grail Knight in history. As Syria looks up at the sky, he reflects on His Majesty's brilliance, certain that the world will never see a knight as talented as him. At that moment, he points to the red-haired mage, instructing her to stay close and learn from him, emphasizing that he is extraordinarily talented for his age. Her resolve hardens as she vows to do her best. Meanwhile, the captain of Squad 3 watches her silently before smiling, perhaps recalling how the King of Lionheart gave him the chance to grow stronger. As the story concludes, the group settles down to sleep around the fire after a long day of battling demons. However, the Warhammer wielder remains awake, practicing his sword technique in the forest, determined to perfect it. Unexpectedly, Sir Zaria, who had seemed asleep moments ago, now stands in the shadows of a nearby tree, watching him. He comments on the technique, revealing it to be the Kingdom Sword technique, startling Mr. Gu, who quickly turns to face him and immediately apologizes for disturbing the old knight. Sir Zaria reassures him that it's fine, adding that at his age, he doesn't sleep much either. The old knight approaches Gu, explaining that he had intended to keep watch but found him training instead. When he offers to assist with the training, Gu eagerly agrees, honored by the offer. They stand facing each other, swords ready, prepared for a practice session. Syria informs Gu that he will attack, and Gu must defend. Gu agrees, and in an instant, Syria's blade is mere inches from his neck. Gu barely deflects the blow, his slow reaction revealing the vast gap between a seasoned knight and a future knight-errant. The mission knight continues his relentless assault, lecturing Gu on the importance of sword positioning, insisting that both hands must remain above the belly button because the sword is both an offensive weapon and the fastest form of defense. Syria's attacks come without pause, while Gu, an unranked hunter, struggles to dodge, letting out odd gasps. He can't help but marvel at the knight's swordsmanship, so fast and precise, almost mechanical in its efficiency. But Syria is a mission knight with 80 years of experience, 3 times Gu's age. As the practice continues, Gu reaches his limit, feeling overwhelmed and unable to keep up. His sword is knocked from his grasp and lands a distance away, while Syria's blade rests against his neck, marking his defeat. Gu gracefully accepts his loss, bowing in respect, which amuses Syria. He laughs heartily, reminding Gu that it's just a training session and that winning or losing doesn't matter. Syria sits down on a nearby log, gesturing for Gu to join him. As Gu takes a seat, Syria tells him that he's got the basics down, and his reaction speed is improving, showing that he's trained well. Despite this, Gu feels he's still lacking. Curious, the hunter asks Syria how he compares to the A-rank warrior, Hanari. The question shocks the old knight, who realizes that Gu is striving to match someone extraordinarily talented. Despite feeling weak in comparison, Syria studies him for a moment before stating honestly that there is a significant gap between them. The truth weighs heavily on Gu, who falls silent, sensing his disappointment. Sir Zarya, who has trained countless knight-errants, explains that Dame Hari is exceptionally talented and blessed by the gods. He's certain she will continue to improve faster than anyone. Hearing this, Gu slumps on the log, feeling utterly dejected. In a lifeless tone, he admits that he already knew this, clenching his fists tightly and berating himself for believing that no matter how hard he tries, he'll never be as good as her. Syria watches him in silence, then, to lift his spirits, tells Gu that he reminds him of himself. Gu is surprised by the statement, pointing out that Syria has already become a Grail Knight, so how could he compare himself to him? Syria smiles, explaining that the Grail Knight is just the future version of who he once was, which he considers quite remarkable. Gazing at the sky, Syria recounts how his friends, family, and even his majesty and the goddess herself urged him to give up. This prompts Gu to ask why Syria didn't give up. Syria responds with a smile and offers Gu a piece of wisdom: what others say doesn't matter when it comes to trying. Just because something seems impossible doesn't mean you should stop trying. Syria then asks if Gu agrees, but the hunter is too surprised by these words to respond. The old knight continues, smiling at the starry sky, and asks Gu if he knows what courage is. He speaks of bravery, love, and hope, explaining that a knight must understand and embody all of these qualities. He goes on to say that a knight is made of immense courage, undying hope, and pure love, and that a Grail Knight is the pinnacle of all three. After finishing his explanation, Syria asks Gu if he believes that a Grail Knight is truly all those things. Gu hesitates, unsure, but ultimately agrees, though he doesn't sound convinced. At this, Syria gently corrects him, explaining that no one is born with these traits. They are not something one can receive or achieve, rather, they are something one must manifest from within, from the heart. This insight leaves a deep impression on Gu. Syria then stands, straightening his back, and tells Gu that when one prays to become someone who possesses these traits, it's not about the gods bestowing them upon him. Instead, the gods give one the opportunity to manifest these traits. It's a perspective that could change how Hunter Gu sees the world. The scene shifts to a white-bricked entrance with guards on duty. Stella draws Syria's attention to the Empire's lookout, and the old knight sighs in relief, glad they've finally reached the Empire's gates. Syria informs the group that if they can pass through here, they'll be able to take a direct path to the kingdom's border, lifting everyone's spirits. Gu reflects that the Lionheart Kingdom and the Empire share a common border but remains tense, realizing their mission isn't over yet. According to the quest shown by the system, the mission should have ended now that they've reached the Empire. Just then, one of the guards stops them and asks for their identities. Stella steps forward, informing the guard that they are a transport team from the Lionheart Kingdom and that there should be records of their previous passage through this checkpoint. Upon hearing Stella's words, there is a brief pause, and then the gates of the Empire begin to open. Shadows of figures appear, welcoming the Knights of Lionheart, but their voices cause Syria to feel uneasy. 3 peculiar-looking old men arrive to greet the Grail Knight. They are members of the 13 electors, including the head of the Magic School of Light, the Imperial Guards Division Commander Sir Bard, and even the Heavens Observer. A bearded man with a wooden staff greets Syria with a strange smile, referring to him as a clone of the original Grail Knight. Suddenly, heathens and orcs emerge from the mountains around them, causing Hari to panic and alerting Syria that enemies have arrived. The Mission Knight's anger flares as he realizes the Empire has formed an alliance with these evil forces. But before he can draw his sword, the bearded traitor strikes, hitting Syria with a magical laser that pierces through his body. Syria can hardly believe what he's witnessing as blood splashes onto his face and armor. The head of the magic school's eyes glow red as he mockingly welcomes Syria and bids him farewell. The next chapter begins with Syria, having taken a fatal blow from the bearded traitor, lying several feet away from his original position while the Saintess frantically inspects his wound. The mage laughs wickedly, taunting that it doesn't matter if Syria isn't the original Grail Knight and challenges the others to fight him if they dare. Stella glares at the villain, ignites her flaming sword, and launches a blazing ball toward the Empire's executive, but the mage is too skilled. He casts a spell that disassembles the high-grade elemental power, causing the flames to vanish in an instant. Shocked, Stella exclaims that he nullified the divine law, to which the mage laughs, boasting that they've studied divine laws for a long time. He arrogantly declares that while their divine laws aren't strong enough to break the rules, it may be a different story for the heads of temples or Grail Knights. Enraged by his audacity, the red-haired Kingdom Knight yells at him, accusing him of insulting the gods by studying their miracles. He responds with pride, calling the Empire's disdain for such traditions a sign of their superiority. He mocks them for clinging to old ways, claiming it's because of people like them that humanity hasn't advanced. It becomes clear that the Empire is atheist. Hunter, realizing the truth, draws his sword and tells Stella that the Empire has been allied with the orcs from the start, and their true aim is the holy relics. This revelation shocks Stella, who is deeply hurt to learn that these traitors are after the sacred relics. The head of the magic school laughs again, quoting the famous saying, "Keep your friends close but your enemies closer." He then reveals their true intentions, to use the holy relics to analyze the gods, believing it will help them modernize humanity. Suddenly, the sky roars, and a bright light emerges from behind the clouds, drawing everyone's attention upward. The bearded man smirks, urging them to witness the power of humanity as the mustached man casts another spell with a flick of his finger. This spell, known as Lamenter's Lightning, sends thunder crashing toward the transport team. Just inches from striking them, Beatrick makes a grand entrance with her own great magic, nullifying the lightning just above the heads of the Knights of Lionheart. Buse, Queen of the Sparrow Kingdom and an expert in ancient magic, arrives on a wild eagle, a magic circle glowing above her head with the kingdom's soldiers marching toward the border below her. Her timely arrival shocks the Empire's executives, who demand to know her identity. The bearded man is especially unnerved, wondering how she was able to nullify such powerful magic. The actress reassures her guild members, saying she hurried here because she sensed they were in danger, and she was right. Her words bring smiles to the faces of Gu and Hari. The queen, perched on her eagle with hundreds of knights riding stallions at her side, taunts the Empire's executives. Her presence makes them uncomfortable, and the muscular brown-haired man asks the head of the magic tower about her identity. The head hesitantly admits she is a mage but questions if she might be imbued with divine power. Suddenly, something clicks in the head's mind as he casts multiple spells to manipulate her mind, including psychological interference nullification, mental fortitude reinforcement, and strong mind. It seems the head of the magic school has realized something as he sneers, accusing Beatrick of exuding mana of seduction like a common harlot. He questions her honor as a mage, to which Beatrick responds savagely, "I was born with it." This deeply offends the head, as he knows it's a lie. He can't comprehend how someone like her could possess such corrupt power without doing anything to attain it. He considers the possibility, concluding that if this is true, then the evil divinity of pleasure and corruption would surely favor her. Meanwhile, his shorter companions realize that her divine power is linked to the divinity of dreams and death, indicating that she's as skilled as temple clergy. Now they're all panicking, as they initially believed the Lionheart Kingdom had only sent a single Grail Knight. They had no idea they were also dealing with the Saintess. The red-haired knight, Stella, is equally surprised by Beatrix's sudden appearance, trying to figure out who she is. She knows that the current temple is a man, and since she's unfamiliar with Beatrick, her confusion is understandable. But the bearded man refuses to back down. He arrogantly declares that appearing before them was a grave mistake, adding that they would have stood a better chance with an ambush. He then casts another powerful spell, summoning a series of fire and lightning elements into a massive flame sphere. Beatrick laughs mockingly, taunting him and calling his spell adorable. This infuriates the head mage, who snaps, "I'm not done yet." He quickly unleashes another set of skills, speed reinforcement, magic manifestation change, and BL glaze. The flame sphere morphs into a colossal spear of flames and lightning, which he launches toward Beatrick, aiming to kill her as she soars high on her eagle. But Beatrick remains unfazed as the spear hurtles toward her. She doesn't flinch. At the last possible moment, she activates a hexagonal shield, deflecting the attack. However, a second mage hiding in the shadows sneaks up and casts lantern lightning, targeting Beatrick again. The lightning strikes both her and the eagle, causing the evil mage duo to celebrate, boasting about their perfect attack. They're convinced there's no way she could have blocked both spells at once, but to their astonishment, a brilliant red light radiates from Beatrick. Hari watches in worry, but to everyone's shock, Beatrick has blocked both attacks. She calmly tells her guild members that they must first eliminate these unpleasantries. She reveals that she used her great magic, called mana circulation, to neutralize both attacks. The mages of the Empire are left speechless by the immense mana that protected her. Without hesitation, Beatrick casts another great magic spell, the Death Eye. A dark red eye materializes and begins launching cannonballs imbued with magic in every direction. Chaos erupts as the transport team scrambles, terrified by the deadly projectiles raining down around them. The stone on the head mage's staff starts glowing as he groans about the overwhelming mana, while the glass-wearing mage mutters in disbelief that she even absorbed all the residual mana from the atmosphere to fuel her spell. The bearded man hurriedly conjures a pure essence shield to protect his team. Beatrick nods in approval, remarking that the shield is quite comparable to His Majesty's Divide Law. She appears almost mischievous, marveling at how magic in this world is not much different from her own. Yet, she wonders aloud why the mages here wield it in such a crude, clumsy manner. This insults the Empire's leaders even more. She clasps her hands together, conjuring a ball of lightning between her fingers, further provoking them by saying they are so focused on the current uses of magic that they've neglected its true potential. As she speaks, the sphere of lightning grows larger with each passing second. The mage with glasses watches in horror, realizing that Beatrick has stolen his magic, but it hardly matters now, she's going to use it to destroy them. Raising her hand high, Beatrick commands the magic sphere to expand, sending a dazzling golden lightning radiating outward, illuminating the entire battlefield. This is the light of divine punishment. It's clear that Beatrick didn't just steal the spell, she's transformed it back into its purest form. Suddenly, Syria's clone comes back to life, prompting everyone to rush to his side, asking if he's okay. Instead of answering directly, he immediately inquires whether this is indeed the Empire's guard post. Realizing the significance, he tells them that if he's awakened here, it must mean the Empire has betrayed them. He asks if his suspicion is correct, and his theory is confirmed when Her Majesty, currently using her powers to connect with them, responds affirmatively. She instructs Hari and the others to request reinforcements immediately. The assistant manager, alarmed, bluntly asks why reinforcements are needed when they appear to be winning. Beatrick explains that she senses an unusual power coming from the duo they are facing. She warns that if the battle drags on, she may not be able to handle it alone. Meanwhile, far away in a distant valley, Sir Spinner has crash-landed from space, badly damaged. The robot's main system is malfunctioning and needs urgent repairs, triggering an emergency protocol. From the rubble, a figure approaches and lifts him. This figure is the terrifying warrior from earlier, the strongest Grail Knight. He demands to know Sir Yap's identity, questioning why he senses divine power coming from him. The transport team rushes through the valley at full speed, their only hope to escape before the Empire soldiers catch up. Reinforcements have been requested, but time is running out. Syria, clutching the box containing the holy relic, urges everyone to hurry as the Empire's forces draw closer, threatening disaster. Go takes charge, urging Syria to push ahead without worrying about them. Meanwhile, Hari struggles to keep up, her horse falling behind. She desperately urges it to go faster, but she's lagging behind the group, now the last among them. Suddenly, bad news strikes. The Empire soldiers, led by Sir Bullard, the Imperial Guard's division commander, are closing in. Just moments ago, no one was behind, but now the enemy is only feet away. Sir Bullard bellows orders, demanding they capture the Knights of Lionheart immediately. He yells at the fleeing team, asking where they think they're going, commanding them to stop, but it's clear he's delusional if he thinks they will comply. Irritated and desperate, Hari, the last in line, turns to unleash her flaming sword in an attempt to slow the Empire soldiers, but with a single swing of his sword, the brown-haired commander effortlessly extinguishes her flames. Sir Bullard, now dead serious, curses the dogs of the gods and swings his sword at the Saintess of Poma. Hari manages to block the strike, but the force wasn't meant for a duel, it's a brutal shove that knocks her aside. In terms of physical strength, Hari is thrown off course, leaving the holy relic even more vulnerable. Now, Huntergu is the last line of defense, his concern for Miss Hari evident. The captain of Squad 3 glances back only to see the Empire's commander hurling insults at the kingdom's knights, calling them disgusting bastards and vowing to finish them all. Just then, Sir Bullard leaps at Gu, his body enveloped in a sinister dark mana. It becomes clear that this ominous power is demonic. His transformation is complete, demonic horns sprouting from his head as he utters the demon god's name, Kanoa of merciless destruction. His eyes glow red, and dark demonic mana swirls around him. This monster no longer deserves the title of Sir, he's simply evil Bullard. He runs barefoot behind the group, laughing like a madman. With a sudden burst of speed, he knocks Hunter Gu aside, dismissing him as an extra in this deadly game. The D-rank hunter is left in shock, but evil Bullard isn't done. He warns Lord Stella to be careful, declaring that he's coming for the main players of the kingdom. The red-haired kingdom knight Dame Stella orders her knights to protect the holy relic, commanding them to block the advancing enemy. In response, the knights turn their horses around, lifting their heavy cone-shaped spears as they prepare to charge. They surge forward at full speed, chanting their allegiance to the Lionheart Kingdom, determined to stop the demonic commander. However, they are no match for the evil entity that evil Bullard has become. With a single brutal swing of his sword, he sends them flying, roaring at them to get out of his way. Though the knights were merely a diversion, the real threat approaches from above, catching the bearded commander off guard for a moment. Dame Stella descends from the sky, her sword gleaming with divine light. She thanks her soldiers for their noble sacrifice as she executes the divine sword's descent, aiming her sword vertically downward with all her might. She believes this powerful attack is enough to slice through high-ranking demons, but her hopes are dashed as Bullard catches her by the head, leaving her gasping in shock. The evil commander remains unscathed, sneering as he tells her it's time for her to die. Suddenly, a voice from behind praises Bullard for his resilience, noting it's impressive that he wasn't sliced by the divine sword. The expression on Bullard's face changes as he recognizes this as a threat. Syria has joined the fray, slashing at Bullard. The demonic commander swiftly evades the strike by leaping back, abandoning his grip on Stella. Evil Bullard, now brimming with dark mana, taunts Syria, declaring that he's merely a copy of his former self before he became a Grail Knight. He mocks the Knights of Lionheart, claiming that only a Grail Knight could hope to kill him. Syria, however, remains unfazed, taunting that the Empire's soldiers have grown quite arrogant. With a cold stare, Syria questions Bullard's qualifications to speak of Grail Knights, a comment that deeply offends the evil commander, already seething with rage at the arrogance of the Grail Knights. Just then, Bullard notices something amiss. Where is the holy relic? He demands to know its location, only for Syria to mock him, suggesting it's normal for someone his age to forget things. As Bullard looks behind him, his eyes widen in disbelief. The holy relic is being carried away by none other than the extra he dismissed earlier, Hunter Gu. Despite being pushed aside, Gu has managed to recover and is now putting every effort into getting the relic as far away from the monster as possible. He has even rescued the unconscious assistant Hari, who is draped over the horse. CER shares a glance with Dame Stella, subtly signaling their next move. The red-haired leader addresses the glorious Knights of Lionheart, commanding their attention and introducing herself as the convoy captain. She declares this as the Order of Stella Vermilion, instructing them to rise and hold their swords. Her words work like magic, as the injured knights, despite their wounds, manage to stand. Stella then informs them that they are likely to die here today and asks if they understand. In unison, they chant their readiness to follow her orders, surrounding the demonic commander from all sides. This unwavering spirit, a hallmark of Lionheart soldiers, displays their willingness to sacrifice everything for their king. The show of loyalty enrages the enemy, who dismisses their actions as the madness of fanatics, deriding them as mere dogs of the gods. He unleashes a massive surge of mana, causing the ground beneath them to erupt. Swinging his sword, he taunts them, calling them mindless animals who have abandoned free will. The force of his attack is enough to bring down the armored knights. Unsatisfied, the enemy escalates his contempt, declaring them even lower than animals as he prepares another devastating strike against the rushing knights. CER is almost upon him when he takes a heavy blow, while Stella narrowly avoids the deadly swing. The impact causes Syria to cough up blood, struggling to block the enemy's sword. He urges his partner to focus on her fight and not worry about him. The commander, relentless in his assault, steps on Zura's chest, pressing him into the ground with his full weight, mocking him for not recognizing the vast difference in their strengths. Turning his attention to Stella, he attempts to pin her down as well, belittling her as a weakling. His strength easily overpowers her, tossing her into the air. Just then, a young boy radiating purple mana lunges at the Empire's commander, but his effort is swiftly countered. This new arrival is another clone of Syria, younger and faster in his revival. Though surprised by the increased speed of his return, now the younger Zarya and Stella stand side by side. The red-haired knight addresses him, asking how many lives he has left. After a moment's thought, he replies that he will continue to revive until the goddess decides otherwise. After a series of intense exchanges, Stella lies battered on the ground, and the commander of the Imperial Guard believes this is the end for them, as Zarya has now reverted to a child's form. Bard taunts the child, pointing out that he's just a foolish boy incapable of defeating him, even with his main body. Meanwhile, the young Zarya reflects on the situation, marveling that the goddess chose someone as inferior as him to be her knight. The bearded commander laughs mockingly at the young boy, questioning what he could possibly do in his current state. Unfazed, the boy begins to walk forward, declaring that Grail Knights are those who have devoted everything to completing the quests given to them by the gods. He continues, saying that their lives are the most beautiful flowers blooming from their unshakable faith, and that this blindingly bright honor was both his dream and ultimate goal. Standing right before the demon-human hybrid, Zarya raises his sword in his iconic style. He invokes the Lady of All Things, mentioning that while everyone said it was impossible, she governs the afterlife and its sinners, guiding even the lowest. People told him it was a divine message to give up, but Zarya always faced the impossible head-on. The commander, now wide-eyed with disbelief, realizes he's facing something far more dangerous than anticipated. This is the story of Zarya of the Twilight, a knight who never sought anyone's approval for his mission nor saw any reason why a quest couldn't be completed just because it was deemed impossible. He made the impossible possible, even conquering death itself. As Manhwa rises from the young Zarya, reaching toward the sky, the goddess of death bestows upon him the power to confront the impossible. His eyes turn a vivid purple, signaling an extraordinary transformation. In a stunning turn of events, this young version of Zarya transforms into a Grail Knight, with everything around him bathed in purple hues, an unmistakable blessing from the divinity of dreams and death. The goddess commands her knight to transcend space and time. Zarya, now filled with newfound power, vows not to die fighting amidst the shrouds of death, where only fools speak of the end of twilight. The fate of the first Grail Knight of PL is to overcome mortality and emerge victorious. The simple sword the young Zarya once wielded has now transformed into the sword of the Grail Knights, Arya Byram of Twilight. Against all odds, he has become the youngest Grail Knight ever, surpassing even Leon Dragonia Lionheart, turning the impossible into reality. The next chapter opens with Bart's sword lying at a distance, while he struggles to keep up with the newly transformed Zarya. The commander is forced to retreat, stepping back to avoid the powerful aura of dreams and death. He curses the damn heretics under his breath, clearly shaken by the beating he has received, clutching his neck as blood spurts from his wounds. Despite his transformation into a demon, Bart can hardly believe he nearly lost to what he had considered a mere knight-errant. As he reels from the fight, the rest of the Empire's soldiers finally catch up to him, reporting that it's not too late, and they still have a chance to reach the Lionheart borders, which are at least half a day away. The demonic commander orders his troops to track down the transport team and retrieve the holy relic at all costs. As they discuss their strategy, Stella Vermilion interrupts, urging them to stop their theatrics. She struggles to her feet, using her sword for support, a sight that sends chills down the spine of the Empire's executives, who question in disbelief if she's still alive. The evil commander, enraged, orders his subordinates to kill her, declaring that no one would be spared. His soldiers begin advancing on Stella, who, despite her dwindling strength, picks up her sword and shouts, "Glory to Lionheart, one last time." Suddenly, the ground trembles, the source of which is behind Stella, near the borders of the Lionheart kingdom. All eyes turn in that direction, shocked by what they see, a massive, blazing arc of flame rising toward the sky, painting the horizon crimson red. This fiery arc is hurtling toward them, leaving them to wonder if it's a meteorite or something else entirely. In mere seconds, the fiery object is upon them, causing the jaws of the Empire's soldiers to drop in astonishment. It crashes down between Stella and her enemies with a deafening blast, and in that instant, they realize who has arrived: the Slayer, Decapitator, Knight, Witch Hunter, War Rider of Destruction, an Executioner of Divine Will, Vulcanus, the strongest Grail Knight ever, engulfed in the flames of war and known as the Grail Knight of Pedos. Looking fearsome with his blazing red eyes, Vulcanus roars his introduction, declaring himself with a voice that makes the very ground and air rupture with the mana of war and fire. He lifts his sword and points it directly at Bart, demanding to know his excuse. Bewildered, Bart stammers, asking in a panic what he means by that. Vulcanus, the Executioner of Divine Will, clarifies that he's asking for Bart's excuse before he burns him to ashes, implying that forgiveness can only come through death. The bearded commander nervously laughed at the provocation, accusing Vulcanus of arrogance and warning that such hubris would bring about their downfall before the might of the Empire. Infuriated, Vulcanus mockingly asked if that was all Bullard had to say before launching himself at the commander with his heavy sword. Bullard barely blocked the attack, gasping in pain as he did, the immense pressure of Vulcanus's strike forcing Bullard's sword against his chest. Vulcanus asked if Bullard understood the true reason the Empire could call itself that. Bullard, feeling his strength fading under the brutal assault, wondered how Vulcanus could be so powerful. The Grail Knight of War struck relentlessly, each blow pushing Bullard further back. Volcanus taunted that the Empire only existed because the Grail Knights of Lionheart had allowed it, that the kingdom had tolerated their arrogance and even let them expand. But now their time was over. With a final crushing blow, Volcanus shattered Bullard's sword, tearing through his armor and sending him flying several feet away. The Imperial Guard commander struggled to comprehend what he was witnessing, unable to believe that a human could possess such speed, power, and seemingly endless mana. But Volcanus was no ordinary human, he was the strongest Grail Knight, rivaling even the King of Lionheart. Clad in a red cloak, heavy-horned armor, and surrounded by crimson mana, he looked like a fearsome monster. Now on his knees, the commander realized his end was near. In desperation, he played his trump card, awakening his third eye and invoking the demon god Kanoa, begging for power at any cost. The demonification of Bullard began, a sight that deeply offended Volcanus, who deemed it sacrilegious, vowing to never forgive this blasphemy. As the transformation completed, Bullard emerged as a grotesque, clown-like goat, brimming with newfound power, exuding a sense of omnipotence. He mocked Volcanus, claiming that the Grail Knight could never understand the feeling of obtaining what one desires just by praying, ordering Volcanus to cower before him. However, the third eye of Kanoa looked up to the sky, where Volcanus had already summoned a colossal sword of flames using divine law. He swung the mighty blade vertically, mirroring Stella's earlier attack but with exponentially greater power. The sword, expanding to hundreds of feet, descended upon the demonic goat, obliterating Bullard and reducing him to ashes, fulfilling Volcanus's promise. Meanwhile, at the Empire's guard post, Beatrice continued her fierce battle against the two superior mages. Both sides were relentless, but it was clear Beatrice was nearing the end of her mana reserves. The headmaster smugly remarked that it was only a matter of time before they defeated her, envisioning the peace that would follow. The Empire's mages, having forged their own demonic packs, also bore horns, relishing the endless mana their dark powers provided. The bearded mage, in the midst of threatening to finish off Beatrice, was suddenly interrupted by the arrival of an unexpected ally, Leon, the King of Lionheart. His voice cut through the battlefield, calling the mages arrogant bastards and implying he had suspected the Empire's betrayal all along, the very betrayal that had nearly caused the Grail Knight of PL to fail his mission. Leon's arrival was met with shock on both sides, but for opposite reasons. The evil mages were terrified, realizing they were now truly doomed, while Beatrice was elated that His Majesty had arrived just in time. Leon smiled, mentioning he had to send off an old friend, undoubtedly referring to Volcanus, in what was a fitting farewell for a comrade. Leon then courteously asked Beatrice for permission to join the battle. She responded with playful sarcasm, stating she had no intention of monopolizing the honor and glory, which amused Leon. He replied that they would need to have a long discussion about this later. Beatrice, feigning innocence, retorted that she wasn't a knight, so it didn't matter. Their light-hearted banter in the midst of the battlefield left the mages stunned, unable to believe what they were witnessing between these two royals. The head mage, empowered by demonic mana, prepared to unleash his final overpowered attack, confident in his impending victory. He declared that nothing could change their fate and that he would end them all with this strike. But before he could act, a brilliant red light suddenly illuminated the sky, diverting his attention. Bewildered, he wondered aloud if someone had summoned a meteor, but it was clear to everyone that this was no celestial object, it was the arrival of the Grail Knight of War, Volcanus. The Saintess of PL glanced at Leon, questioning if this was one of his special moves, but Leon calmly replied that it looked like they wouldn't need to do anything else in this fight. He explained that the person arriving had no mercy for evil, a revelation that shocked both mages. The minion, in particular, was stunned, wondering why the formidable Volcanus had appeared, even crossing borders to do so without touching the ground. Volcanus unleashed divine punishment, sending flames of war cascading from the sky. The sheer power of his attack incinerated the two mages, reducing them to nothing but ashes, erasing their existence from the earth. This was the might of the executioner of divine will, who now bowed before Leon, greeting him with reverence as the agent of all gods, the owner of Lionheart, and the guardian of the Holy Grail. Leon smiled warmly at the sight of his old comrade, remarking that it had been a long time since they last met. Volcanus agreed, inquiring about His Majesty's well-being. Before the conversation could continue, Beatrice interrupted, reminding Leon they needed to gather everyone before the gate closed. Leon immediately understood the urgency, placing a hand on Volcanus's shoulder. He admitted there was much they needed to discuss, but now wasn't the time. Volcanus, ever respectful, assured him he wouldn't interfere and asked what needed to be done. Leon requested something that symbolized Volcanus's existence. In response, Vulcanus produced a shiny dagger imbued with divine mana, offering it to Leon, saying that if it was truly needed, he could take it. Leon accepted the dagger with gratitude, thanking his old friend. As Leon bid him farewell, he assured Vulcanus that they would meet again. The significance of this statement lay in the fact that Vulcanus was not present in God's paradise, suggesting that the strongest Grail Knight in history was still alive somewhere in the world. The story picks up right where it left off with the Pantheon Guild members gathered in front of the gate in our valley, ready to close it now that the mission was complete. Hari was there, holding an injured Sir Yappy close, enjoying the warmth of the moment. Our boy Leon finally shows up at the gate too, which brings a smile to the assistant manager's face. The rest of the crew perks up, sensing something big is about to go down, and they're not wrong. Here come the two royals, riding in on a Pegasus, dripping with undeniable royal charm. Leon, ever the gentleman, helps Beatrice dismount from the mystical creature, noting that everyone is finally here. Beatrice blushes, clearly flustered by the whole scene. Leon's mood shifts when he spots Sir Yappy in bad shape. He's immediately concerned and asks if Yappy is okay. Yappy, barely managing to speak, reassures him that he's fine, though it's clear he's far from it. Hunter Goo steps forward, holding a gold-plated box that contains the holy relic. Leon carefully accepts the box, inspecting it briefly before commending everyone for their efforts in safeguarding the relic. As he opens the lid, a brilliant golden light bursts forth, so dazzling that everyone shields their eyes. The knights are entranced by the divine radiance, even the Grail Knight of Light and Justice is visibly awed. Confirming that it is indeed the lost holy relic, a gold-covered sword, Leon directs everyone to pack up and depart. The scene shifts to the Pantheon Guild base at Neju Plains, now transformed into a thriving city with paved roads and modern infrastructure. Enter Park Sujin, a senior manager and evaluator for the Korean Hunter Association. Stepping out of her car, she mutters about the early hour, wondering why the association's president has called on her at such a ridiculous time. Sujin is taken aback by the area's transformation, now a popular tourist destination with cafes filled with people discussing the guild. She ponders the power of an epic item to attract such attention. While surveying the area, she spots Sir Yappy, who is back to his usual routine of accepting donations, now with the convenience of Apple Pay. Sujin greets him, and in an instant, he recognizes her as Senior Manager Park Sujin from the Hunter Association. She is surprised by how well he knows her. Sir Yappy proudly reveals that he has access to all the data of Hunter Association members, which shocks her, as this is classified information. He then informs her that he is contacting His Majesty, suggesting she wait inside. Curious, she asks if she can take a look at the Warhammer while she's there, and, unsurprisingly, Sir Yappy invites her to participate. When Sujin inquires about the participation fee, the guild's financial director shows her a signboard with a hefty price of 5 million won. However, Sir Yappy explains that the cost is reduced based on tax brackets, and for her, it's only 500,000 won due to her second-class status. Her excitement fades when she realizes how unsettling it is that he knows her tax bracket. With a flat expression, she asks how he knows, to which Sir Yappy awkwardly responds that he simply guessed. Though she remains suspicious, she lets it go. Sensing her unease, the financial advisor quickly shifts the conversation, asking if she's joining the challenge. Sujin declines, opting instead to head into the guild building. Inside, Sujin runs into manager Hari, who appears to be well acquainted with her. However, Sujin is slightly taken aback by Hari's new appearance, dressed almost like a mannequin. Feeling a bit awkward, Sujin remarks that Hari seems to be doing well these days. Hari, now a class hunter and the saintess, proudly affirms this. She offers to show Sujin around, leading her to the main section of the guild. As they walk, everyone greets Hari warmly, clearly holding her in high esteem. Sujin feels genuinely pleased that Hari is so beloved, which is a good sign. They finally reach their destination, and Sujin is immediately struck by the sight before her, the two royals, Leon and Beatrice, sitting together, enjoying tea. The aura they exude is unmistakable, marking them as true royals. Leon addresses Sujin, asking if she's from the association. She introduces herself with a deep bow, a gesture that feels straight out of a historical K-drama. Leon, however, isn't fond of the formality and jokes that his assistant must have taught her to act like this. Hari, somewhat confused, asks what he means, but Leon brushes it off and moves on, signaling his assistant to bring the artifact. Moments later, Hari enters with a wooden box filled with divine items. Sujin is astounded, overwhelmed by the sight of so many epic items in one place. She eagerly inspects each item, listing them off, starting with an orc champion's axe, moving to a crown once owned by an empire executive, and finally the dagger of Vulcanus. Upon picking up the dagger, its properties appear, revealing it to be of legendary rank. This dagger, once given to Vulcanus by Petos, the divinity of war and fire, is imbued with divine flames. However, she notes that it cannot be fully evaluated due to its age and the prolonged war it endured. Hari then draws her attention to one last item, stressing its importance. When Sujin opens the lid, a golden aura emerges, illuminating her glasses. She instantly recognizes it as an epic item, a sheath once belonging to Richard Lionheart. Leon's expression confirms that this is precisely what he wanted to verify. He then unsheathes his holy sword, which immediately catches Hari's attention. As the sword's frequency and mana resonate with the sheath, something extraordinary occurs, the sheath begins to float. Both managers watch in disbelief, but those familiar with such events know what's coming next. The sheath moves toward Leon's holy sword, aligning perfectly before sliding down the blade, locking into place with the emblem. Leon appears thoroughly satisfied as he reads the inscription on the sheath: through suffering and to the stars, do goodwill and stand for justice, even if heaven falls. Meanwhile, live brilliantly like the shining stars and bring light to your faith. Beatrick, curious, asks what Leon was reciting, to which he smiles and explains that these words were left by the founding king of Lionheart for his descendants. Leon then asks everyone to leave, desiring some time alone. Although this request is unexpected, no one questions him. Outside, a bystander points out the terrace to his girlfriend, who is stunned to see Leon standing there, surrounded by a golden aura. Leon introduces himself as Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the 15th king of Lionheart, declaring himself the rightful heir of the founding Lionheart. As he claims his right to wield the relic, a brilliant golden mana radiates from his body, illuminating everything around him and spreading throughout the guild. At last, Leon regains his full strength, holding the holy sword with a satisfied expression. The sword, incomplete for the past 200 years, is finally whole again. He declares that the time has come and heads back to his office, instructing Beatrick to prepare for a major ritual, explaining that it's now possible due to the sheath. Beatrick quickly responds, asking if Leon means the specific ritual he had mentioned earlier. Leon, eyes fixed on the sword, proudly announces that he will be the first from the Knight Order to perform this ritual. He adds that the preparations to appoint a new Grail Knight are complete, and through this grand ritual, he intends to summon the saint. With that, the chapter of the manor concludes, transitioning to the next. The scene opens with a peaceful evening in an unknown place. A girl with striking blue eyes and a stunning figure walks through an alley, chatting on her phone. The person on the other end asks if she truly plans to stay there much longer. She confirms, saying she's staying a bit longer. The caller tries to convince her to return, mentioning the numerous sword techniques available at the Divine Sword Guild. She dismisses it, stating she already knows them all and they are insufficient for her needs. She adds that she requires a divine law to defeat a certain individual. Curious, she asks if they have tracked down the man yet. The caller mentions he was last seen in Vietnam, still wielding a demonic sword. The scene quickly flashes to a man in a torn cloak, lurking in a ruined town with a heavy sword in hand. Things are clearly about to intensify, and these new characters appear to be formidable. Back at the Pantheon Guild, the sun shines brightly over the training grounds. Leon, the king of Lionheart, stands observing the action, holding the Holy Grail. The training exercise, known as horseback assault and defense, is in full swing. Shield bearers are in formation, while knights on horseback charge at them with spears. The noise is deafening, with shouts and orders echoing from both sides. The soldiers and knight candidates give their all, eager to prove themselves before their king, hoping to be rewarded. The shield bearers manage to halt the horses, and Yak urges Suho to break through the defense. But despite Suho's best efforts, the defense remains unyielding. Then, unexpectedly, someone grabs Suho's shirt and yanks him off his horse, slamming him to the ground. It looks like Suho's going to have a rough time, with soldiers surrounding him, resembling monsters ready to unleash their frustration. One of the female soldiers orders that he be killed, and the others begin kicking him around as if he were a football. Suho yells in pain, claiming his bones are breaking, but the soldiers laugh, saying the Holy Grail will heal him afterward. Meanwhile, other students on their horses watch in horror as their friend is mercilessly beaten. Ihak, worried, calls out to Suho, trying to check if he's still alive, but there's no answer. Suho's too battered to move. Then, an announcement rings out, declaring that the defenders are the winners and ordering them to stop. Suddenly, Suho gasps for air, revived by the Holy Grail. His fellow students, including his older sister, rush to check on him. Yak asks if he's alright, and Suho weakly jokes that he thinks he just died for a moment. His sister, determined, vows to get revenge on his behalf. Right on cue, the Saintess of Pulma intervenes, using the divine law of rushing waves to obliterate the defense team. The defenders are swept away by the immense force of the wave, unable to stand a chance against a divine law, especially given their exhaustion as D or C rank hunters. As the saying goes, all's fair in war, and Leon announces that the students' team has won this round, signaling the end of the morning training. After the session, Leon calls forward the students who failed as attackers. He points out that the soldiers on foot are slower than them, advising them to use their mobility to their advantage next time. He asks if they understand, and most of the students nod and respond. However, one girl remains silent, which catches Yak's attention. Something seems off about her. Wait a minute, could this be the same girl we saw earlier in the alley? If so, was she with this squad the whole time? She doesn't seem familiar, and there's something more to her than meets the eye. It seems we'll have to wait for her true nature to be revealed. The scene shifts to the cafeteria, where the students are exhausted and battered from the day's practice. One guy groans about dying from fatigue, while Yak is more concerned with his growling stomach. Suho, on the other hand, is deep in thought, reflecting on how determined the men-at-arms are to win. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, offering snacks and grabbing everyone's attention. It's none other than the assistant manager, her hair down and looking absolutely stunning, as she brings in a large bucket of potatoes and sweet potatoes. She probably doesn't realize how eager these starving students are to devour anything right now. As soon as the assistant manager arrives with the snacks, everyone rushes over, bombarding her with questions about the kimchi. She explains that it was brought by Gramp Choi as a bonus treat. Yak, especially, is practically drooling over the golden brown insides of the potatoes, looking as if he's seen something far more thrilling than food. The students, fed up with their usual routine, start complaining about the bland meals they've been receiving. They're already tired of the same sugary and salty water, so even these simple potatoes feel like a feast. One student laments that things were better when they first entered, at least they got decent food back then. The assistant manager informs them that the induction ceremony is about to begin, and they'll have real food afterward. The curious Yak asks about the ceremony and what it means to be connected to the gods. The sauce of Patch chimes in cheerfully, asking if they've been studying the gods on their own time. She adds that to become a royal knight, they'll need to use divine law, casually mentioning that she's been chosen by both Poma and Pedos to be their saintess. She explains that the gods will select the knights they believe in most. Yak speculates that most of them will likely end up worshipping Ariana of light and justice, as well as Pedos of war and fire, since the king mentioned that most knights do. But the mysterious girl from earlier interrupts, pointing out that Sir Yappy is actually the Grail Knight of Hito, the divinity of steel and blacksmithing. This revelation sparks jokes from the others, suggesting that Sir Yappy's special skill might be earning money or blacksmithing. Someone else chimes in, recalling that the last time they saw him, he was conducting some strange experiment with charged particles, prompting more jokes about him filming a sci-fi movie. Just then, Sir Spinner appears, stating that his ability is not about making money, which only makes everyone laugh harder. They start teasing him, suggesting that he probably has recording devices hidden everywhere. The robot, appearing on the cafeteria's TV, defensively points out that his soundwave detector features are far superior to any human hearing, leading to more playful teasing and demands for him to respect their privacy. The cafeteria buzzes with fun banter, and it's clear that the students are getting along well with the higher-ups in the guild. Just then, an announcement comes over the transmitter calling for Kim Yak, saying that a guardian is visiting him and instructing him to change and head to the guild's entrance. But instead of being excited, Yak's face twists into a look of disgust, clearly unhappy about this unexpected visit. He awkwardly excuses himself, mumbling that he'll be right back, and leaves the cafeteria with a gloomy expression, which doesn't escape the assistant manager's watchful eye. After he leaves, Hari approaches Suho, who seems irritated, knowing his sister's curiosity will soon get the best of her. She tries to pry into what's going on, but Suho hesitates, saying it's not his place to talk about it and asking her to let it be. This only worries Hari as she starts imagining various potential household issues that might be troubling Yak. Meanwhile, at the Pantheon Guild lobby, Yak arrives, clearly not thrilled to see the person waiting for him. With a rude tone, he asks why she's here. It turns out to be Ahu Mom, who looks just like him, except with more feminine features. She's not happy either, glaring at him as if she's about to scold him. Taken aback by his cold reception, she snaps back, asking what he means by that and reminding him that she doesn't need a reason to visit her own son. Yak, still annoyed, tells her to get to the point and say why she's really here, though he already has a pretty good idea. His bluntness offends her, and she scolds him for speaking disrespectfully to his mother, but Ahu isn't backing down. He bluntly tells her he's busy and urges her to make the visit quick. She sighs, clearly frustrated, and remarks that he's just like his father. Finally, she cuts to the chase, questioning why he withdrew from their guild and joined this one instead. Yak, standing firm, replies that he's already told her he'll handle it himself and that she doesn't need to get involved because it's none of her business. This response sets her off. She yells at him, reminding him that she's his mother, so of course it's her business, but Yak remains unmoved, firmly stating that he's not going back to their guild no matter what she says. The receptionist, awkwardly eavesdropping on this tense exchange, can't help but mentally curse his luck for having to witness this uncomfortable family drama. He hears Yak's mom arguing that their guild is one of the top 10 in Korea and that Yak has a bright future there if he just returns. She's clearly worried, not just because she believes he's betrayed someone, likely his father, but also because he's joined what she sees as a lesser group of heathens. Meanwhile, Yak is visibly trying to keep his anger in check as she speaks. In the end, his mom makes one final plea, insisting that he should listen to her and come back to their guild, but Yak's expression makes it clear that he's not budging. The chapter ends here, leaving the unresolved tension between Yak and his mom over his decision to leave their prestigious guild. After some time, the knights sat on the podium while Leon stood before them. With a serious expression, he asked, "What is the difference between the gods of the pantheon and those of other pseudo-religions? You must answer this question." The cadets were puzzled, unsure how to respond. Some of them pondered the question, wondering if comparing the gods of the pantheon to those of other religions was blasphemous. Beatrice asked, "Isn't the difference that some gods exist, and others do not?" Leon smiled and responded, "Is there any proof that they don't exist? They may exist somewhere." Soho raised his hand and said, "As far as I know, these gods don't perform miracles." Leon smiled again and asked, "So, if they don't perform miracles, does that mean they aren't gods?" Soho felt embarrassed and couldn't answer. Jae-hook suggested, "Maybe the difference is that some gods are visible, while others are not. Recently, the goddess Dea appeared as a scarecrow." Leon responded, "There are many gods in the pantheon, but most of them don't appear to people. Does that mean they don't exist?" Jae-hook, confused, asked, "But they do exist, right? He saw them?" Leon asked, "But is there any proof of this? Can they guarantee that you're not being deceived?" Jae-hook thought for a moment, his expression surprised. So, did he lie to them, he wondered. Soen raised her hand, and Leon allowed her to speak. She paused for a moment and said, "The gods of the pantheon have helped us. That's how they differ from the gods of other religions. They answer our prayers, perform miracles, and prove they really exist." Leon replied, "You serve the god of war and flame, as well as the goddess of light and justice. They answered you, right?" Soen responded, "They didn't answer me, because I still lack something." Leon asked, "For example, what do you lack?" She answered, "I probably lack faith." Leon smiled and said, "That's not true." He raised his hand, and bright sunlight poured down on him. "However, you're all mistaken," he said as he clenched his fist, releasing a powerful energy. This surprised the knights nearby. Suddenly, rain began to fall in the city, astonishing the citizens. Soen looked up in surprise and asked, "Thunder and rain on a clear day? Why is it raining only here?" Leon, calm as ever, responded, "Is this proof of a god's existence? The common people might think so. They believe that gods give them what they pray for. But I prayed for rain, not for it to keep me dry." Soen asked, "Then why did it rain only here?" Leon explained, "It's because the gods are protecting me. They wanted to keep my head dry. Don't try to bargain with the gods. They won't fulfill every wish. They have the right to choose who to believe in, whether it's a pantheon god or not. Even if these gods don't really exist, you must be careful of false prophets who put a price on faith. Don't treat faith lightly or with bad intentions. Do you understand?" Jae-hook thought about his words seriously and silently stared at him. Some time later, in the place where the statues of the pantheon gods stood, Ariana addressed the knights and cadets. She expressed her happiness to see them, and they looked around in surprise, asking, "Is that a goddess? We can actually hear her voice?" Vitos told the cadets, "Don't make a fuss here. How will you become knights of war with such behavior?" The cadets were ecstatic to hear her voice. One of them said he would show Vitos what he could do. Vitos responded, "Try it." Leon calmly reflected that there were 3 knights of the Holy Grail present, but more needed to awaken. There was a high chance that Hari or Soho would be among them. Soho approached and happily told her that the goddess Ariana had just spoken to him. She congratulated him. Leon looked at them and thought they had similar personalities. He turned away, realizing there was still a problem. He glanced at the other candidates and noted that only 2 remained, Jae-hook and Soen. They stood silently in front of the 2 god statues, gazing at them. Leon also looked at the statues and thought that these were the most powerful and dangerous gods of the pantheon. It was troubling that these two were showing interest in them. A few days later, at the Pantheon Guild branch office in Mauer Plains, a crowd gathered. One of the residents asked, "Aren't they from the Palace of Light?" This group of people entered the Pantheon office and set up a speaker. A man in a suit took the microphone, adjusted his tie, and loudly declared, "Heretics! You will only reach heaven by believing in the Dragon God." The Palace of Light members shouted, "The Dragon God will show us mercy. His mercy is like spring rain, and we are surrounded by it. These heretics will only reach heaven through belief in the Dragon God." Citizens watched in surprise as one of them remarked, "They're so loud. They even came to the land of the Pantheon. Are they crazy?" The man from the Palace of Light declared that these heretics should leave, as the Dragon God would appear soon. Yak appeared and asked, "What's going on here?" The noise level was too high, so he told them to stop. The man sneered and ignored Yak's warning. Instead, he shouted, "We love you all, so realize the truth. Then we'll all go to heaven together, as promised by the Dragon God." Yak, confused, looked at him blankly. He ordered them to stop the noise immediately, stating it was forbidden. This was their final warning. The man, with a sly smile, insulted Yak, calling him a soulless machine possessed by the devil. He pointed at Yak and loudly declared, "As head of the church, I command you, or you will die tonight." Yak quickly ran past the crowd, using divine tactics to summon a strong net that bound all of them. The nearby residents were stunned by this display. Yak lifted the head of the church and warned the cultists to leave immediately. A hidden camera on the head of the church's tie had been recording the entire time. Afterward, the beaten men stood silently, wearing new signs that read they asked for forgiveness and would never cause noise pollution again. Yak was furious and told them they were banned from coming here. He started whipping them, and the head of the church, displeased, loudly ordered him to stop. He fled, loudly proclaiming that he was a real devil. Yak kept attacking them, asking if they truly wanted more. The head of the church ran away, shouting that he wasn't fleeing out of fear, but because they were filthy freaks. After a while, the disgruntled church members, having moved to a different street, threw their signs on the ground. One of them approached the head of the church and asked Brother Quant if he was hurt, finding it very humiliating. Quant replied that he wasn't too hurt, and wondered what they should do next. Secretary Choi approached and asked if they had completed the task he assigned. Quant, with a sly grin, confirmed they had. He showed his tie and revealed that he had filmed everything with a hidden camera, which they could view on his phone. Choi showed the video and asked if this was it. Quant confirmed and suggested he open the app. The video showed Yak attacking him and loudly claiming that a robot had attacked a person. Choi smiled widely, satisfied, and said that it would be more than enough. They had planned to infiltrate the Republic of Korea, unaware of the laws. Later, in the Palace of Light, Choi, sitting at the computer with a broad grin, mentioned that news of the attacks on Pantheon would surely spread. He opened the news and saw articles reporting that a suspicious sum of money had been transferred to the O account from the media company Tri-XX, with the Palace of Light at the center of it all. Choi wondered why such articles were suddenly attacking them. Before he could think further, his computer shut off, leaving him stunned as he yelled, "What is this?" Meanwhile, Yak, in the server room, caused the Palace of Light server to crash. In another location, Jae-hook walked down the street, looking at his phone, which showed a picture of him as a child with his parents. He put it back in his pocket, muttering that he had been told to come, and he had. He stopped at a building, unsure whether he should go in. He thought about the god who had chosen him and called his name, feeling fear just thinking about it. Gathering his strength, he entered the building, went down the stairs, and rang the doorbell. He heard sounds from inside, and his mother's voice called his name, asking if it was him. She opened the door, smiling happily. Jae-hook said he only came to eat, but then he heard the god's voice calling him, telling him to punish his mother and subject her to heavenly punishment. This was his test. His mother went back inside and offered him food, asking if he wanted a bun before dinner. Jae-hook, still gritting his teeth with worry, walked into the room, looking at the table filled with dishes. He sat down and asked what about her. His mother smiled and said she had already eaten. He didn't believe her, sighing and commenting that she ate early today. She insisted that he try the omelette. After some time, he went outside, sat on a bench, and took a deep breath. The god stood next to him, declaring that these heretics must be punished, and his mother was a heretic. Jae-hook looked down, troubled, asking why the god of sky and thunder had chosen him. He wondered how he could destroy such a large cult, especially with his mother involved. Suddenly, Leon quietly approached from behind and said, "This is where you came from." Jae-hook screamed in fear, turned around, and called out to his majesty, kneeling and asking what he was doing there. Leon sat on the bench next to him, revealing that he knew everything. Jae-hook was shocked and asked how he had found out. Leon said that after the altercation in the guild's lobby, he couldn't help but learn about it. Jae-hook remembered arguing with his mother and, feeling embarrassed, asked for forgiveness. Leon replied calmly that Jae-hook could stand up. Leon then called the god, asking why such a heavy burden of heavenly punishment was placed on such a young man. The god responded that he was the sky itself, and if not him, then who else would deliver heavenly punishment? Leon countered that if there was a cult to punish, he could take care of it. Jae-hook was surprised and looked at Leon worriedly. The god refused, insisting that Jae-hook carry out the punishment himself. Leon asked why the god hadn't told him about this earlier. Jae-hook, looking worried, explained that he didn't think it would turn out like this. Leon was stunned and didn't reply. He mentioned that recently a cult had tried to interfere with the Pantheon's operations, but Yak had taught them a lesson. They had already declared war on the cult and its gods, but it wasn't really a war, it was more like a one-sided attack. Jae-hook, deeply troubled, looked at Leon silently. Gathering his thoughts, he called out to His Majesty, asking about his mother. Leon told him to be quiet, saying he wasn't a madman who killed everyone indiscriminately. Jae-hook was confused and looked at him with uncertainty. Leon turned his back, stating that he would make the cult answer for their actions. He began to radiate a strong aura, smiling slyly and asking Jae-hook to show him where their base was. The head of the Palace of Light, Park Yongin, born in 1990, had survived a catastrophe at age 12. Back then, there was no academy, and everyone learned through hard experience. This is how he became a renowned Ankh hunter. His encounter with the god occurred in the winter of 2014, at the unstable Samchi Gate. Due to an unexpected surge in difficulty, he lost his entire team and found himself in grave danger. It was then that a system window appeared before him, asking if he sought salvation. The voice from the window responded, showing mercy, and at that moment, the 7th S-rank hunter appeared in the Republic of Korea. Now, standing in the hall with a gentle smile, Park Yongin pointed at the man beside him, proudly declaring that this man had proven the existence of a god. They must witness the blessings those who have received it can offer. The man grinned widely and explained that they must have received a divine revelation when they entered the gate. Initially just an ordinary gate, but once they passed through, everything changed, the system was different. Unlike other hunters in dungeons where only a boss and magical resources existed, the system revealed where the treasures were located. That moment, his life shifted completely. He owed it all to his mercy. The people sitting before them looked on with ecstatic expressions, cheering joyfully. Raising his hands, the man declared loudly that they had to believe in him, there was no way they couldn't. This was a common occurrence for the hunters of the Palace of Light, with miracles happening often enough for even the Hunter Association to acknowledge a connection between these miracles and the Palace of Light. It wasn't hard for the palace to spread its belief. The joyous crowd, teary-eyed, enthusiastically proclaimed their belief. Yongshin, flushed and beaming, listened as many people called out his name. He loudly declared that this was not all. The hunter, who was clearing the gate to pay for his mother's treatment, had been given a panacea herb that could cure all diseases. Another hunter, previously weak, had grown stronger instantly, while the two proved their faith by making small donations. The deity, pleased with their faith, performed miracles for them. They had to show their belief because nothing was impossible for them now, they were family. Yongshin glanced away and noticed Leon, Yaked, and Beatrick in the crowd, staring at him. He saw Leon's angry face, feeling a slight twinge of fear, and wondered what the Pantheon members were doing here. Beatrick turned her head and called out to His Majesty, while Leon's furious gaze never left Yongshin. Leon thought to himself that the cultists profited from the suffering and broken spirits of people. They were parasites, promoting the belief in false gods for personal gain. Yongshin, smiling happily, announced that they had important guests visiting today, time for baptizing the newcomers. Beatrick continued to look away, and Leon stood up immediately after hearing these words. He walked toward Yongshin and calmly created a portal, pulling out a large bag. Stacks of money spilled out, immediately drawing the attention of the people in the hall. As Leon threw the money on the floor, he hurled the bag at Yongshin's feet. Yongshin stared at it for a few seconds, confused, before asking, "What does this mean?" Leon replied calmly, asking if he hadn't said that a small donation would prompt a miracle. He was ready to make a deal with the god. Yongshin, hiding his anger, told Leon that it was rude to test the god's miracles with such a donation. Leon responded by asking why a servant of the god would think of himself as equal to the god. He kicked the empty bag toward Yongshin, saying that this symbolized the emptiness of false faith. Yongshin, angered by the disrespect, pointed at Leon and loudly declared that this blasphemer, a spawn of evil, had infiltrated their temple. They needed to expel him from the temple of the dragon deity. The disciples of the Palace of Light immediately stood up, and the hall filled with complaints. The people began shouting, demanding that he be kicked out of the deity's house. Yak sat next to Beatrick, worried but doing nothing. The disgruntled crowd was making loud demands, and he wondered if His Majesty should act. Yong-shin, smiling wide, called Leon a vile sinner and a foolish heretic. Leon, unfazed, calmly observed, while a man next to Beatrick called Leon a demon, causing surprise in the room. Yak repeated the word KCK several times. Leon began to emit a strong aura, enduring most of the insults with royal grace. But there were things he would never tolerate: insults to his parents, blasphemy against the gods, and being called a demon. His anger flared, and he loudly asked how the cultists dared call him, the lion-hearted king, a demon. He released an intense energy around himself, vowing that he would never forgive this insult. They would be punished. With fury, he grabbed a small sword on a rope, created a magic circle, and declared that he would bring them heavenly punishment for their foolish worship of false gods. Yong-shin, worried, asked what he planned to do. Leon, his face serious, covered his face and said that the light of the divine star would cleanse them. Meanwhile, an astronaut looking through the peehole was shocked to see something, a massive meteorite heading for the planet. The dinosaurs in the underworld watched with joy, eager for their turn. Leon spoke with deadly seriousness, saying that the relic of Saint Enyak would bring a star to destroy all the blasphemers. Yong-shin, surprised, asked what he meant. A man beside him commented that the demon was out of his mind. Beatrick stood up, telling Yak to be ready. She created a magic circle above her head and said it might be quicker if he saw everything himself. She then released a powerful beam of energy that destroyed the building. The people were stunned as the roof shattered, shouting in disbelief. Yong-shin looked at Beatrick, asking what she had just done. Leon stood in front of him, looking up, and explained that he had summoned a star. Yong-shin was confused, questioning the star summoning. He asked Leon not to lie to him when he noticed the giant shadow above the building. As a meteorite fell toward them, he shouted at the crazy man, asking what it was. The meteorite weighed around 68 billion tons, Mickey's comet. Leon turned to Beatrick and called her by name, confirming that everything was ready. She activated the divine power and shot a powerful beam of energy at the meteorite. Yak began emitting strong energy, declaring that the divine power transformation bomb was loading. He fired several projectiles, hitting the meteorite. Yong-shin stood in shock and called out to God. A system window appeared before him, displaying a message: "You could go insane from this. It's unbelievable." He continued to shout to God, and just as a meteorite hit the building, a powerful explosion followed. Terrified, Ian collapsed to the ground, screaming loudly from the chaos. He opened his tear-filled eyes, looking up, and saw a massive meteorite halting just a few meters from him. In disbelief, he shouted, "Why did everything stop? How is this even possible?" Leon approached him and said it was enough. Beatrick gazed at him, impressed, remarking how amazing it was. Yak explained that the abnormal influence effect was triggered, and he couldn't find anything like it in the database. Yong-shin, frightened, glanced at Leon, who remained calm, and pointed at him, calling him just another fool. "Do you understand the sins you've committed?" Leon asked. Yong-shin, confused, asked what Leon meant. Leon, looking furious, asked how long Yong-shin intended to hide. He then called Jae-hook, who was assisting an elderly woman from the crowd. Jae-hook walked toward them. When he removed his mask and cap, Yong-shin immediately recognized him. Leon, wearing a wicked expression, said he would now witness everything, the evil parasite attached to him. Jae-hook, stunned, saw a demon standing behind Yong-shin and asked what it was. Yong-shin yelled at the creatures, calling them freaks, but Leon, looking displeased, explained that the parasite consumed from the inside, waiting for the perfect moment to corrupt a person. Jae-hook's mother approached, asking if it was truly him. When he turned to her, he was shocked to see the same monster behind her. She asked, worried, what was happening, and he had to explain it. Jae-hook, worried, called for His Majesty. Leon calmly responded, stating that the parasite was what the god of heaven and thunder intended to punish, and that Jae-hook must do it. Jae-hook, his voice filled with concern for his mother, was told by Leon to trust in the divine will. He needed to allow the great power of the god to fill him, believing everything would happen as intended. Jae-hook paused, his hand raised in a gesture of internal impulse, closing his eyes. He prayed that the divine miracle would only punish the evil creatures. He called upon God Ultima, saying that the wrath would not spare the guilty. A childhood memory of his parents flashed before him, and soon after, a powerful lightning bolt struck his mother, who screamed along with the demon. Jae-hook clenched his fist, frantic for her safety. When he heard his mother call out his name, he opened his eyes to see the monster behind her had disappeared. He rushed to her, knelt, and embraced her. She tearfully apologized, and he, relieved, was grateful she was safe. They trembled from the ordeal. She admitted she had lost her mind and begged for forgiveness. Leon, watching them, gave a small smile, calling Jae-hook a good boy and thinking that he was chosen by the god of heaven and thunder. Leon then turned, calmly addressing the leader of the Palace of Light. Young-shin, still terrified, sat on the floor, silently watching him. Leon summoned a magic ball and with an ominous look, said, "Now, it's your turn." After some time, Leon finished using his energy to free the people from the monsters. He stopped when it was done, and Young-shin, stunned, fainted, collapsing onto the ground. The injured monster, still alive, began to flee. It ran swiftly, but Leon stepped on it, asking where it was rushing off to. He called the creature the consuming greed, an archdemon of stinginess, and calmly observed it. Leon thought that like the archdemon of debauchery, this creature thrived by hiding among people. He was glad he hadn't made a contract with it, as it hadn't destroyed his soul yet. Leon drew his sword and directed his energy into it, smiling widely. "With your deceitful promises, you promised salvation to others. Now, save yourself." The reports later revealed the Palace of Light's collapse. In 20 years, they had recruited 1.8 million followers and wielded significant power in politics, business, and the hunting world. Due to the meteorite incident, severe complications arose. A TV station broadcasted an emergency press conference from the leader of the Palace of Light. Yongin declared that the Palace of Light would merge with the Pantheon Guild. All funds from the palace would go to the leader of the Pantheon Guild, the demigod, His Majesty Leandre Gonia Lionheart, and their hunters would join the Pantheon army. Reporters, shouting their questions, asked if what he claimed was true. How did he feel about the Pantheon's leader? Yongin spread his arms with a wide smile, proclaiming he was the true savior, the anointed one of God on earth. His brothers and sisters must believe in the one true God, as he was the world's only savior. Outside, Leon, observing with a calm expression, remarked on the loudness, noting that such an event had never happened on Earth before. Yak, standing beside him, said there was no scientific explanation for the event. Leon asked when they could start working, and Yak replied that key infrastructure needed to be built, with the main facility on Pantheon grounds. Leon added that they needed 50 sets of armor and swords, with spears and horse armor as the second priority. Yak asked about their own armor, and Leon replied that, naturally, their armor was the most important. Yak acknowledged the work ahead, considering the need to restore facilities while adhering to local laws. Yanin then approached them, telling His Majesty he had finally found him. Leon asked what business he had with him. Yanin, standing beside two men, introduced the president of the Hunters Association and a representative of the Ministry of Science and Information Technology. One of the men looked up, surprised, and the other, blushing, stammered about the meteorite's strange nature. He quickly apologized, introducing himself as Kim Shinal, the Minister of Science and Information Technology, and said it was an honor to meet His Majesty. Shinal asked in astonishment if Leon had really sent the meteorite. Yak asked His Majesty how he planned to use it. Leon mentioned that he was thinking about recycling it, planning to make armor and swords for the knights. Shinal asked in shock if he really intended to use such a valuable scientific object to create weapons. Ganghak calmly told His Majesty that he could do whatever he wished with it. He recalled that Hari had mentioned something about a star iron forge, and that the meteorite would be used for that, right? Leon confirmed this, and Ganghak asked if he were really going to attempt such a task, noting that the proper infrastructure and legal support would be necessary. Leon agreed and added that the government would assist with all legal and tax matters, even if special laws were required. With a small smile, Leon said they could request whatever they wanted from him. Gunhook suggested they wanted a piece of the meteorite and a weapon made by Yak. Naturally, they also desired a weapon crafted by the blacksmith god. Leon replied that providing a piece of the meteorite wouldn't be difficult, as he intended to give it to the president anyway, but the weapon from the star iron forge was too valuable to be given away. It wasn't a sacred relic, but it was still priceless. Gunhook cleared his throat, calmly asking if Hari, who had been sent to his organization, could also receive a weapon from the star iron forge. Leon acknowledged this. Gunhook then asked if, when she joined the association, an expert could evaluate her weapon, since Hari was primarily a hunter of the association. Leon, with a small smile, agreed, offering a handshake. Gunhook accepted, thanking him. He then took out a tablet from his jacket pocket and said there was something important besides the meteorite. Leon looked at it with interest and asked what it was. He took the tablet, and Gunhook asked with a smile if he could watch the video. Leon, worried, asked if the video had been filmed inside a gate. Gunhook denied it, explaining that it was from a battle filmed in Vietnam, which certainly happened on Earth. Leon watched the video in confusion as a man attacked people who screamed in pain and begged for mercy. Gunhook explained that the man was a wandering demonic sword, young Jiho, a 6th-generation demon man who wielded the demonic sword. He was currently headed toward the Japanese archipelago. Meanwhile, Yenganwang stood still, taking a deep breath. Yuri, standing next to him in front of the meeting room, asked if he was okay. He admitted he wasn't, and she asked why he had skipped the meeting, especially since they had the deciding vote on the tax reform plan. Yenganwang explained that he didn't skip it, he simply didn't feel well, blaming it on the Lionheart King, or whatever his name was. He placed a hand on his stomach, realizing that since working with the Pantheon, he had started to change. Yuri smiled slyly, patted his back, and suggested they just join the Pantheon already. Yengan, surprised, asked if she was crazy. He had responsibilities toward the other guild members, and 10 guilds had already crossed the line. Yuri smiled, saying it was basically like that when a girl asked in surprise why they hadn't entered yet. Yenganwang greeted Dr. Yun, who hadn't changed at all. The girl, head of the Jan Medical Guild and an S-rank healer, Yanu, asked if they had rejected her offer to advertise her nutritional supplements. Yengan looked puzzled, while Yuri explained that the advertisement didn't fit their guild's image. Yanu smiled and clarified that it was for people with erectile dysfunction. The three of them entered the office, where an older man greeted them, saying they had finally arrived. He called Yengan and Yuri to sit down. The room already contained the heads of several guilds, the Mujin Guild, Paru, the Chung Guild, K-Jin Song Yes, the Golden Line Guild, Wanyenha, and GM Cole. Someone mentioned that only a few people were missing. At the head of the table sat the head of the Divine Sword Guild, young Jin Su, pipe in hand. He called out to Yuri, questioning whether a girl could really wear clothes like that. She looked embarrassed, replying she would improve. Yengan handed her his jacket, offering it to her, and she thanked him. Jin Su then asked, "So when should we expect children from the two of you?" This question greatly embarrassed everyone in the room. Yuri stood silently, flushed with embarrassment, while Yengan, equally embarrassed, denied that there was anything between them. Jin Su exclaimed loudly that the young generation had no sense. If a man and a woman got along, they should simply do what they could. He had already fathered 6 children by their age. Someone remarked that it was unbelievable. Yona, displeased, thought the old man had lost his mind. Jin Su shook the ashes from his pipe and, emanating a strong aura, declared he was going to kill Joe, issuing a warning. Jin Mu, surprised, asked if he really intended to decide it this way. Jin Su, with an irritated expression, shouted that he was the father and could make his own decisions. Everyone fell silent, with some wishing they could go home. The door opened, and Leon, Gak, and Yunjin entered. Leon calmly surveyed the office before walking deeper inside. He passed by a surprised Jangu, and Jin Su observed him, thinking that this man wasn't exactly young either. The first meeting between the old Janban and the old king took place. Jin Su, looking displeased, pointed to a chair and said Leon should leave. Leon, undeterred, asked for the main seat at the table. The head of the Divine Sword Guild, the living legend known as Korea's #1 sword, Jin Su, was a man with legends, titles, and unmatched contributions to his country. His influence was immense, making him untouchable. This made Jin Su's old-fashioned attitude even more pronounced. Leon sighed with displeasure when Jin Su refused to give up his seat, asking if he was still in his prime and already deaf. Jin Su, shocked, slammed his hand on the table, preparing to speak in anger. Gak, calm as ever, remarked that Jin Su was turning 300 years old this year. Jin Su, startled, asked what he had just said. Gek mentioned that he had heard the Knights of the Holy Grail never age and remain youthful forever, meaning he was likely 300 years old. Jin Su, looking shocked, asked if he was talking about him. Leon, clearly displeased, asked how he had addressed him. Jin Su immediately began to speak more respectfully, with a somber expression, offering him his seat. Leon sat down and thanked him for it. Everyone was surprised by his ability to calm the elderly man, but he soon expressed displeasure, noting that there was no tea. Yongshin immediately rushed out of the office, saying he would serve him. Yuna, with a sly smile, commented that she was surprised, adding that the rumors about him being handsome were true. Yongin turned to her, displeased, and remarked that it was rude for her to speak first. Yuna responded, also irritated, and asked what was wrong with him. Leon called for order, telling Yongin to stop. He loudly agreed with Leon, and everyone watched in confusion as the situation unfolded. Leon addressed the association president, saying his time was more valuable than gold. Gunhook began searching through his jacket pocket, agreeing with Leon, and said they should get straight to the matter. He pressed a button on a remote, then explained that 13 years ago, a black gate opened in London, which no group of hunters could capture because it was incredibly difficult. In response to the disaster in Shanghai, European forces sent their strongest to handle it. A total of 24 S-rank hunters, along with 1,834 A and B-rank hunters, were dispatched. The battle, led by Cornwall, the great mage of the clock tower, lasted over 2 months. Ultimately, they succeeded in clearing the gate, marking the first successful clearing of a black gate. Leon listened to the presentation, stating that this meant a problem had arisen afterward. Gunhook confirmed, explaining that the epic weapon, Overkill, appeared in the years following the disaster. After a fierce bidding war, the British government won it, with a price surpassing 1 trillion won, more than the cost of a state-of-the-art warship. The finest swordsmen of the modern era fought with it, and it was given to James Spencer, the leader of the League of Gentlemen. But after that, a huge disaster occurred, leading to 870,000 civilian deaths and over 600 hunters dying. Leon, contemplating, asked if James Spencer was the 6th-generation demon man. Gunhook explained that they had managed to kill James, but his vessel, the demon sword, escaped and flew into the sky, hiding from everyone. Attempts to stop the next vessels took place in Australia, Mexico, Cambodia, and Spain, and finally, 4 years ago, it appeared in South Korea. The sword was obtained by Sword Master Joe, who had been appointed as the next guild master of the Divine Sword. Leon noticed that this man was the son of the current guild master and the father of Soy. Gok then passed around a list of guilds that would participate in destroying the demonic sword. The Pantheon Guild, the Palace of Light, the Divine Sword Guild, and the Golden Lion and Phoenix Guilds were all on the list. Jinong raised his hand and expressed his desire to participate. Gunhook, surprised, asked if he wanted to join in. Gek looked at him and confirmed it. Jinul, looking a bit worried, asked if there was truly nothing left to discuss. Leon, calm, asked why there would be nothing left. He explained that there was still honor to be gained, and they would be glorified, receiving titles of knights and aristocrats. This would allow them to become supporters for the common people who had no one else to rely on. Ian clasped his hands and began shaking with joy, his tears of happiness evident. He loudly proclaimed that Leon was their savior, deeply moved by his words. Yuri smiled, calming the young man, who didn't want to participate. Gek, still smiling, noted that financial support had been received from Japan. Leon turned to him and agreed they should accept it. Afterward, Leon left the office and suggested they establish contact with the king. Inak, confused, said he would send a request to the government. He bid farewell to Leon and joined the other guild leaders, who still appeared puzzled. Walking down the hallway, Leon asked where they should go next. Yongxing hurried after him, suggesting they could check out the trained hunters, who Leon would surely like. They stopped when they heard Jinsu's voice calling out rudely for them to wait. Leon turned to him with an angry look, asking what he had just said. Jinsu, startled, called him His Majesty Lonhart and quickly apologized. Leon turned to the older man and asked what he wanted. Jinsu gathered his thoughts and respectfully asked if he could make a request. Leon calmly responded, telling him he would listen and then make a decision. Jinsu, serious, explained that his granddaughter was in Leon's guild, her name was John, and he asked that she be kept away from this mission.
Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this recap, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more manhwa recaps every week. Hit that bell icon so you never miss the latest chapters and stories from your favorite manhwa series.